Got it.
Good morning. We are here live from Seattle, Washington at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025. I am Alyssa Esprez. I'm joined by Kevin Hayes, and I can't believe we're finally here.
It has been a long journey. I feel like we started playing this competition one day after NAC ended last year. It is so exciting to be here in Seattle. Obviously, me as a hometown Cuber, I got here in 15 minutes this morning from my house. It's the energy. It was 9 a.m. and there were more people here than I think there were at Nationals 2018. It's still early morning, but the energy in this room is electric. I'm just so excited to see what this event has in store for us this weekend.
Totally. And the energy in the chat is also electric. We're seeing you. Hi. Let us know where you are watching from. Okay. It's been an exciting day already so far. We're just starting, but we already have a world champion.
Yeah, obviously on the schedule, no surprise who the world champion is, but I think a little bit of a surprise in how it happened. Stanley Chappell winning 5x5 blindfolded by a huge margin, 2:13.74 winning time, but it was after a double DNF.
The pressure is on after you double DNF. So that's the fact that he pulled out a win after 2 DNFs, that's wild.
I feel like it's especially hard for someone like Stanley where it's the expectation is to win, and say the expectation is okay, maybe we can get third, that'd be great. You have 2 DNFs and it's okay, well, we just still got to go for it because we need a good thing to get third. While Stanley, it's okay, well, I could safety maybe and then I could guarantee podium, but then I don't win, and how much is the win? It's just you just kind of got to go. You got to trust yourself, you got to trust your instincts. And I was talking to Tripodi earlier, and he said that he safetied memo, but got a 105 execution on 5x5, which is wild saying that out loud because that's almost sub-minute, which a lot of these competitors today will be very happy with that time for sighted execution. 2:13, obviously, even without a fast execution, he was going to win by a landslide, 44-second win. But I think obviously he's obviously going to be very happy with that. We're 2 hours into the competition, 1 world title in the books. He will obviously be looking for 4x4 blindfolded this Sunday to be getting that double big cube blind world champion. But I think he's probably got a few days to relax, do some of the events that he's very good at, make some finals. But no, not a lot of pressure in 3 blind or not as much in multi-blind.
Totally. So we will be talking to Stanley a little bit later this morning. We'll also be speaking with Simone Praschel, who came in second in 5x5 blindfolded, setting a national record while he was at it. And setting any sort of record in a world final is quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, coming in definitely as a bit of a surprise to take second place. There were obviously some notable competitors who triple DNF'd, it's pretty standard in a high-pressure 5x5 blindfolded event. But my previous PR coming to this competition, 3:38 and 2:57. to get second place. A nice 40-second drop in the world final. Extremely impressive results too. 4:02 on Solve 1, 20-second ad. Solve 2, massive PR national record, 2:57. And then, you're just on Solve 3, you're just going crazy. DNF on Solve 3, I think, is honestly one of the more expected results. You already got this amazing time. You're probably oh my God, I need to go. DNF is the same as anything slower than this crazy time. So you just got to go absolutely nuts. I'm sure he'll talk about his thought process through the rounds, but I feel this is the exact cadence of results you want as a big blind solver. You get that solid first solve, you get out of the way. Okay, we got a success. There's no disaster. We get our great second solve. We get something amazing, and then it's okay, we'll just kind of see what happens on solve 3.
Yeah, let's just go for it. Okay, and then what we are seeing right now happening is clock round 1. We are actually near the end of the first round of clock. Clock is also a pretty exciting event that has a really interesting psych sheet. So at some point here, we will see Brennan Dunnigan. He was last year's North American champion for clock, and it came as a bit of a surprise. I remember he was so excited, and he's here at the World Championship, definitely eyeing becoming that clock world champion. It's not going to be easy. He has people standing in his way to do that, notably some of the competitors that we will see in the next group, in Group 6, which includes Vladimir Kapostyansky, 14 years old, and also Lachlan Gibson, 11 years old from New Zealand. These are young competitors looking for a world championship.
Yeah, I mean, clock is probably the biggest change in event over the last definitely like 18 months. I remember when the registration like cutoff times were being announced, and Tim was saying that like clock just like every time he runs the the software to generate like what the time should be based on the projections, like clock just gets so much faster because the 7 simultaneous method comes out, everyone starts practicing it, even though it's like this new revolutionary method, but it's pretty new and like no one's quite like good at it yet. And so we're kind of seeing those results now. Like, okay, it's actually 4 seconds isn't actually that good. 3 seconds isn't even that good.
Sub 3 clock.
Like sub 3 clock is the standard. I mean,
what are we talking about?
Like we're 2.28 world record average. I mean, just kind of as you do. Like the event is truly, I think, like a lot of the more standard puzzle events have like really been developed at kind of a more continuous pace over the years, while clock like just had this like huge break in revolution, and then you can see like people that were top ranked at world like literally like 1 month, and then like 3 to 6 months later can drop like 30 places just because, okay, well, if you haven't learned the new method, you're bad. And like that's just kind of how it goes, which is it's very different in the other events. While like people are switching to Yao on bigger cubes, and for 5x5 it looks like Yao is definitely going to be very strong, but it's not like overnight Redux became terrible. Like Max still has a 34 average in the world record. It takes like even years in some of the bigger events for like Yao players to be good, and obviously like they're still very competitive on Redux, while like clock is just, okay, you learn 7 simul or you're left in the dust.
Yeah, a good example of that is Tommy Cherry, who was at the top of this psych sheet just a few years ago, and now I think he's like 16th or something on the psych sheet.
He's ranked 10 in US.
Okay.
Like he was like top in the world in clock and is ranked 10th in just his nation now. And obviously like the US, I think the US has like spent a lot of time on clock as like kind of like a group, but to drop 10 spots in your nation is just wild. We've just called up Group 6. Finishing up Group 5 right now on the main stages. This will be our last group of clock next. These are with our top 2 seeds. So we'll be seeing if we can get those low 2 averages here.
Yeah, it'll be, again, clock is interesting because there's like the DNF risk with clock. So, you want to make sure that you are going into the next round. You can't be world champion if you don't get out of round 1. And so that is obviously something that's on the mind of these competitors, as well as putting down some good times. Yeah,
I mean, it is interesting because like right now in a round 1, the psych sheet is going to be, it's top 120 to make semifinals tomorrow during the day. But I think right now we're just looking at Brandon. I see, okay, sorry. I thought we were going to talk to him, but we have Brandon Dunnigan let's see. Brandon Dunnigan's post his round. Looks to be pretty relaxed, happy. We're going to see. Yeah, sorry. Top 120 to make semifinals. And so yeah, obviously like all these top solvers, they don't look at the backside of the clock. They're like assuming that it's solved. It's not the riskiest event. It's not like a big blind solve. Even 3 blind will have a much higher DNF ratio than clock. And so like if you're at home going full speed in your normal environment, like DNFing an average of 5 is very hard. You have to DNF 2 solves out of 5. But the problem is you just get that first one, and then the environment here is so different, especially for these competitors who never competed at the world champs. Maybe this morning, round 1, with everyone spread out across the building. Not everyone's necessarily here yet. It will feel kind of like a big international competition, but we're going to get the semifinals tonight and especially finals tomorrow, and it's like, okay, this is an entirely different experience. How are you going to handle the pressure? Like, have you even been practicing this? Because this is something that you really need to rep at home. And so I think while a competitor might get a DNF in a normal round and like, okay, who cares? I'm just going to shake it off. There's no way I'm going to get another one in the next 4 solves, which is normally true. Once you kind of get that in the back of your mind, it's something that like you need to be really resilient against to make sure you're taking 1 solve at a time. Although maybe with checking the backside of that clock before you finish, because the difference, even in round 1 for certain, because of the top 120 in the semifinals, it'll be very easy to count a bad solve and make it. During semifinals to make it to finals, the cutoff's going to be a lot tighter, and so it will be interesting to see. Maybe if you are one of these top 2 competitors, you can go safety and check the back and make sure and still make an average that makes finals. But if you're going to be on that line, you still just gotta kind of like have that mental fortitude to know that like I'm not going to know if I just DNF'd out when I stop the timer, and it doesn't matter. I've done this at home a million times, and it's going to be just fine.
Yeah, totally. Zooming out a little bit, I mean, okay, so this is when everyone's in the room, this competition is going to be 3 times bigger than any WCA competition in history.
3.
What does that mean?
I think it's definitely 2.5, but like maybe 3. It's unclear.
Yeah.
I don't think we have. I'm not sure if we have exact numbers on how many people were in the room at last year's Euros or Korea Worlds, but I mean, 2,000 competitors. We sold 4,500 spectator tickets, which, I mean, just saying those numbers out loud, 6,500 people right there. Like, obviously, I don't think every single person will be in the room at exactly the same time, but I mean, we're looking out at, we have like it would be cool, like maybe we have a shot of the crowd like angle here. Like, we have 2,500 seats just in front of the main stage, and that is definitively not enough. There will be standing room. There will be a projector and a viewing party in the side room with lots of extra seating, but it like the energy in here, like even for these veteran competitors who've been in these situations so many times, it's just going to be completely different. Even if you have been at Worlds, like I think I always tell people that like Worlds and Nationals are just entirely different beasts. But I think this Worlds might actually be a significant step up from previous Worlds, which will be exciting to see.
It totally will be. Yeah, absolutely. There's like, I mean, no one, we've been saying this like as we've been preparing for this, like nobody is like, I think really prepared because no one has ever experienced it before. Even I think for me, I think about those top competitors getting up on that stage and doing their first solve. Like when you look out, even when the chairs are empty, it feels a little bit overwhelming. When those chairs are full, it's going to be insane. And like you've been in situations like that before. What is going through your mind when you like look up and you see like 2,000 eyeballs on you?
I mean, I've never been in a situation like this before. That's for sure.
Not quite like this.
Not quite like this, but I guess like it's very much. This is where like some people really rise to the occasion. Like I think Taman is the main example right now, where like he honestly was like is annoyed if he's not in the stream. If everyone like he loves everyone watching him. He wants the eyes on him, and like I always thought like the competitions I did well, where I came in knowing that I was ready, that I could win if I performed, and I was confident that I would win. I loved it. Like everyone's here to watch you. Like you've done well. Like you're here to win. Like and you know you're gonna do it. And like that just like kind of in this like strange way, like it like turns the nervousness into this like energy you can feed off of. Well, like it's still very easy though. Like other times where there's still a big crowd, but I'm not as confident, and I'm like it amplifies whatever you're feeling. And so if you're feeling nervous, maybe you can't do it, you're like, oh my god, everyone's watching, it's going to be too hard, like your hands start to shake, versus like everyone's watching. Yes, I'm so excited to prove myself in front of everyone and just prove to everyone that I am the best in the world. And I think that that's going to lead to like a really differentiator between some of the top competitors, because there are 2 skill sets in cubing. Like one is how fast are you capable of solving, and 2 is how fast can you solve under pressure on the day when the lights are the brightest. Like who is going to show up. And I think that second, especially this weekend, that second skill set is going to come into play much more than in the past.
It's all about the preparation that you've done up until this point like carry you through these moments where it's like, oh my gosh, there's so much going on around me. And you know, in a moment like that, like 90% of the work has already been done like 6 months ago.
Oh, 100% of the work has already been done.
You still have to turn the cue in that moment. That's the 10%.
I remember like watching a video of Usain Bolt, like when he was at his peak in training. He's like, they're filming one of his workouts. And he's like, oh, the competition's the easy part. Like the real work is done here. The competition day takes care of itself. And first of all, he's a competitor who loves the crowd, who like competes well. Where like, like when you sit up there and you've been practicing, you get the results. Like you trust your prep, you trust yourself. You say, I've done all this work. I know I'm ready. I'm going to do well. Versus, you can't get any faster. It's too late. Like you have to that prep and that hard work you've done fuels your confidence because you know you're ready and you're not hoping, you're not praying for like, oh, I need to get 2 out of 10 parodies just to get top 3 here. It's like, oh. Even if I get 6 out of 10, if I just execute well, I'll still beat everyone. And I guarantee you, that's what those top guys like Tamana's thinking, or Sebastian 4x4 when parody count's really going to come into it later this week. But these guys don't even think about what if it goes wrong? Mm-hmm. It's just what's going to go well? I know it. I've been practicing for years. I have so much experience. This is what I'm here for.
If you're just joining us, welcome. We are coming live to you from Seattle, Washington at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025. It has been a long time coming, and we have a really exciting day ahead. We've got 4 events happening today. So right now we are seeing clock round 1. We have 5 events going on today. One has already happened, which was 5x5 blindfolded. We have already crowned a world champion with Stanley Chappell. And then right now we are in clock round 1. Later on today we'll be seeing 5x5, 3x3 one-handed, and pyramids.
We are still waiting actually we're wrapping up group 4 right now. And wait, we're wrapping up group 4 right now?
Group 6.
I thought we were wrapping group 5 right now. We're waiting on production to let us know what group we're on right now. But we are waiting to get our top competitors of clock who are in the next group ready to go. So we'll be seeing some fast action from them. We have, 5 blinds already completed. We actually have another event tonight. We have Nations Cup as well. At the end of the night. We will have tonight's event.
It never ends. There's so many things going on. Something is always happening, which is right now our thing to say. Just keep the stream open the whole weekend. Just have it on.
Oh, it's going to be even these round 1s, we have people, first of all, it's crazy because I was looking at the featured cubers for 3x3 round 1, and there's only 10 groups because we have 100, there's 100 stations. We have 10 stages of 10 stations with 100 timers, 10 stages of 10 stations, and we have 2,000 competitors. I think about 1,980 are competing in 3x3. And so even when we're in the quote-unquote slower times where we're on 3x3 group 1, the 40th seed PR average is 5.6.
Wow. Yeah.
So it is wild, the depth of this competition. Every single round 1, while maybe not a lot is on the line in terms of making it to the next rounds, top 120 for most semifinals, these very top competitors are going to easily advance. There's still a lot in the line of setting the tone for the competition, proving getting that top seed, getting a world record in round 1 really honestly intimidates your opponents. They're wow, he's on.
He's ready to
go, it's going to be tough to win the final. And we're going to see just a lot of that tone setting this weekend. I think we're going to see it in 5x5 round 1 especially. I know 5x5 is probably the event I'm most excited to watch. Taman versus Max for round 2, all the way back from Korea, where Max clutched it out on him. And now, they're neck and neck. Taman finally taking that world record single and being ahead of Max, being only behind Max by 0.03 in the 5x5 average world rankings. We're going to they will be up after the clock round. They'll be the top 2 seeds, so they'll be the last group of 5x5 before lunch. But even apart from the standard solving, we have events going on the entire stream. We have interviews with your top cubers. You can see there's a pinned link in chat to the glossary, and on that same page, you can see the schedule of interviewers. We have a ton of your favorites from around the world ready to talk about their lives, their cubing, kind of what their plan is for this weekend, what else they're interested in, as well as some other events that are unofficial, obviously, like the Nations Cup tonight.
All right, I know what group we're on now. We're on group 5 of clock. This is Brendan Dunnigan's first solve. And let's see what he gets here. Actually, a check on the back there, and we're well past 3 seconds. Yeah, that's a 5.1.
Yeah, obviously a bit disappointed with that. Not anywhere close to his standards, but
I don't know why he had to look at the back there.
Didn't he flip twice?
Yeah, he did. There is no reason that a clock solver at Brendan's level should be looking
Once, let alone twice.
Yeah, so something definitely went wrong there. The time reflects that, 5.1. We're looking for something in the 3-second range or below
Honestly,
for someone like Brendan, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Honestly, 5.1 is a little worrisome too because 4.49 is 120th rank on the psych sheet, which will be the cutoff for semifinals. Now, obviously, this is ranked by PR, and not everyone gets their PR in every single round, so it will be much slower than 4.49. But for an event like that, you're usually looking at about half a second add on average for most people. So you can definitely count a 5.19, but for your first solve of the entire World Champs, an event that you are looking to win, indicates a little bit of that nervousness.
Yeah. Hopefully he's in the competitor waiting area. He'll pull it together. What's always fun about World Championships as well is, everyone's in the hotel, we're in the lobby. So I saw Brendan this morning. He was up early because he knew, he pulled the first event.
I got here at 7:05, and there were 10 cubers practicing outside the main hall, and I was like, oh my god.
I mean, the event that you want to win is your first. It's first thing in the morning. You got to be locked in. You've experienced this before.
I mean, I've experienced this many times, and I keep trying to compete well before 11 a.m., and I don't think I ever have, but as I've gotten older, it just keeps getting worse.
It gets harder.
It just gets worse. The 9 a.m. round is always, I think everyone is slow, but I swear the thing as you get older is that the difference between a 9 a.m. round and the noon round now is astronomical. It's I'll even try so hard. Then just something at 10:30, 11, I'm like, oh my god, I feel so good. I think my body woke up.
A different person.
And now with 10% of the effort, I'm just as fast.
Well, Brendan is 16, so hopefully a little bit more energy.
All right.
And yeah.
I think Brendan's difference between is not. Also, it's 10:57 right now. We're pretty well into the morning. The only true early event round right now today is the 5-blind round. The big blinds we do have early. The big blinders extremely prioritize having the room quiet, and the best way to do that is to make sure we have first thing in the morning. So they were off in the side stage earlier. No longer the ballroom. If you did not hear, the big story of the last 2 weeks was that we added 1,000 new spectator tickets because we sold out, which was already unanticipated based on, obviously we used data based on the number of spectators relative to the number of competitors at NAC. We assumed that we weren't going to sell out the first time, and then we did very early, and then released another, then a large quantity of venue remapping was done. And we released 1,000 more spectator tickets, which also sold out before the doors opened this morning, which was crazy.
There were no tickets available at the door.
It is. I think I'm hoping this is indicative of this event is much more spectator friendly than we've expected. In the past, many more people are wanting to come just to watch, just to follow their friends. And we have Brennan Dunnigan up for his solve 2. Oh my.
Oh, still flipping there. Just to do a quick check. I think actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like Brendan we might see him check on every single one. I think he does do that.
In round 1?
In round 1, yeah.
I think honestly at this point it's a pretty good idea. 3.9 with the check is totally fine. He knows, probably shouldn't look at the psych sheet too much, but he knows 3.9 is going to easily make the semifinal. He can do that with a check. You started off with that bad solve. There's no reason to start rushing it. A lot of this, that once you make the semifinal, it's all the same. But it's just that mental of let's just get a good progression. Let's kind of set the tone. Let's maybe just okay, we started slow. We don't need to, it's not the final. We don't need to instantly bust into our PR. We can kind of ease into worlds. Let's just get a little faster on every single solve and descend until we're feeling comfortable for round 2.
I made a makeshift. I fixed it.
Definitely have a DNF there on the right. It looks like a face palm.
I'm sorry, the teeny tiny sticker.
Yeah, and then part of the big venue change. Obviously, like we are in a new room. Like the spectator scenario today or this weekend is so much better. We have so many seats. It's very exciting. The old main room is now the side room. Everyone is on. Like I lived in Seattle for like my whole life basically. I have not actually been to this convention center until we started planning Worlds. But like it is a beautiful venue. We have 2 North American Championship sized rooms separated by the archway over the street in downtown Seattle.
It's beautiful.
Lots of natural light. You get the outside glass view as soon as you go anywhere. Absolutely great experience, especially like just like going back and forth through the rooms. Everything's so close. Well, I say close, but this place is so big
it's quite a walk. We're getting our steps in. This is Fiona's third solve, and
very nice.
Looks like we got a DNF. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. She flashed a thumbs up, and
she thought it was good, and we have a DNF there. So
let's see what happened on the replay. Did she? Oh, not. Oh, not even close.
Yeah, not even close. So that is not something that you want to see, of course, anytime. And so we'll expect Fiona to kind of round out her average, maybe playing it a little bit safer just to make sure that she makes it into that next round.
Yeah, we can see Fiona's strategy here on an event where you don't have that 100% chance of the clock being solved. Is she going to check the back? I think at this point, I would definitely. I think it's a good idea. She's counting a mid 3. It's going to be a probably high 4 to make the semifinal. Like, she can count 2 low 5s and still make the semifinal. That's quite a lot of time for someone of her caliber. I think checking the back is probably a good idea. Especially,
great idea.
You got that nag in the back of your mind, just like, okay, let's not DNF out of our main event in the first 2 hours of the competition. But she's a strong competitor. Seed 6, PR average 2.93. No doubt that couple of clean solves with a little bit more safety, totally fine moving on to the next round. Also, I mean, these clockers compete a lot. They understand. This is not the first time any of them will have DNF'd a single solve at an average of 5. They know how to recover just fine. This is not a foreign territory.
Okay, we've got Brendan
one more group,
looking at his third scramble.
I got there late, and then I was like,
he is moving better. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, no check at the back there. It looked like an easy, pretty quick solution. And Fiona's DNF was also quite quick. That was interesting. He hesitated on the timer stop.
Maybe thinking about if he should check it or not.
He's very happy with that though. He fist pump. I think it's obviously 2.2 is a good. His PR average is 2.6, so 2.2 is a good solve for him. But I think, especially in an event like this, like when the competitors will be happier with a slower time if that's the time that counts. That they've like if you start with, say we're doing 4x4 and you start with a 15, it's like, oh wow, that's awesome. But you're like, that means nothing right now. I got a good single. Then if they get a 16, which is slower on the next solve, they'll be way happier because like, okay, we're locked into some crazy counting time here.
Yeah. Okay. So Fiona is about to start inspection for her 4th solve. This is clock round 1. And again, Fiona having that DNF on the 3rd solve. So we'll see how she approaches this. And again, the worst case scenario is another DNF. So
I get so nervous.
Not what we want.
I get so nervous, even though she's a pro, done this so many times. And as the third party watcher, it's easy to get nervous, but as the first person, you all you think about is like, okay, here's the plan. If we have a DNF, we do it like this.
Okay.
No check either. Wow. I think
she's good. A 2.5 thumbs up to someone who's watching her in the crowd.
I think what's especially important in a round like this where you have a DNF is that where bad practice habits can really haunt you is that, say you're at home and you get your DNF at home and you're like, oh, I won't count it. Or I don't really care. This is where having average of 5 comp sim practice is really, really important because these competitors are all very capable of easily succeeding 3 times in a row, 99% of the time. But if you're in an unfamiliar situation, that becomes the problem. And so doing these comp sims at home, oh, I got DNF on solve 1, or even maybe comp simming where you force yourself to DNF on solve 1, and then you play out the rest of the average. Okay, well, this case I'd be a little more nervous, so I'm going to sit like this, or this is just what I do, and then all of a sudden it just you make this like crazy unfamiliar environment feel familiar, and they're like, oh, this is my process, and maybe this process isn't as fast as I normally would be under perfect conditions, but it's good enough to advance, and that's all we're looking for right now.
Yeah. Just seeing in the chat and confirming that it will be Fiona's PR is her BPA is under her PR.
You cannot think about that.
No.
It's terrible. You know what's way more important?
Making it to the next round. Okay, so another check there from Brendan, and 4.6. So that's counting.
I think his worst possible is already going to be advancing to the next round at this point. I think very likely we'll have that in the second. But yeah, what you mentioned about Fiona, absolutely. Worst possible 455, and Psych Sheet was 449, so the odds of that not making is almost zero.
Yeah.
Fiona, though, like, it would be, I think, an extremely large mistake to be like, oh, we can get BPA. Let's just like go rip it and go for it.
No.
This is not a local. Like, if it's your local competition, absolutely. It doesn't matter that your worst is a DNF. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like, we can trade. Like, the downside of getting a DNF is not that big of a deal, while the upside of a PR is huge. And this is the opposite situation. There is almost no upside of a PR in round one of the World Champs, and DNFing downside is massive. Like, it'd be great, obviously, to like that confidence boost, but you have to be aware of the situation you're in, because not every round is the same.
No, and I think the more important confidence boost here is that she can execute when it matters, and she can do what she needs to do when it matters. So that is what we are about to see in just a second.
She's
here,
off
actually.
the screen, but yeah, like, I think your mind, you can definitely take a silver lining from this. Like, wow, I had a rough start. I got that DNF, but like, wow, I really did really well. 2.5 on the next solve, like a safe high 2 or a low 3 on this solve. Like, well, even when things aren't going my way, I do really well. As opposed to like, because like when you're in the final tomorrow night, it's the odds that it just like goes perfectly are very, very low.
Yeah.
Like, and the people that win are the ones who have the resilience to take maybe not a perfect situation and do well anyways.
Okay, some big deep breaths here as she says she's ready. And so let's see what she's got. Looking back and forth on the solve. We're just going to get the front view here.
Sean DNF'd his average for pop.
And some movement, 2.8, and it's good.
All right, very nice. I felt a little nervous. She didn't check. Like, she didn't need to check. Like, she could have spent 2 more seconds. That solve could have been 3 seconds worse and still easily made second round. So 2.95 average, 0.02 off her PR. Very good result. Very impressive, especially that third solve DNF. And like, obviously, I think if we saw that result at a local, it'd be like, okay, well, yeah, the DNF probably doesn't matter too much. She's just doing the same thing. But this is not the same thing. I think she should take be very happy that, like, okay, this is Worlds. I got a DNF solve in the middle of my average, and we held it together very well. Succeeded. Like, that's a really good start for the competition.
Absolutely. I think she can take that with her and feel really good. Okay, we're going to see Brendan Dunnigan's last solve of clock round 1. And again, Brendan is one of those people eyeing that world champion title in this event.
He's going to lock into a middling rank average, though. Like 3.61 is his best is definitely a little off his standards.
Absolutely.
Also,
okay.
That's good.
Fiona is going to be, like, she was seed 6 with her 2.93 and just got almost exactly the same time. It's the top. She'll probably be top 5 in this round.
I think so.
Very strong start.
Are you taking over for me?
We do have some fun stats around people's chance to podium or chance to win based on their previous, I think.
Oh, we have it integrated. Awesome. Yeah.
And thanks. Shout out to Nick McKee, who has put this tool together for us. And Fiona's chance to win is only 3%. Chance to podium, 19%. Like, that's a decent chance to podium and see yourself on the World Championship podium.
3%. 3%'s great. 3%'s more. 3%'s more than zero. That's what I'm hearing. More than zero.
I was just looking at that chance to podium, being like, that's like I'd look at that and actually be like, you know what? I should actually be going for that.
Oh, 19 is very realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like in my brain, I'm like, 3%, totally doable. You gotta make it happen. 3% means that you just gotta get in the mind of your opponent and be like, no, they're bad. I'm the best. And then just make it happen.
We've talked about this too. These percentages are based on just numbers. These do not factor in the mental game. These don't factor in like how you're feeling in that moment. And what we just saw from Fiona, to me, shoots that chance to win up.
Yeah. they also don't factor in your improvement curve.
Yeah.
Like it's just purely based on your most recent averages. And so if you're someone who has been the exact same speed for the last year, then it's very accurate. While if you're someone who's been like, oh wow, I've been improving a lot, I have like much faster capabilities, like it's actually a little higher. So. All right, are we on?
Yeah, this is okay. So we've
Are we
switched
6 already?
groups. Yeah.
All right, Lachlan's.
Really shaky.
Yeah.
This is my first ever big championship.
Okay.
Just hearing some of that
Yeah,
chatter at
so
the
accurate.
station. We love it.
All right, Lachlan saying 253 while saying I'm a bit shaky and aware that he is definitely nervous because his first ever big championship.
And he's 11.
I mean, pretty good start.
And he's halfway around the world.
Yeah.
He's 11 years old
It's a
on
long
the
flight.
other side of the world. First world championship, kicks it off with a 2.5.
I mean, the trip from Oceania to Seattle is brutal. Did it on the way back from Melbourne in 2019. Like, I know, like, I was looking at Felix's Instagram story, and I was like, Melbourne to SFO to Seattle. Like, I've done that before. Like, it's brutal. Get off the plane in SFO after, like, 14 hours, and you're like, I'm not even close.
Honestly, I came 5 hours on a plane, and I was not feeling that great on Saturday. So I'm glad that I came early, and I'm here and not feeling jet lag now. And so hopefully for a lot of these competitors, they did make that choice to come like a day or two early, settle in, get that, nice, good sleep that is usually night 2, not night 1, all of that stuff.
Especially when your first event is the first one, your Friday night final. You're in that first set of 4. I'm really excited about this schedule.
Yes.
Oh my God. Like, it was interesting. Like, we announced it because, like, first of all, credit to Tim Reynolds, who took inspiration from Olympic swimming and track, which, if you've watched, swimming or cubing is very similar to a lot of different events, prelims, semifinals, finals, and realized, oh, this is probably a good idea. Each event lasts over 2 days. You know when you're going to do your event. You have your round 1. Next day, you have your semifinals and your finals. Tim is the lead organizer of this competition and runs CubingUSA. And he was the one who thought of the idea. And then I helped work with him to make sure that, what event combinations do we want to make sure on different nights, like 5, 6, and 7, obviously on different nights, 2x2 pyramids and skew, obviously on different nights. So the most common event final overlaps are separate. And then even if you do an event combination with more than 3, so you obviously have to have a double, like 3 to 7, one-handed is a very popular combination. There are no back-to-back finals. You'd have like first and last of the night. So obviously at some point, you will have to double up and you will have to be, and maybe if you do a really unorthodox combination of events, you have back-to-back, but it's really catered to the average general population will have a really nice schedule, and I think we'll see just a slight increase in people have more time to reset. We'll see people at their best, and that's what we want to do. We want to make sure we have a schedule that really caters to the viewing experience and also make sure that the competitors are able to compete at their very, very best.
Okay, we're going to get Lachlan Gibson's second solve, clock round 1.
We are on solve 2, right?
Solve 2, yeah.
Wow.
And no flip, just a real confident drop there, 2.03.
Oh, there's no way this guy's ever flipping. 2.03. All right, so PR average, which is world record, 2.28. I love that reaction, though. 2.03. Solve underneath the world record average, which is your PR, and just doesn't mean anything. I'm not counting that. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe you'll be happy if he counts at 2.03, but...
Well, we'll see. And if he comes in here and counts 2.03 in clock round 1 at the World Championship, I will be impressed.
He's really setting the standard.
Yeah, really be setting the tone.
I think he's already setting the standard. I'm impressed with just his body language. 2.5 on the first one. Aware, not only he's handles the nerves pretty, is aware that he's nervous, handles it well, and then immediately comes back, and I can already start to see him ease in. It's a 2.03.
8 seconds.
Having the self-awareness to be nervous and to deliberately handle it successfully is very impressive and really bodes well for performing to your capabilities in the major final. Because Lachlan, based on his seed and everything we've seen, making the final will be trivial, barring it would require some disaster to not. And so he's just okay, let's Let's get a good seed. Let's make sure we're on the top 2 seeds for finals. We get our middle seat. We're feeling good. We tell everyone else that, like, I'm here to win all 3 rounds.
Yeah.
I know that I remember talking, Samir Agarwal lives in my region, so like I remember talking to him at a competition recently, and I was impressed with his mindset where we were talking about square one. He's just like defending world champion, world record holder, and it's like the goal isn't even to win. It's like he said, I want to win all 3 rounds, and I'm like, that's the mindset of someone who is here and is going to actually succeed and win. I think that specific goal, like you have to set like ambitious goals. Like I think that'll be extremely. It's obviously even harder than winning worlds, but like it's doable. He believes he can, and like obviously the results say he can. And like that's the mentality you need to have when like you're going to be winning these things, because everyone else is going to have a similar level of confidence at the very top level.
Yeah. And we know, I think, as much as you can know, that someone like Samir has been putting in the work towards that goal. He's set those goals, and he's working for them.
Oh, yeah. You can see, like, he's setting the goals. He's already set many goals and has gotten them. Like, world record averages. He had 2 world record averages earlier this year. Current world champ. I don't think there's much more to the resume that's impressive. Like, there's not much more impressive resume. World champ and world record average holder is it's about as good as it gets.
It could get more impressive this weekend, though.
You're right. Back-to-back champ is not the most common thing.
It's actually it's pretty rare, and it's something we'll be watching this weekend.
We'll be looking for a couple three-peats.
Who can do it, yeah.
I think actually just Max. Max is up for 2 three-peats in 5 and 7. Will be the 3rd time that a three-peat has happened, and so I think one of those. I think getting both would be very hard, but I think one of them. I think 7x7 is extremely likely for Max. Just looking at those results, I would say that's his. I think 7x7 is actually one of the most likely events to be like the winner's kind of set. Not set. I mean, it's a mean 3 event. Nothing is set in stone. And these mean 3 event where the other competitors we now know are capable of getting high 130s. So. But I think that's Max's best chance to win the event this weekend. And I think I would be extremely shocked if he didn't.
This is something that I've been thinking about, is what is harder, and I think you've been in both situations, defending or coming back and like after an upset.
What do you mean? Like,
what do you think has more pressure? So like Yihang is like trying to come back after getting upset last time.
Defending is so much harder. It's like not even close.
Okay,
like
that's the question. That's my question.
I guess like I don't have an experience where like I won and then I got upset and then I was coming back.
Okay.
Like I think when we're specifically talking about, Yihang is similar to like the Felix 2011, where Felix was the major favorite, lost, and then came back in 2013. And similarly, me in 11 for 6x6 lost, and then came back in 13. Is the same as Yihang. First time major favorite loses. I think that's like, it's not easy. It's very hard, but I think that situation really leads to extremely strong results. Where like, you still have that full hunger to like, you haven't done this yet.
Yeah.
You are looking for your first win. You know you can do it, and like that's the only thing on your mind, especially when that disaster, like you don't have enough like pedigree to like have that disaster be like shaking your confidence to your core. It's like almost pure just like fire to come back and win, versus I think when you're really established and you're maybe like, oh, we've been doing this for so long and like I got upset, like do I not have it anymore? It's like when you're still on the rise, you're like, oh, well, I didn't have it quite yet. Like, we're still getting it, we're still bringing it. And so like, if we're talking about Yihang, like I think quite honestly, like I think he's going to destroy everyone. Like I don't think it's going to be close. I think he could win all 4 rounds. Like now we're talking like I think
there you go.
There's a very realistic chance he wins all 4 rounds. Like I would bet that like he's not even competing comp style at home because like he knows he's going to make finals. He's probably only practicing like head-to-head finals comp style because that's the only round like that's like truly, truly important for him. Like you just have that, like, especially the last 2 years, been so dominant in his 3x3. That's indicative of someone who's practicing so much, has this specific goal, is going to come in. And, I would slam dunk pick Yihang to win. I honestly think it's ridiculous to pick anyone else.
I was going to say, I don't think that's a very hot take.
No.
At all.
But people keep talking about, like, oh, Yihang choked last time. Like, he's going to do it again.
I'm
like,
seen that on the
oh,
streets.
it's so different. Like, he's so young. It's his first time. Like, that's, like, a little different than, like, he's not a choker. Like,
no.
He won Asian champs. He competes extremely well. Like,
take a pause. C-Lock himself here, 299.
Not very happy. He, like, really slow. Something must have happened on one of his other solves that he missed because there was no rush. There was no anything. Maybe he got DNF because he flipped and checked. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, Yihang has spent the last 2 years grinding for this weekend.
No.
There's no world in which it's anything similar to the last time he was here.
No, and like the claims that like he's a choker or like he like messed up last time, it's like it's your first world champs on solve 5 in the world final and like get a small not small lockup, like a pretty big lockup to lose. Like that is not the definition of someone who has like mental issues. Like that's like someone who has made one mistake in a huge high pressure scenario and he's like spent the last 2 years all the indications are that he spent the last 2 years fixing that. Like now if that hasn't happened to Asian champs again, or like we keep seeing him get like world record fails on the last solve, like I'd be like, oh, maybe like his mental stamina is questionable, but he competes so well. He like dominates everywhere he goes. Like he has 2 sub 4 average. Like not only that, but like he's just better than everyone by a large margin. 2 sub 4 averages. So I'm really excited to see the competition. I saw Zhuan Yi solve in person for the first time last week, and it was, watch the kid make 2 mistakes and get a 4.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's funny because I watch him get 2 mistakes, he gets a high 4, and I'm like, yeah, but Yihang wouldn't have made those mistakes. He would have gotten a low 4. And it's true.
It's true.
Like, that's the difference.
The other thing is that, what really strikes me when I was watching Zhuan Yi solve and even Xian, who is, they, I think, train together, is like, they're just so good at not letting the highs get too high or the lows get too low, as you say.
Yeah.
They're
886.
Again, you talk about this all the time. It's like when you put your hands down and you see what's on the timer, like, what is your reaction to that?
Yeah.
And how do you carry yourself
That was
after?
a temp.
You really can see how people react, and like that kind of it is honestly a really strong indicator of how like well their competition mindset is.
Just sitting down here for their second.
I think we are wrapping up. We just called 5x5 round 1, group 1 in the main hall. I think we're still finishing up. The main stages might be a couple touches behind, but we are moving along nicely. Pre-noon, round 1, our pre-noon first event of World Champs. We got a lot of cubing to do.
And already have been just seeing some like really interesting performances and things that I'm like, we're going to keep our eyes on that, because we just saw Fiona, what we've been seeing from Lachlan. Like, I think people really understand that, obviously, that we're coming to World Championship. It's the biggest thing that's ever happened in cubing. And people want to be ready to win, to perform, to... People aren't coming here to play around.
No, it's it's crazy that like in every single event now, if you are at the very top, like this is not, it's not a game anymore. Cubing is very like hobbyist, very like casual to like relatively serious friendly, and like it's like so true for like so many competitors, including myself. Like nowadays, we're like at this very top level when these guys are top 5, really going for the win. Like, is not a game. They treat it like a sport. It is very serious. This is like their entire life, and like I'm excited that this competition really gives them the respect that they deserve and the environment to like show what they have practiced. Mm-hmm. All right, we have Volodymyr. 2.8. Okay. The classic head shake after the disappointing solve.
But again, you don't need to be like the head shakes.
That's totally
like,
fine. He's like, nothing crazy. Oh, not a good solve. 2.8 is not good for him. Like, he's world rank 2, 2.3. You don't want to be like sitting at this comp being like, I have to get a world record back. Oh, 3.47 from Lachlan. That was not a DNF, right? Like, he would have had a bigger reaction.
He was kind of really shaking his head, though. So
that was his slowest, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening, but we will obviously get the final results and get it all cleared up, and the picture will kind of, get really clear for what's happening as we go into clock round 2. But that was the first we saw from Volodymyr, right? So
yeah.
I'm not sure if that was his first solve and maybe he was just a bit late coming up, or...
We're definitely a little behind in the swim stations. Okay. But also, like, it's interesting because it's pretty clear that, like, Lachlan and Volodymyr are a lot better than everyone else.
Yeah.
Like, even the other really fast clock solvers, like, it's like when you watch Max and Taman do 5x5 versus everyone else, like...
So it's like,
even though it's like, oh yeah, like 37 average is good, but like it's significantly worse than like the top two. Like sometimes like those events like at the super like there's that just like one more level, and then that's when you kind of see like, okay, this is what this event is really capable of. It's like the Sebastian, Timon, Max trio, and 4x4 like Max and Timon, and 5x5 just Max, and 6 and 7 sometimes. Maybe it's like Max on a normal day and everyone else on their best day ever.
Yeah.
Is like what 6 and 7 are capable of.
Yeah. I mean, again, and it is in some ways that you look at like Yihang and you look at Zhuan Yi in 3x3, and like again, 3x3 is a little bit different. Like there's so much going on, it could be wide open, but there's just something that you look at, like we were just talking about with Yihang, where you're like, oh, this is like,
It's different.
it's different. Yeah.
And Zhuan Yi's second rank in the world, but like Yihang's average of his last 12 official averages is 4.44, and Zhuan Yi's is 4.86. And 4.86 for an official, like he averages sub 5 officially, and that's so impressive. And it is 0.42 seconds slower than Yihang, which is an eternity. That's 10%.
Yeah, that when you put it that way, it really like paints the picture really clearly.
Yeah.
And then you look at the rest of the pack, and again, it's those like low to mid 5s, but you think about it and you're like, wait,
That's a huge gap.
that's a huge gap.
I mean,
A
Timon.
full second out of 5 seconds.
Timon's third. Like the top three are actually pretty far ahead. It's crazy. The top three are very far ahead before there's a huge wash in 3x3 rankings. But even within the top three, there's such a big gap. Like this is the average of, when you take the average of their last 12 official averages, Yihang is first with 444, Zhuan Yi 486, Timon 528, and then Ruheng's a confirmed not coming. Max is in fourth place with 5.6, and then everyone's 5.6, 5.7, 5.6. But like that's just it's like 0.4, 0.4, 0.4 gap, and then everyone else. Volodymyr with the 2.4, very upset. I don't think it was a DNF.
We'll
Flip.
see the flip here.
Yeah.
We're good.
No, it's definitely solved. That's the standard we're working with, though. Where someone gets a 2.4 second clock solve,
And shakes his head, yes.
The reaction is so negative that we're not sure if it was actually a DNF. All right, look, I think we're curious. I think we just missed a couple. We were getting most of the top, the very, very top comparisons, but I think we just missed a couple, which we'll figure it out. The wall looks really good.
Yeah, so yesterday coming in here and walking through, firstly, it's like mind-blowing how big the venue is. Again, 2 NAC-sized rooms. Like, there's so much going on.
Yeah.
And then we're like putting up this beautiful wall behind the solving stations, and I know not obviously everyone watching, you won't get to see the full experience of being in the room, but we'll get some room shots for you, and you'll just kind of get to take in like how big this space is.
Oh, we need to do a full like 360 pan on the PTZ cams,
Yeah.
like throughout the finals. Like this entire room being jam packed to like fire code limitations is going to be just. It's going to be crazy. Like just looking out over that crowd and seeing 3,000 people watching you. I mean, I was standing up on the bleachers to test. You might, if you want to see the screens that we have up here, you can definitely see and watch. If you want to see the Yihang solve with your own eyeballs, without on the screen, you might want to bring your binoculars.
Yeah. Okay, earlier that was Carter Thomas that we were looking at.
Oh, WCT
and-
member.
Yeah, a
Oh,
average
seed 5.
seed 5. Yeah,
2.8.
PR average of 2.8. And
25% chance to podium.
a 4% chance to win, which, as we talked about, is not nothing.
That's like 2% more than the cutoff for me to be like, oh, we can do it.
Okay, so if it's 2% or less, then you're like, oh.
Well, 1%. We need to ask if like 1%. What does 0.2% round to? Does it round to 0? Where's the rounding? We need another sig fig.
Okay.
We need one more digit because like, if it's 0.1, I'm like, okay, probably not. But if it's 1, I'm like, maybe.
Maybe. So yeah, I mean, again, Carter Thomas. We have this like really defined top 2 in this event, but the thing about World Championship is anything can happen, so stay tuned all weekend, and 2, these other spot, like the battle for third place here will be a story.
Yeah. Oh my. Wow. Actually, we're looking at the average of 12 psych sheet for clock, and yeah, Lachlan is first with a 2.65. Volodymyr is second with 2.79, and then Brenton Dunnigan is third with 3.35. So 0.06 separates the top two, and then a 0.6 gap down to third place in a 3-second event. That's 20%.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think. Well, obviously anything can happen. Unless something crazy happens, it's obviously a Lachlan versus Volodymyr for the win show. And when you're kind of that good at that level, though, you're not here for second. Second
No.
place will be disappointing, especially when we just saw Volodymyr get 2.4 and shake his head. Like, that's the standard we're working with. I don't think he's settling for anything less than first.
All right, here's his inspection. Didn't move any pins. Turning there. A flip to stop the timer, but I don't know if he looked at it when he flipped it.
I've seen that a couple of times. Like, they flip it over, but like, by the time your brain processes the information, your head is already on the timer. So what was the point?
Yeah, I don't know that you're going to be able to like lift back up quickly enough. So anyways, maybe a little bit of a habit moment. I don't know.
Yeah, his hands were on the timer before the clock even turned over. I think like
it makes you feel better, like in your heart or something like that.
I think like genetically, like it takes like 0.1 or 0.15 for your brain to even like register any information that you see or something. Like, I don't think it's possible. I'm curious what. Well, we'll see the results as they go. And round one results are not. We will have an exciting new thing we'll have at Worlds this year is we will have results within a couple. We will be doing semi-live results for all semifinals, which means that results will be entered when the cubes return to the scrambling table. So it will not be during finals. The results are entered about 3 seconds after the result is done. But for semifinals, it'll be about 90 seconds, within 20 to 90 seconds after, which will be amazing to have because we will instantly be able to see and tell you who made finals. There will be like a large part of semifinals is like waiting for the results to go in to see like where the actual line is, and we will know immediately. Especially for 3x3 finals or 3x3 semifinals, that's going to be one exciting round.
All right, Carter, 2.4. It was good, and he had. I was like, what? I'm watching like an old school clock solve here because he like did a flip like in the actual middle of the solve. Look at that. What was that?
Well, a third of the solve was him flipping it over.
Yeah.
2.4 old school with the flip. Nice and safe.
And a little grin there, so it seems like
He knows,
he's
like,
happy with that.
I don't think we're gonna be seeing that tomorrow night. That's for sure.
No, the standards changed
Aggressive.
as the weekend goes on.
Yes, the most priority one, advance.
Yeah.
Then feel good. Then get a good time. Honestly, those are I would say that's the order for sure for earlier rounds. Like, it's the most important thing is to execute well and feel good. Like, it's better to get terrible scrambles and have, like, if you get terrible scrambles, execute super well and get a really solid time. It's not PR. That in round two, that's better than getting super lucky and executing bad and getting a good time. Because like the time itself isn't as important. Well, you just want to make sure you're on that track, mentally on. Once we're in the final, you want to get lucky. Like, honestly, like you'll take getting lucky. When you're in the final, you want to execute well and get lucky. Like, it doesn't matter how it happened in the final. The time is the time is the time.
Yeah.
But when you're getting there, you really want to make sure you be setting that tone for you to like be able to execute when hopefully you get lucky in the final.
8 seconds.
Hey, here's Vladimir's fourth solve.
All right, so we have Lachlan's results too.
Oh,
Whoa,
Oh.
did he? Okay, well, it wasn't a DNF, but might as well. Actually, not, no, because he's counting a 2.435. What's his worst possible average here? It's probably still going to make second round.
Thank you.
This is why it's important. So even when a solve is going poorly, every hundredth can count. You do not, maybe if he DNFs his last solve, yeah, 449, worst possible.
yeah.
If you just completely give up and get like a second is a second, no matter what solve it happens on, if it's counting, like, he's safe.
Yeah.
Even with a 6-0, a 6-8. But like if he just like totally gave up and like slouched back and did like an 8-0, like now we can get a DNF and like
Yeah.
yes, it'd be a terrible average, but he's safe. And
Yeah.
that's, like we said, the number one priority, advance.
Number one priority. That's the story of all round ones. And Vladimir there. Again, it's like, I was actually going to comment right before the solve went that he was trending really well with the first 3 solves. And then I was like, oops,
Yeah.
I jinxed it. But he is trending really well, and so that's a good thing. Okay, we're seeing a 5x5 solve. So yeah, we're just wrapping up clock.
We're going to
and
be
starting 5x5.
Yeah, we're going to be switching over to the interview with Stanley Chappell, our 5x5
Yeah.
blind world champion, very soon. We got, as 5x5 gets in, I think we are going to be transitioning me out for Michael. Yes, that is correct. What is our transition graphic? Or we have a quick break?
I think we might wait for Vladimir's last solve and then go to
Okay.
a quick break. Let's see if we can get that last one in.
We might have missed it. He might be done.
Okay. We'll
He's been
see.
kind of been switching around stations and stuff, so it's hard to know 100%.
Production will let us know.
Yes. Do we have Michael Tripodi ready to go on the cast? Tripodi's also in this group. Okay, so we have a couple more clocks. It looks like we're starting 5x5. We're like finishing up the clock. We're catching up by, since we're a little behind in the competition, we're catching up right now by doing last round of clock and first round of 5 simultaneously, looks like.
I'll take that.
3.0 from Carter
With a flip.
with a flip.
This round doesn't.
Make the next.
It's just mind blowing.
You hear that?
No. What do you say?
Yeah. Yeah, just a little.
This round doesn't matter. As long as we make the next round, we're good.
Correct. That is the correct mindset.
I think Carter, I would bet he probably had a DNF in there, and then that's why we're seeing him do the old school like pure flip.
Right.
I think it's a good idea. Like make sure you succeed. Okay, Vladimir is still waiting in the competitor waiting area, so looks like he's got one more. Got some 5x5 going too.
This is the event you're most excited about.
I am very excited about 5x5. I gotta be ready. I gotta see how fast I am still, which is not fast.
You're most excited for it personally and like for the storyline in general?
I wouldn't say I'm that excited for it personally.
Okay.
Like, I'm not very good anymore. But we'll see. I think I can get a PR. So we're okay. We got Vladimir's last solve here. Hopefully we can get his current average up. We got his WPA 449, which is BPA 291. So he can still take Lock. Do we know what Lachlan got? I saw it, but we have.
Lachlan got 3-0.
Okay, because he can still beat Fiona, who has a 295.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Fiona might be taking first in this round.
Yeah.
I think actually, if Vladimir gets over 2-4, Fiona will win
8 seconds.
round 1. All right.
It's good.
2.6.
Unless we are missing any results, congratulations to Fiona Bao, who just won clock round 1 at World Championship. That's got to be nice for the confidence moving forward.
Chance to win 3%. I feel like chance to win is, we just saw chance to win 3% means you have a 100% chance to win one.
A lot higher than 3%, I'd say. I think especially for clock, which is like the possibility of DNF type event, makes the earlier rounds much more different than a lot of the pure sided events. So that will be interesting to see how that the strategy from the top solvers changes from round to round. But first place Fiona.
There we go.
That's you can't argue with that.
That is a big deal. Okay. Thanks so much for joining us. We are just getting started. Do not
absolutely.
go anywhere. You just have to. If I was at home, I'd just have it on the whole weekend.
The whole weekend.
Just.
I would write down when finals are, so you know
Okay,
extra, but back at the very least, background for the entire weekend.
And we are going to throw it to a break. I'm going to let production know that is where
Caleb
we are
won?
headed.
Oh, sorry, Caleb won.
And Fiona did not win. Okay.
We were missing a couple results.
Results will go into WCA Live. Don't listen to us. Listen to WCA Live.
WCA Live has the real data.
Worldcubeassociation.org. You can follow along all weekend. And we are going to head to a break. And when we get to that break, we will be right back after that, and we will be speaking to 5x5 blindfolded world champion Stanley Chappell.
Stages. I think it's by room. I think it's by room. So main hall.
We might not be going to a break, you guys. We will
They're going to.
Okay, we're not. We can just
We're not.
keep. We'll.
Okay, formal apology to Caleb Wolf Dunn, who actually won clock round one
Okay,
with
good.
with a national record, UK and NR average of 2.68.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Okay, a national record. I mean, setting any.
By the way, Caleb and Fiona 1-2. Neither of the 1-2 took 1-2.
Yeah.
Oh, did we switch out? Okay. All right, I got you ready.
Oh my god. We're 40 minutes behind. And it is what it is. Thank you.
Oh, I've got my Team Oz jacket on. I shouldn't have that on. Oops.
I can show loyalties, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
can't because I'm supposed to be on stream.
Right.
Alright. Yeah, it's not bad,
Yeah. I think that's like third in the round or something.
yeah. Oh wait, that's your clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. And we are back with some commentary. Hello, everybody. You might not have seen me on stream at all today, probably because I haven't been on yet, but you'll be seeing me over this weekend. My name's Michael, and I am here with the lovely, wonderful winner of 5x5 Blind, Stanley Chappell. Hello, Stanley. Welcome to the live stream.
Hello, Michael.
How was 5 Blind? Obviously, the win was pretty cool, but you won it in a very interesting way, DNFing the first 2 solves and then clutching it up on the very last with a 213. Was that what you were expecting coming into the last solve?
Certainly not, but can't say I can. I don't have anything to complain about, of course.
Of course, a world champion title is pretty good to have on the resume. You've got a few already, but nice to get one pretty early and settle the nerves for the rest of the competition. Got much else planned for the competition? Planning a 4 blind win? Going for the triple?
I hope so, right? You know, the triple title, to be clear.
Okay, yep.
Yes.
So you have won the last 2 world championships, is that
Right,
correct?
that is correct.
So going for the 3-peat, if you will, the 3 in a row. Will be interesting to see. That is going to be on Sunday morning, and I believe that will be live streamed. So if you're looking to see Stanley hopefully come away with the 3-peat, please do tune in. Other than that, last World Championships. I want to touch on last World Championships for you because obviously you won 4 blind there, as we've been referring to with the 3-peat. You did win 2 World Championship titles, but not the 2 that many people would have expected, winning Scube, as a matter of fact, and not 5x5 blind, which I don't think was on many people's bingo card for that competition.
Yeah.
What I want to know is that do you have any events this time round that you think people will be surprised by how well you do, Ellen?
I don't think I'm at liberty to tell you that. I think that would ruin the mental game I play.
Ooh, all right. So planning some secrets. Keep your secrets then. That's perfectly okay. So you've been doing pretty well in some side events recently. Got some nice clock PRs. I saw. I have to keep track of your clock PRs because obviously that's the only way I'm going to un-nemesize you. So I've been keeping close tabs on that. I hope to see you do well this competition.
Thank you.
But yeah, otherwise, 5-blind win is pretty good. We also had Simon Preschel in with a second place national record, 257. So nice to see some good results across the board. What have you competed in so far this championships?
I have only competed in 5-blind and clock so far.
Okay, and how did clock go for you?
Clock wasn't great. I got a, what was that, 4.4 average?
4.4 average. I wonder what makes semifinals. I know semifinals is top 120. On the psych sheet, I believe that to be around about a 4.4. So I think you're probably safe to make it into the semifinals.
Yeah, definitely so.
We hope to do well in finals this time around? If you make finals?
If I make it,
I assume.
I mean, I definitely have the high ground in terms of nerves, so I can definitely exploit that quite hard. But I'm also ultimately not as fast as most of the top people, so it's going to be fun seeing how those two factors play with each other.
Yeah, and in regards to that high ground on the mental nerves, do you think that's more because you focus on a lot of events, so you get a lot of chance to compete in things that you've been practicing, or is that partly a liberty of just you being a competitor at the top level for so long?
I think both of those are factors. I think both of those play into how much I'm able to clutch up major finals and how much I am able to not be affected by nerves where other people tend to fall down.
Okay. That's fair enough. I suppose it's also things that things that come with experience from competing so long, and it's, always good to see you competing so well across a range of events. I think it's really inspirational for a lot of people to try and aim to be something like that. In regards to all-rounding, how do you pick and choose which events you practice on for any given competition?
Well, I think the fundamental thing about all-rounding is that you do all events. And I think that has been lost in general. But overall, I make sure I'm rotating in every single event over a period of time, and I always make sure that I'm not ignoring an event for an extended period of time. Like a lot of people will tend to just not pay attention to big blinds or not pay attention to FMC or not pay attention to clock. I just kind of do things where I see that just look fun with a bit of a bias towards things that I might not have looked at in a bit.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the magic is lost when you ignore certain events because each event brings something different to the table. And I think if you're kind of denying yourself practicing those events, then you're missing out on what those events have to offer, particularly Big Blind and FMC, which I think we're both a bit partial to, particularly the Big Blind. Yeah. We have Felix Zemdegs on our screen now. We are into this first group of 5x5. Nice to see some big names up early. He actually broke the Oceanic record not long ago at the Victorian State Championship back in Australia. We're looking to see him do pretty well across this competition. Hoping to settle the nerves pretty early on with some 5x5. But otherwise, how's the travel been treating you, Stanley? Is this your first time competing in Seattle?
This is not my first time competing in Seattle. I've competed in the Seattle area in a couple of competitions. Both were Actually, no, I've competed here 3 times before. 2 of them were pretty wacky competitions, and then one of them was just a standard 2-day PBQ in the 2019 style.
Oh, beautiful.
That was the comp where on day 1, 4-blind round 1, I got world record single with 119.20, and on day 2, I got 110.68 as a second world record single.
You've got like the whole database in your head. Your PRs are just off the dome, absolutely crazy. Yeah. And also, nice job dropping it by that amount. Like, I mean,
thank you.
I know you must have been practicing, and this was pretty early days in the life of Stanley Chappell's cubing career.
That was the comp where one passing worked for the first time ever.
And then once it works, it just stays working, ideally. I wish I could hit that point. That's the ultimate goal. Felix Zemdegs, 48.98. Maybe not the greatest start from there. His OCR average that he's just set recently is in the 40.1 range, so looking to improve over the next little bit. But in terms of settling the nerves, 5-blind, pretty good for you. Clutching the win by a pretty solid amount. Is that the fastest time we've seen at a World Championships, I believe, as well?
That is. The last World Championship was won with a 2:18 world record single. So this is 5 seconds faster than the world record was at the previous World Championship. So by default,
And I believe that was Hilpong of Malaysia who set that world record at the last World Champs in Korea.
That was Hilpong, yes.
Unfortunately not around to defend his title, but it is nice to see the times getting faster regardless of who is setting them.
Hill being now a cuber who is much more focused on the coaching side of things, has a little bit less involvement as an active solver, but he's still around. He is still a very good big blinder, just doesn't really choose to compete.
And has set Megaminx NRs pretty recently for Malaysia, if I do recall correctly as well. But yes, obviously focusing a bit more on the coaching aspect of things. It's nice to get different things out of cubing, whether you be a top solver or using your skill set in another aspect.
Certainly. I mean, that's what I like about all-rounding, after all, is how many facets of speed cubing you get to be involved with. And coaching is just another way you can do that.
It's just another extension of the knowledge that you're able to attain by doing all events. Is that kind of the vibe?
I would definitely agree, yeah.
Yeah, incredible. One thing I've also noted for all-rounding is that a lot of the events you can kind of lump together somewhat similarly. I know that obviously 4-blind and 5-blind go together quite well, and those tie in with multi-blind, and 3-blind is in there as well. But it's not just the blind events. All of the blind events kind of have their own category, so to say. We talk about sprint events and long events and that sort of thing. Do you find that useful in your practice to kind of aim for a certain set of events, or do you just go event by event, whatever needs kind of practicing the most?
Thinking about event categories is actually more destructive than anything. And I think that playing to the nuances of each individual event is far more beneficial for me, especially at the stage I am with all-rounding, where the events that are part of the families, like blinds and big cubes, are some of my strongest. So I really just think that once you get sufficiently good at all-rounding, you really do want to focus on individual nuances that make 6x6 different from 7x7, and that's how you stay good at both of them.
$112.18 for our competitor there. We do have Felix Zemdegs back up on stage. Didn't start off too well, unfortunately, with a 48. Seeing if he can improve on that start.
Yeah.
Eight seconds.
If nothing else at this competition, would you be happy with just a 5-blind win, or are you going for 4-blind as well?
I'd love to get the 4-blind. I mean, it's just 4-blind's my event. I'd love to just get a third title in it.
You'd consider it your event more so than 5x5 blind,
Yeah,
do you think?
4-blind is my baby. It's my child. Like, I'm at this point responsible for a good portion of the meta. I'm the fastest solver by a lot. 4-blind is my thing.
Yep. Would you be keen to see some more improvement in and around the 4-blind scene in regards to everybody else? I know, of course, and a lot of people might remember that you set a bounty for some more people to try and get sub-1 on 4x4 blind. No one so far since that announcement has actually gotten sub-1. The world rank, second world rank has stayed largely similar.
Yes, it's still Hilpong's 10101.
Very cool number.
Yes.
10101. Do you have any picks for who you think is going to be the next to breach that sub-1 barrier?
So I think there are a few people who are in very good contention. So the first person that we need to talk about is Hilpong, who is, he's capable of getting sub-1s, and I've seen his Instagram stories. He can get them decent amount of time whenever he practices, but he's also just not really actively competing right now. Next, we've got to talk about Ryan Eckersley, Billy Goose. He is getting into his groove with one passing, and he's not quite there speed-wise yet, but he is he's someone who could do it. If he's just persistent about it, I think he is a good shout to claim it. And then the other person who I have on my mind for this bounty is Manuel Gutmann. He is a little bit further away than those two, but he's also kind of infinitely talented, and I don't know, he'd do it if he just wanted to, I think.
Manuel Gutmann, of course, the 2019 3x3 blindfolded world champion.
That's right.
He's also notched up a podium here, I believe, in 5x5 blind.
He's the bronze medalist in 5 blind at 2025 Worlds.
Amazing. So yeah, already some of these fast competitors, names that you're thinking of, are doing pretty well at this competition, which is always a great start.
Definitely, yeah.
Oh, here we go. Who's this on the top down view that we've got? Just finishing parity into the 3x3 stage now. I believe that 5x5 blind podium as well has got to be the quickest that we've seen at any competition, not just a world championship.
Certainly so. I mean, yeah, we had Simon Proschel, as we've mentioned, got a 2:57 NR single to clutch his second place, which is an incredible performance because not only is this his first world championship, that was his first ever round at a world championship. So to claim a silver medal there is an incredible accomplishment.
It's an amazing way to start off your competition, isn't it? First round of the entire competition, first round at a World Championships, getting that sub-3 mark in 5x5 blind, setting a new national record for Austria.
Right.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And he's got multi-blind to think about later on as well.
Yeah.
I think by all accounts, 5x5 blindfolded, not even his main focus. He's definitely one of the competitors that's looking to score a spot on that podium for multi-blind as well.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, he is, dare I say, even a favorite over Graham and Rowe. I mean, his consistency is just out of this world.
I think the main consensus is that if it's not going to be one of those two, then Simon is a massive favorite. He's been so consistent, but also somehow is improving all the time. So it's just incredible to see, and I'm really excited to see what he can do at this World Championships. It's also been really good to see just the standard of competition already at this championships has been absolutely incredible. Not least in 5x5 blind. In clock, we also had Caleb Wolf Dunn, as far as we know, taking that first round with a time of 2.68 for that average, a national record for the United Kingdom, Caleb Wolf Dunn. In second place, women's world record holder Fiona Bow with another sub-3 average, 2.95. And then Lockie Gibson, the world record holder for average from New Zealand with a 3 flat. So had some really good times across the board so far, hoping that that can continue in our 5x5. And if we see who's up next, we've obviously seen Felix Zemdegs in this group, Richard Delacoste,
Tommy Cherry.
We've seen Tommy Cherry in this group as well. Tommy Cherry, the defending champion for both clock and 3x3 blindfolded. So I'll have to look and see if he can do well in that.
Got Berno Lee going right here. But yeah, it's really incredible how, I'd like it to go further, but the big blind scene has saturated itself really well. And we've made very, very big strides since 2023, which I think is great.
Not trying to boost your ego or anything, but I do think you probably had something to do with that. Having someone at the top to chase is definitely it's a novelty, because I don't think you get that in a lot of the other events. I think it's just big blind is one of those things where, if you're on it, you're on it.
Yeah, and also being in this position is really fun, because what motivated me to get good at big blind in the first place was that we had this situation going on, except I was the underdog who was going against an unbeatable world record holder in Kaijun Lin.
Berno Lee with a 50.13. Remember Kaijun back in the day? We talked about him briefly on the warm-up stream. But yeah, he's one of those competitors I don't think is doing much competing anymore, but definitely back in his day did a lot for big blind on the world stage, and also setting a couple of Chinese records in 3x3 along the way, which I think is funny, given that now that's absolutely nowhere close to where the Chinese records are.
Yeah, he had a 7.6, it was a 7.7 Chinese record average with the Rue method in 2017, I believe.
Way back in the glory days, Yeah,
Kaijun, one of the semi-OG Rue users. I guess to everyone nowadays, he's just OG. But to me, he will never be anything more than a semi-OG. I can't in good conscience call myself OG.
We see Felix Zemdegs on for solve number 3. Notice him using the Yao method. That's something that he's had a couple of battles with recently. I know just a few days before the World Championships, just like the last World Championships, he did a few practice solves with Redux, which is the method that he used for a very, very long time, set many world records and OCRs with it, and immediately set a PB average of 5, but ended up, in the end, switching back to Yao, and he's going to be using that for this competition. ZBLL there. 46.57. Unfortunately, accounting time, so some ways away from that oceanic record that we saw him set recently at the Victorian State Championship. With that instant replay there, you'll be able to see edges oriented. It's that last pair and into the ZBLL. Pretty quick recognition, but unfortunately it was too little too late. It's nice to see Felix Zemdegs at this competition. Has been setting many continent records recently, still at the top of his game. It's nice to see one of the OGs, as you would put it, still on top after so long.
Yeah, no, it is incredible to see these cubers who have been around since before me staying at the top of their game. Because I mean, I keep thinking about this. Like when I got good, I was a young gun. I had not been cubing for long. I was a little kid. I wasn't that little of a kid, but I was a kid. And I mean, now I'm just in completely the opposite position. Been cubing for 9 years. I am employed. You know,
absolutely wild. That's a big milestone right there.
Yeah, yeah.
See, I believe this is Richard Delacoste of Switzerland up some more 5x5.
Yeah, Richard, I feel like, is one of those names you see everywhere all the time, and then you just never like see his face. So it's always fun to like see him pop up on the live streams.
Yeah. And for those of you who've seen the name but not the face before, you can do some association there. Richard, I believe, yes, he's done Yao with some of the yellow cross edges. He's going to have white on top for the remainder of this solve.
It's always interesting seeing these people who don't do the like Jay's thing for last four.
44.63 for Richard Delacoste. Do you care enlightening me as to what the last that thing is you said about Jay?
With last four edges, Jay sort of he popularized the usage of a 5-move trigger, RU prime, R2, U prime, R, which takes the two edges out of the right slots, so you can do a Y prime, have two edges in the top, and 2 slots filled. So it effectively simulates Yao 5, but you don't need to control what edges you're solving.
Yeah, so it's useful to have those 4 edges on the front so you can see everything you're supposed to be solving, is that right?
And it also enables much easier cycle-based edge pairing.
Yeah, so similar to what you'd have in kind of 4x4.
Right.
Yeah, I'm getting that. I get that. I understand it now.
Whereas when you keep all 4 edges in the slice, it tends to breed more slice flip slice based solutions, which can be less efficient, but sometimes they're not. So.
All right, so here goes Varun doing 5x5 now. Most, I suppose, notably known for
8 seconds
standing while solving, which is a meta that's not so much used anymore.
Well, we see it from a couple people.
We do see it from a couple little competitors.
The current 3x3 single world record holder, in fact.
Maybe there's something to that.
Varun is a cuber who started while very young, and he couldn't use the timer comfortably while sitting down when he started competing. So he stood up, and then he just never stopped. So.
And why would you? If it works for you, it works for you.
Yeah.
That's one of the fun things about the World Championship, seeing all of those little idiosyncrasies that some cubers use and what works for them. It's nice to also pick up some habits potentially, seeing just what works for everybody. So here goes Felix. Unfortunately, counting that 46.57 in that third. Another decent solve, 43.26 there for Felix.
Thank you.
To me, this feels like a very tip of the iceberg fun fact, but I suppose some people will not know that Felix used to hold the 4-blind single world record.
I'm very familiar with this fact.
Yes.
As a big blind solver myself, I find it really funny that across all of his events, there were most of the events that you would expect had some 2x2 world records in there as well, but mainly like the 3 through 5. I don't think he ever had a Mega Mix world record.
Right.
Only ever set OCRs.
2 billion OCRs, right?
Yeah, set a lot of OCRs before anybody else was really.
I'm sure you could trade in like 20 OCRs for a world record.
I think that's probably the exchange rate that we're talking. Yeah. But then 4-blind out of nowhere, and I've always wondered about that because I know he practiced for that on. Like when he set the world record, obviously. But then did he just not stop practicing? Because the other thing I remember as well is that the guy who held the world record before that, Ville Seppänen of Finland, was like regarded at that time as like the god of blind. And he goes Felix Zemdegs smashing that world record by like 40 seconds or something like that. It's absolutely insane.
Right.
I think that says a lot about, the cubers that have a lot of skill. I think if they transferred a lot of their energy to big blind, do better than you'd expect.
Definitely, yeah. And also, fun fact about Ville Sepinen, his username everywhere in the cubing world back in the day when he was active was Speff, which is half of the namesake for Speff's, the lettering scheme. It was his thing, along with Riffs. Who
So
I think I know who that is, but I don't know for sure. So I don't want to just say an old head name and then be wrong.
Yeah, so Speffs, if you don't know what Speffs is, if you've looked at a 3-blind tutorial in like the last 5 years, you probably know it.
Yeah.
It's a very specific lettering scheme that's pretty much taught in every single tutorial. You think like JPerm's tutorial, whoever else has got a 3-blind tutorial probably teaches that
Even
as
like
well.
Noah Arthur's tutorial teaches it. So like
Yeah, so it's been around for a while, obviously, and I think it's just the most common lettering scheme to use now. I believe we both use it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a boring white-green Speffser.
Yeah, I at least tried to trade up some spice and go with yellow top, green front, but I still use the basic lettering scheme that everybody else pretty much uses, so that's fun. But yeah, I think touching on the fact that Felix once held 4-blind single world record, Ryan Pilot is doing like wild things with just like beginner methods in big blind right now. You got to think about some of these cubers who are like really, really good at other events. If they put their energy into big blind, like really, really big things could happen.
Yeah, he reminds me of me, honestly, because I was getting sub 2 with not full 3 style. Now he's doing that, right?
Yeah,
like
that is funny actually.
I got my first world record in 4-blind without full 3 style.
I was gonna mention that because I'm pretty sure you still used like some
I still
basic
use some R2 stuff.
R2 wing stuff. Yeah, that sounds about right. Who have we got coming up now in this 5x5 group? Oh, we've got Varun solving again. We go starting again, the standing solver.
Yeah.
I think as we wrap up this group, it's been lovely to have you on stream, Stanley. We've got some other guests who would like to get on, but pleasure having you on stream, and hopefully we'll be able to get you back on at some point. But again, congratulations on your 5x5 blind win, starting off the competition pretty strong with the fastest 5-blind solve we've ever seen at a World Championships. And I hope the good vibes continue your way.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Some of you cheered me on, some of you booed me, but you watched.
And that's all you could do. Pete Weber, 2003, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he retired recently.
Yeah.
I don't know. Love Pete
I'm not
Weber.
retiring, but I thought that was too funny not to say.
Yeah, it's a classy quote. We love Pete Weber on this live stream. Who do you think you are?
I am.
Thank you very much, Stanley.
Thank you, Michael.
Are we on or not? Okay. Tell me when you're back on.
Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that brief intermission. Felix Zemdeg's getting his best possible average there with a 38.58. I've traded out Stanley Chappell for the one, the only former Pyrrha World record holder, Jasper Murray. Hello, Jasper.
Hello, Michael. Thank you for having me.
How are we doing so far today?
Oh, pretty good. This is a really surreal experience to me. It's my first competition outside of New Zealand and Australia, and my previous biggest comp was Oceanics, and this is like even a step up from that.
Oh, Oceanics in 2022, if I recall, was somewhere around the 700 person mark. This World Championship is set to have nearly 2,000, so definitely a step up from previous competitions. But anywho, how are you enjoying Seattle so far?
It's pretty great. I did only get here on like Tuesday night, so yesterday was kind of a matter of just like lying around and relaxing. The main thing I did was go to the Sheraton lobby. I don't know how it started, but there was literally a meetup of like 200 cubers going all day.
Yes, that Sheraton lobby is like walking distance from the venue, and also like there's staff accommodation there. Some cubers are staying there just because it's close. So I think that's like the hub of where everybody's meeting to just like hang out and solve cubes. So the past few days, like even like a few days out from the World Championships, it's just been absolutely packed with speed cubers in that lobby. Absolutely wild, bouncing from place to place and just like catching up with everybody who you've not met before, or just seeing your friends there. It's just, yeah, another experience I would say that is completely surreal. But yeah, how was the travel for you coming from New Zealand? A couple of flights, if I recall?
Yes, so I have some family on the east coast of Canada, so I worked in sort of a week and a half long holiday over there. But that meant that I had a pretty questionable route. So from Christchurch, my home city, to Seattle ended up being 6 flights in total. And I also came via Australia, which was an interesting decision.
Do New Zealand flights usually come by Australia when they're going to the US, or is that something that I'm naive and don't know much about?
No, so that was actually something a bit weird. Some kind of complication with our travel agency, but like it takes like 3 or 4 hours to go to Australia, and then it's further from Melbourne to the US than it is from Auckland. So I really think that would have been better.
I don't know. You can never you can never judge what the travel agents are going to do. I think ours did some fun things as well. But no, never mind. We're all here. We've made it. And obviously you've got some Pyraminx coming up later today, so I would like to talk to you about that if possible. And I think the one question that's on my mind, as an Oceanian myself, why is Oceania so goated at Pyra?
I don't know. Like, I got into it and then... Yeah, it's really strange, isn't it? I can't even answer that. Like, it just kind of happened.
I think there's a super real world here where, like, the podium for the World Championships ends up being 3 Oceanian solvers. Because obviously you've got Sebastian Lee, the current world record holder, which is his first world record, surprisingly, but does hold world record by a fair bit. And then yourself and Elias EU, also of New Zealand. So there's a very real chance that you 3 are going to be top 3 at the competition, just really showcasing how good Oceania is at Pyraminx. But obviously, I think you were the first to kind of start making waves in Oceania. Unfortunately, it took a while for you to hold an OCR, and in fact, when you did hold an OCR, it was the world record.
Yep.
So that's a funny story in itself. I also wanted to talk to you briefly about that. You persevered through like 2 years of kind of mid results and close calls with an OCR, and then finally, when you broke through and dropped your average by about half a second.
That's right.
To get a world record Pyraminx average. What steps did you take in order to break through that plateau, or was it something that you feel like just came organically?
So I was very, very motivated by wanting to get the OCR, especially because I did get it like a couple of years before that, but then it got beaten on the same day, and then there's that famous regulation, the Keaton thing.
The Keaton
so
thing.
It was not a CR. So I was very motivated, and then we had pretty infrequent competitions in New Zealand, which was like pretty annoying at the time, but it definitely worked in my favor because it's a lot easier to be motivated when it's like, right, I'm going to grind for 3 months, and it's like I've just messed up this comp and it felt like my one chance, and then the next one I'm going to get it. Whereas now it's like if you're doing another one in 3 weeks, it like doesn't feel that high stakes.
Right, okay. So something about the scarcity makes you like sort of put a bit more importance on each round. I feel like, I understand that a lot with like, maining big blind and that kind of thing. It's like you don't get rounds that often, so you got to make sure that when you do get them, then that they really count. But yeah, obviously, like setting your first continental record as a world record after so many NRs and so many close calls, it's got to be an amazing feeling, right?
Yeah, that's definitely up there with like my favorite comps of all time, and it's probably going to stay there.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to like pass up a world record as your favorite moment. And that's also not your only world record. You do also have a 155 average that was world record at the time as well. 166, 155. Are you dropping your PRs in increments of 0.11?
Yeah, no, that was the pattern. I thought I would get a 144, but I did go past that. So maybe 133 is coming soon.
Yeah, so your PR at the moment, if I recall correctly, is 140?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that right? Yeah, awesome. And that is currently the New Zealand national record. Have you been practicing pretty hard to break that this competition?
So I am not aiming to break at this competition because I think I'd rather like use the first 2 rounds as a chance to like get accustomed to the world's environment and also just safety because Pyraminx is extremely competitive at this comp, so I wouldn't want to go too hard and then like not make the next round or anything.
I think that's the most important thing. You've got to find a balance between like setting a good time that kind of like settles the nerves, but also making sure that you're secure enough to make the next round. I think you're right. In an event that's as competitive as Pyraminx is going to be at this championship, you really need to just make sure that you're in the running to begin with. If you do want to look at some Pyraminx, we will be having some Pyraminx rounds after lunch, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that the very first event after lunch, so after our break?
I think I'm doing maybe one-handed first. I can't quite remember actually.
No, I think you might be right there. But either way, Pyraminx will be one of the events that we're holding after our lunch break, so stay tuned. You might be able to see some quality times from Jasper, or indeed just see him progress to the next round, whatever whatever you decide to do on the day. But yeah, other than that, just goals for this competition. I mean, like you're obviously in the running for a top 3. Would that be a dream finish for you, top 3?
Yeah. My goal is definitely to get the Pyraminx podium. I think before the unfortunate Lincoln situation came to light, I thought I had no chance of winning. So I was really, really going for a podium. Now I probably have a bit more of a chance, but I'm not really trying to think about it any differently. Like, I'd still be super, like, 3rd place is still like the dream scenario for me. Like, I don't even think first would like make me feel that much better. I just want to get a podium, you know?
It's an unfortunate DNF, it looks like, from Patrick there. Maybe just an incorrect ZBLL. Oh no, that is a little bit unfortunate. I guess Patrick, he doesn't look like he's that displeased about it. It looks like he's just here for a bit of fun and just to maybe settle some nerves a little bit. But anywho, yeah, I'd be excited to see the Pyraminx finals because obviously you have a chance at podiuming here, and I think it feels wrong to say that like the most important placing you've had so far is 3rd at Oceanics in 2022. That just feels like wrong to say that that's your best placing at a major. Yeah. So I think we're going to try and replicate that at the World Championships. Yeah. Otherwise, do a bit better. I feel like it's a bit overdue for you, but you know, not to try and lump too much pressure onto you or anything like that. But yeah, otherwise, do you have any other events that you were looking forward to at this competition, or is Pyra the main one that you're looking at?
I'd say OH is my other event that I'm probably focused on. I think it's my 2nd best event.
I think it is your 2nd best event. If I recall correctly, you're still ranked top 20 in the world for one-handed average, which is some stat. I mean, firstly, your top 20 in Pyra is like super competitive, and it's just like such a crazy event to be able to get top 20 in. But then also switching that around and getting top 20 in a completely unrelated event one-handed is absolutely crazy. I know you switched to Ru recently for 3x3. Was that initially started as a one-handed thing, or was that just something that came naturally?
It was quite a saga. So obviously I used CFOP initially, and when I started cubing, I didn't really do OH. I was sort of one of those people that averages like 8 to 9 on 3x3 and then like 18 on OH or something like that. And then around like 2020 or 2021 was when I was first like, I may as well learn Ru. And because I wasn't really that great at OH, I could kind of like get pretty similar times with Ru, even though I was used to CFOP. And then I had a while where I would just kind of randomly do CFOP or OH and comp or Ru, just like whatever I was feeling on the day. Then about 2022, I was like, I'm going to switch to Ru on 3x3. I did it for a couple of comps, but then I would just do like all this weird stuff where I would like first solve the official average, do CFOP, second solve, do Ru. Ru solve was bad, I'm going to do CFOP again. Like halfway through inspection, switch methods. Like it was kind of messy. But the Ru practice I got from that kind of helped me to start doing OH. And over the course of 2022, I started the year with a 16 PR average, and then by the end of the year I got 10.1, which was in the Oceanics finals. So that was kind of when I first felt like, okay, I'm like an OH solver. And then after that I started practicing it more. And I properly switched to Ru on two-handed about 2 years ago.
I remember when you switched to Ru on two-handed, that was like pretty much instant NR, like in 3x3, which is also crazy. Like Pyraminx, one-handed and 3x3, just being able to do so well across all of those events is absolutely wild. Are you still the New Zealand record holder for average?
Yep, yeah, I've got a 6 flat.
6 flat. Wowee. Probably overdue to break that one as well, would you reckon?
Yeah.
Or is that pretty good for you, a 6 flat?
So I don't average sub 6 at home, but I'm not that far off it. So like, I'm hoping to break it soon. And I've had a few sub-6 fails and stuff, so it's definitely a goal of mine. It was pretty crazy for me at the time, but I think I can beat it now.
Looked like Henry Lickner there with the PLL skip. Have been informed as well that Patrick Ponce's second solve, as we saw on the stream, there was also a DNF, which is a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully going to be seeing some solves from Timofey Tarasenko soon. He is in this group as well, and the 5th seed for this competition. Been setting some really good times recently, in particular in the warm-up competition last week, set a new Russian national record 3x3 single of 3.72s. He is in form for his first World Championships. We will have to wait and see if he can capitalize on the top form that he's currently in.
And ran another one.
Caius Young looking in and around that 50-second mark for his PR average. Will look to go under hopefully soon. Like he started off with a 101. This solve looking around the same, but here we have Patrick Ponce, as we were talking about not long ago. 11th seed for this competition, has a PR average of 41.49, and unfortunately, as you see there on the graphic, second attempt was a DNF, unfortunately. Looked like a misrecognized ZBLL and ended up with some other PLL with the edges. Got some big New Zealand presence at this competition, don't we, Jasper? Not just yourself, but we've also got some OCR holders and some world record holders. We've seen Lockie Gibson in clock already competing this competition. See if those clock results have been entered. Yeah, okay. So at the moment, Lockie Gibson in 6th with a 3 flat average. That's wild to see at a competition that 3 flat only gets you 6th.
Yeah.
But he is the world record holder. This is his first major competition.
48, 6, 7.
So all rounds are very valuable experience. Also looked like he had a DNF in that average as well.
I think he used to have trouble safetying, or he would just always go all out. So it's good to see that he was I just want to do a safety flip on the 347, not going too crazy after getting a DNF. And I mean, 3 flat is still a pretty good average.
3 flat is a pretty good average, including a counting safety solve. So, can't complain too much, but here goes Timofey Tarasenko. We have not seen him do any solves so far, but here he is on the blue stage. So we're now just finished with his centers. Edge pairing now. It's like a couple of rotations to solve those. Solving everything on the equator slice as well.
Oh yeah, he didn't go for the 5-move thingy. You go.
And I forget that you also held 5x5 NR as well at one point. There's so many events that you could be offering your insight for us. And 5x5 is certainly one of them. It's lovely to have you on, be able to see what the top solvers are seeing. 44.65 there for Timofey.
This stream is quite something.
This is a very, very cool live stream. I think we haven't seen anything with this kind of production level before, and it's really nice to see everything kind of coming together as planned. It's always nice when you get these plans and everything's sort of planned out, but then it actually comes to life as you expect. I think that is something just a sight to behold.
Yeah, I think it's been like some of the recent majors in the PSL, like you can see slightly different things being tried out with the live streams, and they've definitely gotten better in the last couple of years. And this kind of seems like it's all of that coming together, where all the different teams who are working on those things.
It's a culmination of many different productions sort of coming together. You take the good parts of what you can, and here we are at the World Championships in Seattle. What better place to put out a good live stream,
Yeah.
Now, Jasper, that reminding that you were once 5x5 New Zealand record holder has sparked something in me. Like you're something of an all-rounder. Would you consider yourself an all-rounder, or you just have like a very select set of events that you pick and choose?
I think I just have slightly too many main events.
And how do you go about choosing those main events? Because it is a decent spread. One-handed, 5x5, Pyraminx. How do you decide which event you're going to main?
So I think I used to kind of try and be an all-rounder a bit. Especially by like New Zealand standards. And then over time, I just kind of figured out which events I gravitated towards more. And honestly, there was a point where I was like, I really want to specialize in Pyraminx because it would be a lot easier to like maintain my ranking if I was actually spending time on it. So then I was like, going to try and become a specialist, but my desire to do a lot of events sort of evened out, and that's how I ended up with like 4 or 5 that I sort of do. And I'm trying to cut it down more to just, I only really practice Superior OH and 3x3 now, but I'd still like to break my PRs and other things and stuff.
There's Patrick Ponce. We have seen that unfortunate DNF on the second attempt. Means he's counting a 48.67, which is not the greatest start for him, unfortunately. I believe this is the first round he's competed in so far at this championship. He's going safe and putting the timer safely on that 47.58. I believe this to be Henry Lickner that we're seeing. Oh, no, sorry, my apologies. It may be Inigo. No, Jerry Yao, I'm wrong again. Loves that. All right, so here's Jerry Yao with a 46.13 average. We'll see if they can get close to that mark here. And in fact, on red stage, soon we will be seeing Henry Lickner solve, but for now we turn our attention to Jerry Yao. 53.21 for Jerry. And here is Henry Lickner solving under the table. We'll get that top-down angle. There we go.
You guys have gear?
Just losing a bit of audio. Let's see Henry Lickner, one of our top 5x5 solvers at this competition. 16th, no, not 16th seed. He'll in fact be our 8th seed for this competition.
Wow.
47.42. Unfortunately, not the greatest for him. We are back to look at Timofey, 5th seed for this competition. We've only seen one solve from Timofey so far. We'll have to wait and see what he's capable of. As we get Timothy onto his second solve here, I will just be subbing out. Oh no, I'm not subbing out. It's been lovely having you on stream, Jasper. But we will see you around. Be sure to say hi, Jasper, if you're at the competition, one of our top pyramid solvers for this competition. Replacing Jasper, we have the one and the only Alyssa Esperez. Hello.
Hi.
We have not been on stream so far together.
Not yet. Here we are. And I see we're looking at a very...
Looking at a very speedy Timofey at the moment.
That's the word I was looking for, speedy.
Only second solve so far at this competition. This is his first round of the competition, so it might be a good idea for him just to settle the nerves and just safety his way through the next round. But it looks like he is at a rate of knots, finishing with a sub 40, 39.73 there for Timofey.
Timofey is just one of the competitors I'm like the most excited to watch at this competition, to be honest.
I think he's such of an unknown quantity as well. We haven't seen him very much at some majors. We've seen him at European Championships, but obviously a lot has gone down since then and now, and so many national records, world records, and now we have him here in Seattle. We get to see some top quality solving from Timofey. I'm excited to see it.
We are looking at Patrick Ponce's last 5x5 solve here, and a DNF. Do we know what happened there?
Yeah, so the DNF was unfortunately a misrecognized ZBLL algorithm. So it looked like he did the algorithm and then finished with, stopped the timer with still some edges unsolved in that last layer. So a bit unfortunate there for Patrick. Looks like he's just going to safety his way through the next round. He's the 11th seed for this competition, so he should be able to very, very comfortably make it to our next round.
There we go. Okay.
And that 42.37, safe timer stop, maybe just missing out on best possible average, but I'm sure it won't be too much of a disadvantage for him. He should still very comfortably make it through to round 2.
Kevin and I were talking about earlier, all that matters here is advance.
That's really the mindset for the first round. You know, it'd be nice to set some good times, get the nerves out early, but realistically, you know, it's first round and you got 3 rounds, I believe, of 5x5. So realistically, you just need to make it through. You need to make sure you're in the conversation before you start trying to lay down some good times. And it looks like that's what Patrick's opting to do here.
Absolutely. Okay, we're looking at Luke Garrett putting down some 5x5 solves, and Luke Garrett is coming to this competition with, aspirations in a lot of events. Luke is known as an all-rounder, and I think when it comes to any of these end-by-end puzzles, he wants to put down a solid performance. So just fixing a parity there, I think, and finishing off with a 46.28 and a head shake, so not too happy with that time.
Luke, of course, one of those competitors that we're expecting to see a lot of on the live stream, being so good at so many events. There'll be a lot of people who are keen to see him solve, and we'll look to bring you that footage as best as we possibly can here in Seattle. Looks like the live stream's running pretty well, so like for us, it's pretty cruisy. We get to watch these top solvers and bring them to you as crisp footage as possible.
We've got the privilege of like a front row seat to all the action, and we'll bring it live to you, and it's a lot of fun. I've already had a lot of fun. It's been like 2 hours.
And speaking of top quality solving, we're about to see Timofey coming up on the blue stage.
We've talked a lot about Timofey, his solving style, obviously very young. This is his first world championship. And so those things are always factors when it comes to just the big stage. And again, you can't all see it at home, but when you look out from that seat that Timofey is sitting in right now, just the sea of chairs, the sea of faces, the sea of people, it's a lot. And so if I was 13 years old and looked out at that, I would have some feelings in my feels.
And what's even crazy is that this is supposed to be one of the quiet days.
Yeah.
We're not even at like half capacity right now. I mean, I was up there a little bit before competing in some clock, and I mean, it's already nerve-wracking just seeing how many people are there now. I can't imagine the last days when we're going to get to all the finals. We're going to get some finals tomorrow. That's just going to be full of people and so nerve-wracking. But I don't doubt that these solvers will be able to perform at their best when the time comes.
So Timofey uses Yao as his method for solving 5x5, and we'll see that means his cross is already done, and here he is onto 3x3 stage. And he already has a sub 40 and just missed it there with a 41.29.
41.29 is getting in and around about, it's not that close to his PR average. His PR average is sixth in the world, a 37.5. and fifth seed for this competition. So it would be nice if we could see him get close to those sorts of times. But as you mentioned before, it's just about advancing. We don't care too much about the times. We just care about making sure that the top solvers are getting through to the finals where they should be.
See him walking back to the competitor waiting area there. And next up, here's the stream's very own Keaton Ellis with a 5x5 solve here. And Keaton let us know that his goal is to make the cutoff for 5x5, which is 110. And I think these are some of the fastest cutoffs that the world has ever seen, actually.
Did you just say the cutoff was 110?
Yeah.
Oh goodness, I'm not getting an average. No, that's not going to happen. I didn't see that.
Oh my God, yeah. I found out about some of the cutoff times, and yeah, I dropped 4x4 because I was like, you know what? I just don't need to do this. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's really got me regretting some of my event choices. I don't think I'm going to be making cutoff for most of these events then if 5x5 is 110. That's absolutely crazy. I don't even think my PR single is under 110, so going to be having a tough time of it this World Champs. But obviously this is a competition for the fastest solvers
in the world. Yeah. And especially with some of these like bigger events, or obviously an event like 5x5, it does take a lot to run the event, to scramble such a big cube, all that stuff. So we want to make sure this competition stays efficient as well. And one of those things is some strict qualifications and some strict cutoff times that were required for this World Championship.
Call it streamlining, you know?
Yeah.
They can't be bothering with me and my 120 average.
Yeah.
This is the World Championships. 115 for Keaton. He is so close to that cutoff. 5 seconds away.
Man.
Is that his second solve?
No, that was his first.
Sure.
He just said, I've got one more try. So.
Okay. Well, we're wishing him all the best.
The chat is commenting on the sticker cube. Keaton Ellis is an OG. Keaton Ellis is, as we know, former world record holder, Keaton Ellis.
Yeah, it's such an unfortunate sequence of words to say in regards to Keaton, former world record holder. He's one of the most unlucky cubers, you've got to say, in cubing history. It's the fact that he's never had a world record after so many tries, and obviously held it for a couple of hours at that one fateful competition, and now the very act of getting beaten by a world record on the same day is known by his name. It's Keatoning.
Okay, we're just following a stream storyline here. This is Kevin Hayes with a 5x5 solve, and we'll also get you Timofey's next solve in just a second.
Kevin Hayes has put a lot of work into this live stream over the past few months, so it would be remiss of us not to catch at least some of his solves. Not in his main event. Well, so far, we'll be seeing him compete in 6x6 hopefully later on in the competition, but 5x5 I don't think is something that he's really put a lot of practice into recently. He has just been doing so much work for the live stream. I think that's taken over practice for the most part. And onto his PLL there, an APERM 50.28. It looks like it's good. I don't think it's a +2 penalty there. All right, we'll switch now to Timofey. So looking at Timofey, has a PR average of 37.5. We haven't seen him get particularly close to that. We have seen a 39-second solve earlier on in the average. We'll look and see if he can get close again. Yeah, another 39 there. So that's going to be a counting solve there for Timofey. Or at the very least, if that one's not counting, the other 39 will be counting. So nice to get some sub-40 counting solves there for Timofey.
Some waves to the crowd I'm seeing.
He's bound to be a very popular character. Even though this is his first World Championships, I think there's a lot of people who will be looking to meet him in this competition.
Absolutely. And we, the organizing team has done a great job of setting up some autograph booths and autograph sessions so that, these top solvers can, meet everyone that wants to meet them and hang out with them, but also at the same time, be focused and get to have some quiet time to practice as well when they're just kind of out and about. So, okay. I think we might be cutting to another interview in a second. So we are just going to go off commentary for a minute here and then transition.
You're going to like this interview. We've not seen much of him in the live stream before. We're going to be interviewing the one and only. Do I spoil it now?
Go ahead.
We're going to be interviewing Simon Praschel, who has finished second in 5x5 blindfolded. We'll be there with you shortly.
Holy shit, bro. Actually, I'm just sandbagging right now. 51.48.
All right, we are back. My name is Alyssa Esperez, and we are here live at Rubik's WCA World Championship. We are watching Timofey's final 5x5 solve here, so we're going to make sure we get the rest of this, and then we are going to be speaking with Simon Praschel, who had placed second in 5x5 blindfolded, but let's just take a look. This is, Timofey's fourth solve. So putting down a really solid average so far for this first round of 5x5 cube. Again, in these first rounds, the hope is just to advance. That's what we're looking for. But this also sets the tone for the rest of the competition. And with Timofey here, it's his first World Championship. He's putting down some of his first solves, and that one's going to count for him. He doesn't look too happy, but it's not too high, not too low for Timofey here. 43.14. That puts his worst possible average at 43.03, his best possible average at 41.39. Both of those will be very safely into the next round, and so not too much to worry about here. He's got his first solves of the competition done, and he can, I think, come away from this round feeling decently about what he's put down. All right, and with that, I am here, and I'm joined by Simon Praschel. Simon, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, you are here all the way from
Austria.
And congratulations. You have a second place World Championship finish in 5x5 blindfolded. Were you expecting this?
Not really. I mean, I looked at the psych sheet like a month ago, and I saw that a lot of the top cubers weren't going, so I started practicing more. But no, I definitely don't average this fast, and I did not expect to get second place.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you not only had a second place finish, you set a national record for Austria in the event in a World Championship final. There's not many people who can say that they've set a record in a World Championship final. So, what went into that? What was your mindset, and how did you make that happen?
So my first goal, my main goal for 5 blind was just to get a success, because I want to have a ranking, not triple DNF. And then, the first solve went pretty bad. I had a long pause because I forgot my memo. But then it just got better, and yeah.
Yeah, and because that's true. Your first solve was that 4-minute solve, but it was a success. So you had that right off the bat, first one's done. And so then going into your second one, I think you can relax a little bit. And did that kind of help with that great time in the second solve?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Just having that one success, and after having a success, it's definitely easier to start rushing and hoping for an actual good time instead of just trying to have a placement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then of course your third one. I don't know. Did you just you're I set the national record. It's this crazy time. Whatever.
No, I actually tried to do safety for a mean.
Okay.
But yeah, I
but it
forgot
didn't
my memo.
happen.
And,
no. Okay.
Didn't succeed in that.
All right. Now, this 5x5 blindfolded. It is really one of those ones where anything can happen, and so. Stanley Chappell, of course, coming in with the win. I don't think anyone is surprised by that.
Yeah,
but, prior to this event, I don't know if you know this or if you counted, but I went and counted before this round of 5x5 blindfolded. You had 8 successes previous all time in your career. And now you had a 9th one. That was your 4-minute solve. And your 10th ever 5x5 blindfolded success is a World Championship podium. As I'm saying that to you, what's going through your mind?
I'm just thinking that on a lot of competitions, I triple DNF'd, but I still improved for most of the last 1.5 years.
Yeah.
And it's just now this is really the first solve, the 257, where I think this is something that represents my global, or is even better than that.
Yeah.
And before that was just the times dropped down because I improved so much.
And what have you, I did notice a big steep improvement curve over the last little bit. What have you been focusing on, or what has that kind of looked like for you to target improvement?
Well, I for the most part I just practiced with for multi-blind, and I only started practicing big blind about a year ago after the European Championships.
Okay.
So to get faster at big blind, it's just, for me, it was mostly getting on the same skill level as multi. It's a very similar skill set, and that transfers over.
Yeah.
From the multi.
Very interesting. I'm sure to you that seems obvious, but to someone like me, I'm like, wow, I didn't know that there were transferable skills between these two of these events. Like, what's an example of a transferable skill?
Like in all of the blind events, you have to trace where the pieces need to go, and that's the same for all events. You have to be very fast at making good stories with the letter pairs you're given, and that's just something that's like skills that are in all 4 blind events. And the only real difference is like the amount of letters you have to memorize, and also like the tracing is a bit different, especially in big blind, because centers work a little differently.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's pretty similar. You always just need to for memorization.
Yeah.
And recall it.
Great. Okay, I know you're probably gonna celebrate this win. You're feeling really good about it, but obviously there's still you're the weekend's first world champion. Sorry, you're the weekend's first world championship podium. The rest of the weekend is still to come. What are you thinking about as you go into, obviously, we still have multi-blind, we still have 4 blind. These are events that you are focused on. So what are you hoping for as the rest of the weekend goes on?
Well, I am hoping that I can perform well in multi-blind. Like, even if I don't podium, I just want to have like an attempt that I feel satisfied with.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, 4 blind, 3 blind, it's basically just the main events where I'm really looking forward to.
Awesome.
And I hope that I can make 3 blind finals. That would be
awesome. Well, Simon, thank you so much for joining us on the stream. Congratulations once again. Again, if you're just joining us, we were speaking to Simon Praschel, 2nd place in 5x5 blindfolded, setting a national record for Austria, 2 minutes, 57.34 seconds. A electric performance in our weekend's first event and our weekend's first World Championship podium established. So Simon, thanks again for joining us and all the best with the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and we are back here with 5x5 round 1, taking a look at some of our top solvers who have already gone. And as we keep going, we have coming up in 5x5 Sinhyuk Nam, who is going currently. And then we still have to come, of course, Timon Koloshinsky. You all know him. I feel like I don't have to introduce him. He will be coming on in 5x5 round 1 shortly. Will soon be followed by, of course, the one and only Max Park eventually. We'll also be looking for Madi Hiroto Anaba. This is going to be a really, really, really competitive event in 5x5, and we are, just keeping our eyes open for these top solvers still to come. Okay, my name is Alyssa Esperez. I am joined by Manu Singhal.
Hello, everyone. Awesome to be on. Oh my goodness, the World Championships, Alyssa.
I know.
It's finally here.
We're finally here. I know. We've been saying that all morning, and already, like, I just said this to Tripodi, like, I'm already having so much fun.
Yeah.
We've already seen some incredible World Championship performances. It's just like really clear right off the bat. The tone is set. Like, these competitors are not here to play around.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely not. I mean, even with your interview that you just did with Simon, we already have a world champion crowned, which is amazing. 1 podium is already set.
Yeah,
it's just incredible stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, those are the kind of performances that you get so excited about at a world championship.
Yeah.
Like, Simon comes on, I told him, I was like, did you expect this? And he was like, well, like, he was like, I was reading the psych sheet, I kind of knew, like, it was a possibility, but, like,
to see it actually come to fruition, it's incredible.
And he set a national record while doing it.
Right.
Like, I told him, I was like, you should, like, that's incredible.
Yeah.
No, people don't set records in world championship finals.
Yeah,
that's not everyone does that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing stuff. The quality of competitor is just through the roof, right?
Totally. Okay, so these are some of our initial 5x5 first round results. We have Henry Lickner from the U.S., kind of an up-and-coming big cubes person here, 43.71 average. Felix Zemdegs, the one and only, still right up here near the top. And here we go. Sun Hyuk Nam, of course, another long-time well-established solver in 5x5.
Yeah, just an amazing solver. All around from 3x3 all the way up to 7x7. I love his turning. Just look at this. Turns so fast, yet so fluid. It's just incredible. His turning needs to be studied. I need him to make an entire video how to turn like Nam. That's it. That's what I need. I need to see it.
We got to get it. Yeah. Okay. Sun Hyuk Nam, he is, so far it's only been 2 solves, but trending in the low 40s, 43, 41. We did see Timofey earlier put down 2 sub 40s in his average.
Yeah, I was able to see it from behind like the stream area.
Yeah.
And Timofey also incredible. So
he's one of the people I'm most excited to watch.
Oh yeah, totally. As Nam gets another 41, 41.08, he's trending in a really, really good direction. Good to see.
Yeah, Sun Hyuk Nam is obviously a very experienced competitor and someone who is no stranger to world championships. Of course, the last world championship was in his home country of South Korea, and here he is in the U.S. for his 4th world championship in his career.
Yeah, look at him. He's got a strut in his step, that's for sure. Just good to see smiles on everyone's faces. Also here at Worlds. I've already said hi to so many people that I wouldn't have been able to otherwise. It's just great.
It is, and as the kind of competition heats up over the weekend, there will be these moments of tension, and there will be disappointments, there will be tears, there will be people who, we're hoping for a lot more and it doesn't happen. There will also be people who are totally surprised and stunned and elated and everything in between, and those are the moments we're watching for.
I mean, it's the beauty of sport, right? Obviously, we love to celebrate those who come out on top. A lot of competitors have amazing stories, but unfortunately, there's going to be some who just fall just a little bit short. And it's just the real message is it's okay to fall short now, because those competitors are going to be the ones we're going to watch out for in the next World Championship coming up in 2 years' time.
Absolutely. Okay, we are here, 5x5 round 1. This is our 3rd group, so we've got Dong-Soo Park in front of us right now. Also competing in this round is Furshin Fushada and Sun Hyuk Nam, some of our top competitors. We've already seen Timofey Tereshchenko, Felix Zemdegs, a 50.61 from Dong-Soo there.
Not really the fastest,
no.
But again, it's just round 1.
Yeah.
Dong-Soo is basically guaranteed to advance into the next round. You got to avoid multiple DNFs. We saw Patrick Potts get a DNF earlier today. That's no good. That's going to completely destroy your average. You are out of the running.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've been talking about this all morning because we've been watching round 1s. The goal of round 1 is to advance. That's your only job. And it doesn't matter, honestly, it doesn't matter if it's a PR or if it's just sneaking in there. You advanced, and you get to continue your fight for that World Championship title, that World Championship podium. So, okay, I'm hearing that the next group potentially was just called, and that is our sign to transition. So we are going to take a quick break just as we also watch Sun Hyuk Nam's next 5x5 solve here.
8 seconds.
I got audio. Cool. All right, welcome back everyone to the Rubik's WCA World Championship. We are still in the middle of 5x5 and I am now joined by Sarah Strong. Sarah is a delegate and she is one of the leaders of the data team right now, and she's also a Canadian cuber, and she will also be talking to us about women in cubing. So Sarah, give me a quick intro. Give me we've actually been competing together since I think 2009, which I think you're probably one of the only people, like one of the longest veteran cubers. We're in the same age bracket, I guess, for what's your ID number? Are you?
So 2007.
Okay, so you got me by a couple of years. So yeah, give me introduce everyone to you. However you would like.
Yeah, hey everyone. My name is Sarah Strong. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a delegate from Ontario, Canada. I've been a delegate since 2018. I've been organizing competitions since 2012, and I've been competing since 2007. So I live in Ontario, Canada, roughly 1 hour from Toronto. And as Kevin mentioned, I'm one of the leaders of the data team today.
Yeah, so I guess give me a quick overview of what does that look like? I know everyone's been to competitions, they know the data has to go from the scorecard to the computer at some time. For a competition like this with 2,000 competitors, what does that look like?
So we have 20 people on the data team, and there are a lot of things that factor into the efficiency of data entry. So one of the things that's really important that people don't realize is the competition schedule. So it's really important that whoever makes a schedule is conscious of data entry. They know roughly how long things take, because we can't begin subsequent rounds without having everything entered and checked for the previous round and getting those scorecards ready, and just being conscious how long things take, and just having enough time so that if things go wrong, then it's not going to delay the whole competition. We also want to ensure that we are communicating well with each other. So a lot of people have just local routines for how data entry works. So the 3 leaders, so me, Shane, and Ed, we decided how it's going to look like at this competition. So for example, one of the things is that we are allowing people who forgot to sign to come to us and say, hey, I forgot to sign my result. The catch is that it's only for competitor signatures. We're not going to rectify judge signatures, and they have to come to us. We're not going to track them down. So we have some leniency. So we decided to figure out what makes sense for this competition. Other things about data entry. So we want to make sure we don't lose scorecards. That is the worst thing that could happen with data entry, is losing scorecards. So we've decided that we are the only ones, the 20 of us on our team, are the only ones taking scorecards to and from the scrambling stations. So if you see someone with a hat, you know they are collecting scorecards, and that's how we know that there aren't any strangers picking up random scorecards, and we're not going to lose them.
Sorry. Okay, so give me, sorry, one second, I was looking at production stuff. Give me some more overview on okay, so for a normal competition, obviously, what is something specific about this competition that's going to be more challenging? We have 2,000 competitors, we have 2 huge rooms, it's like half a mile to get to the other, a round trip to the other stage and back. What type of specific coordination goes to an event like this?
Well, I'm really hoping that this is the largest competition in WCA history. And what I mean by that is no one tries to make it this big again. We know that this model is not sustainable. When you have a massive organization team, a massive staff team, a lot of stages that have to stay synchronized, a lot of things go wrong. And I think part of the issue with making this work is that the ideas we want to give as many people as many solves and attempts as possible. But really, I think a championship should be about crowning champions, because it's a championship. So I think the effort should just be giving people enough attempts so that they have a chance to make finals if they could be someone to get that title, to get that podium. So for example, we don't need 4 rounds of 3x3. 2 or 3 is enough. A lot of them only really need 2 rounds to make it fair for the finalists. Another thing is, I think it'd be helpful if FMC were a separate competition, because it gives more people opportunities for that championship title if it's a multi-location champion. So that way people can just travel to their local competition for that. And it also takes away time from the schedule, because FMC takes up a lot of time and resources, because you have to to have people staff and watch as well as grade FMC. So figuring out what is the best way to crown champions, I think, is a way moving forward for large championship competitions like Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Like we're seeing, I know nationals in the fall this year because we're hosting convention style Worlds is going to be a much smaller event, pretty experimental, and like especially the FMC thing you're saying, where like not only does it take a lot of staff power, but like I think just scheduling 50 people like 3 hours out of the competition when there are a lot of the FMCers especially like to compete in like every single event is like just a scheduling nightmare. We have I think we're actually switching over groups now, but we're going to catch everything, of course. Oh yeah, so also I know another big thing that you're involved in is Women in Cubing, and you've given a seminar that previously at Nationals. I saw you on the Cube Mom podcast last week. I think it was the most recent episode before Worlds. So yeah, tell me more about that. Tell me kind of like what you're working on right now, what's like kind of like your general like, because obviously a lot of the content about like the percentages of women in cubing, like what we can do moving forward, and like kind of what does that progression look like, as that's been something that is really important to you with the last few years.
Yes, the reason why this is an important issue to me is because there is this really strong reciprocal relationship between the diversity of a community and the way that people feel welcomed at these communities. So the idea is that in order for everyone to feel welcomed, we need diversity, we need representation. In order to have that, we need to have a welcoming community, so they both help each other. So as you mentioned, I did a seminar at US Nationals 2 years ago called The Gender Disparity. And really what drove that are the stats that I was able to create. So fortunately I know a little bit of coding, I know enough SQL to do some basic queries, and I was able to use gender profile data from the WCA database, and that really helped me figure out what to talk about in that seminar. For example, something that surprised me the most was that Scube is actually the fourth most popular event for girls, whereas it's sixth overall. And my conclusion is that my method made a pretty big difference. I invented Sarah's Scube method. I am the Sarah in Sarah's Scube method. And I think just having that visibility and representation helped girls get into Scube. And I think if we can expand from that, what else can we do to help girls get into cubing? So I have some recommendations for that. So one is to celebrate achievements from female competitors. For example, posting on social media whenever you have female NRs, having fastest female awards at competitions when it makes sense to do that. It makes sense at large competitions when there's a lot of females who could be up for that award. And also just strategically ensuring that there's representation and visibility. So for example, if you have female volunteers, you can put them in higher visibility positions that people know that they are there. For example, helping at check-in, helping with the help desk, being a runner because you interact a lot with competitors, helping with new competitor tutorials for local competitions, and just doing things so that people know that they exist and they're there. And in addition to that, just making everyone feel welcome, making check-in a really good experience because it's their first contact with someone at the competition. Saying hi to someone at check-in is really helpful towards ensuring that they have a good experience. Asking things how'd the competition go? Hope you had fun today. Hope you see you next time. Another thing I realized is that over the years, we've really improved with retention, so people do want to come back to competition. That's something I really hope that we continue seeing in the future.
Okay, so sorry not to respond really quick. There is a huge incident on stream right now. Apparently, Taman and Kieran's cube has gotten swapped, which is why we have the confusion. Taman started the solve, started turning, realized they already suspected the cube was different, but it was definitely different. And then we are most likely certain this happened. They will both be getting extras. No reason to fret, no DNS for our number one or for our number two seed, and I think we should be able to continue the round as normal. Moving back to Sarah, sorry for her, the main incident in the morning happening in very serious discussion about gender disparity, and I apologize because I should have introduced you from the beginning as the Sarah's Scube method. It's kind of funny that everyone knows Sarah's Scube method, but this is the Sarah, of course. What do you see as I've listened to a lot of your stuff, and what do you see as kind of okay, we're at this Worlds, and you've talked about the U.S. doing women podium, and we is planned for Worlds. What can you talk a little more about that, and the kind of recognition as a subset of a much larger convention style competition?
So one of the things I think the WCA is doing really well is having representation of trans cubers. For example, they are included in female rankings. They are included in fastest female. I think it's really important towards acceptance, affirmation, and just having everyone feel welcome and accepted for who they are. A lot of people belong to different minority groups where they are feeling underrepresented, and just ensuring that people know that they exist, they belong, and that they are celebrated is something I think the WCA is doing really well.
What do you think? Because obviously, as someone who's very involved and much older, like, oh well,
Much older.
Sorry,
I'm older than you, Kevin.
I know. I was like, we're the same age bracket, so it's like we're both. As someone who's like a more veteran cuber, and like especially like, well, we've been around for a long time. We're adults. We've seen the scene grow. Like, what would you say? Like, such a large percentage of the population of cubers are like younger boys or like young men, but like who maybe like aren't as aware of these issues. Like, what would you say to them of like maybe they're like hearing about more of this and really kind of like obviously you see at a competition that like it's like very heavily male represented. Like, what would you like kind of say is like something small or like very easy actionable, like as a good stepping stone for like the kind of like average male solver to like be aware and kind of support diversity within the WCA?
For one thing, encourage people you know to compete. If you have a sister, if you have a mom, anyone who thinks cubing is not for them, assure them that anyone can learn the cube. There are so many tutorials online. I even have one. There's so many on YouTube. But just find a way to learn it, and you'll find that competitions are not really about winning. It's really about personal achievement. It's about having fun. It's about the experience. It's not about winning. It's not about prize money, except people like Kevin Hayes who, could actually win that money.
Not anymore.
It's really just about, it's not about the competition. It's about having fun. It's about trying your trying to get personal best, and even if you don't worry about it because you have other chances as long as you keep coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's like very well said. There's definitely like an aspect of cubing for everyone. Like, even at like this event, which is the World Championship, I think 80-90% of the people here are really, their main enjoyment of this competition is just meeting new friends, seeing old friends, like just being able to get an experience on the stage and have this like, be in this cool venue with so many people that are like-minded and interested in the same activity. Also, to your point, both my mom and both my sisters have profiles. My mom is competing at our 6th Worlds this Saturday. I'm very excited.
Yeah, my dad also competed twice, but it's pretty good for a 70-year-old. Yep.
Oh yeah, my mom will be well. 8 seconds. She would be mad. Okay, never mind. She's an undisclosed.
My dad.
She's an undisclosed age.
39.93.
Okay, what would I guess like as like kind of a follow up to that, like say you're someone who's also like, because like this for like the like general cuber, like say you're someone who has more of a reach, like you are relatively famous or you're very fast, you have a following for X, Y, or Z reason, like what, and it's like it is kind of hard to be like, if you are supportive of like hopefully we're supportive of like gender diversity in the WCA, and like how would like you want to, like what's the easy way or like a logical or feasible way to express that as someone who might be timid about that given like they have an audience?
I appreciate you said I was fast. I totally am not anymore. I used to be like reasonably competitive. I like actually used to podium at competitions.
It's not about the competitions.
Good point. Wow.
Who said that?
Oh, I wonder. Yeah. What was the question? So I got sidetracked.
Oh, like a similar question to like before. It's like, okay, you're like, like maybe like a young teen like cuber, and now you're like someone who's very established and like has like a following.
Just encouraging everyone to keep coming to competitions and just talking to them, being friendly to them, making sure that cubing stays a welcoming environment for everyone, even if you don't see people like you, ensuring that everyone is welcome here. We all have fun together. Everyone is just here for the cubing.
Well said. I think that's advice that you can apply to everyone. I guess, do you have, what else did you have? Do you have another topic you really want to talk about?
Honestly, no.
Okay. Well, if you want to stay on and watch some 5x5, or if you have any other topics you'd love to talk about, what else are you competing in? What are you competing in this weekend? Oh,
I competed in 5 this morning. I think it was my first 5x5 solve since my last competition.
Oh, okay, the classic.
I don't practice because I'm not here. I just said volunteer for the cubing. I'm here for the volunteering. Oh yeah, I guess we could talk about that. So it's really important that we stay volunteer driven because that's what makes cubing such a passionate hobby for a lot of people. As soon as we start paying delegates or team members, like with a couple exceptions where you kind of have to pay, like for example, people who are developing software, then people are going to lose this intrinsic motivation that makes cubing special to them. So one of the things that WCA really hope keeps doing is staying volunteer-driven, ensuring that most people who help the WCA and just make everything possible are doing it because they love the WCA. They want everything to just get better over time and for cubing to keep growing. Not necessarily 2,000 people at a competition growing, but the idea is that community is getting more welcoming. We are getting higher retention rates, people coming back to competitions, and people are giving positive feedback and saying great things about competitions.
Oh yeah, I mean, the number of volunteers we had just to make this weekend like run today, and then all the organizing work going on beforehand has been like, I mean, obviously like everything else about this competition, bigger than we've ever seen before, and. We're off to a little behind schedule start, but I've no doubt they'll be back on schedule soon, and I've definitely no doubt that our data entry needs are going to be, we're well ahead of the pace the entire weekend.
Yeah, I think we're the only team that benefits from being behind schedule because it gives us more time.
I was the work is very, the amount of work is very fixed for data team. All the scorecards are already printed. There can only be so many solves.
Yeah, we just have to make sure we're thoroughly checking.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we do to ensure that data is efficient is giving people enough breaks, letting people walk around. Fortunately, we have a very large venue, so it's a good break to go and collect scorecards. So we're taking turns of having people collect the scorecards. As long as they got their hat on, then they're welcome to collect it. And just having a flexible schedule, honestly, is really helping us too. So everyone is capable of entering, double-checking, checking the handwriting sample to see if there's a digit they want to clarify. Everyone knows what to do with this missing signature. Just everyone's able to do everything is a really good approach to having a team. And for data entry, it lets us work efficiently. It helps us ensure that results are accurate and that we are enjoying the work we're doing.
Yeah, I've been. How much? I was impressed because they had just do the handwriting samples when we picked up our volunteer badges. I was like, it made me feel really self-conscious. I was like, oh my God, how many times has data entry been back there and been on a scorecard I've written down?
Did you know that I started the handwriting sample?
I did not. 32-34 from Taman. Very nice single coming out of a mishap on the first solve. 39-34. So look at very likely to have a mean of 3 coming up here, which he's obviously no stranger to. But I guess we will get to that very soon. Sarah, is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
I was not prepared for this question.
Oh, sorry. We went off script a little bit.
Oh, I guess I could talk a little about the handwriting sample because that's something that a lot of people are mentioning. So this is a really good practice when you have a dedicated staff team. Just knowing how everyone writes their digits, we don't have to track them down, and we're also not forcing people to write in a particular way. It just helps data entry be accurate while also not making people change their handwriting.
8 seconds.
And we've been doing this for a couple competitions now. It started at NAC 2022 in Toronto, and it's been immensely helpful for data entry to have handwriting samples. And it's something that's also just fun because you get to see, especially World Championship, how people write their digits. Oh, it's a really interesting way of writing this digit. So now when I see it, I know what it is without looking it up again. And we find a lot of value in just trying to find best practices and just keep finding ways to make things better and better.
Yeah, I think this is very odd, but you'll just, since you do one team specifically for the data entry, just randomly know someone's handwriting really well by the end of the weekend.
Well, the teams switch each day, but the idea is that if one person is accustomed to one scorecard color, they will get used to that handwriting sample very quickly.
Oh, okay. All right, well, thank you for coming on. Great words from Sarah Strong, and well, I hope that the handwriting sample is for you well the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This was fun.
Thank you so much. We're going to cut for a couple seconds while we transition.
8 seconds.
All right. Well, actually, you're supposed to do the intro.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's Manu back on the mic after an interview with Sarah. Kevin is still here as we watch Sebastian Wire. Not sure how far he is through this average, but a great big cube solver.
Yeah. We're not going to give him that much credit. He's from my generation. I don't know if we're just going to call him good at big cubes. No, Sebastian's pretty good at 5. He's pretty good at 5. Like, he's definitely in the final. But 4x4, like, it's crazy. He's the 4x4 guy. Like, he's the great. It's crazy. Like, I think he's been flying under the radar at this competition for 4x4. But like, he averages 20 officially. Like, in the last 12 averages, he's been faster than Taman. Max has actually been number 1 by just a hair. 48 from Sebastian. That's he's not too happy with that.
I think he's just chilling though.
Yeah, I mean,
he's vibing right now.
It's all about like setting the tone. Like,
thank you.
But like on 48s, slow enough to where you definitely don't want to be setting the tone.
Thursday morning here at the World Championship.
It's 1:14.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Thursday afternoon. Yeah, people are still easing in. You know, the environment's a little different. This is not your normal local. We got to remember how to compete in front of the crowd, even though it's like we're still pretty sparse right now. I mean, it's like everyone. There's a lot of people here, but everyone's spread out. Everyone's at the hangout tables. People aren't just like chilling in the audience watching too much because there's not quite as much fast action going on. But
there was a pretty big crowd applause for Timon's 32 just earlier.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry, Timon's up, and then like.
I mean, of course. I mean, he's a superstar alongside Kieran Behan from Ireland. Amazing chance for him when I was at Euros. It's just the entire stadium just erupts. Kieran Behan. Amazing.
Oh,
an icon.
Yeah, the absolute Euro favorite. He's in a great position to get a lot of top 10 finishes this weekend. Getting a top 3 in any of these events is going to be very difficult. He was second place at the World Championship last year in 6x6, or 2 years ago in Korea. But the times have certainly changed, and Kieran's gotten faster, but the world has gotten even more faster. Certainly possible, though, of a sub-40 average, and although this is not going to be the solve that's going to start it off.
Definitely not.
No. His first solve was also
43-7.
It's not a terrible end, given the reduction.
Got a little lucky on that on the last layer, certainly.
We can see, like, the mix-up on the cubes between Kieran and Taman has been a bit unfortunate. Like, even Taman, like, 39 on his first solve is quite poor by his standards.
Yes.
Still, obviously, like, I mean, that's a solve that's actually too slow to win. Like, you can't count a solve in a winning average like that unless without Max, like, really making a major mistake. We have yet to see. Shouldn't Max be up right now?
Not sure. We can check it out for you all.
We're going to pull up the heat right now.
Yeah, as Timon comes up, he's on for solve number 3. Yeah, the cube solve we mentioned earlier, a bit of a unfortunate situation. He looked pretty upset after that, that's for sure. So I think anyone would be at this type of major level, but good thing we have ways to deal with it.
Yeah, Taman is a pro. This is his job. He's a professional, and like he treats it like a professional. But he expects professional conditions, and this is the World Championship, and we have. I mean, I'd say for 99% of the time, they've certainly followed through. But you know, everyone makes mistakes. It's I'm not too worried about the entirety of this competition moving forward.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Timon can cook up here. Solve number 3, getting started. Proponent's a big user of Yao. Yao has taken over 5x5 as of recent.
Oh, I think now Max is the only person, like the top, maybe even the 20, who's not using Yao. Now that Felix has switched over to reduction, or switched over from reduction, officially as of like 3 days ago, if you saw his Instagram story. All right, wow, Taman's
this is
on
a
pace
really
for
good
33.
Pace. As he's just going into last layer, ZB recognition. Little fist pump from him, and yeah, I mean, even like, I mean, it's a great solve, but I mean, by his standard, he's obviously looking for more. The crowd is really loving it, though.
I think he's happy with 34-7. Like,
I guess you'll take that after the starting off with the
34-7 is gonna win. Like, it would you get 34-7 will win almost every single time. Like Max's PR2 average, I think, is 35. We can look it up. But like, No, like you're counting at 34. He's in a great shape. I think what's like kind of frustrating is he knows that like first solve was a little off because he was still getting his footing after the cube mix-up, and other like, I mean, you can play coulda, shoulda, woulda, like react like recovering after mistakes and like just like things out of your control is part of the game, but like starting with 32, 34 would be. That's a pace.
Yeah,
but yeah,
certainly.
We're looking at top 100 results, and Max Park's PR2 is 35.5. So,
oh yeah.
Like, and Max's world record average right now 34.76. 30. Sorry, I thought it was a couple tenths faster. 34.7 will most certainly win.
Yeah.
On tomorrow night. If it doesn't, that will. I mean, I'd love to be wrong because that'd be one of the greatest 5x5 finals of all time. Right, rival Thailand. All right, Max Park in the waiting area. We're getting a little preview. We haven't seen any reduction or any. Sorry, we saw me, but we haven't seen any fast reduction users today. That's for sure. Yeah, I think like in 5x5 it's interesting because I mean Taman and Max are just so much faster than everyone else.
Yeah.
They officially both average 37, and everyone else is a PR average of 37.
Yeah.
And apparently Timofey's like official average is his lifetime best as well. So extremely impressive competition results, but a little indicative that he's probably might be hanging around with the with like Nam and who is the
Okay. 42,550.
Nam and Kaiwen. Yeah.
I still think it's going to be a really dramatic final.
Oh, I completely
even
agree.
if 1 and 2 are semi locked in, third place is still world championship podium. That's huge. That's career making.
I love the double battle. Like we have 1 and 2 are pretty clearly out there, and like given it's like a little bit longer event, the variance is a little lower. I think like in clock we were looking earlier, and 1 and 2 are pretty significantly faster than the rest of the field. But obviously in round 1 a lot of shakeups happen. But 5x5 is a lot more consistent. Like it's very, very likely that Taman and Max takes 1 and 2, but obviously you never know. A couple of questionable solves, and you can be totally out of it. Although I even saying those words, it seems a little tough, just because not because Max and Taman are faster than everyone, but because they're so good competitors.
Yes, yeah. That's going to come huge at the World Championship. It's not just who can solve better, but who can solve better in these types of conditions when it's all on the line. There is no bigger championship than this.
And my favorite part is that we will not be like, it's not going to be a game of like who doesn't choke so hard, who is like the least sloppy. Like these two are great under pressure.
They're going to be throwing darts.
They bring it. I think we're going to see a very fast final. Obviously we want to see a close final, but I think we're going to see a fast and close final. It's going to be very exciting. I'm also looking at some results from, we got the results from round 1.
Yeah.
Not that crazy. I am looking at the first 3, and I think Timofey might, Timofey's probably won't be that. Timofey would be the happiest, but like Felix, sorry Felix if you're watching, but I could tell Felix is a little nervous about this competition. Leading out with a 48.98 is indicative of that nerves. That's pretty rough. But both together just fine. 42, 46, 43, 38. With the 44-1 average from Felix, that's easily going to place him in the top 15, maybe even top 10 in this round. So definitely nothing to be concerned about. And I think that's it looks good. He's trending in the right direction. Solid speed's coming down. Semifinals tonight, I could totally see him. Felix is the veteran of all veterans. He's done more. I wouldn't. I think being nervous is extremely standard, extremely reasonable. And then having that show in the first solve is totally doesn't even mean it's not even negative, as long as the rest of that round kind of
as long as you can finish it up, and that's the advantage of having it. Thursday morning. One of the first rounds of the World Championship is you get a lot of time to let's ease into the nerves. Let's figure things out, and go from there. Let's see how to improve.
I'm also looking at Henry Lickner. If you guys aren't aware, huge breakout star of the last month. Honestly, I was at that competition in Naperville, Illinois. Naperville, Illinois. 3 rounds of 5, 6, 7. Henry Lickner shows up and he was good, but now he's a contender. I think 5x5 might think the World Championship might be a little early for him to be trying to get top 3 finish in 5x5, but in 6x6, he's my dark horse for sure. I think he totally has it. I'm really curious to see how he competes at the world stage. He competed extremely well at that Naperville competition. 9 6x6 solves, and the average mean of 9 was 114.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, his means were 114, 114, 114. He didn't get
nuts.
no, he did not. He's 5th in the psych sheet, but he didn't get a 114 mean once.
Okay, that's going to be a really, really exciting story for when is
Sunday. 6 is Saturday,
okay.
Sunday.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Like, you get a 114 mean. Okay, what does that mean? You get 1 out of 6. You were just vibing that day.
Right.
You get 3 in a row. That's an entirely different story. Like, that's way harder. But we'll be following that story later on the weekend. I think that's going to be a fun one to watch. I'm looking at his results right here. He started with a 38. And then his average wasn't too good after that. Like, that, I don't think there's too much to read into there. But I think it's the trend of Felix's average where you start slow and get faster. I definitely would prefer, but it's round 1. He got a 43 average. Be safe.
Perfectly adequate.
43 will be safely in the final. It should probably be right around 8th to 10th. All right, we're gonna be cutting to a replay of Timon's 32 now. So,
I mean, you're the 5x5 guy. Let's break this down. What do you see here? It's Yao certainly, but
I'm seeing a good start. Okay, he did plan that. I thought he was gonna leave a midge on the top. A lot of moves to that blue-white, but fast blue-red, or white-red, I mean. I want to. There's this M slice that he does up here. Like, he's very good with. It's just like the way he holds the cube. You can see. I mean, as like an older school style, where like Timon obviously like holds left hand, right hand, and then like can turn with both. He's the ambidextrous style, and then it's really helpful, I think, in this Yao style of the cube or of the solve, where he just really light holding on his left, and which allows him to really manipulate the front face with his left hand, even when he's doing his Yao edges. Which otherwise, if you're locked into like really just holding with left and only turning with right, gets really just like more limiting. And Yao is all about the freedom, and because he's using his left hand and right hand to manipulate all the edges, he can really take advantage of that freedom that Yao allows you.
What was really impressive to me, and you can see that here, and particularly in the slow-mo, is how little lockups he has. Because I feel like it's, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, it feels like it's a lot harder on big cubes since because there's just so many more pieces, so many internal pieces. You just have a greater chance to lock up. So it seems like you need ridiculous precision for this.
Oh, absolutely. Also, quick shout out to Donna Hayes, the judge on the right. Go, Mom. No, it's like the balance of turning speed versus like obviously any like versus like rate of lockups is really, really important. I think people really underestimate, like, it's like everyone says like, oh, like you turn too fast, and like everyone does turn too fast. But you know who doesn't actually turn too fast? Timon. And he like actually turns at the right speed where it's so fluid. It's still, but like you can tell he's just like right on the line. Like maybe he has a tiny lockup, but not a big one. Like he's playing like the knife's edge perfectly of like the risk reward of his turning style, and it's just really impressive to see.
I mean, that's what it takes. That's what it takes.
Well, we're on pace for something great here. If this next solve is going to tell us a lot.
Wouldn't it be nuts to see something absolutely insane come out from Timon?
Yeah, I'd love a 29 right here. I'm not greedy.
I mean, he's been on sub 30 watch for quite some time. It's kind of a battle between him and Max. Feels like he was pacing pretty well there, but then not quite sure.
The lefty double flicks and the Yao edges are so good.
It's just mesmerizing. It's so hard to fully commentate one of Timon's solve just because he's just doing incredible stuff. There's a bit of a parody. And yeah, I mean, there's a ZB.
All right, world record watch is on.
33.82 for Timon. Let's see what his best and worst possible average is. Is it populated up there?
His best is world record.
33.65. That'd be sub 34.
Let's get, I'm sure production's going to be doing math for us. Oh my God, he's starting. This, you see, this, I say he's the best.
With the cube swap in.
I say he's the best competitor mentally. He loves the crowd. He rises to the occasion, and like this, we're proving it right now. Like he even started with a mistake that wasn't his fault.
Right.
He got a little frazzled, but you know what? Like he's like, oh, this wasn't my fault. Like it's totally reasonable to get a little frazzled, and just throw that away. It's fine. I don't need 5 solves to get world record. I only need 4.
And world record is 34 seconds.
Yeah, Timon's on Timon needs one more. We need to we'll get his.
Yeah, we'll do the math.
Yeah, we'll do the math.
for you all.
Oh wait, I forgot we have Oh no, we're not doing live results. Sorry, I was like, who'll do it for us?
No.
But
so stay tuned. If you're on the second monitor, tune back in.
Yeah, if you're on the second monitor, listen to the audio. In about 1 to 3 minutes, we're gonna have our first world record watch of the weekend, and we are
in a round one, no less.
You're halfway through round one.
Yeah. Rising to the moment. I mean, Timon's a superstar. He knows it, and he's just able to deal with it. Just incredible stuff from him as we watch Kieran now.
Like, it's obvious. Like it's just so obvious that like he's been practicing for this comp. We all know like this is his job. Like especially like he was kind of. I mean, it's hard to just call him like a breakout star in Korea, but like he did so well. I think it was he outperformed expectations in Korea, and expectations were already very high. No. Our expectations were already very high, but he outperformed them. And like 3 world titles, or he won 4 and 6, 2 world titles in Korea, and then we're looking at like nice 41 from Kieran. It's gonna be, it's not gonna be crazy, but it'll be safely around. Obviously, it's kind of just a shrug and move on. But like Seattle's like, okay, he is the star. He's been the star for the last year, and like since Korea, and like can he deliver and just lock in round 1 instantly?
Yeah, Little Birdie told me that Timon has been practicing exactly 2 things. 3x3, as you may expect. 5x5. Those are the only 2 things that he's been practicing this weekend, and it shows. I mean, he came here with a mission. What do you think? Do you think we can see him potentially get 3 through 7 at World Champion at some point? Collect it all?
No. I think he can do everything but 7.
Fair enough.
I think
that's fair.
The problem with... I think he can win threes.
Yeah.
Threes. Oh, threes. Hard.
I mean,
3 is hard.
He has an uphill battle. There.
Like 3 is so hard. Like 4 and 5. Like before this comp, I thought 5 was his best chance of winning, just because I think I was giving him like 60 to 80% chance to win. And 4, there's 3 guys in that fight, and also there's like a lot of variance in 4. Okay, we got Max Park in. We are definitely. Don't worry.
Here we go.
If we get Timon's fifth solve, that is priority 1. We'll be switching over.
Well, you were talking about getting the sub 30. It could happen right now. It could happen right here.
It could happen right here. We could. A world record average could happen, and he could still lose.
Yes.
There's no guarantees. Max has not gone yet. Obviously, the only person capable, I think, based on like at home times, that could beat Timon right now is Max.
Yeah, anything can happen.
We have not seen Max in a major, like in a huge, like. He hasn't been like competing like crazy. I feel like he's just always so consistently good.
And yeah, Max also going to be doing Redux here. He'll be building all the centers, putting them all together. Then he's going to start working on edges. Max's edge pairing, oh my goodness, it's just amazing. It's ridiculous to watch. The fluidity, the speed, it's just absurd.
No, it's like centers are just, I mean, they're good, obviously, but like, it's just ridiculous how good his edges are. Well, okay, that was the easy last 4 case.
Yeah,
he had slow.
Last layer now.
His centers were a little slow, but
37-51. Mild applause from the crowd. I think everyone is waiting.
We all know we're waiting.
Timon solve 5. He's also going to be on this blue stage as well. So the crowd is building up here.
Yeah, well, people, the word has probably been traveling around the venue. Like, you got 2 minutes for the fifth solve.
Yeah, exactly. Get over here.
Like, all right, that was a pretty standard solve from Max. He averages 37 officially. It is always just crazy though to see Max is very good at 3x3, obviously, but I think even relative to his 3x3 time, his 3x3 stage on big cubes is
nuts.
fat. Like, when he was coming up and like very similar speed to Felix, like him and Felix were about the same 3x3 speed, Max's 3x3 stage was over a second faster. Like, his no inspection big cube turning 3x3 is so strong. Like, he will average 7.
What do you think differentiates him in this regard? Like, what makes him so much better?
I think what helps for sure is that, like, Max notoriously is very simple solves.
Yes.
Like, there's not a lot of complex stuff. And the more complex stuff there is, the more time you need an inspection to generate that complex stuff. And there's not really any inspection on big cubes.
Yeah, right.
You got parity. If you're doing your parity out, you can kind of see what's going on, what's going to happen. Like, when you're on your last 3 edges, you're kind of looking around a little bit, but like, you're not playing some pseudo slotting double X cross magic. That's for sure. You're like, okay, where my cross piece is gonna be.
Yeah.
And then like, it always impresses me with Max on his edges. Like just, I think this is similar to his 3R3 stage start. Is that like just his selection is so good. Like when the real key in his edges for big cubes is that he instantly selects the best option, and that like his move count's so much lower than you'd expect because of that. And here we go.
All right, hold on to your seats, everyone. Timon Kolshinsky, world record pace 35.64. Is that right?
35.64 for world record. Is that tie or beat? To get to tie? 35.64 for tie. Oh, to beat. 35.64 to beat. I mean,
Kevin, what? Put yourself in Timon's shoes. What's going in your head right now?
I've been in Timon's shoes and I freaked out and didn't get the world record. So I wouldn't take any advice from me in this situation. This is also, he's never had 5x5 average world record.
Right.
This is like,
this would be huge.
And not only that, but like he doesn't even need. He needs his slowest counting solve. It's not a like clutch moment. Just perform well. I mean, still pretty clutch.
Let's see what he can put together.
Good start.
I feel like the centers took a bit. The first two centers took far too long.
They were too slow. But he's really good at edges, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, first two centers done that.
16 yaw reduction. Your first three.
Feels like a little too much pausing.
No,
I don't think it's going to happen here. Yeah, no, not quite. Unfortunately, looks like Timon is not going to be able to get the world record. In fact, I think this is this is going to be worst possible average for him. Still going to take first place in the round so far.
Oh, definitely so far.
44.88.
Yeah, not much to say about that one.
I mean, he knows he missed an opportunity there.
I'd say those opportunities don't come around very often, but I feel like he might just get another one in about 6 hours.
5x5 semifinal is what Kevin is alluding to here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say. It's just you had a chance, and obviously, like 44 is so slow for him. It's just mental mistakes, just completely just lost it, which it goes to show, like, even the best competitors, like, I mean, this is an impressive round nonetheless. Like, especially with that, like, logistical error to begin, like, bad solve with the 39, went crazy fast to, like, put himself still in a world record chance, and then just couldn't quite hold it in. So 36-1 though. I mean, the odds, it's very, very likely to be first in this round. Obviously, Max still has a chance to beat it, but I think if you got 36-1 in a different format, like in a different order, or like the solves were distributed differently, he'd be maybe not super happy, but be like, okay, like we're on a good start.
Of course, yeah.
That one you just like is a little disappointing because of the potential.
All right, Max now.
It is.
Not sure what happened right there at the very end as he was finishing up last two centers. Yeah, feels like he's doing decently well, going through all edges.
All right.
Last four now.
$29 reduction.
Kind of felt like it was a little longer of a 3x3 stage there. 37.72.
We got an 8. It's still an 8.
When you're max bar, getting an 8 is a snoozer.
It's a little slow. You're right. He does usually get the 7-second 3x3 stage. We're like Max is no surprises. Just straight up consistency. 37, right on what he normally gets. And honestly, like his official average is gonna it's everyone else's PR.
Yeah.
Except for Timon. Like, I mean, at this level, it's not win or bust. I'd say just because with his legacy and his pedigree and like obviously he's been doing this for so long.
Yeah.
I think even taking a second of this event is a nice collection in the trophy case. It's very impressive, but there is that, and I think with set 5x5 being first. Because Max is going for 2 3-peats this weekend, 5x5 and 7x7. And I think with 5x5 being first, it'd be almost a little more comforting for like 7x7 to be first because he's so likely to win 7.
Right. So Maddie sat down here in the station. Not entirely sure what happened to his cube.
Yeah, I don't know.
The judge is also not there, so something going on as you see Max here just warming himself up in the waiting area. I mean, the accolades are just, they speak for themselves.
And first pitch thrower.
Yes. Yeah, just an absolute icon in our sport, Max.
It is crazy how much faster 5 has gotten even in the last 2 years. It felt so fast when we were in Korea that people can get sub 30s, like a sub 40 didn't win the round.
Yeah.
It's now it's we're oh my God, Taman ruined his average. He got 36-1. What a waste.
Oh man.
All right, Maddie's been having a really solid year. I wouldn't say he's been having a phenomenal year. I think that sub 5 average he still hasn't gotten while having many 5.0x averages. Has been really looming over his head, and I know it's been looming over his head because he kind of has been talking about it.
Of course. I mean, as you would expect, right? He's from Hawaii, right? And this is just this island in the middle of the Pacific. He has to travel 3 to 5 hours to get any sort of competition whatsoever.
He's got a lot of airline miles, let me tell you that. He shows up at some random comps in Seattle, and I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, exactly.
There's so much effort for this.
No, but Maddie is peaking at the right time. Getting 502 very, very recently. Getting another sub 4 single recently as well.
He's been, I mean, he has a really slow PR relative to what he averages officially. He is actually the 4th ranked on the psych sheet based on last 12 averages. Faster than Max, which is a little surprising, but if you watch his solves and you watch his consistency, it's always there. We got Max up on his 3rd solve here.
8 seconds. Yeah, looks like we missed one of Maddie's, but you can see up there 42.38 was the time he got there as we watch Max on his 3rd. Trending pretty well for 37 at the moment. Let's see if he can improve that. That felt pretty fast through centers, no?
Yeah, it's a little more on pace. He was 11 flat, 10 high. His first solve was 12, so... Okay. Here we go.
3x3 stage at what, 27? High 27 or so? This is going to be a 32.
Nice.
33. 33.15. Little fist pump from him as well.
Very happy with 33.1. Max's solving style really doesn't lend itself to crazy fast singles. He has a 31.4 as wait, yes, 31.4, 32. Yes, actually has a handful of 33s as well. So Max still in a position. Oh, Maddie with a 40.5. Nice. He's definitely Maddie also definitely has been flirting with that sub 40 barrier. Definitely something that his PR's 41.85. So not quite as flirting as closely, but definitely something he knows he's capable of.
Yeah, a little old as well, but I'm also not sure how much Maddie has been going for 5x5 in particular.
So we got Max's full solve here. We hit. Okay, so it was a mid-10 for his centers, which that's definitely what we're expecting. I think the splits for Max on this solve specifically were pretty expected. We were 10 and then 16 and then 7, which is crazy.
One thing that's interesting is I feel like the number of Z2 rotations he's been doing is pretty low. It doesn't seem like he needs to do Z2, 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 Z2 over and over in order to get all the edges solved, because that can certainly be a little bit of a problem with reduction trying to find all the pieces.
Well, here's a secret. You never need to do Z2, Z2 over and over, except everyone is bad and does it, and Max is good, and so he doesn't.
Hey, there you go.
So on 5x5, you don't really want to build, building partial edges on 5x5 is kind of silly because what's a partial edge? 2 pieces out of 3? 2 pieces are together always. That's a waste. So, but the thing is, if you just select well, because there's so few edges, you can just select an edge that has all the pieces not in the D layer. And if you always select correctly, you don't need to do Z2. Obviously, sometimes you will, but Max is very good at eliminating that unnecessarily. While the difficulty with Redux is that it's very, very hard to do that, which is why you see a lot of Redux users be doing Z2 quite a lot.
Solve number 4. Let's see what Max can cook up here. Last 2 centers now, wrapping that up.
13.
Yeah, a little bit behind the pace. He's going to need pretty good edges here. And yeah, well there you see that Z2, Z2. Even Max not completely immune. And yeah, this is a pretty rough edge pairing stage, I want to say.
This would be worse for sure. It'd be over 40.
Yeah, even the 3x3 world record single holder, unfortunately not able to come back on 3x3 stage, 43-22. That's a off solve for him.
Yeah, the entire thing was honest. That was terrible. No, like on a scale like it is for Max, that was awful. Like 13 centers into really rough edges. It looked like he had some bad cases on edges, but still a lot of Z2 action there. And then he had a parity case, but usually those aren't too bad. And then a slow 3x3 stage as well. But it's still in a great position to get, like, it's 39 to 36 average options. Like, he's going to get second. Yeah. Can he beat Simone with the best? All right, Maddie. Oh, come on. Stop logging up.
Yeah, Maddie's got a good solve here.
All right.
36-37, is that right?
36-37. We're definitely going to work on getting
yeah, we got to get the
display improved. We will. Very nice solve from Maddie.
Yeah, it just felt like everything kind of like flowed very well for him. That is actually going to be PR.
And he has already right now, if he gets his PR again, if he counts his PR, he can get a sub 40.
Yeah.
I think a more likely route to sub 40 is a 38 and a 40 or two 39s. Yep. But I mean, Maddie's a great competitor. He's very consistent. I absolutely can do it.
Yeah, he's definitely got to feel good about getting a good PR single there. As we watch the replay, felt like his Yauduction was at quite a good pace. Ooh, wow, but that was a pretty big mistake there.
Yeah, hitting 13. Yeah, pretty big Zek error, hitting 13 seconds. Like Max just finished centers in 13 seconds, and Maddie's got centers plus edges in 13 seconds. Like, that's a slow start from Max and a fast one from Maddie, obviously, but like that just goes to show how slow 13-second centers is.
And then yeah, just clean finish for Maddie here as Max is back on the blue stage. He's getting ready for his 5th and final solve.
I don't know if we have the stats on Timon loaded up, but there might be a chance to beat him, but either way, not quite yet. With anything reasonable here, Max is going to lock himself into a second place finish in this round, which is the most likely option. Nothing wrong with losing to someone who's got 36.1.
Yeah.
I think
in round one, I mean,
definitely
just whatever.
I think even if you get like a 36, losing with a 36 in finals is still rough. Like, it's so fast. Yeah. Like, it's almost like if you can do well and still lose, sometimes it's just like, wow, like he's just so good.
Centers looks a lot better there. Still maybe not quite at the 10-second range, more like 11. But
he still has another Z2, yeah. All right.
Yeah, I just wrapped up. Interesting. Going for white. I wonder what goes through his head as he picks his cross color, but this is going to end up being pretty decent. 35-12.
Oh my God, I'm so excited for tomorrow night.
Yeah.
They're on. They're both doing really well. Like,
this is what you want to see. You want to see the top competitors doing well.
36-78. Loses round one.
Yeah.
Out with the World Championships in 5x5. 36-78. Not even good enough for a first place. It's going to lock him in. I mean, unless Maddie gets like...
Maddie's going to need something.
He's going to need 230, like 231. So like Max, unless something really, really, really unlikely happens, Max Park, second place in 5x5 round one. Timon Cole is going to see first place in 5x5 round one. Both with 36 averages. Both likely well ahead of the competition. We will see what Maddie gets. Maddie's very open to getting third place, which...
He would take third place.
Yes.
In a heartbeat.
Oh,
in a heartbeat.
No,
I mean, Maddie is not projected to. I mean, he should be able to make finals. I think.
He's making finals. No problem.
Yeah. But to take bronze medal here. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
No. Maddie be looking third place to be like we're looking at Nam, Felix,
Kaiwen.
Nam, Kaiwen for like the third place, and Timofey.
Yeah.
We saw Timofey's already 41.3. Did we get Kaiwen's average?
Not sure.
This is going to be so fun in semifinals with the live data entry.
Yeah. It's going to be great.
Yeah, if you haven't heard, we're doing a semi-live data entry for semifinals. We will have results going in on a 1 to 2 minute delay, one solve at a time. We will know the finalists immediately. Maddie in the tank, though. He's sweating it out while they're bringing out his last.
I love
he's
that
got 2
PTZ
more.
shot there, where
Yeah.
it's just Maddie versus everyone else. Like he's just sitting there. He's kind of on an island all on his own. He's had a lot of time to simmer.
He must have got misscrambled.
Yeah.
Hey, he's been talking about how, like, when he got his old PR average, the fire alarm went off in the middle of it, and 20 minutes between solves, hanging out outside.
Okay, yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Yeah, it seems like probably very.
Oh, they had him solve his misscramble. Never mind.
Okay, yeah, no,
sorry, I missed it. All right. We got
Interesting. He actually has a blue scorecard. That means he was supposed to be on the other side. But looks like he got moved over here instead.
Yeah. All right. So
hey, works for us.
We have a lot of potential here. 41.8 is PR, which is very, very doable at this point. But
I mean, he's gonna need something pretty good though.
To lock in the 41.8, right?
Yeah.
He's got two solve slips.
True.
Can we pull up Maddie's current average? Let's see. Let's check out his adduction. Oh, very nice. Oh no. Never mind.
Yeah, the third edge did not look great there. Unfortunately, that was way too many rotations to be doing.
A little worse than not great. Look terrific.
Adduction. This one is markedly slower.
He's 10 seconds behind his last solve.
Unfortunately, not quite the same pace that he would like to see, probably.
Yeah, what I do love, though, is that full cube rotation to see the back. That is something that when you are nervous and it's not going quite as well as you'd like, that it's hard to do. It's very tempting to just I got to do a move. To take half a second and look at the entire cube where you're not going to turn is a net positive for sure, but your brain hates it.
Yeah. 43.62 was his time there, so a bit of a comeback, I guess, from poor Yauduction.
I think it tells us how crazy good. I mean, 13.
Yeah.
13 cross plus 3, or centers plus 3 cross. That is crazy
it's just
fast.
nuts.
That's nuts. I mean, that's on pace for a 30.
Yeah.
So the previous one had way better than normal. This one's a little slower than normal. 43 is not bad. I think we're waiting on his last. We're definitely waiting on one more solve.
Yeah.
We will hopefully have his BPA and his WPA up on screen soon. His WPA still that sub 40, or his BPA still at sub 40, but the 36 is very doable for Maddie, but I don't think it's something. I don't think we can expect it.
I don't know if it'll matter to him either. Obviously, he would like to walk away with PR. That's going to be
yes.
That's going to be really, really nice. It'll boost his confidence, certainly. Nothing wrong with a little bit of a confidence boost.
I think what's really just important on this solve, especially just do your normal thing. Start yourself. Just try not to don't worry about it. And because say you get the worst cases of all time, and even with great turning, you would not get better than a 41. If you hit that, you just want to do the best you can for this solve and not worry about oh man, I should have gotten if I just got a little luckier, if I didn't have such a bad start.
I mean, one of the crazy things about Maddie, who's going to be in loads and loads of finals and semifinals, is you can't let this kind of bog down from the true mission, right? The World Championship is just day one.
He wants to. I mean, he's it is a long shot, but he's here to win through our 3 on Sunday afternoon. These guys, even if you're at home, you're it's crazy. No, he's here to win.
Bad lockup, unfortunately. Looks like maybe a bit of an internal pop also.
No, he's fine. 20 for 3 for flip. He's in an okay spot.
Yeah, and it feels like actually his edge pairing feels pretty good here. Doesn't look like doesn't look like he's making any major mistakes.
His major mistakes are the fact that he picked the wrong edges.
Yeah, I mean
he turns too fast. The thing that I said last time where he paused to look at the whole cube is not something he did that time. And I was watching him practice. It's a little bit of the thing when you're a 3x3 main that you need to turn that fast. He's at the skill level where he can turn that fast. But on 5, he's not. His turning speed on 5 is appropriate for someone who averages 36 or 37, and he does not. You're
saying he can afford to slow down?
He should. I think he should slow down a little bit. When he's turning that fast and he's on, he gets his edges. He gets that 36. We can see the results. But when your TPS is faster than your average, it leads to a lot of scenarios where you miss edges. You're not getting as efficient solutions, and especially in competition, it quickly your brain is even when you're normally practicing, your brain is struggling to keep up with your TPS, and then in competition, it just gets all that much harder.
Yeah. I mean, So, yeah, I mean, Matty, he's going to be walking away a little bit disappointed. You saw a little bit of frustration on his face. He still did get PR single, 36, but he's going to end up with a 42 average. That's going to put him behind Timofey, and I think right in front of Nam.
Looks like he's probably 5th or 6th at this round, which honestly, once it's one of those things again where if the solves happen in a different distribution, I think he'd be pretty happy. Yeah. It's just like the unfortunate part is the missed opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so I guess that's kind of the story here for our little block. And for Timon on world record pace, unfortunately not able to clutch up, but good comeback from his little moment of adversity. And Matty also looking pretty good for PR average. He's going to walk away with PR single. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's round 1. I think that the opportunity is going to turn some execution later on.
Yeah. Anyway, we're here at the World Championship. We're going to end up going to a bit of a shot of the crowd, a little bit of a break here.
And we'll be back soon.
Rogers. Fields went to New York.
Oh shit. 9 and 8 again?
9 and 8.
Sick, dude.
That's the plan.
It's consistency. It's like I don't really have to pay attention to them. I kind of just figure they'll do a bunch of stuff and it will just. Sick.
You know how the Steelers will be. Death, taxes, and 9 and 8.
9 and 8.
Back? Almost. Almost.
Nope.
I think we're fine. We'll see.
No, it's gonna die. We have similar displays that have similar issues, so it like starts out strong and then it fades, or maybe not. It looked like it was dying on the back.
It did. We can keep an eye on it in like the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I won't be far away.
Okay, I'll be at the station, so I can just call you over then if it dies again.
And you can call me, at me, whatever you need to do.
Okay. Just pinging you on Discord is the best option, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night.
Yep. Should be.
These are dead?
Yeah, they're trash.
Got it.
I'll go around front here and take a peek.
Yep. We're set.
Yeah, especially for these stream stations. We should
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on. I'll keep checking every couple solves.
I stay strapped.
Stay strapped always.
Going.
Hopefully better than this morning.
What happened this morning?
Clock.
What happened?
We just got very behind.
I didn't know if you were referring to the
No,
staffing
no,
or your
no,
results.
no. The staffing. No, I don't care about my solves. I'm just here to be here, pretty much.
The one thing I kind of cared about, I screwed up.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't compete on Saturday.
Uh huh.
And so I was doing my 6x6, and I missed cut off by like 3 seconds on a double parity solve.
Oh.
And I like looked at the timer, freaked out, and screwed up OL too.
Yeah,
I was still that close.
Yeah.
That hurts.
I didn't realize that 5x5 even had a cutoff until like.
They told you
someone
were done
did,
after 2 solves?
No, until someone didn't make it. Like when I was judging, and I was like, oh no, but I made it by. I don't even know how I made it. The solve felt terrible, but it was fine, and everything else in that average was garbage, but I got the average, so like, I don't really care at that point.
Yeah. It does make me feel more confident on like 7 cutoff, but
yeah.
Which I thought I would anyway, but now that I was close on 5x5 or 6x6, which I thought would be harder, I think I'll make it.
Yeah, you got it.
I think I'm in at least the form to make that.
Yeah.
I did okay in clock. I did okay in 5, but it's not enough to make cutoff.
Yeah.
Okay, just so y'all know, we're gonna try something ugly that hopefully will help.
Running?
When you're
Jeremy,
done with
you're on 2. Eli, you're on 1.
hold it at the door.
All right. Hey,
hi, Boji.
What is up, bro?
Okay. Hold it at the door. That way you can see it and grab it.
Okay.
It's hard to get in and out of that chair with the poles.
Understood.
Yeah.
Do
you want me to still try it or something else?
Hold it out. Just hold it out. I'll see.
Okay. All right. Good luck, Boji.
I'm ready.
Eight.
Hello, everyone. I am Zach Rydell, joined here by
Kieran Behan.
Kieran, it's a pleasure to have you. We're going through right now 3x3 one-handed round 1, getting called up to the main red and blue stages. I can hear the announcement coming through now.
It's just like
Kieran, I'd love to interview, talk to you. Of course, you are quite the experienced competitor. Tons of records under your belt. 44-time European record holder. Over 200 national records for the country of Ireland. First thing I wanted to ask you, how have you been enjoying Seattle?
Seattle so far has been good. I got here last Saturday on a direct flight from my hometown, Dublin, but I haven't spent any time in Seattle yet. I went to Mount Rainier National Park Olympic National Park. And then I did some stuff around Seattle, like the State Capitol building and the Museum of Flight as well. So I only got into Seattle there yesterday, and I haven't seen the city yet. But if you have any recommendations, let me know.
Well, we can talk about that after the interview. I don't want to
Sure,
cloud that up. But you mentioned you flew direct, like, from Dublin. Are you feeling like any jet lag or anything going on?
No, it was a flight that landed at 5 p.m., so I was able to deal with jet lag. And it was last Saturday, so any jet lag I got rid of, like, by the end of the weekend, so it wasn't too bad.
Okay, awesome. So, Seattle marks your 4th ever World Championship, combined with your decade plus of competing. That makes you one of the most experienced competitors in attendance this weekend amongst the 2,000 other in attendance. Have you picked up any tricks over the years or developed a routine to maybe help you prepare for these major championships?
Man, you're making me feel so old now. At most competitions I go to, I'm like competing longer than some of the other competitors have been alive now. That's how long I've been in the game for. Yeah, so 4th Worlds, and I've also been to, I think, 4 Euros as well. So I have some major championship experience. I don't have a specific routine other than get nervous and deal with the nerves. No, I haven't developed anything in particular. I do sort of play it out in my mind, like what will happen before, like in the months leading up to it, but that's probably me just overthinking it. I don't know.
I get
the tradition.
I get that. Yeah, the nerves are always going to be a part in cubing. So that's, as long as you found a way to start handling them, that helps. Kieran, you are quite well versed in big cubes, being your main specialty. How did 5x5 round 1 go for you?
Better than I expected. I don't do much 5x5 these days. I'm mostly focusing on 6 and 7. But I started with a 39. And it was a bit odd because Timon and my cubes were switched. So I actually did my first solve with Timon's, but Timon's cube is so good, I just did my first solve with Timon's, and I took that solve instead. And then I had to go back to my own not-so-good cube for the other 4 solves, and I got a 42 average, which is not too bad. I think that makes like top 10 in the round, maybe. And if I keep that pace for the semi-final, then I think I should be okay to make final. But it's not guaranteed.
I remember seeing the 39, and we were figuring out the cube swap, and I was thinking in my head, like, he got a 39 on Timon's cube. That's incredible solving right there.
Well, Timon, I started my solve, and I didn't realize anything. And then Timon next to me said, "This isn't my cube," when he started his solve, because he had my cube. And then when I heard him say that in the corner of my ear, I realized, oh wait, I'm not solving with my cube right now. But the solve was going so well, so I didn't want to stop. And it was worth it.
Yeah, you paid out. You got a 39-second single. Since the inception of the Irish National Champion, or the Irish National Championship, you have earned the title of Irish Champion every year. As someone who has held the title for so long, do you think you get more nervous when that title is on the line compared to these World Championships?
Oh, they're a different type of nerve. They're both very, very nerve-wracking situations. I would say they're probably the Worlds and the Euros is maybe a more nerve-wracking situation, and I don't say that to not pull away importance from the Irish title. It's incredibly important to me now, especially in like the years since COVID when it's gotten incredibly competitive. I don't know how I've managed to keep the title this long, and I reckon, when I do lose it, I won't feel too bad because no one should feel bad for me. I've held it for long enough now. So
I was going to say we are looking into the next iteration of the Irish Championship at the end of the summer, I believe.
That's correct. Yes, we're going down to Waterford, so we've found a really good venue down in just south of Dublin, 1 or 2 hours south, and we've been there since 2022, so it's going to be the 4th time that we're using that venue coming up. About 300 competitors, 250 competitors, give or take.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a great time. Again, speaking to your experience, you've been one of the primary organizers of these Irish National Championships.
Yeah.
How have you liked that compared to just competing standard, but actually putting on the competition itself?
Sure, yeah. So in the first few years of the Irish Champs, 2015 to 2019, I took on like a very heavy role in the organization. I organized it in my school, and I was heavily involved in the scheduling and all different aspects of competition organization. And that was quite difficult at times to balance that with actually competing. In the years since COVID, we've had a team develop around our competitions in Ireland. and they've really stepped up to the plate, and I can sort of rely on them now. So I don't have to worry too much, and I can sort of focus on my results.
I was going to say, you've put in enough work into it where it's kind of doing the work for you. Like it's the train keeps rolling. Again, speaking to your experience, as I mentioned earlier, you've accumulated over 300 records, 44 European records, and then all of your Irish national records. You've also built up 3 World Championship podiums and numerous other major championship wins and podiums. Out of all of these accomplishments, which one are you the most proud of?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question. Each one has been incredible. I don't let the passage of time take away. I would feel like saying my 7x7 win at Euros last year is the best, but then there's also 6x6 and 5x5 wins before. They were also good, and the world's podiums were incredibly difficult and just as difficult to achieve as a Euros win. So. If you want an answer to me, I'll say 7x7.
So maybe I'll split it up into 2 categories if it helps you break it down. Which accomplishment do you think was the most difficult to achieve, and which one do you like whenever you think about it you smile about it this is such a fun moment that I'm glad happened?
Yeah, I'd say my first Worlds podium because by the time my first Worlds where I could get a podium came around, I'd already won a Euros title, and it was sort of like the last thing that I needed to, the last piece of the puzzle. And so I felt like, I don't think I've ever put that much pressure on myself in one situation. Like with 7x7 last year, if I had lost, it would have been fine because I'd had a title before then. But I'd never held a World's podium before or a World's medal. So I put a lot of pressure on myself to get that. And I got it on 6x6 2019 in Melbourne. I got 3rd place, and that was probably one I think back quite a lot about.
Awesome. Going on here now, as we maybe start to wrap up the interview, but looking around here, we do have 3x3 one-handed round 1 going on right now. Do you have any goals for 3x3 one-handed? I don't know if this falls in your wheelhouse still. It's different enough from big cubes, but
true. A lot of N-by-Ners will do OH, won't they? Like Max and Felix, they held OH world records. I never really got into the OH game too much. I did it and I still do it as a fun side event because 3 through 7 are like my serious events that I take very seriously, and I put a lot of pressure on myself to do well in. One-handed is one of those events where I compete at every time, and I just have a good time. No matter if it's a good or bad result, I don't really care.
Just another 5 solves to a little counter on your profile.
Yeah, I'm getting up to 10,000 now. I'm not too far away. Around 8,000 now.
8,000 now. You thinking maybe by the end of next year you're gonna hit that mark?
I think that sounds like a good pace. Yeah, maybe by the end of next year.
If you have control over what's going to end up being your 10,000 solve, if you just keep waiting to go into comps, what event would you want your 10,000 solve to be?
Oh, yeah. So basically you're asking me what my favorite event is, just in a different way.
You know what? Maybe I will ask that. What is your favorite event?
Oh, boy. I'll rule out 4x4 and 5x5. Probably not 3x3. So it's between 6 and 7. Equally both. Can I do both solves at the same time and they can both be my 10,000 solve?
I don't have any control over that.
Okay, I'll go with, say, 6x6 then.
Okay. You made me think of something else while you were saying that, and now I'm starting to blank on it. I remember what I was going to ask you. Kieran, you are famously a green cross solver. We see a lot of solvers today typically use white or yellow cross. Maybe switching between the both or sticking to just one. Yeah. We do see a couple solvers that are color neutral who can solve on any cross color, yet you have stuck.
That's a good solve, 944.
That is a great average there for Eli Parker. We'll return to this question in a moment. I apologize. Eli Parker starting off with a 10.01 average. Quite the impressive start for his one-handed run. Eli is one of the top solvers here at the World Championship, one of the names to look out for. So I'm glad we were able to catch that. The green side facing up. going back to the question. So why green cross? I remember I was reading online a couple interviews that you have done in the past.
Yeah.
That was just the beginner method that you were taught using the green cross. Exactly. Have you ever wanted to switch? Have you ever felt the need to switch?
Yeah, so I do green cross only because I learned from Pogobat's tutorial, which is the same tutorial that Felix learned off of. And I don't know why, but in that tutorial, he teaches on green cross. So I just followed that exactly. And from when I started learning how to do it, I just kept with it. Some people think it's because I'm Irish and I want to do, but it has nothing to do with that.
I was going to make a joke on that, but since you've squashed that rumor, then I won't even bring it up.
No. I have thought about doing other colors, and I'm quite good at blue and white because a lot of example solves on YouTube that I would have watched throughout the years were on white. So I sort of got a bit of it from that, but also I actually OH one-handed. I've been using that as a way to experiment with a bit of color neutrality because I don't want to experiment with it on say big cubes or 3x3.
I will say you definitely want to make sure that you use all colors if you go to color neutrality, because if you stick to just green, white, and orange, then people are going to start getting real suspicious about it just because of
I don't know,
your
dual
nationality.
neutral. Everyone's saying dual neutral is what is the optimal way to do it. That's what the Yiheng and Zhuan Yi do, I think so.
Well, then now you just have to pick two of your favorite colors to be able to solve on.
Green and blue then.
Yeah, that would probably do it. So you did compete in 5x5 earlier today, but you do have to look forward to your main event 6x6 and 7x7 the rest of the weekend. Maybe not a direct goal that you have, but how are you looking forward to competing in those events? Do you have we talked earlier about practice routines or maybe how you get yourself ready for those events, but do you have anything that you're maybe cooking up in secret to warm yourself up?
I won't give too much away. I will say you asked me how I feel. I'm feeling pretty good about this one. Like I have some good competition experience at these major championships. Practice at home has looked positive. You never know what's going to happen on the day, but if I get a performance that I know I can pull off, then you never know what might happen.
I would say if you said that this is like the most prepared you felt for a major championship.
I think it's just to do with all the practice that I've done or like all of the experience from previous majors. Like I'm an adult now with a job, it's harder to find time to practice, you know. But I still have like the practice from before and I'm keeping up, and I think all of my previous World Championships experience is going to help me on this stage. So.
All right. Well, to start wrapping things up, do you have anything you maybe want to share to the people? Do you have social media that you wish to promote? Where can people see more of Kieran Behan?
Sure. Well, the first thing I want to share is use the out people for big cubes, and I mean that. It's the better method. It's quite clearly. Sorry, I had to get that in there.
I agree.
Yeah, sure. I mostly use Instagram and a bit of YouTube as well. Just my name, Kieran Behan. You can find like solve videos and maybe some tutorials on Yao on my YouTube. And I just sort of update my Instagram with my competition results quite regularly. So if you want to find more of me, that's where you can find
Awesome.
me.
It has been a pleasure talking to you, Kieran.
Thank you.
Good luck throughout the rest of the day. I will see you in 5x5 semis.
Sounds good.
And hope to see you get some more good times there.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieran.
Good, how are you?
I've done better.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are, my name is Keaton Ellis. I'm going to be joined today during a 3x3 one-handed round 1 with Seung-Hyuk Nam. And then also, we've got the translator for him, Jerry Huang. So, Seung-Hyuk, for those of you who don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself and who you are and how you got into cubing.
안녕하세요. 저는 대한민국 스피드 큐버 남승혁이고 처음 2012년에 시작해서 지금까지 이제 13년 동안 하고 있고 계속 대한민국 1위 유지하면서 열심히 큐브 선수로 활동하고 있습니다.
So this is Nam Seung-hyuk from Korea. I've been starting cubing since 2012, and I've been cubing for 13 years. And I've been on a top 1 on the Korean for a long time, and I've been work on my cubing for a while.
So you've been a speed cuber, especially at the top level, for quite a while. I mean, in the sort of the mid-2010s, you were very good at 3x3, and then you transitioned from that point into being a very good big cuber, including your first world record last year. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about what it was like to be a top 3x3 solver at that time, and then why you started to transition away to different events?
그동안 3.3 큐브, 4.4 큐브 좀 더 상대적으로 작은 큐브를 되게 높은 수준 유지하고 있었는데 갑자기 B큐브로 B큐브를 갑자기 떠가지고 세계 신기록을 세울 정도로 잘해졌어요. 이 트랜지션에 대해서 어떻게 생각하고 어떻게 B큐브를 갑자기 전향하게 됐는지.
일단은 그때는 제가 이제 어리기도 했고 그래가지고 17년, 18년 이럴 때는 33, 44 이렇게 작은 큐브들 위주로만 했었는데 물론 그때도 이제 B큐브는 했는데 이제 33은 이제 워낙 어린 친구들도 잘하고 하니까 조금 힘들다라는 생각을 했었고 물론 지금도 하고 있지만 근데 이제 전역하고 나서는 5호가 좀 더 재밌어져가지고 그리고 2017년부터도 5호를 계속 했었고 그리고 준우승도 2번 정도 했었으니까 세계대회에서 그래서 자연스럽게 좀 넘어가지 않았나.
So basically, when he was young, he more focused on spinning TPSs more. So which a smaller cube fits better for him. So, but he still worked on his 5x5, 6x6, 7x7 before he went to the military service, obviously. So I'm pretty sure he's saying which is his transition was very natural to change it up to the 3-4 to 5-6-7 because he also got a second place in the 5x5 as well. So
this is at the World Championship in 2017.
2017, yes, is correct. So yeah, it was very natural transition. So, but after he got his guard from military service, he got more interest in the 5x5. So he moved on and continued to put on his work after military services. Yes.
I see. So you've mentioned military service there. So for those of you who don't know, in South Korea you have to do mandatory military service. So all men have to do this for 18 or 21 months. What was that like, especially as a cuber? Were you able to cube during that time, or did you essentially have to stop for a while?
그러니까 군대를 대한민국 남자라면은 무조건 18개월 또는 21개월 동안 가야 되잖아. 그래서 큐브를 혹시 할 수 없는 상황이었는지 아니면은 할 수 있었고 아니면 만약에 할 수 없었다면은 어떻게 그거를 약간 이겨냈는지.
일단은 제가 에어포스에 이제 갔는데 큐브는 일단 많이 못했어요. 안에서 이제 간부들이 전부 이제 별로 큐브 인식이 별로 안 좋아가지고 많이 못했고 약간 몰래 하는 정도? 아니면 조금씩. 그리고 제 이제 보직 자체가 밤낮이 계속 바뀌는 형태다 보니까 계속 좀 많이 못했고 그냥 시간이 비면 좀 잠을 많이 자는 그런 느낌으로 했고 그리고 어차피 한국 남자라면 무조건 가야 되니까 저 20살에 바로 가가지고 그건 좋은 선택이라고 생각합니다. 지금.
So basically, he couldn't do as much as he was in a normal life, obviously, because executives is watching him, and he have to work on a daily and nightly basis. So he's trying to practice a little bit before he get to sleep or in the free time. So yeah, he wasn't able to do as much as he could do on a regular life. So after he got discarded, he put a practice more onto it.
오케이. 그리고 그 안에서 연습하는 거 O 제일 많이 했다. 그때 이제 리덕션에서 야구로 바꿨어.
Yeah. When he was in the military, when in the free time, he put work more on the 5x5 because he got more interested and he dropped his time by a lot. So I think that's a turning point of his 5x5. How he got improved so much faster.
So we have some notes about the things that we should be asking, but I'm actually very curious. How many cubes could you bring with you in the military?
큐브 혹시 몇 개 군대에 데려갈 수 있어요?
일단은 3부터 7지까지 하나씩은 다 갖고 갔는데 거의 못했어. 많이.
So he could bring one of each for 3 to 7.
Okay.
But he couldn't do much.
I see.
He thought it could be done
I see.
solving. So.
Okay, but you were at least able to have them, and I guess you spent a lot of time on 5x5 then.
He said especially 5x5.
Especially
yes.
5x5. Yeah. So speaking of big cubes, you have this transition. One thing that you also have done is you switched from Redux to Yao. Can you tell us a little bit about that transition, and did that change or did that differ at all between like 5x5 and 6x6 and 7x7?
Oh, can you say one more time?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, speaking of big cubes, you've transitioned to Yao. What was that like, and was it different for 5x5, 6x6, and 7x7?
So, 그러니까 형이 리덕션에서 야구로 바꿨는데 혹시 그게 일단 그게 어땠는지부터 말해주고 바꾸는 과정에 대해서 말해주고 그리고 그게 5랑 66이랑 77이랑 각각 바꾸는 게 다른 느낌인지 혹시.
일단은 5, 6, 7 전부 다 약간 야우긴 하지만 다른 느낌이었고 5 같은 경우는 이제 이미 4사를 야우를 쓰고 있기 때문에 바꾸는데 조금 쉬웠고 군대 안에서 바꾸는 게 쉬웠는데 5를 제일 처음 바꾸고 6677은 아직 계속 1년 동안 리덕션으로 완성을 했는데 이제 리덕션은 너무 한계가 명확하다고 저는 생각을 해가지고 이제 바로 바꾸자 해서 5도 적응을 하니까 그 다음 6677도 좀 쉽게 됐던 것 같습니다.
So first of all, he thought while in the military, he already using Yao in the 4F4, right? So
right.
Yeah, after being in the military for 18 months, he practiced more on the 5F5, and that's the turning point where he switched to Yao.
Okay.
But for bigger cubes, this is different. It's getting hard, and he thought reduction has like a limit to get a best of his potential. So after even he switched to the Yao and the 5F5, he took one more years to change it, completely change to the Yao for 6 and 7. Yeah.
Gotcha. So this seems to have paid off quite a bit. You got a first world record last year. I know that we've had North American champs since, but it's the first time that we've had a world championship since then. How did that record feel, especially after sort of such a long cubing career up until that point?
형이 큐브를 되게 오래 했잖아. 근데 그렇게 열심히 해왔던 야구 연습 군대를 갔다 오고 나서도 이렇게 비큐브를 열심히 해가지고 결국에는 그 긴 큐브 커리어 만에 형이 세계 신기록 66을 깼잖아. 그때 기분이 어땠고 이걸 하기 위해서 얼마나 큰 노력을 했다고 생각하는지.
일단은 세계 신기록을 세우기 전에 그 큐빅스 프렌드 거기서 그런 글을 봤어요. 세계 신기록을 세워보지 못한 사람들 중에 가장 대단한 사람 이렇게 해서 이제 내 이름 있는 거 보고 한 번쯤은 좀 세워봐야겠다 생각을 했는데 그때 딱 마침 그 다음 연도에 그렇게 세워서 사실 나도 조금 놀랬고 약간 사실 기쁨보다는 좀 갑자기 찾아온 세계 신기록 같았는데 이제 지나고 보면 되게 좋은 기록이었고 그래서 질문이 뭐였지 그리고 또?
그래가지고 이렇게 해서 기분이 어떻고 어떤 노력을 했다고 생각하는지.
이렇게 계속 나는 뭐 사실 큐브를 위해서 술도 많이 안 먹고 그 다음에 노는 것도 되게 자제하고 그러니까 나중에 한번 기회가 오겠다 생각했는데 딱 예상치도 못한 기회를 잡아서 세계 신기록을 세우니까 너무 좋았던 것 같아요. 그리고 무엇보다 항상 4, 5, 6, 7에 있었던 맥스를 꺾어서 더 기분 좋았다.
Yeah. So basically, the year before he broke the world record average for 6x6, he actually saw the Facebook page. I think I don't remember what was a post, but the greatest cuber who never broke
Who never had a world record.
Was number one was Seung Young Nam, obviously. So he was like he got motivated since like so much since then. So and he worked so hard, and when he got a world record average, a world record mean especially, more than like a feeling happy, he was like he feel like unbelievable feeling, more like a surprise. So and also he was happy to be like a Max, who was like a king of the 4x4, 4x5, 6x6,
right?
Which is
and 7x7.
7x7 as well, yeah, and yeah, he will continue to work on it. And for efforts he done to get a world record, he didn't drink any alcohols, and he controlled his mindset and focused more on the practice and efficiency. So I think those efforts made him to achieve his first world record.
I see. Yeah. So hard work, practice, and just continuing to do it
hard
for a while.
Hard work paid off. Yeah.
Are you surprised that it was 6x6 instead of 5x5? Given how much you said you practiced 5x5 instead of how much you practiced 5x5?
해주는 질문.
Oh, excuse me?
Yeah, I was just asking, was he surprised that it was 6x6 instead of 5x5 that he got his first world record?
66이 깼었잖아. 근데 이게 모두가 기대했던 5 이런 것보다 66이 먼저 깨져서 혹시 그때 어땠는지, 더 놀랐는지 혹시?
그래서 내가 더 놀란 것도 있고, 사실 내 목표는 세계 신기록을 5를 먼저 이제 세우는 건데 예상치 못하게 66을 세워서 그래서 내가 조금 안 믿겼던 것 같아. 그래서.
That's why he was unbelievable at the first time. Because, because he wanted to break a most goal, like a high goal, like he wanted to get was breaking a 5x5 world record. But surprisingly, he got a 6x6 before he got a world record of 5x5. So that's probably what made him more like exciting and surprised feeling.
I see. Yeah. Nice. So I want to change topics a little bit. Nowadays, you are a professional speed cuber. You're one of a very few number of people that is able to do that. Could you take us a little bit through a day in the life of Seung Nam?
그래서 형이 지금 이런 큐브 지금 스타로서의 지금 삶을 살고 있는데 세계적인 선수로서 지금 살고 있는데 형의 약간 평소에 약간 어떤 삶을 살고 있는지 승격남으로서 약간 어떤 삶을 살고 있는지 혹시?
일단은 일상 자체가 이제 큐브가 항상 있어가지고 이제 아침에는 뭐 운동하고 저 이제 오후 점심부터 이제 저녁까지 계속 큐브하고 하는 삶을 살고 있는데 이 삶에 나는 너무 만족을 하고 있고 그리고 이제 한국에서 유일하게 큐브만 해서 먹고 살고 있는 사람이다 보니까 조금 뭐라 해야 되지 자존감도 좀 올라가고 그리고 내 직업에 대한 자부심도 좀 있고 그다음에 20대 동안에는 이제 내가 할 수 있는 역량 모두 끌어내 가지고 좀 이제 스피드 큐버로서 기록에 도전하고 하는 삶을 살고 싶다라고 합니다.
Yeah. So basically, he's the only guy in Korea who actually get paid to only for speed cubes, like including teaching students in cubing, and also he's actually continuing to on like mental health, like physical health. He's also having like physical workout while on the morning, and usually the rest of the day he always cubes. So, but he's like better than okay with his life. Like he's always been like gained a self-esteem throughout his life. And he also proud of himself that he's representing Korea and representing a whole like fan base. So yeah, he's proud of himself right now in his ordinary life as a cubing.
So I guess, do you feel like not just you're representing yourself, but you're representing Korea when you come to these events?
Can you say one more time?
Yeah, I was asking whether or not he feels like he represents not just himself, but also all of sort of Korea when he comes and and competes at the World Championship?
본인 자신을 그거 세우는 것보다 한국인으로서 약간 대표하자 한국을 그런 거에 대해서는 약간 어떻게 느끼고 있는지.
일단은 내가 처음 아시아 신기록을 세우기 전에는 이제 한국이 이제 랭킹에도 많이 못 들었고 그래서 조금 내려왔다라는 생각을 했어서 그때부터 그런 와중에 이제 내가 나와가지고 좀 아시아 신기록을 많이 세웠는데 계속 이제 내 이름과 한국 스피드 큐버 중에 남승혁이라는 사람이 있구나라고 하면서 그렇게 이제 알리면서 한국도 알리는 그것도 했으면 좋다고 생각합니다.
So basically, before he broke several Asian record for N by N, Korea was not very famous for cubing. They were not a competitive country. But since Seungyeok came out and broke a lot of records and represent the countries to the other worlds, I think he's very proud of himself of representing Korean nations, and also his records shines. That made also our country let people know our country has a competitiveness, and we're actually competitable in several events.
I mean, extremely competitive. Not just Seungyeok, but you have some big cube competition with Dongsu Park as well for some of the Asian records. So yeah, Korea's been very impressive.
Yeah.
Also with the last World Championship. So been a lot of development in the last few years. Last thing I want to ask you, for the last 3 World Championships, you've been able to podium not just in one event, but multiple events, 3x3, 5x5, and so on. I wanted to ask you what your goals are for this competition, where you're whether you would be focusing just on big cubes, and then also, would you be happy with just another podium, or would you really would you only be happy if you win this year?
형이 지금 이번 월드 챔피언십 참가했고 그 전에 참가했던 월드 챔피언십에서는 형이 순위를 차지했었는데 이번 약간의 목표 이번에 가지고 있는 이번 대회 월드 챔피언십 참가해서 가지고 있는 목표 형이 그저 그냥 순위 경쟁을 따고 싶은 건지 아니면 우승을 하고 싶은 건지.
일단은 제 이제 큐빙 커리어에서 세계대회 우승이 아직 없어요. 그래서 정말 우승을 하고 싶고, 물론 이제 제 메인 이벤트에서 그 다음에 계속 이제 시대가 변하면서 저도 한 살 한 살 먹어가고 해서 계속 점점 세계대회 나갈 때마다 포디움이 조금 힘들다고 생각을 하는데, 일단 가장 제 큰 목표는 5곱하기5 우승하는 거고, 뭐 5곱하기5가 아니어도 이제 다른 메인 이벤트에서 우승하는 게 제 목표고, 그 다음에 5곱하기5랑 6곱하기6 우승하는. 근데 이제 포디움에 들기만 해도 저는 항상 기쁘다 생각하고, 말씀하셨듯이 2017년부터 지금까지 총 4번 이제 이걸로 총 4번 이제 4번째 나가는 건데, 세계대회 계속 연속해서 입상하는 것만으로도 저는 정말 대단한 업적이라고 생각해서 그렇게 바라고 있습니다.
So basically, this is a 4th time he's been on a world championship so far. Sadly, of course, he didn't win any events in the worlds for his main events so far. So it's very unfortunate. So his main goal is number 1, obviously winning, especially on his main event 5x5, 6x6. Hopefully 7x7 as well. And he feels his age at this point because a lot of younger generations coming up strong and breaking a lot of world records, right? Especially like Ihang. So
it's only a matter of time before he comes for big cubes as well.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, I know. He always know that being podium is a huge achievement, but everyone here is come for the win, especially himself. He is very confident, and he has really big desire to win, especially 5x5 for the first time.
I see. So I guess I want to follow up on that, if that's okay. Your first round, you get a 42 average. You're in 6th place. There's a lot of competition right there. How do you feel about the competition for this year, and who are the people that you're sort of internally trying to beat?
그러니까 형이 1라운드에서 42초 6등이었는데 되게 경쟁력이 치열했어. 그래가지고 이번에 약간 떠오르고 있는 샛별 이런 사람들이라든지 아니면은 형이 1등을 하기 위해서 약간 어렵게 경쟁 아니면 치열하게 경쟁해가지고 약간 이겨내야 될 대상이 누군지 좀 알려주세요.
일단 2017년 세계대회 때부터 계속 라이벌이라고 해야 되나? 했던 사람이 맥스인데 2017년에는 맥스가 3등이었고 내가 2등이었단 말이야. 그래서 이겨볼까. 그리고 이제 중국에서 되게 큰 컴피티션에서도 내가 1등을 했었고 잼덱스랑 맥스 제끼고 그랬는데 계속 이제 물론 같은 나이기도 하고 맥스랑 그래서 정말 맥스를 꺾어야 내가 우승할 수 있겠다라는 생각이 좀 많이 들고 그리고 이제 팀원도 엄청 잘하고 있어서 최근에는 뭐 나하고 팀원 맥스 이렇게 3명이 계속 3등 1, 2, 3등 하고 있잖아. 그러고 이제 그 밖에도 카이웬 이제 대만에 잘하는 친구하고 해서 그렇게 총 3명 조금 생각하고 있어. 물론 이제 1라운드에서는 6등 했지만 내 지금 완벽한 폼이 제대로 안 나왔고 그리고 아침이기도 했고 그래서 2라운드 때부터는 제 실력 보여주려고 한번 노력할 거라고 전해주세요.
Number one, obviously Max. Max, obviously, because he's been competing with the Max since like Worlds 2017. Yeah, and that's been like a ever since he on a major competition, major championships, he always have to compete with Max. Sometimes he beat Max, and sometimes Max beat him, and Max they're both same age, so I consider it as a friend and a rival for him personally. And second is Timon, obviously. He has a world record Singapore 5x5.
He just missed out on world record average in the first round.
Yeah, first.
Oh man.
So, and it's been Seungyeok, Max, and Timon, 3 people always competed with the bigger cubes, like a 5, 6, 7. So these 2 people are that I have to beat to get a championships, and especially Kai Wang, who's from Taiwan, and he's also been great on his 5x5. So those 3 people are he has to try to beat them to win a championship title.
I see. Well, that's all the questions that I've got for you. Do you have anything that you'd like to say or anyone you'd like to shout out before signing off here?
일단 미국 이제 매년마다 오는데 이렇게 큰 대회 정말 제대로 열어주셔서 감사하고 그 다음에 나는 이제 좀 좋은 성적 내 자신에게 좀 기대하고 열심히 하고 물론 뭐 5 같은 경우는 6등 했지만 어차피 1라운드니까 크게 신경 쓰지 않고 계속 준비해서 열심히 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So this is he came to the USA competition since 2023, right? And US Nationals.
매년 온다.
Oh, probably every day he comes to US, and he got a 6, unfortunately, but this is the first event for him, and it's a morning, so he needs to be a little bit warmed up. But he'll try his best to get back into rhythm. And thanks for opening this amazing competition for us. And he's gonna try his best.
그리고 덕분에 그리고 추억 많이 쌓는다고 덕분에 많이 열어주셔서.
Thanks to you guys. He already got some great memories to these competitions, even this is just day 1, and he'll try his best to give you guys the best results that I can. And thanks to the fans who's watching.
All right. Well, thanks so much for coming on. Best of luck for the next 3 days of the competition.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward to seeing some really exciting solves.
Yes. Thank you so much.
All right. We'll be back in just a second after this. seconds.
All right, welcome back. We are here at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025, coming live to you from Seattle, Washington. I'm Alyssa Esprez, joined by
Keaton Ellis.
And we are taking a look at 3x3 one-handed Group 1, and we're really lucky to have Keaton Ellis walking us through this.
Well, my results, today I was doing okay. I think I got a 13.2-ish average, which the bubble is 1186 on the psych sheet.
Okay.
It's probably not going to be that for round 2, but I don't know. 13.2 feels very bubbly to me.
Listen, do you like knowing the psych sheet or not?
It doesn't bother me that much. I know who's more or less who's going to come.
Yeah,
so
great.
Once you know that, you know more or less what you need. So.
All right, what we just saw there was Alexei Sevkov, who is here from Russia, 16 years old. Third world championship, though, which surprised me. I did not realize that Alexei, at just 16 years old, is coming to his third world championship.
Well, hey, if you're there in 2019 as a young lad, then you've got 2023. And then last year he really broke out. Mm-hmm. He's got Euros podium under the belt already. Does Ru, which translates over really easily to one-handed. Of course, for Ru, the method involves a lot of M and U moves near the end, and you can utilize the table in order to help balance those out. So instead of getting one hand, you essentially have 1.5 hands.
And here we have Timothy Tarasenko putting down a 9.94. I'm actually not sure what Timothy's usual times on OHR, but I imagine he'd be happy with that in round 1.
Anything sub 10, totally fine. And at this competition, at the World Championship, your goal is not necessarily records. Your goal is to win. So anything that moves you forward, good enough, move along.
Absolutely. Yeah, the big storyline at a World Championship, right, is like, you can get a world record, you can get a personal record, you can get any record anytime, but you can only win the World Championship here at the World Championship.
Absolutely. And that's what's on a lot of people's minds. The interview I just had with Seung-Hyuk Nam, he's talking about he's here to win.
Yeah.
And of course, he also recognizes that it's very hard to win at an event like this, and so any podium is a podium that you'll take. But people are here to win, especially when you're at the level where you're getting sub 10 solves at one-handed.
Totally. Did he give any indication of what events he's focused on or where he thinks he has the best chances?
Well, Seung-Hyuk is mostly a big cubes guy at this point in his career, so 5 and 6 were the places that he was taking a look at.
Interesting. Okay, and how do you think he felt about his 5x5 round 1?
Well, a 42 is obviously only going to slot him into 6th place at this competition, but he's just focusing on trying to do his best. And
the 42 in round 1 meets the criteria of moving forward. So he is hit that goal.
And that's all he needs.
For round 1, and that's all he needs. So he'll look to later today. We have 5x5 semifinals, and he'll look there to improve upon it. And then obviously where it really matters is in those finals.
Absolutely.
Okay, here's Timothy. We're going to see him in a second. Here he is. And we saw 9.94 earlier from him. Let's see what he puts down here. He is heavily using the table. It's one of the interesting things about his style.
That's the way that CFOP essentially gets the same advantages that Ru has. Ru, you'll place the cube down and do all your M and U moves where the cube is on the table. For CFOP, you'll do the same sort of thing where you'll constantly be dropping the cube, which lets you do small adjustments with your hands without really losing that much time. And so you get closer to 2 hands rather than one with the table.
10.62 here.
This is Yuchan Hong. He's got an average of 9.74. So 1062 is not great for him, but at the same time, again, this is going to move you forward. One-handed in particular as an event has an enormous amount of variation and variance. Ooh, and he had a dado allow, which complicates things, with a nice transition into the G-perm there. So, you're going to have a lot of variance in one-handed, so anything that seems maybe a little slow from the psych sheet actually is probably going to be pretty good when you're on the world stage with exactly one opportunity, one shot to make it to the next round.
Totally. Okay, Alexei Stetkov's next solve here, and taking quite a bit of expansion time here, rotating the cube.
This is a little bit of a pause there on second block, it looks like.
And there's those signature Ru M moves, 11-24.
Alexei turns extremely fast, especially in the last 6 edges. So he does this in two-handed as well. I mean, turns faster than pretty much every Ruer that I've seen do this. So
Little head shake after that. I think he feels like, to your point, there was the pause. He left some stuff on the table there.
But he'll be fine.
Now, one-handed solving is definitely one of those things that, I mean, Keaton, when you were doing one-handed,
I still do it every year in there.
No, but at very high level. What do you think how fast did you think it could get?
One-handed?
Yeah.
Well, sub 10 was like always my big goal back in the day.
Yeah.
I have exactly 2 sub 10 averages of 5 at home. And 0 of those in competition. So sub 10 was, a really sort of a high level. But near the end of my time as a top player, it was very clear that sub 10 was not going to be some magical berry that people couldn't get. In particular, the Ru guys back in the day, Kian Mansour, Yuri Granjero, shout out those guys. They showed that Ru was able to do it, and then of course CFOP followed very quickly after.
Yeah. Here we are with a CFOP solve, 11-24. Isn't that what Alexei got?
The exact same time.
Of course, nothing. 2 completely different methods. There's nothing there. It's just a coincidence.
Actually, one thing I think will be interesting at this World Championship is whether or not CFOP or Ru wins the one-handed title.
That's a big conversation.
Yeah. So the guys that are at the top, if you're taking a look at any sort of simulations of who might podium, the guys that are going to be at the top are going to be the Ru solvers. But of course, the world record is Luke Garrett with a fantastic 7 average, and a great image of him flying off of a chair.
Yes. Oh my
so there's clearly a lot that you can get at the top level.
All right, this is Neo Juarez from my family's home country of the Philippines. Shout out to the Philippines. 778. What did you see there, Keaton?
That was incredible. I mean, Ru has the ability to get these very consistent, very fast times. There's a very low move count, and you don't have to rotate that much, which helps quite a bit. That looks like a pretty easy first block right there. And then, let's see. You're going to have a decent CMLL. And that was a very nice last 6 edges cases right there. So nothing too special. Ru doesn't get lucky in the same sense that CFOP does by absolutely skipping a step.
Right.
But the solves are efficient. The move count's fairly low. And that means you can pump this stuff out by just knowing a little bit throughout the solve.
And of course, executing it well.
Of course. That I'm taking for granted when we're featuring people here at the World Championship.
Okay, so Neo is on pace for, he, because of that 7, now counts an 887, which is a really great position to be in after your first 2 solves.
Absolutely, especially with an 8.6 PR average.
All right. I feel like there were a lot of moves that I saw in Alexei's solve here,
That
and then
was a lot
just
of moves.
kind of phoned it in at the end, which is actually, we talk a lot about you never want to kind of give up on a solve because you never know what's going to count or what's going to happen.
Yeah, especially, he's gotten at least 111 so far. Having a 12 there, this is all okay.
Yeah.
We're in the first round. Guys, just make it. Keep going on. And correction, Neo has an 8.93 PR average. So that means he's counting a sub-PR time right now, and that 7 means that his potential upside is really, really high.
Ooh, again there, it's the like, you can shake your head after the solve, but don't shake your head during the solve.
I got what's possible.
Yeah.
Okay, he's saying he got word possible, so we might be missing some times here on the tracker.
Which, this is the first round. There's a lot of action.
There's a lot to follow, yeah.
This is not neo solve, but still a decent. That's an 8.2. Wow, very clean solve.
9:21 here, and we are just about wrapping up this group, and we are going to head into one-handed group 5. Coming up later today as well, stay tuned. We've got some really exciting interviews coming up. We'll be speaking with Timothy Tarasenko, which is, I've been saying on the stream all day, someone that I'm just really excited to watch all weekend. Also really excited to hear from him and just his perspective on cubing and what he's thinking about coming into his first World Championship. And then an OG, Sebastian Weyer, will also be on stream later today.
2 very different ends of the spectrum there in terms of cubing careers. Timofey at the start of his, coming off of a very nice second place at Euros last year, and with some very impressive work as well throughout.
And then on the flip side, Sebastian, I want to say like coming into the end of his career, but he's not.
Wow. He's still fairly competitive for 4x4.
Yeah, I know.
But, he just had a kid 3 months ago, so that's that might make it a little difficult to practice as much as you normally would.
We were talking about like the first dad on the World Championship podium.
Oh, that would be very cute.
Okay, we are getting to the end of this group, and I think we are going to take a quick break, cut away, and switch out some of our commentary. So stay tuned. We've got Kevin Hayes joining us in a second as we look at our stages. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lisa.
Giannis wins.
Hey, Mom, I'm on the camera. Yeah. Yes.
All right, welcome back to the Rubik's WCA World Championship. We are halfway through one-handed round 1. And next up, who do we have next up, actually?
Well, up in this next group, we have Dwayne Ramos, New Zealand. We've got
Chris Mills,
also from New Zealand at this point. Alejandro Salceda from Mexico. Mexican NR holder, last time I had checked, 9.8 average. So quite a few top players.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ruhang could not make it. Apparently had a very important exam, actually. Which is life comes at you fast.
That's life. I mean, if I was able to practice as much as I did when I was in high school, I'd probably be a little faster.
I think so too. Ruhang's now it's interesting. Like he's I guess we could talk about it a little bit. Like, despite him not being here, he's like Yihang but grown up.
Yeah.
Like he was a superstar. Like he's 17 years old now. Like,
oh my gosh.
I mean, it's crazy that that's all grown up. Like he's still a child.
He's still 10 years younger than I am.
But he's like, oh, I got exams, I got life. I'm bummed he couldn't make it because he expanded past just he was just like 3x3, but he's like top 4 in the world in 4x4 and stuff. But
as well, it's very good.
We'll definitely miss him as a top competitor. Very emotional reaction from Dwayne there on the 10.3.
Very unhappy about that solve as well. I presume that the reason he is so upset is due to the potential of a scramble like that.
Yeah. It could be a lot of different things. I guess we'll take a look.
There's a very nice first block right there. It's a little difficult to see what exactly he's so upset about. Everything seemed fairly reasonable, but it's my only nitpick at the very end would have been something on last 6 edges, but.
That's the thing, though. I think it's just a slight underperformance, like through, and it's just for Solve of Worlds, a lot of pressure. Like you just wanted to start off the competition a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to be too happy with an 11.5, unfortunately. Even though 9.6 PR average, you're probably going to be more happy with anything under 11 at least, or shooting for anything under 11. But yeah, like it was mid 11s. All right, 5-line world champion Stanley. Not really known for his one-handed prowess, but
I don't know what happened.
Not just 5-line world champion, he's defending Scube world champion and 4-blind world champion. So he could have a couple of repeats here, and a 3-peat for 4-blind if he gets it.
I was going to say, yeah, we have a couple 3-peat opportunities. Stanley's 4-blind being one of them. He notably got upset in Korea in 5-blind, so he's won twice, but did not accomplish the 3-peat today. No offense to Stanley's Scube capabilities, but I do not think he'll be defending this year.
That was unexpected 2 years ago, and would be a very tall task for him to be able to repeat it this weekend.
I think it'd be fun to see him in the final. You. So we're looking at the top 20 list right here. On the psych sheet, 974. So anything under sub 10 is definitely going to be safe, what we're looking for in the finalists, but there's certainly quite a number of competitors right in that high 9, low 10 range. Like 10.5 is all the way down to 54th.
Yes, this is all going to be performance dependent when you're at the top, especially since one hand has a very high variance relative to other events. Ooh, and that was an incorrect peel that was just done right there.
Yeah, I think he started that one incorrectly and then went back, right?
Yeah. Might have looked like it was an arm perm for a second, but it was a GC perm. Doing the old ALG.
Let's see. Okay, actually, if we're looking at a top 20 based on average of last 12 averages, it's 10.97. So could be a little more buffer than people were probably aware of. So I think I really you should probably not be looking at the psych sheet too much. Just be kind of doing your own thing in your own head.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they'll be pretty happy with shooting for anything under 11. So we are going to be going to a quick break for just a few seconds because we have Timofey Tarasenko on deck, and he's going to be talking to us about his competitive, short but successful
the start of his, we assume, a very long and prolific Cuban career.
All right.
Seconds. 12. 8 seconds. 12.
What was gonna last last second? Shit, 8, whatever. Yeah, it was like I was doing last pass, and then it was like this. I saw like this, and I'm like, oh no. Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, and I am joined by Timofey Tarasenko, Russian superstar, only 13 yex old, starting out his competitive career very successfully, already has a long list of accolades, and starting out this competition today, 4th place in round 1 in 5x5. Welcome to the stream.
Well,
so is this your first time in the States, if I'm not mistaken? How are you liking it so far?
это твой первый раз здесь. Как тебе вообще здесь? Мне здесь очень нравится. Большинство районов очень ухоженные.
So I like it here. We're very good, and most of the districts around town are very clean, which is very great.
So this is your first World Championships. Last year you competed at the European Championship. Very impressive performance there. Strong results. How is every year, how has your preparation for this one been different? What have you been building for looking to this? Is there anything there's obviously a lot more competition, especially in the Megaminx event. What are you how has the prep been like that for you?
Это твой первый чемпионат, но ты также участвовал в чемпионате Европы. Как ты было ли что ты готовил по-другому? Очевидно, что, наверное, что-то связанное с Мегаминксом. В общем, как проходила твоя подготовка, что отличалось?
Я думаю, особо ничего не отличалось. По Мегаминксу, если смотреть, то я доучил весь PLL.
So there wasn't anything drastically different from preparations from Euros to Worlds, but for Megaminx I've completed learning all of the PLLs.
Was that wait? So beforehand you hadn't learned all the when did you finish learning all the PLLs?
До этого ты не знал всех PLLs.
Yeah.
I didn't know all of PLLs.
Wait, until what? Until very recently? What date?
Насколько давно ты доучил PLL?
В декабре.
So I completed PLL in December.
Okay, wow. I think probably a bit surprising to hear that you're already doing so well without knowing the full PLL list. So obviously you've held to handle pressure before. You've set world records, knowing that obviously you need a good time to get world record. How is do you have anything special you're doing, especially this competition this weekend? Obviously, you've already done 5x5 round 1, so you kind of gotten used to the environment. What has that kind of been feeling like in this new environment?
Ты уже поучаствовал в нескольких дисциплинах, соответственно, как тебе здесь не атмосфера, а мебель, как тебе здесь оборудование и так далее, как твой опыт вообще здесь, в Питере, например?
Я думаю, мне здесь очень нравится, особенно трансляция и стрим. Думаю, что результаты тоже придут с этим.
I like it very much here, especially the live stream, and I like the atmosphere here, so I hope the results will come along with my good impressions.
That's well, I appreciate you saying you like the live stream. Obviously, as the world record holder in Megaminx, first seed, it is very tight at the top rankings. Is there a certain level of expectation you have for yourself, or kind of a certain goal, or is it more of just let's just see what happens?
Как держатель ВР по Мегаминксу, наверное, очень тревожно, потому что ты в топ-1, и какие ты ожидания от себя, какие ты ожидания ставишь себе в первую очередь?
Я думаю, что у меня есть возможность выиграть, но при этом, если я проиграю, то это поражение надо принимать достойно и двигаться дальше.
Okay. I think I have a good chance to win Megaminx, but whatever the result is, even if I don't, I will accept this and just move on with competing.
Speaking about that, like, you're obviously very young, new to the international scene, doing extremely well. Like, have you thought about long term about what your cubing career is going to look like next year, or in 2 years, or even 5 years?
Соответственно, ты очень молодой, но при этом уже участвуешь в международных соревнованиях. Какие у тебя планы на дальнейшую куберскую карьеру, на долгосрочную перспективу?
Я думаю, что я хочу поездить еще по соревнованиям, стать европейским или мировым рекордсменом во многих моих из основных дисциплин.
So, I want to travel around the world competing in competitions and hopefully set continental and European and world records.
Pretty good goals. Like, I guess when you got going, like, you got started in cubing, like, what was kind of the initial hook? Obviously, like, I think you saw Felix's Instagram, you posted, like, there was a photo of you and Felix from like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So like at a different competition, like who were your earlier inspirations? Kind of like what YouTube comment were you looking at when you kind of started up?
Что тебя затянуло в спидкубинг? Собственно, вспомнили фотку с Феликсом. Вот что было первым, вообще говоря, крючком?
Да, естественно, мое первое видео было, думаю, связано с просмотром сборки Феликса. А дальше все развивалось, и думал, что дальше моим, так скажем, образцом был Тимон.
Yes, indeed, Felix was like the first inspiration, and later on, I was very inspired by Timon Kalasinski.
Well, I think you're catching up to him pretty quickly in the N-by-N events. Maybe in maybe in a year or two, you'll be threatening those world records. So I guess I'm trying to think. So actually, it was interesting that you were saying how you hadn't learned the Megaminx PLLs, and last weekend at Warm Up Seattle, we were watching and we could not believe how fast your F2L were. What do you think? Like, do you kind of view F2L as a strength, or like what is you next specifically in Megaminx? What are you looking forward to next to like improve?
Собственно, на прошлых соревнованиях не могли поверить в твой результат по Мегаминксу. Как ты хочешь дальше развивать Мегаминкс? Что ты хочешь улучшить в нем?
Я думаю, что я могу дойти до уровня в среднем секунды 23 точно, и в ближайшее время я буду особенно тренировать STL.
So, hopefully I can reach 23 seconds average, and I will be particularly practicing S2L.
That's interesting. I like the goal of just instantly like, okay, world record's 25, but 24, and no, we're going straight for 23. Also noticing like specifically S2L like is learning like more alg sets for OLL, like OLL not on the agenda.
Будешь ли ты учить OLL?
Пока не планировал, но возможно мне это придется скоро сделать.
I don't plan to yet, but I will probably have to do it someday.
The classic Megaminx. It's a curse of being fast at Megaminx. Is there anything else you're looking forward to this weekend, or you want to talk about on the stream?
Есть ли что-то еще, о чем ты хотел поговорить на стриме относительно соревнований?
Ну, я думаю, нет.
Nope.
All right, well, thank you for coming by, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Удачи на соревнованиях.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, and I'm joined by a man I've competed with a few times before.
A couple times, yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good at 4x4. Sebastian Weyer.
I'm all right.
I know you're slipping in the ranks now. You're top 2 in the world for like 20 years, it seems like.
No, I think it was like top 3 since 2011, probably roundabout.
Oh, definitely, because I remember I was looking up your results as like cool fun facts or like just like hype for this Sebastian Weyer 4x4 final. I was like 11 or 14 years after his first world record. Yeah. So there's no way you dropped out of top 3 after you've like claimed top 1.
I actually dropped out of single top 3 because
really?
I think Matty beat me, and then I recently got like a 17.00, so I beat him again.
Oh yeah, you were complaining about that though.
I wasn't complaining.
Oh, sorry. You're like, I only have a 17.
Yeah. But yeah, I would have liked to like get a 16 at some point, but like 17.00 is fine as well.
Yeah, I guess you can get it later. You can count one. You can count one in the final.
Yeah.
It's just like Paris, where I looked up and I was like, oh my God, Sebastian's counting a 20. What is going on?
And then I got a DNF because the timer reset.
Yeah, that was. I'll give you that one. It was the last solve too. It was not good.
I was very unhappy and very, very anxious.
You still won. Yeah. First place. All right, so what have you been up to? Give me a rundown of your life the last couple of years. I know a lot has changed.
Oh, the last couple of years. I don't know. Where do you want me to start?
I don't know. What is whatever you feel like is important to you.
Okay, so
you can also, if you feel like roasting Max and Patrick's stalls over, we go.
Yeah, I was already thinking like I don't know if I have a lot of input for one-handed. But yeah, well, what's been going on? So like I feel very old in the cubing scene. Like I look around and there's like a bunch of kids that are just super good. And I'm like, what am I doing here? Like,
I've felt that way before.
So like I'm currently just trying to like hold on to 4x4 do as well as I can, and like all the other stuff that's just like bonus. Like I think 5x5 I'm not doing too bad.
You almost beat Felix today.
Yeah, I mean, I beat him the last 2 rounds that we competed together. That was a highlight, definitely, for me, because it was the first time I ever beat him at 5x5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I've only beaten him once.
But yeah, so I think for like probably 3 or 4 years now, I've basically like only been doing 4x4.
Yeah,
I used to like do a bit of big cubes as well, but now I'm like, no, I'm never gonna catch up to these people.
Oh, definitely not. Big cubes are crazy now. No, I mean you're the last person from the like early 2010s group that has a legitimate shot to like podium or win an event like this weekend. Like it's like officially like how does that feel? Like your longevity, you won the longevity battle.
Yeah, it definitely does feel nice to be able to like still perform that well. But like what I have noticed recently is that as I get older and like as there's more and more competition as well, I tend to get nervous in finals now. So I used to like be like stone cold, like doesn't faze me at all, and now I'm like sitting up there and I'm like, oh my god, no! Like, what if I fail? And and that's something I've been trying to work on recently as well. So, especially after like the big disappointment 2 years ago in Korea, where I think I finished like 8th, even though like the winning average.
I was 5th,
but 5th. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really look at the results that well.
Yeah, it was. No, I know what you mean. The slow final, and then you underperformed.
Yeah, and even though like the winning average should have definitely been in reach for me, like I try to like switch it up a bit with my practice regime. So I try to do a lot like comp style practice. So I have my girlfriend that helps me as well with that. So yeah. So like we try to like simulate the comp like situation as good as possible. I'm not sure if it works that well yet. I think it worked pretty well last year for European Championships. I think I performed quite well. Like I didn't manage to win in the end because Timon was a bit better than me, but that's okay.
Sometimes that happens.
So I hope I'm going to be well prepared now for Worlds. Of course, for me right now it's also a bit more difficult to like practice properly because 3 months ago we had a baby. So
congratulations.
Thank you.
You hit father world record.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Maybe I'm gonna have that for quite a while since everyone else is so much younger than me. So yeah, life's been a bit stressful, but I have a pretty nice paternity leave policy at my work, so I'm actually still on paternity leave until August. So that
it makes it easier to come to Seattle real quick.
Definitely, and like it still allows me to practice at home. So I'm not only taking care of the baby and working. So I do still have some time for cubing at the moment.
Yeah, how does that like? I mean, obviously, like people talk about like, oh, when they go to college or university, they stop cubing, or oh, when they get a real job, they stop cubing. And I think it's like, okay, well, you have a child. It's like very priority, like especially like the priority shift. Like it's obviously like such a huge part of your life and very like magnificently important. Like, how has it been? Like, is your perspective changed kind of on like this World Championships versus times in the past where like there's just so much more going on in your life?
I'm not sure. So like, there's definitely more going on in my life now, and as you said, it is a big priority. But I'd still like to find time for cubing as well. Like I don't want to give up that part of my life. I'm just thinking that like as long as I'm still able to perform like at a top level, I want to do like everything I can to like actually stay at that level. Maybe once I actually start dropping off more, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, now I can retire and I'll just go to comps for fun. But I'm not sure, like because I'm very competitive, so I don't know if I can just let go like that. I don't know yet. Only time will tell.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're still top 3 in the world. Like 15 years after you started, I think the very competitive is pretty much a given. But like, I mean, I completely understand. Like, what do you think? Let's say we'll be general. Let's say it's 10 years from now. You know, when you finally drop into top 5 in the world, what would like post-competitive career Sebastian look like?
I've never thought about that.
Oh really?
In my mind, there's no post-competitive.
There's no post-competitive career.
Sebastian. Yeah.
Either I'm top 3 or it's over.
I mean, maybe like there's still going to be like the local competitions that I can like compete in.
Yeah.
I know at the moment, like especially in 4x4, there's not like a big local competition in Germany or France, but like maybe in 10 years there's going to be some interesting things happening at these competitions, and like I can try to like do my best there, and that's going to be interesting.
I certainly hope in 10 years someone in Germany is competing with you.
But yeah, that's also the thing. I think because I'm not like really used to having a lot of competition locally, like most of the comps I go to. I think that also makes it harder when I'm like at a big championship, because like there are people on the same level as me, so like it's definitely a new experience, you know.
Right. Like you were saying how like you used to not really get nervous in finals and stuff, like even like in like big championships, like now you do. Like what do you think is the biggest reason for that? Like what's the difference between from that when you were younger?
I think it's definitely like somehow my mental game changed.
Yeah.
I can only assume that it's definitely also because like there's more stuff going on in my life. Like I finished school and like I started working, and like there's just like more things that I'm thinking about. Maybe like I don't know. It's really hard to tell, but like what I can tell is that my mental game changed. Yeah. And like I'm definitely more like self-aware while I'm up on the stage, and like more thoughts are running through my head, even though like before I think I was able to like shut the crowd out and just focus on myself and the cube. But I think that definitely changed. Like somehow I'm like thinking more, even like sometimes when I start a solve, I'm like doing something and then I'm thinking about something completely unrelated. I'm like, no, I need to focus on the cube. I don't know exactly like why that is, but that's something I definitely need to like focus on, like to not do, but it's hard.
Yeah, well, if you figure out how, let me know.
Yeah.
Because I've experienced exactly the same thing, where it's so hard to like focus, and then like even I think with practicing at home it's like a little hard to focus, but then in comps, like I don't know if you experience this type of like, this is like my whole life, and like it's not like everything, it's like just part of it, like such a long story, and it's guaranteed, it's already such a big thing where it's like, oh, it'd be nice to like continue this in a good way, versus I can't just like reset. It's way too late for that.
Yeah. I think if like sometimes I compete and I'm starting to feel a bit nervous, and then I just try to tell myself when it's like a local comp, like there are no stakes here. Like this comp doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so like trying to put myself in that mindset, I think sometimes helps. But obviously that's harder to do when it's like a major competition because like
you're lying.
This comp sort of does matter, but like I can still try to tell myself, like in the grand scheme of things, this doesn't really matter. Like I can tell myself, oh, I've already won this before. Like it doesn't matter if I won it like once or twice. So like I don't care. But it doesn't really work like that in real life. So
I find it's like, oh, I do care. I can't like pretend.
Yeah.
It's like hard to pretend that like, oh yeah, this is the world. It's like it's a big deal. Like, I mean, yeah, it's been 15, or not 15, it's been 10 years since, 8 years, I can count. Okay, 8 years since Paris since your last win. Like, what would, like, obviously, like, it's going to be so tight on Saturday night. Like, hopefully everyone gets at least a reasonable number, like, close enough number of parodies. Like, what would a win mean to you this weekend?
Definitely a lot, because, like, I feel like, especially, like, during COVID, like, there hadn't been a world championship in 4 years, and I feel like that was like my biggest priority. Like so, like my two priorities were like, okay, because I haven't had a world record since 2019 either.
Right.
And so like it's been such a long time. So basically every time I compete, I'm like trying to get a world record because I think I'm capable of it.
Yeah.
I want to show that as well. And then another part is like winning a world championship, especially with like having more competition as well. That would like mean so much to me.
Yeah.
Like I've been trying to work really hard to like make that happen, but obviously it's not guaranteed and anything can happen. Parities are sadly a thing. I'm trying to like learn a couple ALK sets where like I mitigate the impact that parity has.
Oh yeah,
my solves now.
Didn't you say you learned full like all your PLLs? You do like all your PLL parity combos like you do in like the optimal way now?
I don't know if it's optimal, but like I do like I do like one ALK for like PLL plus PLL parity.
Yeah.
There are a couple cases where I don't have anything better than like do PLL parity and then do PLL, but I think it's only
like J-Perms. Like how much do you do one for J-Perm? That's pretty easy.
I do.
Really?
It's because like the ALK I use is actually just as long as a T-Perm. So that's far quicker than like PLL parity and then J-Perm.
Okay.
So like that one actually I think saves like the most amount of time out of all of them.
Oh. That means it probably saves even more time on 6x6.
But yeah, and so like I recently also got sent like a full ALK set for like all the Ola cases with Ola parity.
Oh, that I like. No, I'm like these are definitely helpful, and there's like so many of them.
It's not that many actually. It's just like learning OLL again. It's like 50-ish.
It was only 50.
Yeah, it's like really not a lot.
I was gonna say I know under like 100 ALKs.
It's like for PLL it's like 20-ish cases.
Oh my god, Max is so consistent. Sorry, Max is so consistent at OH. He gets like high 8 every single time. Like his highs are like people can definitely beat him if they're on, but like. I think Max is like totally capable of winning OH, even though he's not that flashy anymore.
No, I actually didn't pay attention to any of the times.
If there was anything like, the thing is like Max hitting a high 8 is like it's very fast and impressive, but he does it so many times. It's like, let's hear about Sebastian's life in this PLL parody. You still do your fancy. Like the regrip like turnaround out?
I don't do this anymore.
You don't?
No, I just do a double flick now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were, story for this stream, me, Sebastian, and Felix were hanging out, and we're talking about how everyone does like the M-Slice 4x4 parody ALK, and we're all just like, no one switched. We were all doing the old ones, just like straight up losing like 0.3 on every single PLL parody. It's like that's the disadvantage for like being an old school cuber. Like you learned and you have the muscle memory that it had to work on like a Shangshu, and so it's like too late to change that.
Yeah, but like I wonder like what people use nowadays. Like I've always used like the one that starts with a wide U2. I've always like that was the first one I learned, and I always
everyone
with it.
It's like the you do. Like inner slice R2 first,
yeah, that one. Okay.
I mean, I can execute a really fast 1 out of 100 times, so like it's pretty good. That's 6x6, 1 out of 10,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have like sausage fingers, and like I always felt like I can't do that properly. They always catch on like the edge when I try to do like slice double flick there. So like it's always worked better for me just like with the wide U2.
Yeah. I guess, and the cubes have gotten so small nowadays.
Yeah.
You're using it's like, I guess you kind of probably have to use a tiny cube. Like all the good ones are small.
Yeah, it's like the is it Aosu V7? I'm bad at cubes now.
I think that's right.
There's too many of them.
There are so many cubes. Yeah. This is the classic old. This is the classic old man discussion. There's like 80. It's like, well, there's only one option. Like in like 2015.
I think it's better at like big cubes. There's not that many options. Like if you look at 3x3s, like you can use like a cube from 5 years ago probably and still perform very well.
Oh, 3x3s. There's like it's like 3x3s are so good. There's no definitive answer on like what the best cube is.
Yeah.
It's not like
it depends on your style, like what you prefer.
Oh, for sure. I remember like back in the day, like the Valk came out. And it was like I remember being Asian champs and 14 out of 16 people were on the Valk. It was like this is like that could never happen no matter what with any cube nowadays. Yeah.
I never used the Valk, I think.
Really? Were you on GAN the whole time?
Yeah. I like when did the Valk come out? Like was it like 20?
Best possible for max 8.8.
Oh,
nice.
That's
great. That could win the round for sure. Like the other really fast competitors we haven't seen much like impressive yet. So the Valk was like 2015.
2015.
Yeah. What okay, besides 4x4, what's is 5x5 your main? The other one you're gonna?
I think so. Yeah. I don't really practice it at home at all, but yeah, since I use Yao on 5x5 as well now, I changed like 3 years ago, I think.
That's enough time.
From Redux
it takes a while
to Yao, but like because I do Yao all the time on 4x4, I think that probably helps me on 5x5 as well. And like for some reason I keep improving, even though like I don't do it at home.
You do the same method on different. There's some overlap.
Well, yeah, but like it's still different, right? It's definitely moves. Edge pairing is very different.
But also like it's just your fundamentals for Yao are so good. Your fundamentals are capable of averaging 19. That like. If you're like a 5x5 average of 44 is so much worse than a 19 on 4x4 that like you're just naturally going to kind of like figure it out. You can figure it out so fast with just a few solves on 5x5.
Sometimes I'm also thinking like, oh, maybe I should practice a bit more 5x5. Like, what could happen if I like actually seriously practice it for a couple of months?
It's a fun event.
I like 5x5, but then I'm thinking like if I actually focus on 5x5 now, it means like I need to like practice less 4x4.
I'm ready.
You know?
Wait, we got Felix up.
Ah, nice.
You know, two-time world champion, former infamous world record 6.08808 single. Claims he didn't practice, for this competition, but we'll see.
I don't believe him.
I don't believe him at all either. All right, come on, Felix. I guess I'll give him. I guess he said he claimed he didn't do OH, which I'll believe that. I'll believe that he doesn't practice OH. Although, like, you can tell 9.6 seeded to make finals.
When did you get the 9.6? Was it recently or?
I guess we do have to check. Like, a ZBLL. Come on. That's okay.
I can get these times.
That's like that's a classic. Just like I don't do that even. I can do that.
I think my official one-handed single is better than that.
It'll make like it's gonna be like
the cheeky smile.
The cheeky smile on the way back. Felix it'll be like high 10 to make finals. Like I know Felix like wants to make finals in like most of these events. I honestly think it'll make it in every single event. Like I think he seems to have a good mindset too. Like you do well in 4x5. You guys will battle it. I hope you guys sit next to each other in 5 final. That'd be fun.
That would be cool. Yeah. I would like that.
Yeah, I think we gotta try and just the older generation. So like we got a little bit left.
Yeah. Is there going to be cameras on every station in the finals?
We have the capability to get any station. Okay. So if like anyone starts doing well, we'll switch over. Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll have a multi-camera view as well. So
yeah, right.
Very excited. And for semifinals, we'll be doing some tech reps tonight. Semis, we'll have our new trackers up. It's gonna look. The semis I'm excited for. And then finals tomorrow are gonna be really exciting. Yeah, it'd be nice. You'll get like the practice round, your 5x5 practice final, and then the 4x4 on a Saturday night.
Yeah. How many people are in the 5x5 finals?
20.
Okay.
So it's 46-8 round 1. So
yeah, I would have thought like 45 to make the finals before.
Yeah, it was 47. Psych sheet was like 44, and then average of last 12 psych sheet was 47. So it's usually because people are improving, so average of last 12 is too slow.
Yeah.
So like I guess actually OH average of last 12 is 10.9. So we're probably looking at like 10.6, 10.7 to final. But yeah, somewhere obviously like PR average is way too fast, and then average of last 12 is a little too slow.
Definitely, yeah.
No, it's not 2013 where everyone walks in and gets a PR, like because they haven't competed in 6 months, or like a new cube came out and everyone's like 3 seconds faster.
Yeah. So I think I should definitely make five finals unless something goes horribly.
No, you're
wrong.
gonna make it.
Yeah.
No, this is.
What about you? Are you gonna make it?
I'm gonna do it because there's like, I mean, like I could. My PR is 47.1. I've been feeling all right. Around 1 did average. Even though it was slow, I felt okay. So I don't know. I've been running all over the place doing.
Oh, yeah, you don't get to like warm up and stuff.
I think things are calmed down now that we're up and running and things are moving. I feel much more calm. But I mean, if I make it, I make it. If not, I don't. It's totally fine. Like I'm casting it either way. It'll be a good warm up because I do want to make 7. I will obviously I definitely want to make 7 and 6 finals.
Where did you end up in the first round?
42nd.
42nd.
With a 50.3.
Oh, okay.
Oh, as soon as you get down to like 48, everyone has a 48 and a 49.
Actually, I was scared when I like dropped my cube off for 5x5 because like when Group 4 was called, I went there and there were only cube covers for Group 3.
Oh, yeah.
And then I sat back down and then I called the next group and I went up and there were only cube covers for Group 5.
Oh, really? You thought you missed? Okay, that wouldn't have been your fault. We would have handled that anyway. But yeah, the morning was a little hectic. I think the new stage format is a little different than normal, but it seems like once the lunch has passed and we caught up, groups have seemed to be started on time, so looks like we're doing well.
Yeah, it's a big competition, I guess.
It's the biggest.
Yeah. How many competitors are there in total?
Like 2,000.
It's insane.
Yeah, we had 960 people in Clock Run 1.
Yeah.
And like 800 something in 5x5 round 1. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
I was gonna say, like, those numbers alone, like the medium popular events for almost as many people as the biggest competition ever. So like,
yeah, because before it was Worlds 2023. I imagine.
And like the crowds today were crazy. Like the line for Felix and Max.
Oh yeah.
And today's the light day.
Yeah,
today's warm-up day.
I felt like a bit of an outsider because like my autograph session was at the same time as Felix and Max, so like everyone was queuing up for Felix and Max, and then I was like, hey.
Well, I would have sympathy for you, but you texted me last night saying that you had to rearrange your schedule, and I did it for you. So.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Oh yeah, you could just check your competition groups before, maybe the night before, to check if you have a conflict.
But yeah, I think people were very nice, and like so I don't feel left out. They also asked me for an autograph. So
I think people still know who you are. We're never gonna. Let's not pretend that like Felix and Max lines are realistic for ever. Oh, Felix, come on. He's better than that.
I think my average is better than that.
just Sebastian.
I'm just comparing myself.
Just Sebastian and Kevin get on the mic and roast Felix. What year is it?
I feel a bit bad for him though, because I'm sure that's not the times he's been looking for.
OH, I truly don't think he cares that much. I doubt he's done like a solid OH. I mean, 5x5, I know he's like excited to make the final, and also I mean like. His average looks like he had a bit of nerves, but it is time in 5x5 round 1. I'm not worried about him at all. He's going to do well. He's going to make the final. It's fun just because OH, we know he just like whatever. We're just here to have a good time.
I haven't talked to him about like the events he cares about or not, but yeah.
Oh, he won't tell you. He'll be like, we're just here to have a good time. Okay. It's like Timon saying he didn't care about Euros last year, and I'm like, that's just a lie. You're just lying.
Yeah, I definitely care about like big competitions all the time. Like I always want to perform, even at small competitions. Like I'm really mad at myself when I like do very badly, even like at a competition that doesn't matter.
I was gonna say that's the thing that like is universal amongst all the top competitors. Like you don't push yourself to it requires so much push to be the top, and like you don't do that unless like that's what you really want to do. You really care about that. Like that's something like it's a priority. I got Nam as well. Nam's very secondary OH.
8 seconds.
Do you have anything else you want to chat about though? I think we're gonna turn over, get a feedback on.
I think we talked about everything.
Well, I'm excited guess I'm medium excited for 5-5, but I am very excited for your 4x4 final on Saturday night.
I'm looking forward to it too.
I will, sorry stream, but I'll be shamelessly rooting for Sebastian.
Good to your bias.
The last remnant of the 2010 stars. All right, thanks for joining us. I think we're going to quickly go to a break and we'll be right back.
All right, sounds good.
Felix.
I'm ready.
Wait seconds.
Okay, that's pretty good. Thank you. I think I take it
done.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Whoa.
Thank you. Cool. All the best for the rest of the time. Cheers. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I am Zach Reidel, joined here with
Volodymyr Kapustiansky.
We're going to be doing a little interview in this group of one-handed round one, group 8. This is the last group of 3x3 one-handed. Volodymyr, I wanted to start off with asking, how are you doing? How are you enjoying Seattle so far?
It's only our second day here, so we haven't done too much, but we saw the beach, pretty nice, and the Ferris wheel. Planning to go on that sometime, maybe tomorrow, but it's been treating me pretty well.
I was going to say, do you have any plans to go visit like the Space Needle or the market?
Yeah, probably. We already visited the market, actually.
Oh, okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. So, just starting off, you have been, your rise to the top of the results have, of course, been not quite so recent. You've been developing quite a lot over the last year.
Yeah.
But you had quite a long gap in between getting really good at home and having official rounds. Did that cause you to be more nervous or less nervous going into those rounds?
Honestly, a little less nervous because you have a little more time to prepare for those rounds, like the competition environment and you're solving, so can kind of go both ways, make you less nervous but also make you a little more nervous because you're faster and stuff like that. But
how have you found best to maybe deal with any of those competition nerves or the transition, especially between getting good results at home and then making sure you get good results in person?
Trying to make the competition, like the environment at home, very similar to the competition environment. So like go into a different room, so it's like a different area, and have like your parents judge you. Like I got my dad to judge me sometimes to help me with that, and I think it works so well pretty far, but we'll see in round 2.
All right. So this is your first World Championship here on your visit into Seattle, and also your second ever major championship, followed by North American Championships 2024 last year in Minneapolis. How have you prepared at home, again, to feel ready to compete in what we saw was, I believe, the largest clock round ever, or at least one of you came fifth place in that round. Have you made any adjustments at home? I know you mentioned comp simming with parents or stuff like that, but have you taken any measures specifically for this competition?
I try to think about my mistakes from NAC and fix those here at World so the same stuff doesn't happen again, and I think that's working pretty well.
I was going to say, I noticed your fifth place average in round 1 today was 299. How did you feel about those solves going in? Were you maybe a little nervous, shaky? Were you safetying really hard?
Obviously, it's like, my first World Championship, so not going to be the greatest, but for the environment and for how new it is, I think I did pretty well, but could definitely be improved.
Yeah. Gotcha. So clock as an event has seen a ton of change over the past few years, obviously, thanks to the creation of 7 Simul, becoming way popular as a method, and people using it and getting better with the method. Where do you see the future in clock? Do you think it's going to be a lot more of everyone keeps doing 7 Simul and getting really good at turning and efficiency? Do you think that we're going to see stuff where method neutrality comes into play, or different variations like pseudo 7 Simul or mirror 7 Simul, stuff like that? Where do you see the future of clock lying after the World Championship?
I think maybe in a few years people will be able to figure out the most optimal method to use for each scramble, and they'll be able to just identify what pin order or method they'll need to do to get the fastest time possible.
Do you think originally it was thought that sub 4 on clock was really difficult, and eventually that was broken, and sub 3 is way out of the question, and now we're pushing times of sub 2 and even lower. What do you think the human limit is going to end up being for clock?
I think sub 1 single might be possible. It'll definitely probably happen after 2030, but maybe a high 0.9 will be possible in a long time, but that's still far ways away. And for average, I think maybe a mid 1, 1.5, 1.6 average, that's probably possible in future years. And for global, I think, a sub 2 global is definitely possible, but probably won't be seeing it from me.
Not to interrupt here, but quite the impressive single we just saw there from Luke Garrett of 6.93. So you said maybe not from you. Where do you see yourself maybe by the end of this year, pushing full sub 3 consistently, or where do you think, how have your times compared at home to in competition?
Well, at home compared to comp, at home I global about maybe 2.1, sometimes 2.0. In comp, if I just try to get the correct mindset, maybe by the end of this year I'll be averaging 2.3 in comp.
Whoa, a 6:05 there from Nicholas Archer.
Is that PR?
I am unsure, but that is quite the impressive time.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow, sorry, we're getting caught out of track. I know we have an interview going on, but there is the world's best one-handed solvers going on right now. You can see Nicholas Archer with the walk back to the waiting area. So going again to some more questions that I have for you. Do you have any goals for this competition that aren't directly related to results? So even if it's not clock related or any other event related, are there any finals you wish to watch? Anything like that?
obviously 3x3 finals, pretty hype. Be pretty hyped to watch. Looking forward to that. And also maybe Scube. Like, not one of my events, but Scube, there's a lot of new good people. Like Ignacy just dropped the WR average by quite a bit, and Dominic seems to be doing pretty consistently recently, so excited to see some of that.
I know you mentioned some names like Ignacy and Dominic.
Yeah.
Are there any other names of people that you think we need to be watching out for? Especially like, it could also be Clock, but really any other event of people you know up and coming?
I think obviously like Brendan for Square One and Clock, he's been doing pretty good in that. Not really sure what to say else, but yeah.
So last question I have for you. Do you have any advice to give to any aspiring clock solvers, especially those that want to compete at a top level like yourself?
Not just for clock, but for really any event. Try to be consistent as possible with your practice, with with your solving. If you be consistent as possible, you'll probably get the best results for yourself in comp and at home.
All right, awesome. To wrap things up, where can people see more of Volodymyr Kapustiansky? Like, do you want to promote like your YouTube or any other? Where can people see more of your solves?
Mostly on YouTube. That's where I post most of my stuff.
All right, sounds good. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Volodymyr.
Yeah.
I wish you luck. Clock Semis is going to be coming up quite soon after Pyraminx, and we will be seeing you there. And I wish you the best of luck.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
8 seconds.
Look. Thank you.
I'm ready.
Eight seconds. 12.
Thank you.
Yo, yo, yo! What's up? We back on the live stream.
We are back on a live stream. Do you maybe want to introduce yourself?
The stream's already seen me, bro. My name is Michael. I've been here a while before. I'm back again with my good friend Zach. Hi, Zach. How you doing?
I am Zach. I've only been on so far for interviews. This is actually my first casting block of the competition.
Woohoo.
So I'm looking super forward to seeing the rest of 3x3 one-handed, as well as Pyraminx round 1 here at the Rubik's WCA World Championship in beautiful Seattle.
What a place to be, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to get on here and talk about the weather, but the weather where we've been having a heat wave lately, and Seattle has just been nothing but great temperature. So I'm looking forward to, speaking of heat, we have some really fast one-handed solvers in this heat.
This would be Mr. George Scully of the United Kingdom. Underway. One of our green cross only solvers solving now. You'll see that blue OLL, +2 gives him a 14.12.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I'm unsure where his times have been throughout this average since we have just gotten here into this group, but +2, again, quite unfortunate.
Now, am I correct in seeing that Nicholas Archer, his countryman, has just gotten a 6:05 personal record? Maybe European record? I believe it to be a European record single.
I was going to say I am not too sure, and I don't want to end up being wrong, but regardless, quite the speedy single there, 6:05. I was talking to Volodymyr, and then I look up, and I see, I saw Luke Garrett get a 6 as well, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, a 6. But then also seeing another 6 pop up, I started to freak out, like maybe there's something I should be paying attention to here. Their man of the hour, Nicholas Archer, right here with a 977.
He's many people's favorite to take home this world champion title, but he's got to get past the world record holder, Luke Garrett.
So one of the main stories that we are seeing unravel here at the World Championship, especially for one-handed, is what method reigns supreme for 3x3 one-handed. We have CFOP, the traditional 3x3 solving method. What we see a lot of almost all of the 3x3 two-handed top players use as a method. Sorry, there is an announcement going on right now that's throwing us off. Sorry, I need to like tune that out. It's messing with my head. But again, we're seeing the battle between CFOP and Ru. CFOP traditionally it has reigned dominant over two-handed solving for the last however many years, but Ru has kind of taken a side stage to that. However, with one-handed solving, we're kind of seeing the inverse.
We've just seen Luke Garrett. He's also probably been tuning out that announcement just as you have. Getting underway now. He's the world record holder for average. Obviously your number one seed for this competition. 7.72 his world record average.
Also the main representative of Team CFOP, I guess we'll brand it. Again, holding the world record average with that method.
It's looking like another sub 10 potentially. Oh, no. Maybe just a little bit hung up on that PLL. 12.72.
That will unfortunately be the worst possible average there for Luke Garrett. An 11.17 average. I think still top 20 and around from the rankings I've seen so far. Not sure if it'll stay that way, but an 11 average, that'll get you into semifinals, and then the battle in semifinals is what you really got to watch out for going into finals.
Yeah, you should not have any problems getting into that second round. As we see Luke Garrett finishing with an average of 11.17.
Yeah, we can see quite the crowd that is built here. This is again just Thursday, and quite a crowd is built up. I know earlier for 5x5. I will hold this spot as we watch Nicholas Archer solve.
Here's Nicholas Archer again, has counting 9.22 and 9.77. Best possible average 8.3. You can get close to that with a counting 7. He's getting close by. 7.82 on that last solve.
Quite the fast averager. That 782 is counting.
It's definitely going to be sub 9.
I'm waiting for the math to come in. An 894 average for Nicholas Archer. Quite the speedy average.
Excellent. It's going to be tough to top that if you're anybody else in the field. And 8.94 is a very, very solid average to begin.
All right, we are wrapping up 3x3 one-handed here, but more importantly, we're wrapping up as we're going to transition into a very special interview coming up. We will see you all after the break.
You're not going to want to miss this one.
I'm ready.
Eight seconds.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Rubik's Presents WCA World Championship 2025. I'm Keaton Ellis. I'm joined here with Timon Koloshinsky, who I don't think needs an introduction, but for those of you on stream, for those of us who don't know, could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you got into cubing?
Yeah, I'm Timon. I'm currently 4x4 and 6x6 world champion and European champion for 3 to 6. I got into cubing just trying to figure out how to solve a Rubik's Cube, and somewhere along the way, while I was learning, I saw there were competitions. And since I learned it, I've basically been going to competitions non-stop.
In addition to just competitions and some of the things that you just mentioned in terms of your accolades, you also were first place at North American Champs last year.
True.
And then also were third at the Asian Champs. And clearly you care quite a bit about these. I mean, like literally the North American Champion trophy is the thing that's your WCA profile picture. And I wanted to ask, of these, how would you rate your performance in the major championships last year?
Well, definitely NAC was the best. I think when I was planning that summer, I really wanted to win a major championship, because Euros 22, I won it in terms of Europeans, so I was a European champion. But I didn't win the competition, so I was really dissatisfied with that. Especially because I was by far the favorite. I think I had like around 80% chance of winning it according to like the simulations. And Patrick beat me with a PR average, so really good by Patrick. I didn't do so well in that final, and there you go. And you get like one a year. So I was like, okay, let me try to go to like as many as I can. So I went to all 3. With NAC and Euros, it's kind of like if I go to NAC, I have to fly straight from NAC to Euros, and Euros is hard to get to. So pretty much I knew, like unless I have like a miracle performance at Euros, I'm not going to do very well. So I practiced extra hard, knowing like Timofey is really good, with the mindset of even if I do really bad, I'm still going to try to win Euros, just with like being so much better than maybe a bad performance is enough. And it just barely was for Euros, but definitely NAC was like by far my best performance, because on the last day of that I didn't lose a single round, so it's like I don't think I'll ever do something like that again.
Could you talk a little bit about Asian Champs as well? I mean, you got third place at that competition, behind, of course, our world record holders. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that, and especially in the context of coming into Worlds this year?
I mean, Asian Champs for me was just kind of a fun thing to go to. Got to go to Malaysia, and I always prefer going to major championships because you don't have to staff. You have way more time to just like chill and then warm up when you need to. So you like actually get to do rounds instead of just kind of doing solves where you're not going to do well. Because at a normal competition, like you're either tired from staffing before or you're staffing and you can't warm up. So it's just like every round is a throwaway round pretty much. So it's always nice to go to like a championship instead of a regular comp. But at the time I was switching to ZB method, so I wasn't expecting to do that great in terms of 3x3 there. So I was really surprised to get third there actually. I was pretty happy with that. And then I got world record single and 5x5 finals, so that was good. One thing that comp really showed me was like the level of big cubes in Asia is just unreal compared to anywhere else. Because in Europe we have like me and Timofey that are really good, and then Kieran for like the bigger cubes. In North America, you just have Max Park basically, and then in Asia, it's just like everyone is unbelievable. It's crazy. So I only won 4x4 there actually.
Yeah, you got Do Kwang and Lim and Dongsu and Sung Hyuk.
Yeah, there's so many good people. Like I couldn't even list them all.
Yeah, I'm trying to right now.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to follow up on that point regarding switching to ZB. And at the top, I think there seem to be sort of two really main approaches to getting really fast. You either have lower TPS, but also lower move count, such as ZB, or you have slightly higher TPS, and sort of the trade-off is that you have to have a more straightforward CFOP solution. What do you think about these two solving styles? How do you think they're going to evolve, and do you see one eventually winning out?
I think usually it's you have this kind of balance between these two, and it kind of just shifts forward to being more and more efficient over time. But there's always people doing like these straightforward high TPS solutions, and always people doing slightly more efficient solutions, but usually slightly slower. I think the way it works, like this is just my theory, I don't know if this is true. Maybe in the future it'll be completely different. But what I've kind of seen so far is if someone's like absolutely mastered what was considered very efficient a few years ago, they're going to be really good. But to do that, you have to not learn anything new. So you reach a limit pretty quickly where you're much better than the people that are learning new things. But you know, you reach a certain point where you can't get that much better without learning something. And then you have a huge fall off where you start learning something new and suddenly you're like a second slower. So that's kind of what happened to me last year. I switched to ZB and now I'm maybe back at where I was last year. But I'm hoping in the future that allows me to like be fast for longer.
That extra efficiency.
But at the moment, it's like learning all that just made me so much slower. So I'm just kind of trying to catch up.
I see. One other thing I want to sort of ask about this. Last year, you did a podcast at North American Championships where you said that, quote, not that far into the future, end quote, like someone will be able to fully predict an entire 3x3 solve.
Yep.
Do you still stand behind this prediction?
Well, Shwani did it at home, not including AUF, because like both me and Shwani sometimes can predict ZBLS. So we predict 3 pairs, then we predict 4th pair plus what the edge orientation of like the cross pieces on top is going to be. So then we have an alg for that. So we only have 1 step left. So normally that'd be a 2-look. But if you get a last layer skip after doing ZBLS, then you only have AUF left, and sometimes you wouldn't have AUF.
Yeah.
So with that, what I've heard is Shwani has gotten like a +2 1-look solve, where he 1-looks ZBLS, gets the last layer skip, and then he didn't know what the AUF would be, so he got a +2, but he did 1-look it, sort of.
So I think it's not a DNF, which is pretty impressive. I see. But that's still not a regular occurrence even for Shwani.
Yeah.
I see.
Well, okay, so with ZB, the last layer skip rate is about 1 in 2,000. I think it's like slightly more common. So if you do 2,000 like 2 looks, one of those is likely going to be like a 1 look.
I see. Yeah. I see. Wow, you only get 5 solves in the finals here, so it's probably not going to happen.
And we only do 2 looks like on very easy scrambles as well. So, yeah.
Speaking of things that don't seem to happen very often, you're one of a very small group of professional speed cubers out there. I think that a lot of us are curious, what is a day in the life of Timon Koloshinsky like?
It really varies from day to day. Recently, I've been coaching. So that took quite a bit of my time. It was really rewarding though to like see my students get better. Not sure how much I'm going to do that in the future, but I'm planning to like continue doing that after the kind of championship season. And I mean, besides that, it's like just cubing and then resting. Like, I try to do like some sports and stuff. I really enjoy doing sports, but I'm not fit enough to do them a lot. And so I just kind of, cube a lot, do some sport, and then like rest.
I see. And then when you're doing your cubing time, how much time are you spending on sort of learning new algorithms or sort of implementing new things, doing some targeted practice, or just sort of solves?
It kind of varies, like depending on what time of year it is. So I think in August, I'll be learning some stuff. I don't really want to say what it is, and I'm not fully sure. But, August or maybe September, because I think Polish Nationals is in September. So like, say after Polish Nationals, it's a good time to learn stuff because I don't have any competitions that I like really care about. So then I can learn new things and get a bit slower. And then as you get more comfortable with the new things, then you start doing more just solves and like targeted practice to get those things like into your solves. So right now, I'm not cubing that much because I'm just kind of trying to rest before Worlds or during.
I see. So like during the year, you'll learn new things.
Yeah, and
then
that's
you'll
like
implement
cubing
them.
all day because you don't care about your performance. You just want to get it in your head as fast as possible.
Right.
And then once you like have the Alex and stuff in your head, you can practice a bit less just to not like overwork yourself. And then, you know, you start doing less and less the closer you get to championships, at least for me, because you're aiming more for performance and not improvement. It's quite different.
So like last week, how many solves would you do per day?
Well, last week I was in Seattle, so I was doing a lot of like tourism and stuff. Let's say when I was at home, before I started packing, I was probably cubing, maybe 3-4 hours a day. And before that, I'd be cubing a lot more.
I see. One thing that I'm curious about, so in particular, the last year you've gotten sort of your first record in 4x4, your first record in world record in 4x4 and 5x5. I wanted to ask sort of how much time you're spending on big cubes versus 3x3, and then sort of whether or not there's a specific big cube that you're focusing on in particular.
Yep, I haven't quite cracked the code on that, so to speak. I think it's useful to have like another event you're good at apart from 3x3, because obviously 3x3 is the main event. But I mean, most top cubers, apart from like Schwani, have always had at least one other event they're good at. I think it just takes so much pressure off of that one event you're doing. It's like, you know, mess up 3x3, you still have like another thing you care about. So you're kind of diversifying that emotional investment, so to speak. And with big cubes especially, you have like 4 events that you're good at, even if you just practice one of them. So that, I think, helps a lot with the pressure. But in terms of like how much I practice them versus 3x3, it really just varies. I think when I was learning ZB last year, I was pretty much just doing a lot of 5x5, and then when I wasn't doing 5x5, I was learning ZB.
I see.
So I didn't want to do 3x3 solves while learning because they wouldn't be productive in any way. But I could do 5x5 solves and not mess it up too much because, you know, you do like 30 seconds of 5x5 and 6 seconds of 3x3.
Right.
If you're getting like your 36. And it's a lot slower on the 3x3 stage, so you can kind of control what you're doing better. I think it's good practice.
I see. So 5x5 is the event that you've been practicing.
Back then, yeah. Recently, I've just been mixing it up.
I see.
In terms of 4x4, which like I got the average in February, what happened was I did an hour a day for 7 days of testing a 4x4 and that was like the only practice I did. And then I went to a competition and I got world record on a different cube. So I'm not sure how that works, but after that I tried practicing it more and I got worse. So I decided I'm just gonna leave it and like see what happens. You know?
Satisfied with the single record that you've got.
Yeah.
I mean, must have been an especially lucky average then.
I guess. I don't know. I have gotten like a lot of 19s since then. So.
Okay, so then.
Yeah, I think. It's just magic. I don't know. Like not that I'm doing anything. It just happens.
I see. So it's not the cuber in that case.
Yeah.
One other thing that I wanted to ask you about is something a little bit outside the standard formats that we have here in the WCA. You've recently been part of a bunch of direct sort of head-to-head formats. You know, you had the Cubing Clash with Yihung in New York in March, and then some other things that sort of you and I have both been a part of. Cubing at Home, for example, back in the day. How do you feel about that environment, and then how do you think it translates over to WCA competitions?
I'm not sure. I think I care much more about the 1v1 kind of format. It's way more exciting to watch and participate in. I think it's much easier to organize as well, because organizing staff for 2,000 people is very, very difficult.
Very hard.
Essentially impossible. Whereas if you're doing 1v1 and you're doing like 1 or 2 matches at a time, like you can actually do it. So I think it's just kind of better. But I don't know about how it translates between, like, I think it's just, you know, solve the cube and see what happens.
I see. So the pressure doesn't seem to translate in exactly the same way between them.
Yeah.
I see. One thing I wanted to ask you about regarding this competition in particular, and going back to sort of the start of the conversation where we're talking about sort of your placements from last year. At Worlds a couple of years ago, you placed 3rd. How would you feel about getting a 3rd place here, and what do you think of potentially, you know, would you be satisfied with that?
Yeah, I think so. Considering like switching the methods and stuff, I think a third place would be good. And I think it also just depends on like what that third place is. Because if I get third place with like a 5.9 average, which I don't think that could ever happen, but say it did, I mean it's not a very good third place, so to speak. Like I did pretty bad, right? But if I get third place and I've got like ER average in the final, that's nice. Like it doesn't matter that I'm third. It's just I'm satisfied I did good.
I see. So there's some absolute performance, and in addition to the relative performance of how you do against other people. I see. Well, I guess last question for you here. Do you have anything? Someone in chat is asking about the chairs. These are pretty comfortable.
Yeah, these are good.
These are not bad. Oh gosh, what I was saying. Do you have any shout outs you'd like to give? Or any people you'd like to say hi to? No?
There are too many to list.
Okay.
I could just keep going forever.
All right. Well, we won't keep you here forever for that. And instead, I think what we'll do is say thank you very much, Timo, for coming on. Yep. And best of luck for the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Maria's still competing.
Ready?
Everybody starts.
Eight seconds. 12 seconds.
Okay. Take it, beacon. We take this. 1, 2, 2. 1, 1. Okay. Mid! That's what we call that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Rubik's WCA World Championships 2025. I'm here with an amazing solver, Luke Garrett.
Hello.
Luke, you want to introduce yourself to the lovely folks at home?
Yeah. So I'm Luke Garrett, speed cuber. I've been doing it for a while now. I have the one-handed world record average, and I'm first for Summer Ranks single and average.
Amazing. Amazingly humble cuber, if you haven't noticed, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Day one, World Championships. We're kicked off here. We're deep into the afternoon now. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
It's back in the U.S. for the first time in 12 years.
It feels great. I wasn't cubing during the last World Championship in the U.S., so it's always been kind of a dream to, be on home turf. And, it's awesome. Yeah, it's more than you could have ever imagined. It's so many people.
Yeah, definitely. What are you looking forward to most?
Probably, today in the Nations Cup tonight will be a lot of fun. So me, Max Park, and Luke Greiser are the USA team, and that's going to be a lot of fun. But other than that, 3x3 finals, of course, is, you can't beat that.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be spectacular. That's going to be on Sunday. You think you're going to bring home the gold for the USA Nations Cup?
We'll try our best. China's, they're pretty good.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. Well, if anyone is going to do it, USA.
Yes, sir.
USA. All right. If you had to pick one event to keep other than 3x3, which would it be? And the reason I ask is because Summer Ranks #1.
Well, one-handed's pretty cool.
Yeah?
I guess in terms of uniqueness, obviously it's the same as a 3x3, just one-handed. But another event I really like, 2x2, big 2x2 guy. I like the ways that people have optimized it. People like Zayn Kanani, Sujin Feist.
Yeah.
I like the way that they are very creative with their solutions. It's very fun to
It's amazing trying to listen back to reconstructions and everything, because just like, what's going on here, man? If you're not in the know, you're not in the know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, certainly we have an amazing array, and we're going to see all those on display here. You're certainly going to be competing in almost everything, probably.
Yeah, most events.
Yeah, which is just incredible. Many people consider you to be like the front runner of, or like kind of like this unofficial title, best to never have a world record,
right?
Until the amazing OHWR, the amazing pop-off, Luke Garrett just goes flying into the sky.
Yeah.
Walk us through that moment, that average, that solve for everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it was really a dream come true. Wanted a world record for so long. For the longest time, the one-handed world record was only around 8.6, and that was through a lot of like 2024 as well. And that was the shot.
Yeah.
Right. And then Sean Patrick Villanueva beat that with an 8.0 average.
Yeah.
About a little over a year ago. And ever since then, I was kind of like, well, kind of blew my shot. Never got it when it was easy. And then, the right circumstances came along, and was not expecting to get it. I was really kind of at a point where I was like, I think if I don't get a world record before the end of my cubing career, I'll be okay with that. And but obviously still wanted the world record, of course. So it was dream come true. And then of course the PLL skip on the fourth solve. I don't remember jumping off the chair, but everyone saw it. So.
The launch, man, just into the stratosphere.
Yeah, so
it was amazing.
It's incredible. But it's crazy how things like that in cubing can work out.
I mean, an incredible reaction for an incredible solver. You have such amazing reactions. So is it like you're really just like really into the moment, into the solving?
Yeah, I'm into the moment. Yeah, I get very excited, I'd say. I think I'm pretty chill. Like, I'm a pretty chill person in general, but when I get worked up and excited about something, it's pretty... I get into it, yeah.
Well, that's awesome. That's amazing to hear. That's the kind of passion that's brought you all the way here.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Tell me about Summer ranks first. Both, not just single, but also average.
Yeah.
How do you manage to compete and perform at such a high level across 17 different events? And we got crazy events, right? We got like 4 blind and we got FMC and everything.
Well, what I usually try to do, like at home when I'm practicing, I just kind of practice whatever I feel like doing. And that happens to just usually be like a wide array of events. It's like, you know, maybe I'll do some big cubes, maybe I'll do some 3x3, maybe I'll try some Pira, maybe I'll do a couple blind solves. So that's kind of like a normal session for me. It's just bouncing around between a lot of events. You know, I guess I go to a lot of competitions as well, so that helps with some of the rankings. You know, it's not a perfect system, but it's a lot of fun. Yeah, and I try to give every event I go up and do, I give it my best effort.
Yeah. I mean, talking about traveling, you've traveled all over the world. You are one of the best traveled cubers in the world. I forgot the exact stats. It's definitely 250 plus, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm at 260 something comps.
Yeah.
So
what is like your number one destination that you haven't yet gone to?
So Europe would be fun. Was originally signed up for Euros last year, but wasn't able to go, unfortunately. If there's, you know, a championship in the near future in Europe, that'd be very cool.
Euros 26?
Yeah, Euros 26. Yeah, maybe wherever Worlds 2027 is. Other places in like Asia, Korea was really cool, but you know, I'd love to go places like Malaysia or like Philippines would be really cool. South America. I mean, anywhere there's
just literally all over.
I mean, I love competitions. I love competing. I love meeting lots of people.
Would you go travel just like even without a comp?
I'd be less inclined, but it's a good excuse. I'm not the biggest fan of travel, actually, to be honest.
Oh, really?
But I like cubing enough that I'll go with the travel. But yeah, you know, I'd love to see more of the world anyway.
What kind of motivates you to like go out? Is it just like more reps, more attempts?
Yeah, I guess so. You know, see your friends. I'm in a spot where, you know, I have a pretty easy way to get to comps, which is my dad, the
shout out Brad,
the
dude.
Amazing Brad Garrett.
Brad has to be one of the best cubing parents out there.
Yeah, for sure. So he's willing to drive me most places, and well, we have lots of comps from near where I live.
Sure.
But yeah, he just drives me to comps, and I'm like, it's pretty much just on whether I want to go or not that day, and it's like, yeah, I usually want to. So
sure. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. I want to talk about something that's maybe a touch personal. You are an incredible role model. Right. I think so. Clearly you're super focused and very passionate about speed cubing, and you have results at literally every single level, right? But you're also really lighthearted and just a fun guy to talk to, right?
Yeah,
you're just chill, just vibing most of the time.
I try my best. Yeah.
You know, sometimes let's say like a competition doesn't go your way.
Yeah.
How do you kind of like keep your head up and lock in for next time in order to get good results?
Well, so you kind of got to reset a little bit. You know, you can maybe take a break, or you can try and fix your mindset, because it's really just you know, like I've had a lot of competitions that go badly, and you just gotta focus on the next solve, focus on the next thing. You know, it's what's happened has happened. You know, you can only fix what's in the future. You can only plan for the future. You can't change what just happened. So you kind of need to not harp on those mistakes, because, you know, cubing, it's such an intricate sport. It's so hard to compete. Yeah, it's so hard to compete at a high level, especially on big stages like these. So you just gotta keep your head up. Yeah.
How are you kind of managing like your nerves this weekend with stuff like that?
Well, you know, I just get out there and try my best. It's hard to manage the nerves. You know, it's especially on a stage like this. Of course, it's
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of expectations going in.
A lot of expectations, a lot of pressure to perform. But you know, you just try your best. Yeah.
What would you say is your favorite competition experience so far? Do you have one?
I really like Worlds 2023.
Yeah.
Just like that venue and the whole thing was a lot of fun. All the big competitions that I've been to have been great. You know, NAC 2024, NATS 23. This competition so far has been pretty great.
Yeah.
So you know, just any comp where you can see lots of people and hang out is a lot of fun.
For sure. What kind of goals do you have? Anything in particular?
For this comp, I'd say big goal is get a podium in something would be cool. My main 3 I'm looking at are Pyraminx, or not Pyraminx. I'm looking at the Pyraminx on the screen.
Theodore down there.
Yeah, I'll try my best at Pyraminx. But 3x3, OH, and 2x2 are my big 3. And it's cool because the finals of those are all on separate days, so that works out very well in my favor. But other than that, I want to make some finals. 2 through 7, I've pretty good shot at finals in those. Maybe Clock, maybe Megaminx, maybe Pyraminx.
Bro just casually named
just
like at least half of the events. So
yeah, well, you know, but even if I don't, just have fun. Meet lots of people. You know, keep it light and try my best. Yeah.
And I guess, what are your goals for the rest of your cubing career? Because you're 18 now?
19 now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, you graduated high school.
Yeah,
in either case. You've experienced, I mean, basically everything. What's next?
Well, I'll be off to college in August. And I think cubing we'll see how busy I am when I get to college, but I expect cubing to be a little less in my, it's going to be on the back burner a little bit.
Of course.
Because of my studies, of course. But, I'm going to try and be as involved as I can. Yeah. Try to keep up as much as I can. Maybe try some new things. Maybe try some blind stuff.
Ooh.
Maybe try to learn some things.
He's gonna switch off the M2OP?
Yeah, maybe one day. I don't know. Might be too hard for me, but
I think it's very on brand. So.
Yeah. It's a Luke Garrett method for sure. But yeah, I'll try to. I'm gonna keep cubing, of course. It's never gonna be something I quit from my life. I don't expect to. But yeah, just keep going as much as I can. Yeah.
Awesome. You previously mentioned to me, at least I don't know if it was in some recording or something at some point, that you didn't want cubing to be your career. Do you still think so? And if so, why?
Yeah, I still believe that. Cubing is something that I got into for fun. It's something that I want to be fun no matter what. Sometimes things don't go your way, but it's like, you're there to meet your friends. You're there to have a good time. And I don't know, I think if it was my job, if it was the only thing that I kind of had, like, it would put more pressure on, and it'd be a bit too much for me to, I don't need that pressure to perform. I put enough pressure on myself already. Yeah. It's like, I just want to keep it fun.
Casual.
Keep it casual. But, of course, still try very hard, put in your best effort, but I don't need it to be my job, I don't think.
For what it's worth, it's working out pretty darn well.
Yeah.
So,
try my best.
Couple other things I'll ask, and then I think let's let you go and do some practice.
Yeah.
Do you have like cubing role model of any kind? Past, present, future? Future, I guess.
So people I looked up to growing up as a cubing fan. Felix, of course. Talked to him a little bit today. That was cool. People like Max Park. Let's see, other people. Lucas Setter was the first person I saw solve a cube on YouTube. That was who inspired me to learn. Let's see. Kevin Hayes is pretty cool.
Yeah?
Been talking to him a lot.
Yeah, he's just over there.
He's doing a great job with this comp. But yeah, just kind of that older guard of cubers is the people it's kind of weird to talk to them still because it's like I looked up to them so much when I was a kid, and it's like,
well, now you're beating them.
Yeah, well,
which is nuts, right?
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, but it's still kind of surreal. But it's nice to see them more of as like a peer.
Totally.
But yeah,
totally. And I think something that I think the chat has been asking, we'll wrap up there. The chat is asking, are you going to jump off another chair this weekend?
Well, we're on a bit of a high stage up there, so I don't know, whatever happens in the moment happens, but I'm going to stick the landing.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, stick it this time, certainly.
I'll stick the landing.
World record or a world champion title or a podium, certainly.
Hopefully, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Luke Garrett, one of the greatest names in speed cubing. Fine gentleman. If you are around in the venue, you can say,
I'm here.
Say hi to him.
Say hi, yeah.
He's a fantastic guy. Luke, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Nobody checked the scramble. I hope that's not going to be an issue.
8 seconds.
Sub 2 finally after like a year.
Oh, wow. Appreciate it.
That also needs a square.
My friends are texting me that that they're seeing my cells on the screen. Okay. That could have been sub 2. Stupid lookups. Thanks. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Rubik's Presents WCA World Championship 2025. I'm Keaton Ellis, and with me we've got a very special guest, actually one of my former co-workers, Ro Hessler. Ro, how are we doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. For those of us who don't know you, would you be able to just introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got into cubing?
Yeah, so I'm Ro. I've been around for like 2 decades now. I got into cubing in 2005. Early on, I was into 2x2, 3x3. When I became U.S. champion in 2009 and 10, and then started working at the Cubicle, did some other events and stuff, and now I'm into multi-blind.
So you're skipping square one, that whole saga in there.
There's so much. Yes, there was a brief square one period.
We got to.
I mean, there was also 4x4 and Mega Minx 2 and OH.
Yeah, just good at everything way back in the day. So you mentioned you've been working at the Cubicle. I guess it's coming up on 10 years now at this point, right?
Yep.
What do you do in the office there?
Yeah, so I run the Pro Shop, the Cubicle Pro Shop. So it's a mixture of setting up cubes, also supervising others, setting up our premium cubes, and quality control, and stuff like that. So, yeah.
So mostly just lubes at this point, but it used to be stickers way back in the day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, magnetization, too.
Oh, you had to do that by hand, right?
Yeah, we used to do that by hand. Yeah.
Oh, man.
In fact, we with Cubicle Labs, we produced the first magnetic cube.
Yeah, essentially invented magnets, or invented magnets in cubes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a fumble on my part. So you also mentioned you've been around for essentially 20 years at this point.
Yeah.
You yourself have done 2x2 world records, 3x3 NARs, all the way to multi-blind world record today. Before getting into you in particular, one thing that I'm curious about is sort of how you've seen cubing change in like the last 20 years.
Oh my God. I mean,
we got plenty of time.
Back then, it just wasn't as serious. Like competitions were like 20 people. You didn't have to register beforehand. You just show up. Everything was a lot more relaxed, and it just over time, it just got more and more intense, more competitive, more popular, and it's been really amazing to see since 2005. So,
do you remember how big U.S. Nationals was that year?
Well, 2005, I didn't compete until 2007,
right?
But that was maybe like, I actually don't even know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 100 people.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But
so one thing that I wanted to ask you about now is sort of your journey throughout all of this. Over the years, you've been like literally top 10 in the world for 2x2, 3x3, square one, and now multi-blind. How do you choose the event that you choose to work? How do you choose the event that you want to work on? And how do you transition events so many times?
Yeah, well, early on, because I was younger, and one of my biggest strengths was like turn speed. I felt like, I guess look ahead too, I could do pretty much anything, I guess. I wasn't great at big cubes, but over time, as I got older, it became harder to keep up with the turn speed. So square one was my choice, because also when I got into square one in 2016, new hardware had just come out, and it was always something I wanted to do.
Yeah, the Calvins?
Yeah, that was like I didn't, the cheese square one was when I started. It was like, finally, there's a good cube. So I got into that, and turning it wasn't as turn dependent back then, but by 2018 it was. So that's kind of how long I did that for. When I realized that my turning was I wasn't able to keep up with the younger kids, then I actually thought that was it. I didn't think I was going to do any other event, but then I started to do 4 and 5 blind just to complete my profile because that's all I had left, and then just got into multi naturally, and then I realized, you know what, this is really not dependent on turn speed. It's a whole hour.
It's mostly memo, right?
Yeah, and it just takes a lot of patience, which like is really good for like older, more experienced cubers, in my opinion. So I just realized, hey, this is one last thing I could do. I considered 4 and 5 blind, but that's also turn dependent. Like turning 4 and 5 is hard to do. So, and transitioning into it wasn't that hard because I already had 3 blind experience from like way back in the day.
From like 2008.
Yeah, so it kind of just took relearning buffers and new outs and stuff. And I had to learn how to do slice moves as well, but that wasn't that hard.
Essentially just transitioning to 3-style instead of doing...
Yeah.
I don't know what method you would use back then. Turbo?
I kind of, a mixture of like, we called it freestyle. It was pretty much 3-style, but...
You called it freestyle?
We called it freestyle because we would pretty much set up to whatever we could, whatever we needed to get through a case, but I did solve 2 pieces at a time. So, like, I would do a commutator. If I couldn't think of one, I would do a Pachman for like just the next 2 pieces.
I see.
Kind of thing. And, yeah.
I see. So you'd made the transition to 3-style, and in general, you've had a pretty long journey to get to the top of multi-blind with the world record earlier this year.
Yeah.
I mean, you started doing this, pre-COVID, essentially.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that process and some of the hurdles you needed to overcome in order to get to the world record?
Oh, yeah. There was a lot. With the multi-blind journey, it's definitely been more challenging than all my other stuff combined, like over everything. The first problem was the pandemic because I got into it in 2019, unfortunately, and I only had like 1 comp before we all shut down.
This is your like a 27.
What's up?
You had like a 27 point or something along those lines?
Yeah, I had a 27 out of 28, and I was stuck with that until like my PB at home was like 64 points. So when we came out of the pandemic, I was like, oh man. Like I put a lot of pressure on myself, like posting my videos and stuff, and everyone had these really high expectations of me, and I just I completely bombed the first year trying to compete. Like I built up the experience with like I knew how to do the event well, but I didn't know how to compete well, and it was very challenging. It affected me for like 2 years. It took like 2 years to finally get over that, and there were some other problems, but mainly I just kept fighting through it, and then by 2024 I made some adjustments and I was able to start getting there.
Can you talk a little bit about what it means to compete well in multi-blind, in addition to just being able to memorize and execute a lot of cubes?
Yeah, people, it's honestly, the event itself is not as hard as it looks. Like,
really?
I sincerely mean that. Yeah, like people, they just have to give it a chance. I like to compare it to weightlifting, honestly. Like, if you look at a lot of weight, it's like I'll never be able to lift that. But then you do a little at a time, and eventually, like, oh, you can lift it. It's like kind of the same concept.
I see.
It's just you can't see it. It's all up here. But that part is just, and that's the fun part, is like doing the event itself. But then competing is a whole different thing. Like dealing with the mental game, like dealing with everyone, like feeling like the pressure and putting heavy expectations on yourself. And because it's all mental, and I can't go into. You ever get nervous and you kind of just go into automatic like muscle memory mode? You can't do that with multi. You kind of just shut down. So dealing with that is hard, but it just takes relaxing and getting used to it and just not giving up. That's the hardest part of the event.
How do you prepare? I mean, you say you just try to relax, but it feels easier said than done.
Yeah, it's also hard to. You start to like make the mistake of trying to micromanage and try too hard. But one thing that's helped me is picking 1 or 2 things to focus on and then entering like flow state. And those 2 things are just relax and focus on the stories. And I know that sounds obvious, but...
These are the stories that you sort of put in your Roman rooms when you're doing the memorization.
Yeah. And it's sometimes it's hard. my biggest problem is focusing on like the outcome and not the process when I'm nervous and stuff. So doing that has helped me focus on that.
I see. Does the number of cubes that you attempt come into that equation at all?
Oh yeah, it gets harder as you go.
Yeah.
Like the more cubes, the higher, just the harder everything overall gets. You know. So.
Do you change the number of cubes that you're going to attempt for a given attempt based on sort of how you're feeling before it?
Yes, absolutely. Like at this comp, I tried 50 on my first one because I wasn't feeling confident.
Okay.
So, yeah, there have been times where I go in with the expectation of doing like a mid 60, and the day of, it's like, oh, I'm not feeling great, so I'll go down like 61 or something.
I see. Why the odd number?
Oh, that's just an example.
I see.
But usually it's to, well, until now it's usually about the world record. Like for a while it was 59. So me and Graham have been doing like even numbers to try to beat it because his 59 world record was also fast, so it was just easier to beat it by points. So you want to do an even number. But now the world record's an even number, so doing odd numbers.
So now you have to do odd numbers again in order to get a record.
You can still do even numbers because my world record's actually kind of slow.
It's 59.50?
Yeah, so you can beat it both ways, but I still just would like to do odd. Well, I did 50 today, but today is not about the world record, so it's just about beating others. So even or odd doesn't really matter here that much.
What do you feel like? What do you feel about the competition at an event like this? I mean, Andrew Tao's currently in first place with 49 points.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So,
and that's a PR.
Oh man, PRing at exactly the right time.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people did well. A lot of people not so well. There were some incidents too, apparently. But yeah, I haven't actually looked at it too much. I know Graham is really down there, but he'll do better. And then Christoph's, I think.
We can pull it up right here.
Yeah, and actually look at it. Yeah. I just know I'm on the bottom.
Oh, man. Well, you've done one attempt, so there's still a lot of Rubik's Cubes left to be solved.
James
McDermott.
That's a very good attempt for him.
Wow.
And Joshua's a name that's been he's been grinding lately.
I see. So. And another PR as well.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there's really no knowing what can happen on the second one. So
I see. So just clear everything out, relax, focus on the stories.
Yep.
I see. I wanted to ask a little bit about the future when it comes to multi-blind. So you have the world record now.
Yeah.
What are your mid and long-term goals with multi-blind going into the future?
It's kind of unfortunate, but I think I might be done, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Like you're satisfied with
or
what
at
you've
least
done?
a very long break.
Okay. I mean, well-deserved.
Yeah. Since the world record in April, I've actually had some motivation issues.
I see.
Which is crazy because it's like Worlds is like 3 months later. It's in the U.S. I'm going in as a world record holder, and for some reason I just been having trouble practicing, like finding motivation. So I'm trying my best. But.
Do you find a difference between world record versus world champion?
I've always felt the difference with them. Yeah.
And which do you prioritize more?
The records.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I think it's just it forces you to compare yourself to others more than just trying to get the record. If that makes sense. And it's just one more pressure. And it's fun. It's fun to be competitive. But for me, I think it's just it's not my thing. I prefer just trying to beat my PR. But I'm trying my best.
Yeah, I see. So you don't feel like pushing for 70 cubes at this point, or 70 points?
I don't think so. I've been trying so hard to get this record.
Yeah.
That I've let a lot of other things in life like slip. So it's time to start focusing on those things.
I see. Gotcha.
I may come back, and I'll probably compete a few times because I also want to get to 300 golds. I have like 280 something. So it's one little last thing.
And multi-blind's the way that you're going to be able to get there?
Yeah, and just the blinds in general, like going to a PBQ, and like maybe pick up some. So we'll see. But definitely taking a break after this.
I see. Are you thinking about changing events at this point as well, or?
No, I think that's it. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess last question I've got for you. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anyone on the stream or anyone out there in the world?
To my boys down at the cubicle.
All right.
We're getting slammed right now.
Oh, shout out Phil and shout out everyone hanging out at the cubicle booth with a line that goes out the door, snakes around, comes back, and you have to walk through it in order to go through.
Yeah.
Well, bro, thanks so much. Best of luck, and I'll catch you around.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
I'll go here.
Yes. Peter, we're having Simon judge here, okay? Can you go, Simon? Yeah. Go ahead.
There's 2 pens. That's fine. Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready. All right. 8 seconds.
Funny I didn't plus 2 that.
It's okay. What number one? It's only round 1.
Yeah, it's round 1. It's round 1.
There's no point in teaching in round 1.
Yeah,
That would be ridiculous.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jacob?
Yes. Okay, last name right too. Yeah.
No, was
we
it
got-
2? That's
No,
you?
no, we got it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, someone else. I'm in.
Welcome back, everyone. Great interview with Ro that Keaton just had. This is Manu Singh Hall back onto the mic. We are into Pyraminx. I believe Group 4 is going on right now. Should be switching over to Group 5 shortly after.
It's first round, right?
Exactly. There's no point. No point in getting.
Once again, back at the Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025. Only comes around once every 2 years. This year in Seattle, Washington, back in the United States for the first time in 12 years. Last time here it was Vegas 2013. A very legendary competition from what I hear.
Yeah, I unfortunately wasn't able to go to that one.
Yeah, neither was I.
But I do remember watching it from home. One of the first competitions, I think, I essentially was glued to, at that time, Cubix's friends on Facebook, trying to absorb it.
That was a live stream back then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, now we have all these cameras and angles and everything, as unfortunately we see Jasper Murray there get a +2. One move off. That's going to be 3-6-0, unfortunately, for Jasper.
Just a couple of degrees there for him.
Ranked 6th for single national record average in Pyraminx. As you watch the replay here, Pyraminx is a really interesting puzzle because while the solution space, so to speak, is not amazingly complex, or at least not the same as 3x3, turning this puzzle is very strange. +2s happen all the time, and we have this interesting part of the puzzle called tips.
Yeah, that adds just an extra layer of sort of arbitrary complexity to the puzzle that everyone has to face. One interesting thing these days, Jasper's +2 there that we saw on the replay was a U prime that didn't fully make it all the way over, and that one is actually a fairly new innovation in Pyraminx. At least there was a shift in the late 2010s to move to V first solutions, where you essentially will solve most of a layer and then insert everything at the end.
That's a nice little pop off there. 1.54.
It's okay. Oh crap. It's okay, right?
Yeah.
It's fine. It's like literally fine.
Putting it tight on the inspection.
It's literally fine.
Literally fine.
Thank you.
We got some Kiwis on the stream there. That was a nice one. Yeah, so I guess I was saying real fast, there was essentially a switch to V first solving. And one thing that you needed to be able to do in order to sort of do that method efficiently was to be able to do U's and U primes the way that you would do it on a 3x3, which on a Pyraminx is a little different.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to rotate your finger through a greater angle And because of that, if you don't rotate it all the way, if you're just used to 3x3 flicking, then sometimes you can not fully rotate the puzzle, and then that will lead you into some issues here.
Yeah.
Not fully turning. As it looks like we're going to switch over to Group 5, we can, or at least we can give a little bit of a preview. I think the big name here is Sebastian Lee, the world record holder, 1.15, an incredible average that was.
Yeah. Also very good overall. So the 1.5 does seem to be a little bit of a fluke here. Well, not a fluke, but a little bit better than the rest of the results. Overall, still average of 12.
In a scramble-based event like Pyraminx, right? You know, sometimes it does really come down to the set of scrambles that are presented. Now, everyone is given the same set of scrambles in the same group, so that's how we control for that variance to some degree. But it is going to vary from competition to competition, which is why we have beautiful stats like average of 12. It can kind of give you a better sense of overall how is this competitor doing. Ezra Shear, former world record holder, on the stream now. Seen several solves of his. See if we can get anything good here. 1.35. Looks to be pretty happy with that. Execution for Pyraminx always stuns me. Just the top solvers just do it so well.
Yeah, it's extremely solid when you get up to the top. And nice little stop as well. Essentially just trying to get the minimal amount of space away from the puzzle in order to slap that timer at the very end.
Because at this level, that stuff matters.
Exactly. This is one of the events where a +2
it's over.
Absolutely devastating for your average. Whereas unlike an event like 7x7, 2 seconds is very important, but it's not going to absolutely kill you like it does here. Here, a +2, especially a couple of them, might mean that you're not going to make it to the next round.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially at a field as competitive as Worlds 2025, certainly. Other notable competitors that we are about to see, Alexei Svetkov. You've heard his name before. You saw him do OH. He's a Ruhr. He is WR7, world rank 7 for Pyraminx with a 1.53 average. Andrew Mao. He got first at North American Championship last year. He is world rank 10, 1.55. And Jonathan Plug from the Netherlands. They have a 1.53 average and won the European Championship. So we have some pretty big names coming up here, Keaton.
This is quite a competitive group here. We've got North American champion, we've got European champion, we've got some world record holders. This is still the first round, so it's always good to flex some muscle whenever you can. But remember, for any of these types of events, the important thing is simply make it to the final.
Yep, you can't win the world champs here, but you can certainly lose it if you don't advance.
Absolutely.
Another good solve from Ezra, 1.53 to back up 2.22 and 1.35, as you can see on your screen there.
It was nice. There's only one tip, and then there was a left anti-soon. It's not a bad top layer case.
Always love the one-tip scrambles.
The fewer tips, the better.
Yes, certainly. Let's just hope we don't waste all the good scrambles on round one.
Well, that would make the finals, in my opinion,
maybe more interesting.
Even more interesting. It takes a lot of skill to be able to do some high-quality solutions there.
190, sub 2.
190 is indeed a sub 2 from.
How does that?
Oh yes,
yeah,
Elias EU.
Wait, that's pretty clutch, okay?
Yeah, so I'm gonna rewrite that.
Pretty clutch, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Quite pleased with that. I would be as well.
Cool. Yes, I know you.
Yeah, really nice way that Elias has done that back tip there. Just kind of barely reaching the hand around and doing just the smallest flick right there at the end of the solve. I know there's a little bit of a discussion on when one should do tips, if you want to do tips first. Last, Keaton, any thoughts on this?
Well, I think it really depends on which tips you're taking a look at and what moves that you're going to execute. Tips are essentially where do you have excess capacity during your solve, and if you simply have the ability to do them early, then you do them early, and otherwise you wait until the end. But the more you do during it, especially if there's nothing else that your hand could be doing at the moment, that's the best time to do it. So 2 here on this solve. Jasper does them fairly early.
But looks like not particularly pleased for some reason. Let's see if we can see why on the replay.
Not quite certain if that was a relief or...
I guess there's a bit of a lockup there at the end.
1-6.
But that looked like relief to me.
Yeah, I guess that's true, because after the +2, you know, as you're saying, another +2 might just knock you out of this entirely.
Yeah. Especially it's top one. It should be top 120. Oh, no, I lied. Top 200 to make it to the second round of Pyramix.
Yep. And if you're following along at home, you can. We have WCA Live. It's our data entry system that we use. Please do mind, though, that the times that are being entered are not fully live. We do have to manually, we use these scorecards. That scorecards they get sent off to our awesome data team. You heard from Sarah Strong earlier about how that works. They are going to do full verification, make sure everything is written down correctly, everything is fully signed for, and all the rules are abided by. Then they enter it into our lovely software, and you can see what that looks like at home. So if you notice that there's some people you saw on stream and you don't see them on there, that's why. If you just give us give them some time to just make sure that everything is all good.
And it will be on there very soon.
Yep. As we watch more solvers here in Pyramix, Keaton, how are you feeling about the World Championships so far? Day one, we're a decent amount of the way through.
Yeah, I mean it's already 5:08 p.m. That's a.
It kind of doesn't feel like it, doesn't it?
Well, I'm also a little bit on European time right now, so everything's all messed up for me. But the day's gone by really fast. It's been quite good seeing a lot of old friends, even people back from when I started who were at my very first competition all those years ago. Arat's here.
Yeah.
Fist pump on that 131.
Yeah, great 131. Got a replay for you, too.
Wait, that has to...
Can you do it? Ooh, nice solution.
That was a very nice solution.
That almost felt like there were almost no wasted moves there. Every move was made for a reason.
But yeah, overall, the World Championships, I think it's off to a pretty good start. A couple of hiccups in the morning, but it does seem like things are ironed out a little bit by this point.
When you're at the world's largest competition of all time, by quite some margin at that, 2,000 competitors registered for the World Championships. A very, very, very high demand event. Of course, there's going to be a little bit here and there, but it seems like we've gotten back onto the right track after lunch, and things have been progressing pretty smoothly since then, it feels.
Yeah. No, it's always a logistical nightmare in order to get everything perfect. And
yeah, I mean, amazing work done by the CubingUSA team to plan everything. Tim Reynolds has a software that he uses to schedule 2,000 competitors when they're going to compete. You got to make sure that everyone has enough time for lunch. Everyone has time to take a break. Many people on the volunteer team. If you see anyone in the green or dark green, and if you're here at the competition, make sure to give them some thanks. They work very, very hard this weekend, and will continue to do so for the next several days. But yeah, scheduling all that stuff is very, very tough. So, Tim, we see you. Your efforts are very, very appreciated.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is doing all the staff.
Yeah.
The staff have specific times where they're supposed to be running, judging, scrambling, and then they still have to also compete.
Yeah, and some of them are world class too. You saw Patrick Ponce. He was judging earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and they also will have breaks in their schedule,
yeah, of
so
course.
they have enough time to practice. It's a very impressive feat.
Yes, very incredible.
All right.
Cool. Well, it looks like we are basically fully moved over to group number 5. So those competitors that we were talking about earlier, one of them is right here. Alexei Svetkov, he is on the stream right now. Jonathan Plug on the blue stage on the other side. We'll be sure to give you as much action as we can.
I'm interested to see how Alexei does here. His one-handed results a little earlier in the day were not quite up to his standards, so hopefully he'll be able to rebound here and get a couple of decent solves in.
Yeah, he has very high standards as that too. So
12.
Looks like we have Jonathan on the stream first. Ooh, looks like a bit of a hesitation there. It's not very typical from most top solvers. Unfortunately, Alexei kind of looks like a +2 from here.
I think it is a +2.
Oh.
Yeah, that top down is, I think the top down angle lies a little bit. It looks more like a +2 for me. Maybe we can see the scorecard come in and fully determine if we got the +2 or not. Yeah, this looks like there's a lot of text there, so I'm leaning towards +2, unfortunately. So both of these competitors not off to the best of starts. Arat's now back onto the stream. Yeah, and you see how he warms up there. He's just kind of doing the same move over and over. That move, sometimes we call that a sledgehammer. I don't really know where that term came from. Do you happen to know?
I actually don't.
Yeah, it's maybe a little quirk of speed cubing, but yeah, very, very common move in Pyraminx.
12 seconds. Okay. 3692.
Oh. All right, so with a 2.96, contrasting to the 131 that we had seen on stream right before this. Bit of an unfortunate solve, but, you know, those times, if they're both counting, we'll give you something in the low 2s. That'll make it to the next round. That's
certainly.
That's not a problem.
Oh, certainly.
Thank you.
All right, we got another competitor up here. It's Jasper once again.
So I'm seeing in the chat some questions about when different interviews might be. You're going to be able to see the schedule for live stream interviews on CubingUSA's website.
Yep.
The stream will have a list of interviews that are going to be based on the group that we're going to be currently on. So if you take a look, we've got our Felix Zemdeg's interview, which is what a chatter explicitly asked about, at 2:30 p.m. on Saturday. So this is 2:30 Pacific time. Now, of course, this will be plus or minus a little bit depending on exactly where we are in the schedule. And you can see we've got plenty of other people on as well. Xuanyi Geng will be coming on that Saturday as well. Tomorrow, some people that you want to be taking a look out for. Maddie Hiroto Anabo will be coming on in the morning.
Yeah.
Cheggins, Charlie Eggins, the prolific blindfolded solver, will be coming on at 10:50. Lunch that day, we'll have a Rubik's content creator panel. So, lots of people coming in.
You find all that on the CubingUSA website. Also, amazing work, I think, largely by Tim to populate this website and get it all up and running.
Again, shout out Tim Reynolds.
Hope everyone is enjoying the stream in chat as well. As Alexi is back onto the stream station, let's see if he can back himself a little bit after that +2.
12 seconds.
Okay. Ooh, interesting. Looks like he's fumbled the puzzle there a little bit. 2.22.
It looks okay from the top-down angle that we have here on the side.
Keaton's trying to analyze right here.
I'm putting my delicate squinty eyes on as much as possible. Oh, man. It's really hard when it's almost exactly there.
Yep. Anyway, this is Sebastian Lee now. From Australia, 15 years old, as we mentioned before, has the world record average of 1.15 seconds.
It's quite used to the pressure. Second in 2023. All he needs to do is make the next round.
142, also getting a little applause from the crowd. A lot of Aussies here. Made it all the way to Seattle.
Yeah, oi, oi, oi. I'm excited to be joining them.
Yes,
very soon. Next week.
Visiting Aussie, perhaps. Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, a couple of Canadian solvers. You can see Matt Mao walking back behind the stage now. The Canadians also went out with their red jackets. Very easy, very visible. Awesome to see national pride from just across the border.
We've seen quite a few fantastic jackets coming out so far. The Hungarians have some really nice ones. And then different pockets of the U.S. have them as well. The Colorado guys have their blue shirts and then the C-Cube logo. It's a great one.
Yes. And some amazing ones are returning from across the pond. The Irish have a very, very nice, it's a very nice green. Very well
does
made.
blend in a little bit with the staff guys this year.
Yeah.
So, the Hungarians have really cool ones.
I don't think I've actually seen that one. I gotta
you go out into the balcony area.
Oh, I'll see
They're
it,
on
huh?
the right-hand side.
Okay, there we go. Alexi's back now. Let's hope he can avoid some major mistakes here. He's going to have a counting 222 to negotiate. Hopefully he can get times better than that to make sure he doesn't have to deal with too much more.
Oh, no.
This one might be a disaster,
that's a
though.
DNF.
That's a DNF.
Yeah, that's a DNF.
From our delegate eyes, it looks like it is going to end up being a DNF. Reason being, the puzzle being 2 moves off the tip, as well as that layer, that very top layer that you can see there. Yeah, let's run the replay back.
Oh, this is one where he tried to adjust the tip of the R prime and took the whole layer with it.
Yeah, you can see it here. That's...
I mean, this is going back to our discussion earlier. That +2 that he got on the first solve, I mean, that has a huge impact on the average now.
Only one solve you get to throw away, so he's going to need to avoid some major mistakes, and he's actually probably going to need to bring it back a good amount.
He's essentially going to need 2 low 2s or 1 second solves.
No issues for Jonathan Ploug, though. 163.
Pretty solid stuff. Not quite PR territory, but I would definitely categorize this as pretty good average territory.
Yeah. 3 solves in. Looking pretty good. No major upsets here.
Yeah, the one nice thing, I suppose, for Alexi, it's not top 120, it's top 200 that's going into round 2. So you have a little bit of additional leeway.
Yeah, that extra margin is going to help him out a lot. Sebastian Lee now. Oh, never mind. We're going to Jasper Murray. Looks like he's probably finishing up their average. Holdover from the previous group. And of course, we will report what Sebastian's time is as we get that in as well. 165. So it looks like Jasper has managed to recover quite well from his +2. 148 for Sebastian off the stream stage. Alexi's back now. 1.68 seconds, a good solve from him. He definitely needed that.
Absolutely. I mean, this doesn't guarantee you a good average. You still need to perform on the last solve, but at least lets you possibly get there. You know, the counting 4.55 isn't going to, give you anything incredible, but it at least is going to make you feel a little bit more comfortable going into the rest of the night.
It's not a time of infinity. Right now, that's the only thing that's mattering.
Exactly.
He needs to avoid major mistakes if he wants to continue. But yeah, Alexei not making the next round would be quite devastating as a WR top 10 competitor.
Yeah, and it would mess things up a little bit for that final.
Certainly.
So.
And look, we wish every competitor the best of luck. We want everyone to succeed. We want to see them throw darts, as it were.
Ready.
8 seconds. Okay. 2, 1.
A reminder on some programming for you all. After Pyraminx rounds up, we will have our first semifinals. That's going to be basically the first things that are not round 2s. That will be clock semifinal and 5x5 semifinal. Those will happen immediately after Pyraminx is wrapped up here. Then we will go into our evening block, where we will have the opening ceremony, as is customary for any World Championship. And then we will have the Nations Cup, a relay type of event with 16 teams where the winner is crowned World Champion, Nations Cup.
It is essentially the most premier of the unofficial events at a competition. There's a lot of national pride on the line.
Yes.
Because you're not competing as a person, but instead you are explicitly competing as a team of 3.
And some high drama can happen. In 2023, we saw, unfortunately, Poland, a favorite to make it into the final, knocked out early by unfortunate early timer misstart, I guess, or non-start. Keaton is going to be commentating that, so
I'm gonna have some fun the evening there.
Certainly.
We also see plenty of upsets last year at Euros.
Yes.
Seventh, I believe it was 7th seeded UK or 9th seeded.
Okay. I do know that they were very low seeded, but through kind of like a falling of dominoes, so to speak, ended up winning it all. That was thrilling. The Euros crowd was very into it.
Yeah, you get quite a bit of national pride and a lot of cheering going on. You'll know which countries are out here in force based on how loud their cheers are for their Nations Cup team.
Yes. It will be very, very exciting. So if you were looking at it and you're like, this is not an official event, do I need to care? I'm telling you right now, it's okay. You got time between now and then. Take a little bit of a breather. Get some work done. Put the stream on a second monitor, perhaps. But come right back. You're not gonna want to miss that.
Yeah, it's my favorite unofficial event by far. The action goes pretty fast, and you're constantly trying to calculate in your head what the other guy needs in order for the sum of your nation's sols to be lower than the others.
And both teams go at the same time too, so there's that extra head-to-head drama going on.
So I've been in some of these.
Yeah,
I was in Nations Cup in 2019, and then U.S. Nationals that year also had our regions relay, if you will. Which was also another very close one. Oh, a little bit of nerves there coming from Sebastian.
Yeah, based on the other solves we've seen, this one is going to be the not counting time, it looks like.
Yeah, it'll be fine. He will be fine. Chat, what are we looking forward to the most for the rest of the weekend here?
We've got a very, very stacked schedule, Keaton. Amazing competitors from all around the world across all 17 WCA events. No champions will be crowned today. Well, actually, Five Blind Stanley Chapel became the first world champion of 2025. So that's already in the books. So 16 left. What are you looking forward to the most?
I'm looking for, honestly,
other than 3x3 finals, because everyone is looking forward to.
So I was going to say, actually, the thing I'm looking forward to a lot is 3x3 semifinals.
There we go. Okay.
I think there's going to be a lot of drama, and unlike the finals, you're going to have just so many more people giving it their absolute all. Obviously, the 16 competitors in 3x3 finals will be giving it their absolute all, but you see it all in 3x3 semis.
Yeah.
You see the highest highs and the highest lows.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. 3x3 semifinals is actually gonna happen for everybody at the exact same time. Also, so in about something like 30 minutes or so, we're gonna go from not knowing who, like potentially 80 people, 16 of those 80 people could make it, to having 16 people.
Yeah.
16 names are gonna take the stage here for a head-to-head final on Sunday late afternoon.
And we're going to know almost instantly.
Yes, yeah.
We're going to have a lot of live and semi-live data entry going on in order to get people all the information as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be absolutely crazy. The tensions are going to be high. I'm sure us in the commentary booth, we're going to be very nervous for all the competitors. We're just looking to see. Maybe we'll see some records come out too.
Oh, yeah.
I think a little bit unlikely. I feel like most people will just try and put their best foot forward, try and make it, no major mistakes, but you never know. Diamonds are made under pressure, after all. As Jonathan Blue goes in for the last solve of their average 2.10. That is going to be a counting time. Looks like they're going to get something pretty solidly low 2:06.
Oh, very comfortable run.
Very, very safe. That should be making the next round without no issue. You also saw Alexi earlier ended up cleaning up his average. I think he got a mid to high 2 average, which should also be
totally
good
fine.
enough to make it into the next round. No competitors, I think, are confirmed yet to be advancing just because there is not enough data. But even a high 2 average, like right now, 300 is top 50 amongst the competitors that have been entered so far. And as more data comes in, it will be, we'll know exactly where everyone is going to end up.
So we have some questions out in chat. I left the stream like 30 minutes. What happened? Well, we've been going through Pyramix for a while.
Yes.
At this point.
Yes.
We've been seeing quite a few 1-second solves here. Sebastian Lee getting a couple of very nice 1.4s for us on camera. Unfortunately, a 3.322 as well, but we'll see a follow-up solve here.
Yeah, probably one of the last solves. His average 1.27. It's interesting. This one looked like a really interesting scramble because the 3 yellow centers were already all on the same face, which certainly helps a lot in terms of look ahead. Looks like that was actually solve number 4 as the cube went back into the box.
And yeah, that's true, but there are also 3 tips that needed to be done and were done almost instantly. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, to do all that in 1.2 seconds is certainly something. Well, if there's anyone else who can match that, Simon Kellum onto the stream right now. That 0.73 single that you see there, that is the world record.
I'm ready.
So therefore, Simon, one of the best solvers in the world. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so this, I think,
this
perhaps
is the same scramble, but a very different angle that Simon's doing it at.
Okay.
Starting with yellow instead of another face there.
Yep.
2.43 for his efforts. Tommy Cherry now.
Still wearing the blindfold.
Oh, of course. He's a blinder. How would you know? He does 3-blind without the blindfold. It's not like he has, world records,
multiple
championship to this day.
It looks right.
I do think we are advancing on to the next group now. There's a couple faces that
Thank you very much.
we haven't been seeing recently.
8 seconds.
And indeed, Simon is in this group 6.
12 seconds.
Also looks like we'll be seeing Carrie Creech, ranked 20th in the world with a 1.67 average.
709.
Luke Garrett and Stephen Winterkamp. So we've got a quartet of Americans are going to be featured on the live stream in group number 6 of Pyramix.
Have you taken a look at the hoodies for this competition yet?
They have hoodies?
Yeah.
I've been back here all day. I haven't had a chance.
Oh, they look great.
Oh yeah?
So it's the logo. This guy.
Yeah.
You've got a oh gosh, I don't remember if it's white background with green sleeves. I think it's green background for the torso, and then you got some white sleeves. It's got a bit of a retro look, but I think it fits a lot with the logo.
Certainly.
Got some old Seattle Supersonics vibes going on.
Yeah. As you see some results from the first round of Pyramix. Now, remember, we're not even done with Pyramix, so those are still yet to be fully entered. But just to get an idea of what kind of solves people have gotten so far. 1.78 for Simon here. A bit of a better solve. Oh, going through the... you can see him do the hand motions going through the solution again.
Yeah. This is an event where you can remember your solution instantly.
Yes, certainly.
Whereas for 3x3, for example, I forget which cross color I do as soon as I'm done with my solve.
Yeah. And I only do white and yellow, and I also forget.
Man, you got 2 options.
Yeah, no. I'm 50-50 with that. All right, Stephen Wintringham now. And it looks like on blue we will have Luke Garrett.
Steve, one of the expert puzzle modders out there in the world.
Yeah.
Known for setting up quite a few good things. And
showcasing just a different part of our hobby, right? It's not just solving puzzles fast. It's certainly collecting and modifying, stickering up.
When I worked at the cubicle many moons ago, I got kicked out of the cube setup room, the cube shop, pro shop room, as I was notoriously bad at setting up puzzles.
Man.
So mad respect to Steve for being able to do all that.
Take it.
And all the while being amazingly good at Pyraminx, one of the better solvers in the world. Simon's back onto the stream now. For just a little bit of hearing protection, a lot of cubers put them on, not because it's necessarily loud in here, but it helps you focus.
It helps block out just all the little distractions.
Yeah.
And helps you stay in the moment. And clearly works. 138.
Thank you.
This is Sebastian's last solve.
Yep.
Quite a bit of time in between them right there.
1.96, very classic cuber shaking the head, but it's good enough. That's the only thing that really matters.
Yeah, two 1.4s and a 1.9. I can't imagine being too unhappy about that average at the end of the day.
In a round one, certainly.
Yeah, all you need is to make it to the next round.
Yep.
Having a little bit of time between solves like that, that can make people nervous.
I feel like for Pyraminx in particular.
Yeah.
Because you can't come back. If you make a mistake, it's just all over right there. It's not like 7x7 where, you know, you kind of maybe fumble a little bit at the beginning, but then you have amazing edges, for example.
Yeah, you got exactly 1, maybe 2 seconds in order to execute, and that's all you need, and that's all you have.
Yeah.
But having that nice little rhythm, a consistent rhythm, is really nice.
Looks like we're going to be switching over to having Carrie Creech onto the stream now. So his first World Championship, got third at NAC 2022, getting a 2.14 solve for his efforts.
Thank you.
Switching over to Steven now.
Okay.
That was a slightly sketchy stop. I don't know if you want to check.
It.
Interesting.
I didn't notice anything.
My index finger.
Steve showing quite a bit of integrity there, and sort of self-reporting the fact that the timer stop might not have been perfect, and showing the delegate Katie Shields, who's also our judge, just to be able to check things out. That's good sportsmanship.
Certainly.
It looks fine. 254.9.
Because indeed, you do have to be, once you solve the puzzle, in order to stop the timer, you must fully release the puzzle. We don't want people stopping the timer with the puzzles in their hand. That clearly seems to be against the competitive spirit. So Steven doing a good job there, just making sure, just checking that everything was all right, even though it was inadvertent, it looks like.
And it looks like everything's good. We move on to the next solve.
Yeah. That's something I love about cubers. Obviously, everyone wants to do well. They want to get good times, but we want to do it the right way.
Exactly.
Everyone's very, very honest.
8 seconds.
It's going to cut over to Simon. We'll report what Luke Garrett ends up getting on the other side.
That was really good.
195, quote, that was really good.
It's like 2. Yeah, 195.
8 seconds.
Let's see if Simon can find something that's also, quote, really good. Looks like there's one move to fake red layer that's not going to be done. Ooh. What happened there, you think? Missed one look?
Yeah, no, he was off by, essentially he's off by a 4-mover. So instead of inserting a piece, he essentially just inserts it incorrectly. You essentially miss one trigger. And those are really dangerous, unlike, for example, missing a tip by just a single move.
Right.
If you're off by one of these triggers, RUR prime U prime, a sledgehammer, for example, this is not a +2. You are in solid DNF territory.
Might as well have just not attempted it at all.
Yeah. Even though pretty much anyone would be able to see and figure out the solve from there.
Yeah.
So It's a very dangerous place to be in.
Of course, you have to draw a line somewhere, right? So.
And you lose a lot of time doing it as well.
Good solution from Carey here, 1.38, well below his PR's average.
That's very solid stuff.
All right, thank you.
Steven taking a little swig of water.
Yep.
We're getting ready for his solve.
8 seconds. Okay. 1.906.
Yep.
Sub 2, but once again gets the shake of the head. Looks like it was a pretty good solution from what I could tell. Relatively low move count.
I think if anyone's shaking their head on what seems to be a good time, these guys hold themselves to pretty high standards.
Certainly. Yeah.
And additionally, scrambles are not made equal.
True.
So there are some that are simply easier than others. And just because you got a better time on it than average doesn't necessarily mean that you got a good time for that scramble.
Yes, certainly. I'm sure a lot of competitors here are going to be looking at some scrambles and say like, wow, that was like an easy one. I wish I had that one back. Sometimes I guess that happens.
I'm ready.
So there's some questions down in chat. Is Worlds 2027 getting announced at the end of this competition? That I'm not 100% certain about yet at this point.
12 seconds.
Simon gets a 2.20 here. That's going to be a counting time. Should put him pretty comfortably at lowish 2.
Question down in chat about Michael Nielsen having gone. Michael is set to compete in Group 7 on the main stages, so he'll be up next as we finish up this group and transition on to the next one. But we still have a couple of solves to go through here.
Yes,
Carey had that 138 a little bit ago.
And yes, this is that same scramble that I noted. Had one move to a fake layer. It's 205 for him. Seems like he has a pretty decent average going. Nothing amazing, nothing too bad. Steven now. And now I'm forgetting if this is his 4th or 5th. I want to say his 4th. 254.
Exactly the same time as the other solve.
Ah. It's a knack for stopping the timer at exactly the same time, huh?
Well, consistency helps in an event that typically has high variance.
Yeah, no, certainly. I had a lovely chat with Luke Garrett earlier on the stream. By the way, because this is being streamed on YouTube, you can actually go back and watch earlier parts of the stream. All you have to do is just rewind the stream a little bit. Just take the red bar, go back. You can listen to Luke Garrett talk about, I'm sure you were wondering what went through his head as he got the OH world record. Keaton, what do you see here? Is this a +2?
That looks good to me.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely leaning towards okay. Now, I'm sure it's a question some people are probably having in the chat. What happens if it's exactly on? Like, you get the protractor out and, it's exactly on that halfway. What do we do then?
Tie goes to the runner.
Fair enough. Makes a lot of sense.
So, if you're at exactly 45 degrees, or for a Pyraminx, if you're at exactly 120 degrees, or exactly 60 degrees, I suppose, you're fine.
Yep. At that point, just too close to call.
Yeah. Tie goes the runner. But looks like we're pretty much cleared out of Pyraminx Group 6 right now.
Yep.
We're waiting for 7. 7 is going to have, like we mentioned earlier to answer a question in chat, Michael Nielsen, 142 average, and quite a bit of experience at the top here.
Yes, certainly. as well as Trip Peters, local competitor from here in the PNW Pacific Northwest. And after Carrie finishes this solve, you'll see the third person we are going to be tracking, the one and only Yi-Hung Wang, of course, of 3x3 and 2x2 fame.
Pyramid's not bad as well, 1.80 average.
If anything, it'll be a good opportunity for him to acclimate to the stream station. That one looks okay
that
to
one
me.
looks fine. He was also on for a one-handed earlier.
Yeah.
So he's going to be featured quite a bit here. I love the jacket, by the way.
Yeah, it's clean. Another one of a very nice country's design.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can see there
he overshot that U.
He gripped it pretty hard and just turned it a little too far, but good enough. Passable. For the last move, passable. Now, if he had needed to do another move after that, certainly that would have led into a lockup. Would have made it a lot harder to turn because of the friction between the pieces. Let's watch Luke Garrett now. He's going to go in for his final solve of the first round of Pyramix. Oh, never mind. I think I was incorrect.
Eight seconds. 12.
3.11, not really the time he was looking for, but at the end of the day, it won't really matter too much.
Yeah, Luke will make it to the next round at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's nothing to worry about.
Steven here. I presume he's on his last solve. He's a couple of twos, at least 1-1. Probably sitting pretty
ready
for the next round.
I saw a legend show up in the chat. That's Brandon Harnish. Shout out to you, Brandon.
Oh, Ranja's in.
2730.
All the way from Reno, Nevada. I also saw Tyson Mao in the chat earlier.
Oh, awesome.
So we have quite a few names coming in here.
Of course. Yeah, always very curious to hear where everyone is from around the world in the chat. If you want to drop that in there, your state, your country, wherever you are, whatever you'd like to represent, feel free to drop that in. I love seeing we have competitors from all over. We have viewers from all over. It's amazing. Truly a worldwide hobby. The World Cube Association.
Yeah.
After all.
We have tons of countries coming in. We've got so many flags out in the sort of the area in between the two stages.
Yeah, as you walk in, it's an amazing venue, Seattle Convention Center. As you walk in, we kind of separated into two sections, as you were saying. You walk into this main, I think they call it the main stage, ballroom stage. At this point, I'm forgetting, but amazing flags of all the countries that are represented here. Oh, yo, look at the chat fly.
Chat's going nuts. Love seeing all the places. California.
Shout out. That's both of us.
Shout out Berkeley.
Reno as well. We see some Spanish flags. Nepal, Ireland.
I love the Nepalese flag. It's really cool.
Isn't it?
8 seconds. Okay.
U.S., North Carolina, Pamplona. I was just there for the
for Euros last year. Yeah. Very nice.
That was awesome.
I see the Kiwi flag.
Yes.
I guess they're awake now. It should be. It should actually. It's just past noon over there.
Yeah. Yi-Hung getting 222 as he puts on a smile and a little wave, walking back to the waiting area here.
Very cute. Playing with friends a little bit.
Is that Bolfun that he said hi to? That's awesome. Good to see everyone having fun.
Sometimes it's tough for people to remember the fact that these guys are in fact 10 years old.
Yes.
So kids will be kids, and you let them have fun.
But they're competitors. They work hard. They play hard.
They work hard. They play hard as they should. And at the end of the day, we are having a lot of fun here, enjoying ourselves, solving Rubik's Cubes on weekends.
Final solve for Luke Garrett here.
I'm ready.
So we had a couple other events that happened off stream. Fewest moves coming in.
An incredibly close contest in FMC. We have 8 competitors who are currently in the podium position. Levi Gibson, the only one at the top with a 20-move solution on Scramble 1. Noah Swore with the only solution of 21 moves. And then we have a big group at 22 and many, many others at 23, it seems.
Yeah, we have, oh my gosh. It's at 21 people that have a 23-move solution.
I think you're right.
That's nuts. Some well-known names in this list. Jaden McNeil with a 22. Carter Kukala with a 22. Wong Chong Wen with a 22.
It's very, very exciting. Fewest Moves has seen a huge amount of development since the last World Championship. To podium at the last Worlds, you needed a 24.0 mean. To qualify for this Worlds, you needed a 24.0 mean. Top 50 registrants who wanted to do FMC were qualified. So it's amazing, amazing development. I'm sure we will hear more from the winner. I believe that will be on Saturday? Because they're doing one attempt today, one attempt tomorrow, and then one attempt on Saturday. So I think maybe we'll hear that on Sunday morning, actually. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, 5-blind had happened as well. And I believe we have some results from the first attempt of multi-blind.
Right.
I think I saw Andrew Tao, actually.
Andrew Tao is in first place currently. 52 out of 55 with a PR at the World Championship.
Amazing. And Andrew Tao, I'm sure we'll talk more about it later, but pretty new to multi-blind, all things considered.
Yeah.
So very, very exciting to see a great result. For the first of 2 attempts, of course, we will take the best of 2. James McDiarmid, currently in second place, 49 out of 54. And Joshua Gao, 46 of 51. 2 Americans and a Kiwi.
Yeah,
so
some
far.
notable names down the list.
Yes.
Graham Siggins, 45 out of 64. Hit the hour mark. And then Rowe DNF'd essentially 3 minutes into the solve. So
what happened?
Just
couldn't get it going.
Yeah, out of the element.
Darn.
He only attempted 50 cubes, though. So he would have needed a perfect attempt in order to be first place.
Right.
But he'd also mentioned on the interview that he cared more about the records than he did about the championship titles.
Interesting.
I mean, he's got plenty of both at this point over his 20 years.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's an amazing, amazing profile. You can see Daniel Goodman on the stream now, former U.S. national champion.
Oh, yeah. 2017?
Oh, that long ago? Really? Oh, I thought it was more recent.
I think I also see I saw a user named Hien down in the chat. I know exactly one Hien. So shout out the lovely couple.
Young now looks like he is on a solve number 4, 169-222-343. Unfortunately, trending in the wrong direction. Looks he can make a comeback. Yes, he certainly can. 2-1-1. He's feeling good about that. Thumbs up. Good to see.
Definitely some close calls here on these timer stops. Just barely keeping things clean. But that's really all you need.
Oh, he's running back to the waiting area. Our cameraman can't even keep up. It's good to see. Good to see that he's full of energy and not too jet lagged.
He's got 3 more days. So
yeah,
hopefully he keeps that spunk up.
Yep. Michael Nielsen now, an incredible competitor from here in the United States.
One out of from Virginia Beach area. Now goes to Virginia Tech.
Repping his school with that hoodie. Couple warm-up solves. Some turning.
I'm ready.
North American average, 1.42. North American record average, I should say.
181.
1.81. Not much of a reaction from him thus far.
Won't react too much. Unless it's, of course, claiming a title.
Of course.
A couple of years ago for U.S. Nationals did put on quite a bit of a show when he made 3x3 finals as one of the lowest seeds. So he was, you were there to have fun at that point.
Oh, yeah, certainly. And, of course, when he won the 2x2 North American Championship as well, that was a great interview that Alyssa had with him right at the tail end of that. Very, very interesting competitor. Also very, very passionate. That's something I would talk to Luke Garrett about is a lot of competitors have so much passion for speed cubing.
Yeah.
So much effort, so much practice put in and day out. So it's great to see competitors reap the fruits of their rewards.
Yeah,
reap the fruits of their efforts, rather.
If you spend all the time doing it, it's got to be for a reason. This solve looks like it's got a lot of pieces.
You can hear him say yes there. Nice celebration, 1.68.
Nice little pyramid of results. The times goes up and the times go down.
There you go. Hey, pyramid.
Very
Pyramid's
fitting.
after all, right?
Very fitting for the event.
That one ends up not counting. Looks like he actually did have a little bit of an exec flub there, but able to get it done. And he's off. He's already gone.
He's zooming.
I gotta go.
Oh man, we're not gonna be able to find him, huh? Well, we'll see him in 3x3, 100%. He's got a world champion podium to defend, after all.
Do I see Dennis Attack down in chat? Oh my goodness. Henry Gerber on stream. Old school cuber. Decent at one-handed.
It's just awesome. Awesome to be here. Every time I think about it, I'm just like, it's here. It's really happening. The World Championship.
Right. And we're finishing off Pyramix here. This is our last first round of the day. And afterwards, we, of course, will move into Rubik's Clock and then 5x5.
You're going to be commentating again. We'll be doing 5x5 semifinal.
Yeah.
Now, we saw some amazing results from earlier in the day. The one and only Timon Kolosinski, very close to almost breaking the world record average.
Yeah.
He has another chance. 5 more attempts to do it again. Of course, the world record single has been sitting at 30.xx for some time.
Tantalizingly close.
Very, very close. A huge barrier to be broken. Can one of Timon, Max, or perhaps someone else break through?
So
might all
way
happen.
back when 4x4 was about to break sub 30. First time sub 30 was a 26. Mats Volk, 26.77.
That's crazy.
Absolutely crushed it.
That's nuts.
I'm ready.
Michael is moving the timer and the
mat around quite a bit here.
Right before the attempt.
Just getting it to his liking. 185. Some interesting facial expressions afterwards, but yeah, feeling okay. Of course, 3 more solves to go, so a little too early to react.
Only one tip, he does it ASAP. Pretty clean solution, all things considered.
Yeah, 2 consistent solves so far, 181, 185. He takes a short walk back to the waiting area. Shout out to Lucas Aubin on what we're calling the mobile cam. He's able to get some amazing reactions from competitors immediately after they have finished solving. We've seen some great fun. Felix warming up in the waiting area. Of course, you just saw Young having a blast, running back to see his friends.
Shows a little bit of the personal side of things, that these guys are people just as much as they are really impressive.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
One interesting thing I found, I thought about the schedule of this competition. Some people are asking when events are. 3x3 is on Saturday. That's what usually happens.
Yeah.
But most events will have a much more compressed schedule this year. You know, most years what you would have is you would have the first rounds on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and you'd pile all the semifinals and finals on this Sunday. And here we're splitting things up quite a bit, so some events will actually finish tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then some events won't even start until Sunday.
Yeah.
So square one, round one is Sunday morning.
8 seconds.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to do it, but this way it gives you all some great content to watch every single night. Some new world champions will be counted every single night, and perhaps most importantly, it prevents competitors from getting tired, because you'll have some people who are going to make 3x3 final, 4x4 final, 5x5 final, back to back to back, and having them compete in such short order is really taxing.
Yeah.
It's one thing to do it at your local competition and things like that, but on the world stage, we want everyone to perform their best. And so for that reason, and of course, entertainment value, right? We've separated it all out. So we have the evening blocks are going to be the best. And which is also nice, because if you're running in Pacific time, you can go to work, have the stream running in the background if you can. Just tune in throughout the day as the results come in. And of course, when the finals happen, we will be sure to recap all the results that have come in so far, really paint the picture for you all. And by the way, I don't know if anyone has shouted us out, but we got an amazing group of casters. I think all of us who have gotten on so far, and all of us who are going to come on later as well. Some of the best in the world. I don't know how I'm here, personally. I think it's quite an honor.
I think you're some of the best in the world, Manu. That's that one's an easy one for me to say.
Oh, man.
I think we got a good group around us, though. And we got a nice little bit of representation from around the United States and then from around the world. We've got Canada, we've got the UK, some of our production team behind the scenes helping us out.
Yeah. You'll hear some of them actually later today. They will be Eleanor and OJ. They did Euros. They did a fantastic job with that, so they will be doing part of Nations Cup today. It's going to be awesome.
And of course, big shout out to Michael Tripodi.
Yes.
Our man down under.
The Aussie.
The Thunder down under.
And of course, the production team as well. They've been doing a great job so far. Bringing up all these graphics for you, transitioning between all the cameras, setting up all the cameras yesterday. So, yeah.
We got a good group.
Yes, certainly. Only the best for the World Championships, right? I think most competitors are wrapped up or are wrapping up with Pier Minx. So I think we will be soon transitioning into the clock semifinals. At that point, I think we will have a commentary change.
Yes. So at the right moment, we'll have Alyssa and Zach Rydell, who we haven't shouted out yet, but shout out Zach.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Zach
can take us through clock.
Zach's done some great work today, and also manning some of our PTZ cameras. You can see some of the cameras that give you various angles, like the one you're seeing right now, actually.
I'm scheduled to do that at some point this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm excited to play around with that little machine.
Yes.
I'm going to pan, I'm going to tilt, I'm going to zoom.
Let's go. All right. We're watching Trip Peters here. On the tail end of his average. Ooh, that's a lot of yellow that's put together. Unfortunately, it's not really a block there, and cube drop, unfortunately. 2.81.
Trip not quite pleased with that one.
Yeah, cube drop is just unfortunate. All right, I think. All right, everyone. And as we mentioned, let's transition over to clock semifinals. Zach Rydell, Alyssa Esperaz on the mic here.
We'll be back soon.
They did, right? Like they were doing super well. Yeah. Royals never got anything to prove. Oh wow. Oh really?
Welcome back. We are here live from Seattle, Washington at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025. My name is Alyssa Esperaz. I am joined by Zach Rydell, and we have a clock semifinal coming up for you.
It's about time. Say what you want so far about the competition. Maybe it has been busy. It has not been boring.
Oh,
there has been so much going on today. We saw 5x5 round 1. Pyraminx round 1 is wrapping up as we speak. But clock round 1, that is where there's a ton of interesting results. We saw 5 sub-3 averages in the first round, including United Kingdom national record average from Caleb Wolf Dunn, with a ton of names to look out for. And one of those names to look out for here is Carter Thomas, here coming up on the red stage.
All right, we're going to see a couple deep breaths, and he's ready. We're looking at inspection here, and pretty quick inspection and a flip from Carter Thomas. We'll look at that. That is solved. A 2.66 from Carter.
2.66 from Carter. In the first round, I believe he got a sub-3 average. Let me pull that up on the side here.
And so we're seeing Thomas walk off the stage as we get some data from the previous round up eventually.
Carter Thomas was third in the first round with a 2.92 average, so he's already on pace to break that. Carter is one of the top names to look out for in this semifinal, as well as our final later in the week tomorrow, I believe, right?
Yes, so everything about this schedule is like, if it's happening today, the final's tomorrow. So that is like one of the big wins of the schedule. Shout out to the CubingUSA team who put it together. And it makes it really easy for us to follow. And I think for the competitors too, it's nice for them to be able to kind of have that cadence where they know like they've got to be focused on this event for 2 days. If they have multiple events that they're focused on, then they get to kind of stage that out.
I'm really glad you mentioned that. Carter Thomas is a clock main, so he's putting all of his focus into that. He has started to all-round and get familiar with more events. But another one of our competitors who is maybe more on the all-round side is Brendan Dunnigan. Brendan Dunnigan is our reigning North American champion.
He is.
Had an amazing showing in the final round of that competition with a North American record average. But in the first round of this competition, he fell a little flat. I saw him safetying quite a lot, making sure he got both sides of the clock solved. I believe in the first round, he came around like 40th place.
Yeah, he was quite down in the placing for someone who you would expect to be in the top 10, top 5, top 3 of that round.
Exactly, and we have to imagine that Brendan has his focus split among several events. He's also going for Square One, a top-level competitor in that event, as well as in 3x3, in Pyraminx, in Scube, and really just about everything. And you have to wonder, is it maybe worth being an all-rounder if it potentially puts you at risk of not getting your podiums in every single event?
At the same time, we have, he did what he needed to do, which was make it to the second round. That is all that you need to do when you're in the first round of an event. And Brendan did that. And so at this point, it actually doesn't even matter what happened in round 1. He gets to come on and earn his spot in those clock finals.
Exactly. I remember at North American Championships, Brendan had a pretty lackluster round 1 and round 2. So maybe we're going to see another retelling of that story. Up here, Fiona Bao.
Fiona is the qualified fourth for the semifinal. She had a really nice showing. This was really close to her PR average, 295. And we'll just see what we can get from her right now. Okay, she is starting inspection. And a quick pickup there. No flip, and we'll just see. That looks good. 328. What do you see in that solve, Zach?
So I didn't see like a whole ton in the scramble itself, but what I saw from Fiona was maybe like a little choppiness in a transition. Again, all the maybe not all the competitors, but I'm fairly confident all of the competitors in this final are using 7 simul. In that method, they are doing 7 simultaneous moves and constantly moving in between each one with the pins on the clock. That means that these competitors need to smoothly transition in between each of those 7 moves in order to be able to get a fast time. We saw there Fiona maybe not handling that as well.
This is Eric Kasparek, starting inspection here. And Zach, tell us a little bit of what these competitors are looking for in their scrambles.
So in these, we are looking for the main one. If we're looking for lucky cases, is center edge skips. If the center dial matches any of the edge dials adjacent to the center dial, that means that the scramble only has 1 D move, or has 1 less D move required. That D move typically requires a regrip or using a pinky to turn the bottom dial, which is quite inefficient. So these competitors are looking to hopefully avoid it altogether.
Absolutely. Okay, I think the other interesting story here was that our top 2 seeds who actually really lead this pack are, neither of them are in the qualified top 2. So coming into the competition, psych sheet, Lachlan Gibson and Vladimir Kashpuchiansky, both leading the pack for clock, and both of them fell into the 3rd and 4th seed coming into the semifinal. So that will be an interesting thing to watch. You got to talk to Vladimir earlier today, Zach.
I did, and Volodymyr, he sounds, for competing at such a high level, Volodymyr seems really calm and collected, knowing that, hey, I'm going to do my 5 solves, and whatever happens, happens, but I'm going to give it my all going into each one.
All right, we've got another solve on stream here, and as we start inspection time, ooh, just a little misdrop there, and we're ending with a 412. One thing with clock, Zach, is, just this dynamic of like, are we checking the back or are we not checking the back of the clock? Obviously, our very top level solvers are not doing that, but there are just those times when if you've got a DNF in the average,
so yeah, that's one of the things that we're going to be looking for. Maybe not, it depends. We might not see it a ton this round as people are really trying to push the limits of their times.
Yeah.
The safety flip, making sure if you're not flipping the clock during your solve, you want to make sure that all 18 dials are solved. And 9 of them are invisible to you during your solve if you don't do that safety flip.
Okay,
so competitors, sorry, back
go ahead.
Back to
Zach,
Alyssa.
that was me.
I'll have plenty of time to talk.
330 from Fiona, so pacing a little bit behind where she was in that first round, where she put down a really incredible average. And we'll just see, again, how does she bounce back?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe the strategy that a lot of these clock solvers have in mind going there at 311 there for Anders. A strategy that a lot of clock solvers maybe have right now is playing it a little less safe going into round 1, knowing that there's still another round. And then round 2, what we're competing in right now, is where we're really looking to play it safe. Any risks that are taken now could directly cause someone to not make finals. If you play it a little risky going into from first round into second round, then you still have like 120 places to be able to try and make that up. You only have 20 going from this round to finals.
Yes.
So we're going to see some competitors play it really safe, check both sides of the clock before stopping the timer, which some are really fast at doing that while still solving the clock.
Absolutely. Now, not playing it too safe, because there's only 20 spots that these 120 competitors are fighting for. So many of them feel that they deserve a spot in that final, and so we'll see who earns it here. 333 from Eric here, and it looks like it's good.
Yeah, Eric, again, was our second seed coming from the first round, so definitely has some higher expectations for himself to make sure that he can keep that seed going up into finals, or at least making finals. Again, clock is an extremely volatile event, similar to the likes of 3x3 blindfolded, of one DNF can mess up your entire average. These competitors, if they DNF by not checking the backside before they're solved, or just not solving it altogether, they run a risk of one DNF kicking them out of the race for finals. So we're getting down to a really precise amount of turning to be able to function here. Looking at some of the names here, we have Reed W. Richardson right there, hands up, shaking hands. Carter Thomas moving up into our top box for everyone to see. Carter Thomas inspecting.
All right, we'll have Carter balance out this clock here, put his hands down on the timer, and get started. That signature flip still, 2.94, and I think we are good.
We are unsure if it's solved. He seems displeased, though.
Oh, okay.
Reed W. Richardson with the safety flip, one of few 7 simul flip users that we are seeing in this finals, along with Carter Thomas, who we just saw solve. I'm not sure if he used 7 simul flip. Carter Thomas is method neutral.
Interesting. Talk to us about that.
So I'm not sure if he's actively practicing it, but I do know that he is probably the leading proponent of method neutrality. So some scrambles are better for 7 simul flip than they are for 7 simul. 7 simul flip has no D moves during its solve, meaning you don't have to re-grip like you would on normal 7 simul without the flip. However, it is at the cost of a flip. So you have to make sure that you are weighing out the balances of maybe if the D moves look bad on this solve, I'll do 7 simul flip instead, or vice versa.
Okay, once again, this is Fiona Bao. I believe we are looking at her third solve here. And looks satisfied with that one. A good bounce back from Fiona.
A nice shrug there from Fiona. So yeah, 306, she's definitely on good pace. I mean, if we're comparing it to the first round on what makes finals, a 379 average is currently the cutoff, I guess we have in mind, looking for finals. Competitors are, again, going to be pushing clock to its very limits to try and sneak into those top 20 spots.
Clock is definitely an event that has seen its limits pushed over the last few years.
I was going to say, it's really only a matter of time. Matter of time? I swear I didn't mean that. To where we really see clock hit its limits. And man, if we're going to talk about clock hitting its limits, that conversation is going to start with Volodymyr Kapustiansky.
And here he is. This is our first solve that we're seeing from Volo. Wiping off his hands, getting that deep breath in, and really focusing. Like, these 5 solves are the make or break what these competitors have been working towards for months and months. And there's a quick pickup and a 193.
I looked down at a different monitor to try and make sure I knew what was going on, and then it was solved.
It was done.
It was done.
Let's see if we can get a replay here.
And
let us know what you're seeing, Zach.
So I did see a center edge skip on the back, making this solve a little luckier for Volodymyr, but really just incredible turning. Really, out of all these competitors, the one person who we're going to see push the TPS, the turning speed of clock, is going to be Volodymyr Kapustiansky. Again, a 193 for Volodymyr with little reaction. That seemed normal to him.
Like, it was just, even keel, Okay, we've got Carter Thomas here, and it's going to be followed up by Lachlan, I believe.
We do see a couple names down at the bottom there. You see Eric Hesbrick. I believe that is Kyle Mead, and then Benjamin Wigginton.
Ooh.
A clock drop for Carter Thomas. That is unfortunate.
We are saying okay, but it was a 313, and he had to drop it, pick it up, drop it again.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here. Let's see. Again, taking a look at this average again. 7 simul flip there. And then, yeah, he dropped it with one corner misaligned, clock does not have the same lenience that our other events do. For 3x3, if you're off by 45 degrees, we'll just add 2 seconds to your time. With clock, you're off by 7, 8 degrees, entire solve gets DNF. It is incredibly precise how these competitors have to turn to be able to achieve these fast times.
Absolutely. Okay, we are tracking several competitors here. The first round of clock really did show us just how wide open this field is. We had our top 2 seeds. I think I said earlier, and I misspoke, that fall into the 3rd and 4th slot. They actually fell into the 5th and 6th slot. So Wladimir Kapuścianski and Lachlan Gibson, the 2 favorites in this competition. Really, people saying like it's a 2-competitor race. In the first round, we didn't really see that. We saw the 2 of them drop down in the standings, and then we had 4 other competitors ahead of those 2.
Yeah, I truly believe that really anyone in the top 10 here in clock at this competition really stand a chance at winning it, because all it takes is 1 DNF and you're out of the race.
Absolutely. Okay, here is Fiona Bao looking for good time here.
Her 4th attempt?
I believe this is her 4th attempt, and she is taking those deep breaths, warming up her hands, and taking a look at both sides of that clock quite a few times. Oh.
Ooh, you could see one of those edge clocks or edge dials on the back there was unsolved when she did go for the safety flip. She wanted to make sure that that clock was solved, and unfortunately, it wasn't. She did have time to fix it, and she did. Sorry. But a 485 is quite out of the range she's looking for. Brendan Dunnigan. Need I say any more, Alyssa?
I don't think so. I know Brendan has so much focus on this event. He was up early prepping for this, and here he goes. A safety flip there, 394.
That is, I feel like that's about a second slower than what Brendan wants right now. And when you're solving in the time of 3 to 4 seconds, a second means everything. But again, we still have, I'm not sure if we saw any more from Brendan. I think that was the first off we saw from him.
That has been the first we saw from
He may still have 4 more attempts, and if anyone has the ability to bring and reel that back in, it's going to be an experienced competitor like Brendan Dunnigan.
Okay, this is Eric Kasparek, and his hands down on the timer.
Ooh, a couple hesitation moves there on one of those last time moves.
16, we're good. That is not a DNF.
It is okay. Yeah, I saw at the end there that he moved the UR dial, the top right dial, a couple times there, trying to get it lined up to where he needed to fit his memorization. So a little unfortunate there at the end. But a 316, again, still, it's fairly likely to make finals.
Zach, tell us how, you just said memorization, which is usually a blindfolded solving conversation, but in clock, why and where is memorization coming in?
So these competitors, if they wanted to solve the back, which they're all doing with this method, without looking at it, well, they need to remember where all the dials are. So the way that people discovered 7 Simul is a whole complex system of math equations and solving systems of functions. It's a whole bunch of stuff that I don't even know the true answer to. I got my mind completely schooled by Stanley Chappell last year in Minneapolis. But it is just a whole bunch of math equations, and what these competitors are doing is memorizing what moves they need to do in advance, so that way they can execute them simultaneously without any hesitation whatsoever. Caleb Wolf done there with a 391.
Once again, I don't know, other than Volo, which we haven't seen another solve from him, I don't know that we've really seen anyone really pull away from this pack yet and really establish themselves as, hey, I'm going to be the top seed going into that final.
We did see this within the last few years, competitors maybe fluctuating a lot more in speed, but competitors have started to really dial. Again, I keep making these clock puns, I'm sorry. The competitors have started to dial in and understand how to be consistent when solving. Again, one of these proponents of consistency is Fiona Bao, who we see about to start inspection, an incredibly consistent solver.
Fiona, I think, is rounding out her average here, and here she goes, 3:17.
And it is solved. That is going to be a low 3 average for Fiona. She shrugged there, but I mean, that I really don't see a world where an average like the one Fiona just pulled off does not make finals.
Again, that's the number one goal.
Again, a lot of these competitors are trying to kind of just smooth their way, sneak into finals, or maybe just secure their spot in finals. In finals, that's where they're going to give it their all.
Absolutely. And, you know, in these rounds, like, you want to, it's just a different approach. Like, even to a local competition where you might just be like trying to put down some good times, you're trying to maybe set a personal record, whatever it is. At a world championship, the mindset is completely different. It's all about, like, what is that cutoff time going to be into the next round? What do I have to do? And then once you get into finals, then it's like, what's in a podium and how do I get there?
Exactly, yes. We're seeing a lot of it wrap up. I believe I did hear them call it 5x5 semifinals, as well as a lot of competitors have really stopped making their way to the stages. So we might be wrapping up here with clock. Nope, I am seeing more people get brought up. Seeing Eric Kasparek come up here for what might be his 5th solve. I don't know, I've seen a lot of Eric recently, so I'm getting a feeling this might be solve number 5 for him.
Okay, here we have some of our live data, and what we should clarify for everyone watching at home is our projected rankings that you're seeing on the screen are only the people that have been competing at the on the top stages that we've been watching. And so there could be competitors. Oh, and that's going to be a DNF there for Eric. There could be competitors outside of the top 40 who are breaking into this top 20 into the projected final. So we'll keep our eyes on WCA live throughout the evening because more results will be coming in. But for now, you kind of get that picture of where things are standing from our top 40.
Yeah, we are looking. I did see Carter Thomas did confirm get a sub-3 average. 291 should easily slot himself into one of the top 5 seeds going into finals. Maybe even top 1. I'm not too sure how everyone's been doing. I feel like I haven't seen a whole lot of 2s this round.
Yeah.
Maybe that has to do with people again.
We did see a 1.
we did see a 1. Yes, we did see a 1, Alyssa. But a lot of competitors are, again, playing it safe. They want to make it to finals.
Yeah.
World champion. A lot of these competitors are quite inexperienced when it comes to these major championships. A lot of new names in clock with new names appearing every day. That means that a lot of these competitors have never seen the world championship stage before. So you got to imagine going into finals, you want to save all of your nerves and anything that you have prepared for it for the very end. I know yesterday I came in here, helped set up the venue. I took one look out off these blue and red stages. It is, any picture you see will not do it justice. No competitor has ever been prepared enough for what they are about to face going into any final round.
All right. We are just about to throw it to Manu Singhal on the field, ready with an interview queued up. And so we are going to see that in just a second. While we wait for that to be prepped, we will take a look once again at these projected rankings that are on the side of our screen here.
I do still see on one of the monitors that is not currently live, but we do see Caleb Wolf Dunn coming up here to solve, because I believe this is his last attempt.
There we go.
Caleb seated first coming into the semifinal.
Sorry?
Okay.
Okay, we are just getting news that Lachlan Gibson put down a DNF average.
Lachlan came seated 6th into this round, but unfortunately flew a little too close to the sun and ended up with a DNF average. Quite unfortunate. Again, Lachlan, I believe is this his first world championship?
I would believe so. He's quite young, so I'd be surprised if it's not. And
yeah, unfortunately, you have to consider, again, given how many solvers we have, it was bound to happen to someone.
Yeah.
It's quite unfortunate, but we do still have a whole ton more solving going on. Again, right here, we're about to switch into 5x5 semifinals, passing it off to Manu Singhal and Keaton Ellis.
Welcome back. We are here at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025. We are just getting started with 5x5 semifinals. Lots on the line here. My name is Alyssa Esperez. I am joined by
Keaton Ellis.
Keaton, what are we looking for here?
We are looking for sub 40 if you want to make top 3. And then otherwise, you are looking for about a sub 50, maybe a 52 average if you want to make the finals.
All right, well, we're jumping right in, and we are starting off here. This is just under sub 50.
Yeah, Christopher Sun, 49. Anything sub 50, I think you're going to be very comfortable making it into finals.
Still every solve?
Yeah, every solve. Just so the crowd can also...
And so we're just getting started with the round, so the cubes are going to come out slowly here, of course, with a World Championship semifinal. We're going to want to make sure every single scramble is exactly correct, so that is going to come in. Big story from 5x5 round 1. I believe you were commentating it, Keaton. I'm not sure, but we had a world record that was not.
Almost world record. Timon Koloshinsky, 32, 33, 34, 39, 44 for his times. Oh,
Speaking
very crushing.
We've got Timon Koloshinsky up on stage right now getting ready for his first 5x5 solve. He's going to take his time.
Correction from earlier. 47-ish is what you'd probably want.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. I think 50 is a little bit generous. That's
52 is what you wanted for the second round.
Yeah.
We're already making it into the semis here.
Okay. Here's some inspection from Timon, and that was a very quick inspection, not a lot that he looked at. Now, as we look at Timon here, again, with these longer, long-ish events, we're looking at some splits. When are we seeing those centers done? When are we seeing those edges done?
17 was the flip up to starting to solve Yao edges.
Yep.
That's fairly good, but it depends quite a bit on what's going to happen here.
He's into 3x3 stage now. Last layer and a 34-11. What'd you see there?
Pretty solid stuff. It didn't look like he had a really bad edge case, and that can slow things down by essentially needing to change the grip in order to duty out. Overall, it looked pretty good.
That'll be a solid start from Timon. I mean, obviously, barring something absolutely wild happening, Timon is a lock for this final, but obviously you don't want to take anything for granted. And I think there's a lot of just wanting to kind of boost your confidence going into that final. All right, we also still have some clock going on. This is Caleb Wolfdon, I believe, on his last solve. All right, that should be our final clock solve of the semifinal. And so with that, we will wait for the results to come into WCA Live for us. And when we see those results, we will have our first set of finalists confirmed. We are here continuing to wait for our next 5x5 solves to come up. And yeah, as we do that, taking a look at kind of some of the early results that we're seeing in clock semifinal. Oh my goodness, I'm just getting this news. Canadian national record in clock semifinals. Leading the pack right now, Jonathan Wang.
That's pretty impressive stuff. 286, pretty clean solvent.
Yeah, and we've got 2 national records in this semifinal as well. Arni Selikari of Finland, even having a DNF in that average and putting down a 328. Okay, here we go. We have Felix Zemdegs and Max Park getting ready for their 5x5 solves. These are the big ones that we want to be watching. So here's Felix getting started.
Felix very recently breaking his PR, getting an OCR average of 40.10. Definitely still chasing that sub 40 mark that only 6 other cubers have gotten. Big gap between him and 6th place, though, in the world rankings.
I did see Felix on his Instagram story the other day still deciding if he was going to use Yao or Redux.
Yeah, and he's choosing to use Yao for this competition.
Okay.
A little hard to see him because he's definitely one of the under-the-table solvers that we're going to have. But I do see him on 3x3 stage at 35, which means this is going to be close to 40 seconds, if not just sub 40.
47. All right, Max is just about halfway through, most likely, what his solve. And I saw a bit of a pause there, but quick recovery. And the one thing with Max is you want to be watching for how many times is he turning that cube over and over again. And
oh no. Oh, gosh.
Okay. Able to recover from a pop there and onto 3x3 stage now. Last layer, 44.27. Not disastrous.
Not disastrous. It's at a speed where obviously Max is going to be doing faster than this for the most part, but even if he did have lockups like this for every single solve for the rest of the average, he would probably make the finals.
Yeah. So Max, of course, yeah.
It's one of those nasty ones.
Yeah. Really took like a solid 3 seconds there to fix that.
And that's the difference between getting a high 39, maybe a low 40, versus getting a 44.
Up now we have Timofey Tarasenko coming to us from Russia, and Timofey is definitely one of the up-and-coming solvers that we have at this competition that we have our eyes on. Really incredible turning style, and I'm seeing him rotate the cube a lot here, and so that's not typically something that you want to see. Obviously, these solvers want to be minimizing rotations and instead be actually turning layers.
Yeah, and you can note he flipped up, finishing the first 3 Yao cross edges plus the centers at about 20 seconds. Timon in his solves is doing that at about 16.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Timon Koloshinsky just in the bottom left, starting his solve, and as soon as Timofey finishes this last layer, we'll cut up to Timon. 41.38 for Timofey Tarasenko.
So that's a 42 and a 41 for him. 42 is essentially that big barrier that you want to get underneath if you want to place top 3 here. I think Timon and Max largely are seen as going to be able to get in the mid mid-30s or at least the high 30s. So that's the gold standard. Although Timon right here.
Just taking a second to recognize that last layer, and a 37.72 from Timon Kolczynski.
So it's a little bit slower than his first solve, but still plenty comfortable enough. Would not be worried if I were Timon about not making the next round, which is the most important thing here.
Okay, here's Sunhyuk Nam, and looks like he's just at PLL 40.74. That may have been Sunhyuk's first solve.
First solve that we've got recorded right now.
Seen. Once again, something that we want to note for all of you taking a look at this at home, our semifinalists are fighting for 20 spots in the 5x5 finals. The live projected rankings that you're seeing on the screen right now are only the top 40 from the first round. The data from the other stages is not being put in live, so our top 10, 15 that you'll see on here are probably a lock for finals, but there could be 5 or so people from other stages that sneak into these finals that we are not seeing up on the screen now. We see Felix just on the bottom middle there getting ready for his next solve. And of course, Felix, I mean, what is there to say about Felix? Like, there was just so much dominance for so long in this event. And so obviously he's still here at the World Championship putting down times that are competitive and very respectable. We just saw 41.67 from Berno Lee Chak-Kwan of Hong Kong, and now we're looking at Maddie, who I think just dropped the cube under the table. I did not fully see what happened, but he caught it, and as he approaches the 30-second mark here, Felix finishing with a 46.46 and exhales. Timofey Tereshchenko up on our screen now, getting started with his solve. What are you seeing here, Keaton?
Well, I'm taking a look at that last center. That's a very fast flip up. 15. This is looking good, at least in the first half of the solve. It's really up to this last edge case here, and things look pretty clean. This is a good solve.
35.58, some good crowd reaction here in the room, and Timofey is happy with that as well.
So it's not any record of any sort, but it is still a very good time for someone who had come in with a 42 and a 41. Helps solidify them.
Here we're seeing the end of that 3x3 stage, and even a little lockup right in the end there.
Yeah, but most of 5x5 is the reduction part of it, so a small lockup on the 3x3 stage isn't gonna break his solve.
Max Park putting down some incredible times all the time, but even today we saw a little near pop earlier, and so obviously Max will be looking for something much smoother than the last solve we saw from him. Finishing up his last edges here and onto 3x3 stage, and of course with Max, 3x3 stage goes by in a blink. 36.39 from Max Park.
Fairly good. 8 seconds better than the last time that he had gotten, but not a huge surprise given the fact that he did have that lockup going in.
All right, we see our 5x5 semifinals, second round projected rankings here up on the left. Currently, we have Timon Koloshinsky, only 2 out of 5 solves, but a 35. I'll have to look at it again. Where is Timon trending?
He's only got 2 solves.
Yeah, he's got 2 solves on. Okay, so far, just a lot happening all at once. Here's Felix putting down his 4th solve here.
Getting some nice over the shoulders so we can see at least a little bit of the cube.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk to Felix about sitting a little closer to the table potentially.
Felix is a problem child in this sense.
All right, and of course,
though.
We have Timon Koloshinsky getting set for his next one as well.
So essentially, one of the main thing that you're able to see during a 5x5 solve for these top guys is when they switch from doing. Felix is quite happy with that one.
Yeah,
that is
of course is going to be happy with that one.
That is a very gentle drop,
yeah.
or very gentle placement of the cube for what ends up being a fairly good time for him.
Thank you. Good.
And then here's Timon getting started. This is his 3rd solve. We've seen 2 mid-30s from Timon so far, so we'll see what comes up here. And once again, like those top times that we're looking for in this event, Keaton.
We are looking for about a 16 when he goes from his Yao edges and centers over into the edges part. And it looks like he's on 3x3 stage starting at 31.
Ooh.
That's good.
There's a quick solve from Timon Koloshinsky, 34-65. We've got some great reactions in the crowd, and it's only day 1, Keaton, but there's crowd energy definitely a factor here.
There's quite a bit, especially because Timon's 3rd solve there, that 34-65, is below world record average. And so, we're still waiting on the next 2 solves to be able to determine anything, but so far he's on a decent pace. He does have that 37 as his second time though, and if that counts at this point with 234s, it wouldn't be a world record average anymore. But
okay, we're going to do a quick commentary swap because someone who was just competing in this round is done competing, and you'll want their insights. So I'm going to pass this off to Kevin Hayes.
Welcome in, Kevin.
Hello, everybody. Oh, my. I'm so excited for this round. I'm glad we finished up real quick on the side stages because it looks like fireworks are already started.
Yeah, Timon's below world record average right now again.
That's a reaction from Timothy. Wow.
He seems very relieved. I mean, he had come in with the 42, 41, and 35. So, really no danger of making it.
Definitely not
making it, but
you want to get that good seed, though. It's very important. What's the matter? Do we have all right. Okay, well, he's looking pretty solid. Oh, last 4 at 24. This is amazing.
That's it.
Maddie, oh my God, no, he knows it. He was on pace for like 34. He's still on pace for 38. Oh, Maddie, this is the sloppiest 40 I've ever seen. Yeah, that was the sloppiest 39 I've ever seen. It was amazing solve.
You could see it in his face as well.
Yeah,
put that cube down.
That's a rough one. Wow, this is a fast semifinal. 45 projected right now for the cut of top 20. It was 46-8 in round 1.
Yeah, we're running pretty hard right now.
Yeah, wow. This is going to show us that like round 1. The speed between round 1 and semifinals is increasing heavily. Like I thought it'd be pretty similar. Like it's the same people on the same day, but maybe some nerves will come in. I think the cut will probably increase a little bit, but no way it's increasing all the way to 46-8 like was projected from round 1.
I mean, we only have of the top cut that seems to be coming in so far, we only have
Max with a 44-36.
Yeah, that had a pretty nasty lockup in it.
On the 36?
No, on the 44.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, 44 is like, it's kind of just inconsequential in the sense that he's going to make it no matter what, because that's like still a time that will count and make it, but It's and if he counts it, the average is just over anyways. All right, into Max Parksall. Missed the center split, unfortunately, but he's going to get all the edges on top. No, he's going to have to do another Z2. His last four is so clean. Wow, that was a nice finger trick with the Ds. He's looking at a high 30 here. There, 37 it looks like. 37.44. That was, honestly, like a little sloppy on a couple of those edges, but really nice 3x3 stays there to clean it up. Who do we got next? Yeah, as we can see now, the cut for the top 20 is looking more like 46 low. As we probably mentioned already, we only have live results for the top 40, but the side stages seeds 41 through 120 finished a little earlier, so their results, once we start getting past 40, we're probably going to have our full results very quickly after the round, and we're going to see who makes it. Felix currently 43. Okay, he's
looking good.
He's locked in. He made it. I mean, I know Felix. I'm very happy for him. He's already made finals.
Once he locked in that 38.20, he took his sweet time putting down the cube just to make sure that he would.
It was done.
He'd be good, and he had a nice little fist pump.
I love it. Like that's a veteran play. He knows. He's done this so many times, and you think it's like an auto lock for him to make finals. And I mean, in my opinion, it is. But like, especially that first final, it's so important to you. This is honestly, I think, his best event historically.
Yeah.
And like
years and years of being at the top for that one.
Yes, rank 1 forever. Let's see if he can. His best possible average is quite good. Oh, we're gonna finish up. Oh,
a couple of pauses here. Looks like
Felix got bumped. He's still on. 31.91 for a guaranteed world record from Timon Koloshinsky. Wait a second. That seems are we missing a solve? Timon is on absolutely monstrous. 16 for the split. That's great. Are his edges going to keep up though? It looked solid. Nothing insane, but okay. Here we go. How fast is his last four? 27. Okay, it should be a low 30. It should be a low 30. ZBL 32. 33.05 from Timon.
He's got BPA, world record BPA again.
Home.
2 rounds in a row. What he needs to not do this time is get a 44 like last round.
All right, his result is going to be in soon. I mean, his worst possible is already. It's going to be down to 35. This is wild. Oh my! This round is so much faster. 46.8 projected. Actually, it's going to be a little close, but it is wild how much faster this round is. It's going to be 46 low. We might be. Is anyone kind of on the cusp here? Sebastian Weyer, worst possible 45.7. He's going to be safe. I think under 46 is definitely going to be safe, but it's not amazing. Oh my, 35.49, worst possible average from Timon. 33.94, world record, best possible. We are getting the stats right now on exactly what time he needs to break that world record. This is the second time in 7 hours that he has had a world record chance.
Man.
I think this man has been practicing.
Yeah. 5x5 and 3x3 are the things that he's been focusing on.
I think the focus has paid off. He's making Max Park, who's on pace for a 37 average, look pedestrian.
I mean, he's going to beat him by a clean 2 seconds.
That's
at minimum.
And we only have 3 solves into Max. Hey, do not count out Max.
I never count Max out.
We saw in Korea, Max was dug himself a huge hole, and he was the only one in the world who could pull it out with 236s, and we know what happened there. This round looks pretty clean, locked up. Timon is so far ahead, but a world record, almost world record into world record. The semifinals will be.
You can only get a world record once per day, so all you need is one of the 2 opportunities.
We know that's not true. That's not a real stat. It's just a bookkeeping mistake. Okay, we're waiting a little bit. We're still waiting on 35.52 will tie the world record from Timon. As we've seen today, hit a median of his 9 solves he's done so far is well under 35. He's only been brought up by his 2 poor solves in round 1. As long as he doesn't get that high variance tail end, we're in for a world record.
Kylan Wong also very close to that sub 40 average.
Yeah. All right, we're probably, once Max gets going, we'll probably switch over to him, but Cohen is currently on pace. Oh, he's best. Actually, this is a great frame. That best possible is 39.5. See what he can end, and he is guaranteed a very strong average, 40.97, worst possible average, which means he's going to be guaranteed, I think, a top 5 slot based on the results. Oh, Timothy with 40.6 already. Wow. Where is...
Kylin does not look like he's going to...
No, 43.1.
Capitalize.
Locks in his worst possible, but still a great position for him to do well. Okay, we got Max. Is that...
Oh, this is really good.
Is it...
It's almost world record, but it's not going to be. A 33 is still a very good time. It actually ties Timone's time.
I think, though, that with that solve, he was lost. I don't think it's fast enough for his best possible to beat. It's Timone's worst possible.
It won't be.
33-0? Maybe? I think he might have a chance. If Timone gets worst possible and Max gets best possible, he might be able to eclipse him. But, I mean, we saw what happened 2 years ago. We can't be saying anything. But it is a semifinal. These guys are going to take 1-2 almost certainly. What happened? What did Kieran get? 33-2 from Kieran. Very impressive solving. That is going to... Whoa, that's going to save his average, that's for sure, because he had a 48 there. He's going to lock himself into a 42-38 average, best possible. Definitely going to get a top 10 slot. And we're seeing some of the results start to materialize. Currently, the cut projection is 45.9, over a full second faster than it was in round 1. All those hopefuls out in the white stage, their hopes were dashed, thinking it was going to be a little bit slower.
Timo needing a
35-52 for tying. He knows that this is... He literally practiced this situation earlier today.
And hundreds of times at home, surely.
I think it might be a little bit different here, though.
Got a lot of people. The room is electric. The solves have been very good. We're seeing great times coming out of people like Kieran Behan and Max.
The energy in this room is more for a Thursday night semifinal than it is at most World Finals. Just imagine what we're in for.
8 seconds.
Let's see if he can do it. 35-52, remember. Little bit sloppy, and oh man, really sloppy. 7 seconds for white and yellow.
This is quite a slow start here.
Afraid we were on pace for a repeat of what happened earlier, but can he pull it back?
Turning sped up quite a bit for the last 2.
Oh no, 21 though. He was 16 on his last solve, which was a 33.
Yeah.
He's got to he needs to pick up 3 seconds in order to get world record. And he's shaky.
And he's just starting 3x3 stage at about the time that he should have started.
You can hear the crowd, they know. Wow, actually, the end was actually quite clean.
Pretty solid 3x3 stage there for Timone.
He turned it, that's still very impressive, because he turned what looked like a disaster solve into solve that he can count and win tomorrow night. That's the difference. You can't really expect you to be on your absolute best every time, especially in a world final. And changing a 42 to a 38 is a big deal when you're still trying to win, and you might need to count that 38.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's still worst possible average. But, he's going to beat everyone else in the competition.
That's for sure. Worst possible. He's also actually, with Max Sparks' 4th solve in, Timone has already won the round. Max is best possible is 35-63, which would certainly be a world record for the fastest losing average in a round, previously set earlier today by Max Sparks.
Well, welcome to the World Championship here in 2025.
All right. Oh, can we get Timone watching Max Sparks solve in the picture-in-picture? For this, because Max is about to start, that'd be fun. But we have Manu and Timone standing by. We have Max Parker on his last solve. We're definitely going to catch Max's last solve, and then we're probably going to. It looks like we're going to throw it down to a field interview with Timone, getting ready for tomorrow. After somehow, I feel like it happens. He does so amazingly, and I'm like, it's so early. It's still somehow he's almost got tomorrow night final. We've already seen some crazy stuff. Can Max close it out with a strong start to kind of solve to indicate to Timone that 35 might not be enough to win tomorrow night?
Well, let's take a look at his starting pace here. Max, of course, doing redux.
Because we can see Max got first 2 centers in 5, and Timone was in 9 on the last solve. 12, good pace. Actually, not too great, but fine. I think he got all 4 already. That's
on one side.
That's a very big.
C2.
And last 4:25 though. All right, looking to be on pace.
Stage at 29. So ETA at 35.
35 it is.
Exactly what we get.
Solid time. 36 average.
6-second 3x3 stage on 5x5 hardware for Max.
Did he?
No, but yeah, this is
Let's see. 5x5 first round. 36.78 for Max. Second round is a little faster, which means we have a new record for fastest second place solve. All right. And now we're going to go down to our field interview with Manu. He's got Timon standing by.
Hello, everyone. Timon Kolosinski, the man of the hour at WRBPA, ended up with 35.9. Timon, you are popping off. What's going on?
Well, okay, so in December, I had a competition where I got 34.9 and then 34.7 averages. Before that, my record was 36 something. So I entirely skipped 35, and I didn't get a 35 average until this round. So I'm really, really happy about that.
Oh my goodness. Dude, you have 2 WRBPAs in this competition already. It's Thursday of the World Championships. What's going on in your head, my friend?
Not much.
Nothing at all. Solves only. What are we going to see in finals? WR in finals, certainly.
Unlikely, statistically. But I don't know. Maybe from X.
Maybe from Max, he says. Oh my goodness. Incredible solving. You got something to say?
Yeah, I think Max, he tends to really pop off after he feels he needs to practice. So I think the next 24 hours, he's just going to be grinding 5x5, and we're going to see a masterclass from him in finals.
Are you going to grind 5x5 for the next 24 hours?
I don't think my body currently has that ability. I've been a little bit injured the last few weeks, so I'm just trying to take it slow.
Just incredible stuff, dude. We're still reeling. We're still figuring out what's going on. An incredible World Championship so far, and 3 more days to go. How are you going to handle it?
We'll see if I'm alive by the 4th day.
That's it, everyone. Timon Kolosinski.
Try to make finals. He's back.
You're holding.
All right, we are back. We were catch the last solve of 5x5 semifinals. Unfortunately for Daniel Rush, he is just outside of being able to clinch a final spot
by 0.07.
That is rough. He does not know it, but he can get that consolation prize of the first person to miss. Nam on his last solve as well. Hopefully we can grab him in the quad box because, or maybe picture-in-picture because we can't see Daniel's cube too much. Oh, they're right next to each other. Even better. We can catch them both at the same time. Nam is looking between actually
really tight range.
He's guaranteed 6th place in this round.
Ooh, Daniel Rush, 39.
He's going to be so sad. Like, he is almost a very clutch solve to make finals, but he's going to end up in 21st place with a 45.77.
Oh.
45.77 misses finals at World Championship 2025.
Almost no one in the 46 range as well.
You're
Everyone
right.
seemed to have sped up by just a
whole second.
or so.
Only one person, only for Shin with a 46, because I know, I don't think there's like a couple of people missing down at the bottom. Oh, everyone's in. Yeah, so this is the last solve of 5x5 semifinals. It is completely inconsequential except for Nam's mental state. He is guaranteed 6th place. Best possible average, 41.28. Worst possible, 41.7. Also, I called it earlier today that 5x5 might be a little out of reach, but Henry Lichtner, 3rd place, 5x5 second round, 40.32.
PR average?
I think he might be peaking at the right time. I saw that his results, the pattern of his solves in round 1 were impressive for a first Worlds round ever. I was curious how he was going to go. It wasn't necessarily the best order of results in terms of how I feel like you'd be mentally, but obviously very impressive stuff. 42-43, especially the order of results here. 42-43 into 37-38-40. with that BPA of sub 40 on the last solve. Obviously not quite getting it, but still being able to have a very solid solve in the PR in a situation where you know you're trying to get that top seed for finals. Henry Lichtner might be just coming out right at the right time, because even 4 months ago, I think any podiums were out of reach, and all of a sudden he just got third place in the semifinals.
Second round of Worlds. Also a note on that 39 that we just saw from Daniel Rush, that is continental record for Africa.
Very impressive.
Extremely great result for him. Unfortunately, the average just a hair short.
Wow, a lot of great solving. Dwayne
and good?
Yeah, the scrambles were extremely good for
well,
Yao.
That would explain the second bump that we saw from our competitors today.
I was looking at these scrambles and I was like, wow, these are pretty good. Unfortunately, I wish they were all on blue-green so me, a Redux solver, could get the boost. Because I'm like, I finished white-yellow on one of them with like no effort, and a whole red-white edge was like already solved, and I was like, people are going to get like a 30 on this.
So in the first solve, Timo in particular, super fast inspection.
Like, it was so easy.
Like less than 2 seconds.
Yeah. Some of these, like, a couple of these solves, I think solve 3 specifically had white or yellow solve, like scramble that started like all on the M layer for all the centers.
Oh, perfect.
It was like, I was seeing there, you trying to think about what everyone else is doing, and all those Yao solvers being like, have a dream. Like, it's pretty good for Redux too, but it's all relative. So great scramble set. Obviously, like, a good scramble set for 5, like, it's only going to be like, over the whole course of the whole average, maybe half a second to second. Although, I mean,
but that's what we saw.
That's
here,
exactly
right?
what we saw. Yeah,
shift up by a second for everyone here.
46. I think people really put the gas on. I mean, round 1, there's kind of that like, I got 24th. It's okay. I was happy with. That's 0.03 off my PR. I was vibing. I felt really good. I'm excited for 6 and 7. That's honestly getting almost PR in semis in an event like. I feel good. I'm feeling good. I'm happy with that for sure. Like, that's what I told myself I wanted to do, and like, you try. Yeah, you got in some of these events, you know, like, you're not a lock to make the final. You just gotta try your best and execute when you get good cases. And sometimes people execute better, and that's just the name of the game.
Fair play.
What do we have up next? I think we are getting prepared for the opening ceremony. I think we either, do we have like, we have anyone to talk to? We want to, maybe we already talked to Timon. Get Henry. See if Henry's around. We either take a break pretty soon, but we can kind of go over the day's results. We were talking about clock a lot, right? What happened in clock? I was running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Oh my gosh.
Clock, we got national records coming out of Canada at the top of the charts.
What is this? Where is
Volodymyr Kapuscianski?
Wait, where is the
10th?
But where is
Brendan Dunnigan?
No, where is the world rank 1?
Lachlan?
Yeah.
Where is Lachlan?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
DNF.
Did he double DNF? I don't even go DNF their average. Holy crap. Okay. Oh my god, Lachlan double DNF in. Okay.
He had an 8 as well.
We are starting the opening ceremony. We're going to cut to it right now, is the plan. Yeah. We're going to cut to the
massive event possible. Thank you to our sponsors, Rubik's, the World Cube Association, and the Cubicle. Their support financially and otherwise has made this event possible. Additionally, I'd like to thank our CubingUSA organizing team led by Tim Reynolds, who have spent 2 years preparing for this event, and the nearly 400 volunteers who are bringing it to fruition, as well as the accommodating staff of the Seattle Convention Center and Fern Expo. This weekend's Rubik's WCA World Championship marks the 12th recognized World Championship in WCA history. The first was held in 1982, and after a long break was restarted in 2003 in Toronto. Since then, with the exception of the lost 2021 competition due to COVID, the World Championship has been held every 2 years. 2025 is now the 3rd World Championship held in the United States, with previous events being held in Lake Buena Vista, Florida in 2005 and Las Vegas in 2013. To me, one of the obvious themes over the last 2 decades in our community has been growth. We have seen growth in skill, equipment capability, outreach, and size. When CubingUSA held the 2013 World Championship with 600 competitors, it felt unwieldy and incredible. I remembered believing that we were reaching the limit of what our events could look like, but I was very wrong. Today we celebrate, by far, already the largest competition in WCA history. We filled our 2,000 competitor limit many months ago, and we'll see thousands more spectators over the course of the next few days, in addition to the many watching our live stream around the world. We are so excited to provide our expanded community with an event with world-class solves, unofficial events, autograph sessions with top competitors, a venue to meet and renew friendships with fellow cubers from across the globe, and eventually the crowning of 17 world champions. Over the course of the evening, we will hear from our title sponsor, Be Welcome to Seattle by the Git Hohen People of the Salmon Dancers, introduce our 74 competing nations in a flag ceremony, and hold the Rubik's Nations Cup. We would also like to thank you all for attending. We are able to host this event because of your dedication to our sport and willingness to travel. We hope you have a fantastic time at the event and in the Seattle area. Before I turn over the microphone to our title sponsor, Rubik's, I'd like to ask all flag bearers to please meet in the Sky Bridge so we can organize for the flag ceremony. That is out the corner and to the right with all the glass. Now, I'd like to turn over the microphone to our title sponsor, Rubik's. Please welcome George Scully from Spin Master.
Hello. Hey everyone. Just a heads up, I will be looking down at my phone as I found out this was something I was meant to do about an hour ago. But I think it's important, all right? It's important and necessary and relevant for Rubik's to speak here, right? Because it is the brand that started it all. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Rubik's. For over 50 years now, the Rubik's Cube has become the symbol of problem solving and this important piece of pop culture. What started as a simple design by a Hungarian architect has grown into this, right? A global phenomenon, inspiring millions and giving rise to the speed cubing community that we see before us today. And it is a community, right? We're all friends, we're all respectful, we're all going for our own records, but we're not out to break others' records either, okay? There's this focus on being the best you can be, but never at the cost of another's failure. We should all be proud to be cubers, all right? Yeah. And we've got some big names here, right? From all over the world. Max, Felix, Timon, Yiheng, covering almost every continent. And it's safe to say this is the most competitive World Championships yet. But I want to use this time to also talk about the other names, okay? The ones at the scrambling tables, the data entry tables, the stream tables, everyone making the biggest competition that we've ever seen happen smoothly. I know we already have, but, can we just give them all a round of applause right now? Thank you. As a brand, I hope you can see that Rubik's is committed to supporting this community. From beginners solving their first cube to all of you, right? The world-class solvers pushing the limits of what's possible. That's why we're so proud to sponsor this championship and to be part of the journey with each and every one of you. So thank you for being here, and we can't wait to see what these next few days bring. And I'll pass it back over to Kian. Thank you.
Okay, our next event. In order to demonstrate local Pacific Northwest culture, we welcome the Git Hohen People of the Salmon Dancers. They will introduce us to their rich cultural history through dance, visual art, and music.
Good evening. We are the Gidhon, people of the salmon. I doubt if any of you have ever seen what we're going to show you, so we're very excited.
Coach Wilhelm, Hookfield! Actividades studieva! Vi kan get live!
On behalf of the native people of the Northwest Coast, we welcome you to this event. Pretty amazing. I think this is the largest group of people that have ever watched my dance group. We are standing on the land of the Duwamish people, the Salish, the Coast Salish people who are indigenous to the state of Washington, before there was a Washington. My people are from Alaska. We are Alaskans. 3 tribes in my family that you're going to watch dance: Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian. We are the people of the totem pole. We invented the totem pole. We are the people of the salmon, people of the cedar. We hope that you will enjoy what we're going to show you today. The next song we're going to do for you is our oldest song. This song was written in the 1800s. It is a chief's dance that welcomes you to this place. All you people that are sitting way in the back, I'm sorry. All these guys that are sitting in the front row, they're pretty glad they came early, I think. The headdresses that these young men are wearing are the headdresses our chiefs would wear. We never wore feathered headdresses as they do in the plains. We're excited to dance for you and sing for you. You're going to see just a tiny bit of the culture that has lived for hundreds and hundreds of years on the northern northwest coast. We are a dance group that has traveled all over the world. We've been to Europe and Canada and all the major festivals in the United States, bringing our culture to far away from where it started. And so the masks that you're going to see, I made to tell our stories. Our women are going to dance for you next. This is called Walking in the Footsteps. In this dance, our women are going to lead the young people out, show them the way down the path, so that one day they can not only walk down the path of our culture, but to run down the path of our culture. Our culture took some huge hits over the years, and we're doing our best to preserve it and bring it back, as well as our language. In my language, that means thank you to all of you. I am a Tsimshian from Alaska. I'm proud to be standing in front of you to sing and dance for you today. Thank you very much for your attention. We appreciate it very much. The next song we're going to do for you is our first mask song. This has become a symbol of my dance group. This song was given or traded to me from a dance group leader from British Columbia in Canada. I traded one of my songs for her song. So this is called the Raven Song. Thank you all very much. The next song we're going to do for you. Nice to hear you clapping. Thank you. The next song we're going to do for you honors the indigenous people that this building was built on their land. The Duwamish, the Coast Salish people. This song is called the Land Song. It was written and given to me by a young Tlingit woman who at one time was a member of my dance group. In this song, we honor the indigenous people of this land. By the way, you probably see all the little ones that are standing with the adults. We have no idea what they're going to do. Anyat Kusani! Luani Anyat Kusani! Luani Anyat Kusani! Hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. Ooh, hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. Luani Anyat Kusani! Luani Anyat Kusani! Hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. Ooh, hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. Ooh, ani Anyat Kusani. Ooh, ani Anyat Kusani. Hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. Ooh, hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. Ooh, ani Anyat Kusani. Ooh, ani Anyat Kusani. Hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. Ooh, hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, hey. How are you doing? Is it all right so far? I'm going to tell you a story that introduces our next song. I'm going to try to make this a PG. I'm sorry, parents. I'll do my best. Not every one of our stories is G. This one is more like R. There was a man who was out hunting, and he couldn't find anything to catch. No deer, no bear, no nothing. And he suspected that his wife must be fooling around. So he went home and he challenged her, and she admitted that yes, she was. So he found the guy that she was playing with and cut his head off. His mother, the guy who died, came to the man and said, "I want the body of my son." And he refused. So the mother said, "Well, you must come with me to my country and take his place." It was then that the man found out that the person that he had done away with was a supernatural creature called the Prince of Wolves. And he went with the mother of the Prince of Wolves to their country and lived for many years. And he brought back the Wolf clan to my tribe, the Tsimshian people. We have 4 clans: Eagle, Raven, Wolf, and Killer Whale. And that's how we got the Wolf clan. And this is the story. You're going to see 2 generations dancing this song. This is our Wolf song. Hade kakaut kano, ga nu will hide ki wagon. Hade kakaut kano, ga nu will hide ki wagon. We have one more mask song for you, one more. This is the story of the dance you're about to watch. A little boy was walking along the beach one day, and he saw an eagle that was trapped in some fish net near the village. He took his knife and he cut the net, and the eagle flew away. Years later, the young man became a man, and he had become the chief of that village. And he was walking along that same stretch of beach, but he was worried because it had been a terrible fishing season, and his people were starving, and he didn't know what he was going to do to feed his people. All of a sudden, a live salmon fell out of the sky and flopped around on the beach at his feet, and he looked up, and it was that same eagle that he had rescued so many years ago, came back to help. Day after day after day, the eagle would bring salmon to help feed the village to pay the young man back. Eventually, it brought seals and whales to feed the village because it was a supernatural creature called a nachnoch, or spirit guardian. You're about to see a mask that is both the anthropomorphic eagle, the real eagle that we see flying in the sky, and the magical eagle. Thank you all so very much for watching us. We have our exit song, and we're done. This song is in honor of my sister-in-law. Her name was Cindy James. My wife's sister. She died at age 51 of cancer. I raised a totem pole for her that's standing by the Northwest Hospital here in Seattle. We sing and honor her every time we perform. Cindy James, she was my friend. We are the Gidhoan, people of the salmon. We're proud to sing and dance for you today. Welcome to Seattle. Welcome to Washington. Welcome to the Northwest Coast. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you again to the Gidhoan people of the salmon. We are going to begin our flag ceremony in just a moment. Thank you. We will now begin our flag ceremony. The Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025 has 2,000 registered competitors representing 73 different nations. Each nation will be represented by one flag bearer. We encourage celebrating your nation's appearance with applause, but please keep long drawn-out chants or celebrations to a minimum so that we can work our way through all 73 countries and get ready for the Rubik's Nations Cup. This year, we will be following the Olympic model for announcing nations. For those unfamiliar, at the Olympic opening ceremony, nations are introduced in alphabetical order with two exceptions. Greece is introduced first as the founding nation of the Olympics, and the host nation is introduced last. We will be following the same model, but with, of course, a different nation as the ancestral home of the Rubik's Cube. We can begin the procession. Our first nation with 10 competitors, Hungary. Whoop, all the way over here, bud. With 8 competitors, Argentina. With 50 competitors, Australia. With 2 competitors, Austria. Our sole competitor from the nation of the Bahamas. With 3 competitors, Belgium. Followed by 1 competitor from Belize. 1 competitor from Bolivia. 8 competitors from Brazil. 1 competitor from Bulgaria. 119 competitors from Canada. 9 competitors from Chile. 56 competitors from China. 10 competitors from Chinese Taipei. 10 competitors from Colombia. 2 competitors from Croatia. 3 competitors from Cyprus. 7 competitors from the Czech Republic. 14 competitors from Denmark. 1 competitor from the Dominican Republic. 1 competitor from Egypt. 7 competitors from Finland. 23 competitors from France. 33 competitors from Germany. 1 competitor from Ghana. 2 competitors from Greece. 3 competitors from Guatemala. 15 competitors from Hong Kong, China. 45 competitors from India. 4 competitors from Indonesia. 11 competitors from Ireland. 16 competitors from Israel. 6 competitors from Italy. 18 competitors from Japan. 1 competitor from Jordan. 3 competitors from Kazakhstan. 1 competitor from Kenya. 1 competitor from Kyrgyzstan. 2 competitors from Latvia. 1 competitor from Lithuania. 3 competitors from Luxembourg. 1 competitor from Macau, China. 6 competitors from Malaysia. 28 competitors from Mexico. 6 competitors from Mongolia. 1 competitor from Nepal. 13 competitors from the Netherlands. 15 competitors from New Zealand. 1 competitor from Nigeria. 9 competitors from Norway. 3 competitors from Pakistan. 4 competitors from Panama. 5 competitors from Peru. 18 competitors from the Philippines. 33 competitors from Poland. 1 competitor from Portugal. 34 competitors from the Republic of Korea. 7 competitors from Russia. 1 competitor from Saudi Arabia. 11 competitors from Singapore. 1 competitor from Slovenia. 6 competitors from South Africa. 17 competitors from Spain. 10 competitors from Sweden. 13 competitors from Switzerland. 1 competitor from Thailand. 3 competitors from Ukraine. 37 competitors from the United Kingdom. 2 competitors from Uzbekistan. 2 competitors from Venezuela. 1 competitor from Vietnam. And 1,193 competitors from the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, flag bearers and our 73 nations. You may return your flags to the bases and we will shortly begin the Rubik's Nations Cup. Okay, you may return your flags to the bases. Thank you.
We are looking for Ting Man. Ting Man, can you please come behind the red and blue stage? Ting Man.
And we are back. Welcome, guys. You are here with our British commentators.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is excited for the Rubik's Nations Cup. I certainly am.
I know I am too. My name is Eleanor Sinner, and I am here with Oliver Wheat, ready to commentate for the Nations Cup. Are you excited, Oliver?
Absolutely. We're going to see a lot of matchups today. So we've got 32 teams. Only the top 16 will be going against each other at the start. And then, the bottom 16 will be going against each other at the start. And then they're going to be filtering their way through and facing off against some of the topper solvers. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. We're going to have a lot of buys through into round 2. But round 1 is going to be kicking off at some point. Not sure entirely when.
With each match, we will be knocking out one of the two countries facing out against each other.
Yep, it's only one knocked out, basically, right? Just instant knockout. So, yeah, basically, anyone who is going to be slower in these 3 solves, they're going to get knocked out immediately.
And we will have a very special guest emceeing for this event. The one and only Ting Man from Australia will be emceeing for the Nations Cup.
That's right. Not entirely sure what that is to talk about. I don't know how long we're going to be until we get to see our first matchup. Maybe we could talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, so our first matchup, we have got Switzerland versus Colombia.
So that is Switzerland coming in seed 19th versus Colombia, who is quite near the bottom of our bracket, only seed 30.
It's very fun starting off with a cross-continental matchup for our first. It will be exciting, especially to see from Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. He is, of course, 5.95 average, sub 6. We also have
4.63 single, sub 5.
Yeah. We also have Lorenzo Gonzalez in position 1 for Colombia with a PR average of 7.94.
Yes, we do have our NR holder for Switzerland and our NR2 holder for Switzerland, which is Oliver Ritz, who's got a 4.86 single and a 6.42 average. It seems that Colombia didn't manage to get their NR holders over to the country to be able to compete in this Nations Cup. So we've got Lorenzo is in NR5, and we've also got Thomas Cabez Casalas, who is NR6, and Martin Castillo, who is NR11.
Very exciting stuff. So, who will you be rooting for in this matchup, Oliver?
I don't like an underdog. I'm just going to be rooting for the best teams every time. I mean, I know the Swiss guys pretty well, so I'm hoping that they can win, and it's probably going to move that way, isn't it?
I'm always a fan of the underdog. I will be absolutely rooting for Colombia through this.
Okay, so we've got a big matchup on our hands then, with both of us rooting for different people.
Yeah.
Chat, who are you all rooting for?
If anybody has ever watched a Nations Cup before, you'll know that there are always a lot of upsets. So in the Nations Cup, anything can happen. Will be exciting, especially to see later on with our higher seeds. We have got China, of course, in seed 1 with a lineup of Yiheng Wang, Xuanyu Geng, and Bofen Chang.
Yep, and then in seed 2, we have got Poland with Tymon Kolodziński, Teodor Zajda, and Olaf Kuzminski.
Do you think we will see a China versus Poland final?
I think, just based on every Nations Cup that's ever happened, no. It is never the case that we have seed 1 versus seed 2 in the final. There's always some sort of upset. Apparently some measures have been taken to try to eliminate the risk of false starts, which we did actually see from Teodor Zajda, which knocked out Poland in the European Nations
Of
Cup
course.
last year.
A very,
so hopefully,
very memorable moment from that Nations Cup.
we are not going to see any more false starts. I'm not entirely sure what the rulings are going to be on that. I'm hoping that we're going to get someone explain all of the rulings of the Nations Cup.
Yeah. So my understanding is that in past Nations Cups, you've had to put both of your hands on the timer while you're waiting, and today you won't have to put your hands on the timer until you're about to start. That's at least my understanding.
We'll see how it works out. It'll be good to see something a little bit new. Coming in third seed is the US team with, fan favorites. We've got Luke Garrett, Max Park, and Luke Greiser.
That will be exciting to see because I know Luke and Max have a lot of experience on the world-class stage. Luke Greiser does as well, really. I know we've got a lot of fresh faces coming up. We've got a lot of people here this weekend at their first ever World Championship, and as we always know, stuff never quite goes to plan, whether that's for good or for bad. It'll be cool to see what the veteran Cuba's performance is like compared to the younger, brighter faces.
Yeah, essentially, with it being, a best of one, you're literally going to get one solve. If you do badly, your whole team's going to do badly. So it could really, anything could happen, as always. But yeah, there are lots of upsets in these Nations Cup matchups.
What's especially devastating when it comes to the Nations Cup is that one singular DNF means that you're out.
Yep.
So any member DNFing, could be one move plus 91 degrees, and that is your team out of the entire runnings.
And we always get a lot of suspense when it comes to plus twos, because if you get a plus two, you might not be out yet, because it depends how much longer the other team takes. And if the other team takes another 2 seconds, then you're in the clear. Or if they end up with a plus two, which does often happen, both teams end up with a plus two, and then it's harder to tell who the winner is.
And what's exciting about that is that when plus twos are happening, the team that finishes first might not be the team that wins.
Exactly.
So that means that everybody involved might hear themselves finish first, think they've made it through, and then by the sheer luck of that plus two, it's in fact the reverse.
We might not even know whether it's a plus two yet or not, because there might need to be a delegate call that gets made. So if something's on the line, borderline 45 degrees, they could end the solve, and then we just have complete silence. No one knows who's won. That's happened so many times in Nations Cups before. I'd be really excited to see that again.
I am hoping for some action tonight. I would like to see some upsets. I'd like to see some underdog victories, and I would like to see, I hate to say it, some plus twos. No, nothing mixes up a Nations Cup quite like plus twos.
I can see some competitors moving over to the backstage area now. So it looks like everyone's getting ready.
Should be starting very shortly now. I think it will be Switzerland coming out first. It's always interesting to see who the crowd roots for, and you can definitely tell by the volume of the screaming and the cheering. It was interesting watching that during the flag ceremony. Different countries definitely got different volumes of applause.
It's not just proportional to how many people are in that country. Some people only had 1 or 2 people from that country, but a big crowd of fans, especially if it's a well-known person who's up there. But of course, the USA got by far the loudest cheer.
Of course. We have 2,000 competitors here at this competition, 1,200 of which are from the US.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
It is absolutely incredible just how many people there are at this event. By far the biggest ever Rubik's Cube competition.
Whilst we're still waiting, why don't we go through some more of the top seeds, see who we've got coming up. So for example, in seed number 4, we have probably another one of the fan favorites, especially given the contingent that is at this competition, Australia.
We have got in position 1, David Epstein. Well-known name. We've also got Riley Dexter, and
Some
I'm
other
not
guy.
sure if you've heard of this individual before. We have also got Felix Zemdegs.
That's right, we'll be seeing him return to form. Obviously, you know, he's seeded very well with a very good average, and he can get those sorts of times still. So we'll see whether he's able to get a couple of 5s, maybe even a 4 in the Nations Cup. That'd be very exciting.
Felix was, of course, our 2019 world champion.
Was he?
2017.
Don't think he was. Our 2011 and 2013 world champion. It's been a little while.
Oh gosh, I am
Was it
definitely
2015?
older than
Either way.
I thought I was.
Definitely
If
not
that's the
2019.
case, do you think Felix Zemdegs has one last 3x3 world champion
I mean, we all hope for
within
it.
him? Of course.
We all hope for it.
I'm expecting 3s from Felix during the Nations Cup right now. I'll be disappointed in anything less.
Of course, the actual 2019 world champion, Philip Weyer, who also was part of the original winning Nations Cup team in the 2017 Rubik's World Championship, is not part of this team. In fact, Sebastian is part of this team, but Philip is not. We've got Sebastian, Henry Gerber, and Tanish Diemann in seed 11.
Oh, we got. We got an announcement that it will be starting shortly.
I'm not sure we will be if Colombia is missing, given that they're in the first match. We might have to wait a little bit longer, guys. Just hang on with us. We can keep going through the list.
We certainly could.
In seed 5, we have Canada with Brennan Lynn.
Lucas Kuche.
Cup. Woo! Yeah, that's right. Make sure your voices are ready tonight. My name is Ming. The internet calls me Ting Man, and it's an absolute honor to be your host for this one-of-a-kind event. This year we're making history because we have 32 countries in the lineup. It is the biggest Nations Cup ever. All right. Here's how it's going to work. This is a knockout-style tournament. Countries will compete in teams of 3 members each. Each person will solve a 3x3 cube in sequence, relay style, and the team with the fastest total time moves on. Standard +2 and DNF penalties will apply, so every move will count. And can I just say, even though I come from Australia, you can count on me to be completely fair and unbiased. I'm not going to show any bias at all. You can also look forward to hearing all of your names, competitors, pronounced with my good old Australian accent. I will try my best. Now, Mr. Beast isn't here, which is why I'm not standing on a huge mountain of cash for the winner. But I will say the winners will win something even better, which is pride and glory for their country. So get your voices ready, prepare for the unexpected, and make some noise as we kick off the Rubik's Nations Cup! All right, competitors, you can take your positions. Let's have the competitors up on stage, please. Our first match kicks off with the following people. We have Richard Delacoste, Ulwin Roltz, and Tobias Peter from Switzerland. And going up against them is Tomas Cabellas Casallas, Lorenzo Gonzalez, and Martin Casillo from Colombia.
We are now back. We
Looks like
apologize.
finally got all of our competitors ready.
We apologize for the wait. And
competitors, are
for the
you ready?
waffling. On the top here, we have got Switzerland. Left to right, we've got Richard, Alvin, and Tobias. And then on the bottom, we have got Colombia.
We have Lorenzo Gonzalez, Thomas Cabellas Casallas.
Competitors, are you ready? All right, inspection starts now. Eight seconds. First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
It looks like Team Switzerland has opted for an approach of slowest to fastest.
Ooh, but we got a 7 from the Colombian competitor, so they are currently in the lead.
It's a really strong start there for Colombia, especially given they are seated 11 places below Switzerland.
Oh, but Switzerland has pulled ahead.
The winner is Switzerland.
And they are, of course, the winner. It looks like even with an 8 average, we only managed to get a 12 from one of the Colombian competitors.
So that will be Colombia knocked out now, and Switzerland proceeding to the second round. Colombia still looks pretty happy with their performance there, especially given that lineup looks significantly younger than Switzerland's.
They'll make their way on the stage soon. I figure if I read their names, they'll just materialize. They'll show up. All right, going up against them is Kieran Bean, Richard Madden, and Elliot Laurent from Ireland.
Kieran Bean.
I'm not sure if you can pick up the Kieran Bean chant going on in the venue right now.
Obviously, a chance started at the European Championships in 2022, and it is prolonged through.
Ireland, classically a fan favourite.
And it looks like the Irish competitors are finally arriving to the stage now. So we've got Ireland on top here. With
All right,
Kieran,
judges, can you
Richards,
please
and
give me a
Elliott.
thumbs up when the competitors are ready?
And then Hungary with Adam Zabo, David Zabo, and Giorgio Zalan Monda.
Can I have a thumbs up from the judges when the competitors are ready?
Hungary here, seated 5 places higher than
All right.
Ireland.
Competitors, inspection starts now.
In terms of their seeding, this might be one of the closest that we actually see them go against each other. 22 versus 27 is really not much of a difference.
8 seconds. First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Who will take the first lead, and that's a lead there for Hungary with a 5.20 solve. Meanwhile, Ireland kicking off with a 10.7 there.
8.7 from Hungary.
Hungary has a very strong lead here. We just need to pull off the finish, and it should be a win for Hungary. And there we go. That is Hungary going through.
9 from Kieran. Looks like all 3 of them did pretty terribly there from the Irish team.
And the winner is Hungary.
And the Hungarian team should be proud.
Well done to Hungary.
The crowd is nonetheless rooting for Kieran from Team Ireland there, despite them being knocked out. An impressive
All right,
performance
match number
from
3.
Hungary, and they will be going through to round 2.
For match number 3, we have Nikhil Soros, Darshan Bhavanasi, and Hrishikesh Kakati from India.
Team India coming out now.
Going up against them, we have Vincent von Schantz, Lauri Kohonen, and Anto Pikkanen from Finland.
This is another close matchup with C23 versus C26.
All right, can I have a thumbs up from the judges when your competitors are ready?
Almost all of these competitors average around about 7 to 8 seconds for their PR, of course. Not entirely sure what they average in general. You can see what they'll pull out here.
Thumbs up from the judge when the competitors are ready. Competitors, inspection starts now.
They reverse the cubes. They reverse the cubes.
8 seconds.
Stop.
First solver starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Looks like there was a bit of a mix-up with the cubes. The Indian team doesn't want to start right now because the cubes got swapped around, from what I can hear.
Yeah, it sounds like they've gone left to right instead of right to left with Team India. I imagine an extra will have to take place now.
They are not solving. They're calling for that extra. Meanwhile, the Finnish team are just going. No one seems to be stopping them.
They literally told us, I go here, but then they mixed up the cubes.
All right, going to figure out what happened there. Well done, Finland, on those warm-up solves.
Finland seems tentatively happy with the
I don't think they should be. I think they know that those solves don't
Okay,
count.
looks like there was a cube mix-up that we're just trying to sort out right now.
So those cubes will head on over back to the scramble table now, and Finland versus India will have another shot in just a minute. These things do occasionally happen at cubing competitions.
So it looks like they're going to be sitting there whilst their cubes are re-scrambled rather than bringing out the next teams.
Hopefully that didn't throw either of the teams off of their game too much. That'd be a really disappointing outcome here. It feels like India's now going into this with
All right, so everyone, there was a cube mix-up for that one, so we are going to redo this match between India and Finland.
I'm rooting for India to come back strong from that
We're currently
false start.
scrambling the cubes, and they'll be out in just a minute. Meanwhile, feel free to tell the person next to you which country you think is going to win. Surely this is the time for some cheering. Where are you, Australia? Let me hear some cheers. Sorry, no bias.
Hopefully they'll make doubly sure from now on that the cubes are in the right order. No more mistakes going forward now.
Someone in chat said, aren't the cubes supposed to be mixed up? Isn't that the whole point of 3x3? What we mean is that the cubes were not given to the right people. So that means that they sat down, the cube cover came off, they were like, this isn't my cube. And then the other guy was like, this also isn't my cube. And yeah, they're supposed to be competing on their own cube, the one that they used to competing with. So that's why they are redoing this match, and they're going to make sure that everyone gets the cube that they submitted. In the meantime, they're just going to proudly
The crowd is
wave their
getting
flags.
pretty impatient. Not sure if you can pick up all of the clapping going on.
It looks like we've got some cubes arriving now. So hopefully...
And it looks like Team India is now ready to start their proper attempt this time.
I thought we'd be redoing both of them, but it looks like we're keeping the finish times, so we know exactly what they have to beat. That is an interesting choice.
That's interesting, given
It looks like Australia's trying very hard to get a wave going. Am I right? All right, come on, Australia. Let's get that wave going. You ready?
Is everyone just from Australia?
I'm not actually sure right now whether I was correct in saying...
You gotta love it. Thanks, everyone. Okay, India's about to start their solves. We're just going to have India do their 3 solves now and compare the time with what Finland got from before.
Okay, that is what
competitors from India, are you ready? Yes?
So
All
India
right.
needs a
Thank you, everyone.
29.93
Inspection starts now.
total or better to get through. That means that on average they need to be less than 10 seconds.
8 seconds. First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are now off with India's attempt.
Starting off with 8.6, very close to the 8.4 that we saw from the Finnish team.
If we can get every person under 10 seconds, that will be guaranteed through. Come on. If he can get under 10 seconds as well. And that is India through
Well
now.
done, India.
That is a clear win for India, it seems.
Let's compare their total times. And the winner is India.
It's fantastic to watch India
Well done,
pull
India.
back from that.
Especially knowing exactly what time you have to beat can often be really difficult to go up against.
And it
All
looks
right,
like
for
Team
match
India
number
just found
4,
out that
can
they
we
won.
please make welcome Anthony Pedarakis, Matteo De Witt, and Ivo Stoutjesdijk.
From the Netherlands.
Going up against them, Matthew Leong, Ian Leong, and Fustian Fushada from Indonesia. So we have Indonesia versus the Netherlands in match D.
Netherlands have placed seed 18 and Indonesia has placed seed 31.
Judges, let me know when the competitors are ready.
Got a very interesting lineup here from Indonesia. We have Fustian Fushada, famed Cuba, who is the second in Indonesia for average. We also have Matthew Leong, who's 10th. And then, interestingly, seed 161st.
All right, competitors.
Leong.
Inspection starts now.
but it seems like they were able to get 2 fast cubers. And
It looks like there might
8
be
seconds.
another mix-up going
First
on.
solver begins in
there's
3,
definitely another
2,
mix-up.
1,
So we're going to see
go.
the Netherlands compete now, and then we're going to wait for a little bit, and then we're going to watch Indonesia go again.
Fumble there from...
Matteo de Wit. Looks like he restarted the timer there.
That was either. It's of course enormous pressure when you're the only person in the room solving. A very strong finish from Anthony Pakarakis with a 7.05.
Well done, competitors.
And now Indonesia will have to try and beat 26.91 when they get around to solving at some point.
Ivo and Matteo are about 8-second solvers. I think that 10 and the 9 aren't especially good performance, although under the circumstances.
I love those waves. It looks like we had a cube mix-up again, so we're going to be redoing Indonesia's solves. Here we go!
Oké jongens, we hebben de first
Bring it back again, bring it back again. Hey!
Oké, we hebben de first 12 gehad. Oké. Ours are good, ours are good.
Ik had like een corner tussen op FTL en ik had like mijn H-Prime was mijn laatste Emperor niet gegaan of zo.
Surely we do one from the front to the back this time, right? Yeah? If you're in the front, here we go. The wave. 3, 2, 1, go!
We kunnen nog een sol doen.
And bring it back! Bring it back!
Nee.
No, it died. It lost its energy. No, it's coming back. Oh, we love to see it. Nice. Looks great from up here. I'll say that.
Hou gewoon naar 20 seconden.
Oh, dat is 60%.
I can definitely sense the crowd's restlessness right now.
Yeah, and there's the clapping. And I'm sorry guys, the cubes aren't coming out. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer. I can only apologize for this.
I'm sure that after 2 mix-ups, they can't do it again, surely.
I wouldn't say that this early.
Over 3 meter voor mijn
All right. I'm telling you, there are so many moving parts backstage. It is incredible. Decisions have been made by the officials that we are going to be redoing both teams. So we will be redoing this entire match.
Okay, so we're just changing up how we're doing it now. I'm glad that they're doing this though. I think it is proper for the Netherlands to be redoing their solves here.
Yeah, because when you know the other team has suffered a fault like this, to then keep continuing and going your full pace, you're obviously completely thrown.
Hopefully we'll see whether Anthony can pull out another 7.
All right, here we go. Competitors. Inspection starts now.
Luckily, Evo will get to have another shot at undoing that fumbled.
8 seconds.
And
solve one starts in 3.
We've got
2,
one more mix-up.
Same scramble.
No, we've got another
Oh, it's the
issue
same
again.
scramble this time. They didn't move on to the next scrambles. That's great. I think Indonesia have realized this as well.
There are technicalities. We've got to get this right.
Moving on! We moeten in de kut weer houden. We zijn al op.
And I think it's just off screen right now, but the Netherlands are now taking a selfie with the whole crowd. I mean, what else is there to do, to be fair? We're going to be waiting for some correct scrambles, going into correct cube boxes, going out to the correct competitors, and then we'll get to watch a proper matchup between the Netherlands and Indonesia. Seed 18 versus seed 31. I mean, I know who my favorite is, partially because I know all three of the Netherlands people. Although Fersian, of course, is a fan favorite as well.
Team Netherlands looks pretty rolled up after the back-to-back mix-ups.
Look, I'm MC for a reason. It's time to kill a little bit of time. I may or may not have just asked ChatGPT to tell me some Rubik's Cube jokes. Are you ready?
Here we
Ready
go.
to hear some Rubik's
All
Cube
right,
jokes
here we go.
from Tingman.
This is the best Rubik's Cube jokes the AI has to offer. Oh, we're nearly ready. I'll do you a quick one. Ready? Why did the Rubik's Cube break up with the jigsaw puzzle?
I don't know. Why did the Rubik's Cube break up with the
Because it
jigsaw
couldn't
puzzle?
handle a relationship with so many pieces.
Wow.
It's not even funny. Competitors, let me know when you're ready.
And we are finally, hopefully,
when you're
watching
ready.
Netherlands versus Indonesia.
Touch wood.
All right. Competitors inspection starts now.
All looks good.
Nobody has raised
All
the
looks
problem
good.
yet. Come on.
We might actually get a match.
Come on, come on.
8 seconds.
Looks like everybody's got the right cue with the right scramble.
First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Can I get some W's in the chat for this matchup finally starting, please?
And Indonesia has won on solve 1 with a 6.90, beating Team Netherlands by 1 second. Ooh.
This is a close matchup.
Have you noticed that there's a potential +2 going on with that middle cube? I can't fully
haven't.
tell. Is that looks like 45 degrees to me, but it
Looks like
doesn't matter.
Congratulations
And
to
it
the
was
Netherlands.
a +2 as we got confirmed by the judge. So the
Well
Netherlands
done,
have now moved through.
Next up for our 5th match. All right, I'm going to do my best. We've got Joaquin
Tell you what,
Renes
the,
Hernandez,
suspense is
Alejandro
killing me
Daniel
with that one.
Salceda Corvera, and Salma Sirikov Mendez from Mexico.
If anybody was paying attention during the flag ceremony, you'll all know
Going
that
up against
Mexico
them, we have
is a
Simone
fan favorite.
Cantarelli, Matteo Provasi, and Valerio Locatelli from Italy.
Mexico placing seed 20th and Italy placing seed 29th.
Nos lo pusieron para hacer un podcast.
So again, a fairly close matchup.
Judges, let me know when the competitors are ready.
Valerio, of course, has a sub-6 average, so let's see what he can pull out.
Alejandro not far behind with a PR average of 6.67.
And Joaquin not far behind that with an average of 6.78. So it looks like
Competitors,
Mexico
inspection
has
starts now.
the second, third, and fourth fastest solvers of the 6 of these. And yet Valerio's average is so much better that it places them
8 seconds.
better in this ranking.
First solver starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
But of course, one good solver is not enough to pull through for the whole team. So we'll have to see how they can all do together.
Oh, very close on solve 1, just 0.2 difference, with Mexico taking that 0.2 lead. And a very slow solve there from Zimona.
Well done to Mexico.
There's huge crowds for that.
That is fantastic. Did you see the Team Italy was only on F12? Just barely started solve 3 when Mexico finished. Fantastic performance there
We
from
love
Mexico.
to hear it. Well
And
done, Mexico.
That is
For
Italy.
our next match,
out.
we have Eva Kato, Aonogami, and Yoichi Ogura from Japan.
Japan seeding in 21st.
Going up against them, we have Beth Lee, Emmanuel Kao, and Wong Chong-wen from Singapore.
And Singapore in seed 28.
Judges, let me know when your competitors are ready.
I'm looking forward to a strong performance here from Ao Nagami, the Japanese national record holder. Of course, if anybody wants to view the brackets for this lineup, you can check the CubingUSA website.
All right, competitors, inspection begins now.
Wong Chong-wen.
8 seconds.
Very well known for having 2 FMC world records.
Solve 1 starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
So let's see how well he can do in 3x3.
Team Japan starting off with a 2-second disadvantage there. Ooh, but a fumble there from Bethany with stopping the timer meant that they lost their advantage and are now 1 second behind. It will all come down to this solve.
Well done to Japan.
And it seems that Japan has taken it.
Fantastic that they clutched it back there after the first solve. So that's Japan proceeding to round 2. Singapore now out of the running.
Don't really think we've seen any big upsets yet. It tends to be the better seed who's winning so far.
We have Claudio Matias Cancino Bruna, Gabriel Ibanez, and Dante Navarro Vera from Chile.
Chile seeding in 24th, another 20th to 30th seed. Seeing a lot of those at the moment, which makes sense. It's the bottom of the bracket.
Here we go.
Looks like they're being very
Going up against them, we have Lorenzo Escobar, Yulen Simon, and Miguel Martinez Montañez from Spain.
And Spain in 25th. So I think this will be our closest matchup of the first round.
One place between them.
Literally seed 24th and 25th.
I am especially excited to see from Claudio Mateos Cancino Brun, who is Chile's national record holder, but also held a South American record for 3x3.
That's right, they're 3.74 is the first South American sub 4, I believe.
Judges, let me know when the competitors are ready.
I don't think Team Chile would be quite ready just yet.
Got to make sure their flag's in place. Glad that we're holding up this competition to wait for that flag to be placed. It's okay, it's not particularly late.
Competitors, are you ready? Competitors, are you ready? All right, competitors, inspection begins now. 8 seconds. First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
One second advantage there for Spain going into solve 2. And a very sluggish second solve for Chile means that Spain is now up by 4 seconds.
And it looks like they've taken it by quite a significant margin.
Yeah, there was not much Chile could do by that.
All right, and even with the +2, the winner is Spain.
Even with the +2.
Congratulations to Spain.
This is exactly the situation we were talking about earlier. You get a +2, you have to sit there nervously for an extra
All right,
2
moving
seconds at
right
the
along.
end, and they still managed to
We
win.
have Max Henrik, Thomas Nguyen, and Matej Gurman from the Czech Republic.
Czech Republic in seed 17.
Going up against them, Daniel Rush, Jondre Jacobs, and Murray K. Ford from South Africa.
And South Africa in seed 32. So this is the best that is in this first
Judges,
round.
let me know when your competitors are ready.
Against the worst seeded team.
It would be very, very interesting to see
Competitors,
a South African win
inspection
here.
begins now.
I'll be honest with you, I think we would be needing a DNF from the Czech Republic in order to see a South African win. But I'm going to root for them nonetheless.
8 seconds. Solver 1 begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
It looks like we're starting off with Daniel Rush from the South African team, who's on the right. He is the fastest of all 6 of these competitors. We'll see whether he gets the fastest solve of all 6.
He managed to get them a 3-second advantage to South Africa. They're going to need all the advantage they can get here.
Although they have finished the
They've
second
lost
solve
half
earlier.
a second, but they're still 2.5 seconds ahead.
And I think that is either a +2 or a DNF. I'm not entirely sure.
This would put them 4.5 seconds ahead at least.
And it looks like South Africa has won it anyway.
Wow. We have
Congratulations, South Africa.
That is a monumental victory for South Africa there.
seen
The
worst
DNF
team.
anyway.
The worst team in this lower
All right,
half bracket
with that we
versus
begin round 2 of the
top team.
competition.
An incredible victory
We
there
have
for
Emmanuel
South
Schellin,
Africa.
Daniel Wallin, and Ludwig Ivarsson from Sweden.
Now we're going to see some of the people from the top half of the bracket, Sweden in seed 14.
And going up against them, the team that won before, Switzerland. Competitors, if you are ready, inspection begins now.
And they're going up against seed 19, Switzerland.
8 seconds. Solver 1 begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Fun fact about both of these teams, both teams have 2 people with a sub-5 single. Although both of them got 10.14 and 10.15, literally only 0.003 seconds between them.
This is incredibly tight here. Just 0.3 in it going into this last solve.
And it looks like Switzerland have managed to pull away with it.
Well done, Switzerland! Congratulations to Switzerland. For our next match, we have Hungary as before, and they will be going up against Germany, represented by Tanish Diemen, Sebastian Bayer, and Henry Gruber. Judges, let me know when the competitors are ready.
Just to address the chat, when I said that South Africa was the worst seeded team, this is a numerical observation. We're judging these competitors by the sum of their 3x3 PR averages.
As
They
I
were the
always
worst
say,
team in
they
the
don't
group
make
because they
pancakes like
had
they used to
the
anymore.
slowest sum of averages.
Yep. And that is what they needed to qualify for this tournament. Of course, anyone who is in 33rd or worse did not qualify. So congratulations to South Africa for qualifying in the first place. And then congratulations
Competitors,
once
are you
again
ready?
for making it through to round 2.
Okay, here we go. Inspection begins now.
Just a reminder, in round 2, half of our competitors got a bye, which means they went straight through into the second round.
8
Which
seconds.
is why we're seeing some of these competitors for the second time. And the
First
better
solver
competitors
begins in
only
3,
for the first time.
2, 1, go.
We're watching Tanish solve for Germany here. That's 3 seconds up now for Hungary. This is going to take something pretty monumental for Germany to claw
Oh,
it
and a
back.
7 on that second solve. A 7 from Henry too.
I think Hungary has got it in the bag at this point.
There's a +2 though.
Even still, I think that's a
Oh,
win
there's
for
a
Hungary.
+2 as well from Sebastian.
That is definitely a win for Hungary. I'm sure of it.
It's exactly what I said earlier. Both teams have got a +2.
We're awaiting the final calculations. And the winner is Hungary.
And it looks like the +2s didn't matter anyway. Hungary won by over 2 seconds. They've just been told they've won, but it looks like they can't even tell.
Hungary
Well
is
done,
in
Hungary.
disbelief.
For our next match, we have India from before, and going up against them from the United Kingdom, Nicholas Archer, George Sholey, and Caleb Wolfdon.
Let's go UK. No biases, of course.
Competitors. Inspection starts now.
UK seeded at 10th and were also the Nations Cup champions from last year.
At the European Championship. But at
8
that European
seconds.
Championship, we saw a lot of upsets that
First
took
solver
UK to
begins
victory.
in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's see how they can face off against the 23rd seed India. Nicholas Archer, former one-handed world record holder with a 6.7.
Wow, 2 6s starting off there from UK, incredibly strong. Finishing off there with George Scully. Fantastic.
Congratulations to the United Kingdom.
I think that's one of the best performances we've seen so far, but we have many better teams to come, so I'm hoping we're going to see some really exciting matchups in the next few ones.
Congratulations to the United Kingdom.
We also saw one of our first Rue silvers there with Nicholas
You know,
Archer.
when I was growing up, my dad always had a saying which went, "Bananas will always be bananas, mate." I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but it felt like the right thing to say here.
Okay.
Very
All right.
insightful quote
Next
there
up,
from
we
Tingman.
have the Netherlands from before, and they will be competing against Yang Xianjun, Wu Yifan, and Wang Kaiwen from Chinese Taipei.
We're now watching the Netherlands once more. The Netherlands, of course, was involved in that incredibly unfortunate mix-up. Hopefully they have recovered from it now and are prepared to go up
Competitors,
against
are you
Chinese
ready?
Taipei.
This is a fairly close matchup. We've got the Netherlands seeded 18th and Chinese Taipei seeded 15th.
Okay, competitors, inspection begins now.
Both Kaiwen Wang and Yifan Wu have had
8
3x3
seconds.
NRs for Chinese Taipei.
First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Meanwhile, Qian Yang's claim to fame is a Cube ASR.
Very close after that first solve, with Netherlands gaining, or in fact losing, a 0.6 seconds.
And again, close on the second one, but the times do stack up.
So they're
it
about a
looks like
second behind, and that looks like
all 3 souls were just slightly faster.
Congratulations to Chinese Taipei.
So Chinese Taipei will be progressing through to round 3. Next up, we have
Italy versus Denmark, represented by Rasmus Strub Defletsen, Daniel
Adel.
Give me 1 second.
Tingman seems to be a little stumped
Rasmus
by.
Strub Defletsen, Daniel Adel, and Martin Adel.
We're gonna check the list just really quickly.
Oh, it looks like the Mexican competitors are sat down. So perhaps it's them who are meant to be competing, not Italy.
Hopefully we'll be able to find out what this matchup is very shortly.
All right, we're gonna go Mexico versus Denmark. Oh, I'm going. Okay. Sorry for that bit of a mix-up. We've got Mexico, we've got Denmark, who's represented by Rasmus Strub Defletsen, Daniel Edal, and Martin Edal. Competitors, inspection begins now.
It is 9 p.m. today. Tingman's had 24 hours of traveling. I'm sure we can let him off
8
for that one.
seconds. First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Competing for Denmark right now, we have both of the Adel brothers, Martin and Danielle. A stronger start there for Denmark, picking up a 1 second advantage going into the third solve.
It looks like it's quite close though, just based on where all the competitors are at.
Oh, that was
is very
incredibly
close. We're going to need to
close.
see the sums.
We're just checking the
Let's check
results
the
really
scores.
quickly.
Let's check the scores.
And the winner is Mexico.
Mexico.
With just
Huge
half a second in it.
Huge cheers from the Mexican team and all of their supporters, of course.
For our next match, we have Ulrik Bratland, Knut Haraldsen, and Philip Nielsen from Norway. And going up against them will be the team we saw before from Japan.
Norway, well known in the Nations Cup for putting on sunglasses after their solves. So we'll see whether they continue that tradition this year.
Ah, spoilers, spoilers.
It's not spoilers, that happened 3 years ago.
We've seen some pretty incredible clutches so far. Let's see how Norway and Japan face up. Norway, of course, seeded better by 9
margin.
seeds.
Okay, competitors.
Well, we've seen
inspection
worse upsets
begins
already today.
Now.
We got seed 12 in Norway going up against seed 21 in Japan.
8 seconds. First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Someone in chat said, bring back Yu Nakajima. That's a good old-timer reference. I love that one.
Ooh, a fumble with the finish there for Japan, but still a quicker finish than Norway, picking up a 0.7 second advantage.
And there are the sunglasses. Here they come. They know just what they're doing. And it looks like the swag is
Congratulations, Norway.
A classic. I love to see it every single year.
Looks like we have got Argentina lined up there with the crowd singing and chanting to them.
So we're going to have Argentina seeded 9th up against Spain, seeded 25th. Just a little sneak peek for you there. I know that Tingman hasn't announced that yet.
We love to hear the cheering for our
do.
next match. We have Spain, and they are going up against Argentina, represented by Gael Lapire, Theo Golubov, and Baptiste Bonazola.
Not entirely sure what the hold-up is. I think they just haven't got the cubes properly scrambled and ready yet. Don't want another mix-up to happen. So they're going to take their time, make sure.
We're just getting the Rubik's Cubes scrambled and completely ready. It is clearly time for the second Rubik's Cube joke.
Oh,
Are
dear.
you ready? Why did the Rubik's Cube get promoted?
I don't know, why did the Rubik's Cube get
Because
promoted?
it thought outside the box. That's not even funny. Let's try one more. What's a Rubik's Cube's favorite dance move?
I don't know. What is the Rubik's Cube's favorite
It's
dance
the
move?
twist.
Okay, that one's better than the others,
got
I suppose.
something in it.
We're still waiting for those cubes to be scrambled.
I'm actually hoping they get scrambled pretty quickly. I'm feeling like Tingman might be running out of jokes.
Yeah. Or ChatGPT is running out of jokes.
All right, we're waiting for the cubes to come up. I think it's time to hear a little bit of cheering. I'm going to count to 3, and if you think your country's going to win, I want to hear you cheer. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Way.
There we go. Nice. I'm seeing a lot of Spanish flags. Very good.
Hoping that this mix-up gets resolved soon. In the meantime, we can talk about the Spanish team and the Argentinian team. I guess we've already talked about the Spanish team a little bit. In Argentina, we've got Theo with a 5.95 average, Batista with a 6.52 average, and Gael with a 6.72 average. So on average, looks like they're much better. And based on their seeds, looks like they're much better. But will they come out on top?
Still to be found out. It looks like Argentina and Spain now have their cubes.
Competitors, are you ready? All right, inspection begins now. Eight seconds. First solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
I tell you what, though, I am liking this first solver begins business. There's been a lot fewer false starts than we've had in previous Nations Cups.
Very impressive start there from Argentina.
A 6, a 7, and to finish it off.
They're doing substantially better by the looks of it. But a 5.42 to finish off for Spain.
Argentina finishing
That would
off with
be
a 10.
an incredible upset.
And Spain finishing off with
And the winner is Argentina!
But they still managed to clutch it, even with that 10.02.
What a fantastic 5.42 to watch that. It's such a shame that they were just 0.4 off proceeding to the next round.
Congratulations, Argentina. For our next match, we have France, represented by Juliette Sebastian, Nicolas Nikilian, and Lucas de Glees. And going up against them is South Africa.
France versus South Africa
Competitors,
is going
are
to
you
be
ready?
The final matchup of round 2. Moving on with round 3, we are going to be seeing all of the best competitors facing off against each other.
Thank you, everyone. If we can have a little bit more quiet, just so the competitors can listen to the instructions. Inspection begins now.
It looks like the displays might not necessarily be all turned on right now.
8 seconds.
Which is going to make it difficult to know what time
First solver
Juliette's
begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're starting off there with South Africa, Daniel Rush, the African continental record holder.
It looks like the timer actually turned off for the South African competitor in the middle, but thankfully we were able to turn it back on and get the solve done.
It's pretty close. I think it's going to come down to this third solver here right now.
And the winner is France.
And France is our final winner in round 2. We're going to be moving on straight into round 3. That is it from me and Eleanor. I hope you all have had a good
concludes
time.
round 2. It is now time for round 3. We are reaching the business end of this competition.
So we're going to be
for round 3. We have Switzerland from before, and they are going up against Luke Garrett, Max Park, and Luke Reiser from the USA. All right. Competitors. Inspection begins in 3, 2, 1, go. Eight seconds. First solver begins.
51
3,
years of magic with
2,
the Rubik's Cube continues
1,
as we welcome you
go.
back inside the Seattle Convention Center for the 4th rendition of Nations Cup on the biggest stage. USA versus Switzerland going right now. Max Park gets it started with a 6:37. Switzerland just about 3 seconds behind. Greiser in the middle for USA. Finishes with an 8 flat.
Well, that's worth chocolate.
Switzerland with an 8.52, and what a solve to cap it off for Luke Garrett. USA takes the match over Switzerland.
Easy, getting the boys warmed up, ready to go. They've got a couple of really big matches ahead of them. Winner of this next one, but probably we're going to see Poland and we're going to see China against them. So nice to just make it into the next round.
One of the most anticipated matchups, arguably, of all Nations Cup. But hey, how about that Argentina and Spain match last round, Keaton?
Wow.
That was tight.
The 5 in order to almost seal it for them. Very competitive at the end. Hungary, these guys have done 2 upset matchups in order to get here.
Inspection begins now.
Hungary's come a long way. Maybe you could see them as a dark horse going into this.
Well, these kids do, the kids are the fast generation now, so. But the Philippines are a really fast group.
3,
Brenton Angelo
2,
Wong has
1,
experience in these before, and a couple of really fast other guys too.
And they're off. Hungary and the Philippines, 22 seed first with a 6.74. Hungary at the bottom starting with an 8.09. Fast solve up top for the Philippines at 6.99. Hungary counters with a 6.76. A 6.23 to close it out for the Philippines. We'll await word on Hungary. An 8.91. And what's the results? Looks like the Philippines is going to take it, and they will.
Absolutely. Down Sean Patrick Villanueva, down Leo Borromeo, but still able to win their match here in Nations Cup. They're going to be facing the United States,
a country that qualified
the most toughest
the
challenge.
Kingdom, and they will be going
such a
up
tough
against
task going against solvers of such high calibers, Keaton. And you think about it, top 3 seeds, China, Poland, and the United States. It's so much fun when you're able to represent your country. 73 of them here today. But if you're any one of these teams, it's going to be tough going up against those top 3.
Absolutely. And these guys are going to have a chance to play against the presumed winner of the other match will be Poland here. New Zealand boys, Chris Mills has actually converted from UK to New Zealand citizenship. They've got a really fast team here.
Yes, he has, and don't count out the United Kingdom, along with solvers like Nick Archer, and they're off. Nick Archer starting for the United Kingdom. Jasper Murray starting for New Zealand. Jasper with a 6.51. Narcher puts it down with an 8.09. A 7.84 for New Zealand, a 6.91 for the United Kingdom. It's going to come down to the
really
final 2
close.
solvers.
George needs to get a second better than Chris here.
A 6.29 and a 7.10. Again, we'll await the results.
That's a definite win here for New Zealand.
New Zealand, absolutely. What a job by New Zealand to narrowly inch out the victory by about 2 seconds.
It's a tight margin there. It came down to the last solve, and Chris was able to secure things away.
Just keep that line moving. 3 solves for each of the teams, and you just keep that line moving. Work your way up. This World Championships has been something special to watch. Now we get our first look at Poland. Tymon Koleszyński, Teodor Zajder, Olaf Kuzminski, the number 2 seed going into this Nations Cup.
Yeah, 3 guys who are all top players. They're looking to be ambitious at this competition and their personal results, and they've got a very stacked team here for Poland.
Tymon missed out on world record average twice earlier in competition today. You got to think he's hungry to get these solves out of the way and move his team up the rankings.
I saw these guys practicing earlier. They are in it as a team. They're doing their 3 solves together. So I think there'll be a nice cohesive unit here going into this round.
Again, Poland, the number 2 seed, entering the Nations Cup, facing off against Chinese Taipei. They're the number 15 seed, so 2 versus 15.
They got a couple of really experienced guys, Yifan Wu, Kaiwen Wong. These guys have been around for a long time and have been able to compete at the top level.
And as with all these matches, you never know what could happen. And they're off. Tador starting for Poland.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, a 591 for Tador to start, a 920 down below for Chinese Taipei. Here goes Olaf in the middle, a 593. Now it leaves it up to Timon. Chinese Taipei with a 614, a 544. Poland takes the match in dramatic and emphatic fashion.
And if the United States is able to get to them in this semifinal, they're going to be the most difficult opponent in order to beat. Incredible stuff coming out from the slowest solve being sub-6. Man.
1728 and a 2390 are your sums. Poland moves on. Whew, this is getting intense, Keaton.
These guys are very fast. We are looking at the best of each country here.
Had a very moving ceremony out here. All 73 nations having an individual member represented today. It's such a joy to watch.
Team Australia with some choreographed warm-ups, doing some hand claps over there.
Hey, whatever works, right?
The Aussie crowd is sporting these beautiful jackets. Absolutely gorgeous things.
Absolutely.
Oh, and the Mexican team has the 3 colors of the Mexican flag.
Yes, they do. That is so creative.
Oh, this is beautiful.
I love that. And they're off. Australia and Mexico in this second round of this 4th rendition of the Nations Cup on the biggest stage. A 769 for Australia. A tough time stopping the timer at 10:11 for Mexico. A 583 for Australia. 853 down below for Mexico. 798. Australia is going to take the match.
They've been able to advance over Mexico. This is a match where these guys are definitely the favorites. You hear some I don't think we need to explain that much there.
What better is that?
Yeah, Aussie.
And I'm not
How good does that get?
Oi, oi, oi.
So many people
for our next
supporting
team.
their nation, their country here at World Championships 2025. It is wonderful. Now we're getting a look at Canada and Norway. Brendan Lynn, Lucas Kuchai, and Kyle Santucci.
This is a hot team in Canada. They're also one of the home favorites. They're very close to Vancouver here, so plenty of Canadians have been able to make the trek down.
Canada and Norway, 5 versus 12. And as with any other matchup, Keaton, you never know what could happen in these.
Absolutely, but I think Canada is the favorite here.
8 seconds.
Brennan and Kyle have experienced the top level.
First
Kyle
server
podiuming
begins
in NAC
in
last year.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here they go, Canada and Norway. Starting things off, Canada on top, Norway at the bottom of your screen. 7:29 to lead things off for Canada, 10:23 to counter for Norway. Moving down the line.
Lucas Kuchai here,
A little bit of a
slipping up.
lengthy solve, 11:71 and 9:03 for Norway.
There's about a 1 second gap between them.
A 6:31 for
I think
Norway,
that's-
6:66 for Canada. Hold the phone, we'll check the results. Times are still being inputted.
Oh my gosh.
It's gonna be Norway by 0.09 seconds. Wow!
That's definitely the upset of this round right here. Canada has a couple of really experienced guys that might have been able to go far.
We'll have a good twist. The winner is Norway.
So Norway, a 12 seed, upsets Canada, a number 5 seed.
They're on the Elite 8.
Anything can happen.
These guys mostly known for their sunglasses. They do this every World.
Argentina, and they will be going up against Dong
Certainly
Soo-ha,
sporting those
Seung
shades
Hyuk
very,
Nam,
very
and
well.
Kyung-min Choi from
Norway,
Republic
as
of
Keaton
Korea.
mentioned, moving on to the Elite 8. As we keep moving further and further, now we have the Republic of Korea versus Argentina. Dongsu Park, Sun Hyuk Nam, Kyung-min Choi. It's Gail Augusto Lapierre, Theo Gobluff,
And Bautista Bonazzola. We have a South American champion over on the bottom of the screen here. We've got some Asian champions up on the top.
This is a tight matchup, an 8 versus 9 seed. Republic of Korea and Argentina.
I think Seung Hyuk Nam is going to be the anchor here for Korea. He's going to be the one to really bring them in.
So important as the first solver to be able to set the tone. How can you set the tone for your other teammates here? 7.56 to start off for Argentina and an 8.82 for the Republic of Korea. A 7.92.
Bringing it back. Sung-hyuk needs to have a time better by about 0.6, and he does.
He does with a 5.26. Argentina wraps it up with an 8.78. And I think Sung-hyuk Nam might have just clutched it for Republic of Korea, and yes, he did.
That was a great final solve right there. These guys, mostly known for Megaminx and Big Cubes, still have some good 3x3 prowess, and Sung-hyuk showing his quality right there.
This is day one, but even in Nations Cup, you got to be able to rise to the occasion to put your team forward.
And speaking of rising the occasion, we have the #1 seed, China, represented by a couple of world record holders here.
Absolutely. Yi Hung Wang, Shuang Yigung, and Bo Fan Zhang taking on France's Juliette Sebastian, Nicholas Gertner-Killian.
These guys on Team China, the slowest one of them has a sub-5 average. Team average is 4.4 seconds per solver. We've got world record average, we have world record single, we have world record 2 average, and world record 2 single here.
China won their first Nations Cup back in 2023 at Worlds in Korea. They're looking to possibly repeat as back-to-back Nations Cup champions. Getting our first look at the #1 seed, China, and off they go. China and France here in the second round of Nations Cup. A 4.45 to start off the bat for China. A 9.96 for France, a 7.68 for China, but it's going to be that 4.45, a 4.41. China takes it in emphatic fashion.
This is faster than Poland, by the way, and one of the solvers got a 7.
Yes, it was. That just speaks to the caliber that China has. They're the #1 seed for a reason. China's just remarkable. It just gives you chills every time you watch them.
These guys are going to steamroll the competition. I'm obviously very biased for the United States here. I'm hoping they do well, but oh my goodness, that is a heck of an unstoppable force and an immovable object there on China's team.
It sure is. Now we have the United States against the Philippines. United States as the #3 seed, again represented by Luke Garrett, Max Park, and Luke Greiser.
These guys are some of the best in the United States. They work well together. Max has been in a lot of these events, and these guys have done this before.
They all know how to handle the pressure. How can they move their team forward?
Yeah,
4.44 for Max Park. What a start. A 6.90 for the Philippines. What a start, though, by Max Park. A 7.12 for Luke Greiser. A 7.51 down below for the Philippines. Can Luke Garrett close it out? A 6.69. Philippines is going to finish it out with an 8.61. The United States is moving on.
The U.S. most likely going to be facing the winner, will face the winner of this next match. Most likely going to be Poland here, showing us their potential with a 5.55 max with a nice 4-second solve to make sure that the U.S. stays cleanly under 19 seconds.
And that's what we talk about, Keaton. How can you set the tone with that first solver? You want to be able to set the tone for the rest of your team to give them that confidence boost to say, hey, we can do this. We can advance to the next round.
Well, it helps to get a 4 on your first solve.
Sure
all your problems are easy when you don't you don't spend any time on your solves.
Absolutely. #12th rendition of the World Championships this year in Seattle, Washington, the Emerald City. One of the most beautiful cities, one of my personal favorite cities, and it has been just a blast from the moment we started.
Yeah, this has been a great day of competition. It's been very fun to be up on the stream, and these guys are showing us some of the best solving the world has to offer.
And don't worry, folks, there's 3 more days of this. This isn't going away anytime soon. 3 more days of Worlds on tap, Friday through Sunday. We certainly hope you can tune into the live stream for those days, and we certainly hope for those at this venue, you can come back in person in Seattle, Washington, and get a chance to watch this wonderful competition. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of stoppage here to just try and get a little bit of scrambles going. Keaton, I got to ask you, what's been some of your favorite moments thus far in Worlds 2025 in day one?
Well, I think Timon Koloshinsky's 2 5x5 world record possibilities were definitely top that chart. There were a couple of great rounds of 5x5 solving, just barely missing out on world record in each of these. One solve away, essentially, in both occasions. Personally, I'm also just glad I made 3x3 one-handed round 2.
Yes, you did.
I'm very glad on that one. I'm old, but I'm not down for the count yet.
Certainly not. And also, you're getting ready a move to Australia for teaching in economics. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. I'm very excited about that. And I have a little soft spot in my heart for the Australians coming into this one. I wish them the best against Norway, but China scares me.
Judges, let me know when the competitors are ready.
Do you have sort of a professor or teacher voice that you're lining up yet?
I try to be casual in these kinds of things.
Absolutely.
I like to play the part of the relaxed, laid-back academic.
Everybody loves those kind of professors nowadays. And Keaton, they're
New
certainly
Zealand and
going to
Poland.
love you.
Inspection begins
We're so glad
now.
to have you here. And here we go. Poland and New Zealand getting right back in to Nations Cup here. Poland, the number 2 seed. New Zealand, the
8
number
seconds.
7 seed.
First solver begins in 3.
Poland, the favorites
2,
here. But
1,
what does New Zealand
go.
have to say about that?
Oh.
Tador starting off. It doesn't look like the first timer is showing. Even if it did, the display isn't working. We have New Zealand at the bottom with a 627 to start things out. Olaf in the middle with a 602, a 772 in the middle for New Zealand. Timon caps it off with a 575, a 741 to close for New Zealand.
What's Teodor's time?
Teodor's timer is still off. We don't have any word on Teodor's time yet. So hold everything. We're going to get Teodor's time. We have one of the delegates checking that out right now.
It looks like she's not worried about the time itself. It's just the cable.
Yes, it looks like the cable is just unplugged.
Which means there's no timer
We're just
issue
checking
here.
Some of the technicalities at this point.
A 582 from Tador. Poland moves on.
A bit of a tight moment right there, but I'm glad that everything is able to be squared away here.
All right, the winner was Poland.
Only minor technical difficulties.
Congratulations to Poland.
So Poland is
For
going to
our third
face the
match of
United States
semifinals.
in their next
Quarterfinals,
matchup.
excuse me. We have Norway versus Australia.
Now we move on to the quarterfinals. It's Norway versus Australia. This is where Australia comes back in. The number 4 seed coming in.
Norway's going to have a much bigger challenge ahead of them.
All right, Norway and Australia. We ready?
Australia's got, of course,
Inspection begins now.
David Epstein, Felix Zemdegs. This is a very stacked team here.
Sure is. 4 versus 12.
8
the
seconds.
seedings coming into this one. We're in the quarterfinals of
First solver
Nations Cup.
begins in 3.
First day coming to a close, but
1,
not before
go.
Nations Cup concludes, and they're off. Australia and Norway in the quarterfinals. Australia starting things off
really
with a 752.
close.
Norway with a 760. It's tight right out of the gate. A 713 for Australia.
Felix with the time. It's a little bit slower than normal. That's pretty typical here in Nations Cup, but
Australia!
76.
Australia!
65 for Australia. Looks like they're going to close out the match with the win, and they are.
the Australian contingent representing strong here. Our MC also Tingman, Australian. They're having a great time making it into the semifinals, which means they'll at least play 2 more matches. Worst case, they're fighting for 3rd place.
To hear it.
What a job by
We're not
Australia
exactly sure
coming
where the
into
cheer
it.
came from
They're the
either,
4th
but we
seed
love it.
coming in, but they have very stacked team. David Epstein, Riley Dexter, Felix Zemdegs. An average of singles of 425, an average of averages of 582.
And they have a lot of experience all around as well.
Australia had a deep run into Nations Cup in 2019 at Worlds 6 years ago.
Felix was on that team back then as well, so he's got plenty of experience going through Nations Cup.
Yes, he does. And here we go again. We get to look at China again, as well as the Republic of Korea. An average of averages of China with 4.4. That's a tongue twister.
Just insane.
That's a tongue twister to say, but that is just remarkable to see.
Yeah, these guys. South Korea. The team is now known for its big cubes and for its Megaminx. So they're a very good team, but China's going to be very, very hard to beat.
Absolutely. A great conversation earlier today with Sun Hyuk Nam taking you through his mindset during Worlds thus far today. And he has something to prove these next 3 days. And here they go with inspection. China and Korea, 1 versus 8. Who's going to move on to take on Australia? And here we go. Korea and China starting things off. A 5'11 up top for China, 745 down below for Korea.
That's a +2.
That is a +2. So that's going to be 680 in the middle, 907 down below for Korea.
Congratulations, China.
+2, but China nonetheless is going to take the match even with that +2. To close it out with a 466 single.
Even with that +2, Yi Hung still was able to win his sort of leg against Chungmin in that one.
Congratulations, China. There are 4 countries that will be proceeding to the semifinals.
It's almost,
they
when
are
you
Poland,
look at the team
USA,
that
China
has,
and Australia.
It's almost not fair.
Well, it's a set of top 10 solvers in the world.
For the first match of the semifinals.
There are only so many of these you can possibly get.
Absolutely. Now we have the United
Poland
States
versus the
and
USA.
the United States. Buckle up, folks.
Judges, let me know when the competitors are ready.
Max Park, Luke Greiser, Luke Garrett.
Okay,
Timon
competitors.
Koleshinsky.
Inspection begins
Olaf Kuzminski
now.
and Tador Zeider. United States and Poland, 3 versus 2. It's getting down to the wire in Nations Cup.
8 seconds.
Someone's moving on and someone's going
First
home.
solver begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. Tador and Max getting things started for Poland and U.S. Max with a 565. Tador counters with a 673.
It's a 1 second lead.
Greiser in the middle with a 505. Olaf with a 706. Timon and Luke Garrett. Final solves for each competitor. A 680 for USA. A 484 for Poland.
that's us.
The USA's moving on to the finals.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
That's a great solve by Luke
And the winner is
Greiser.
the USA.
What a clutch solve from the United States. They move on to the finals.
Goodness, Luke Greiser coming in hot with a 505 against Olaf's 706, giving Luke Garrett a nice little cushion to play around with. That's a seriously competitive match. These guys both did a great job. Oh my goodness, I'm nervous.
So are many, many thousands around the world watching here and via the live stream. Hats off to Poland. They made an incredible run, but what clutch solving from the United States, Keaton.
Well, they've got one last huge matchup in order to go through.
All right, mate, it's time for the second and last match of the semifinals.
Moving
and that,
on
of course, is going to be
second,
between China and
the penultimate
Australia.
Match in the semifinals, China and Australia, 1 versus 4.
Unstoppable force.
Who can prevail here? Epstein, Dexter, Zemdegs versus Wang, Gung, and Zhang. 2 titans of three-player teams.
This is the old generation versus the new generation.
It absolutely is.
China shows off some of the best solving in the entire world, both in terms of high TPS and pretty straightforward solutions, and then great, efficient, fantastic look ahead.
Time to believe in miracles.
6 years ago, Keaton, China
Judges,
was
let me know when the
eliminated by the
competitors
United
are
States
ready.
at Worlds 2019. They could potentially face each other in the finals. You know China will not want to repeat that history.
Well, they also won in 2023.
Yes, they did.
Okay, inspection
they're looking to
begins
have
now.
first-time repeats here at Nations Cup.
Both teams inspecting, China and Australia.
8
the
seconds.
penultimate match of Nations Cup.
First solver begins in 3, 2, 1.
And here we go.
Go.
China and Australia, semifinals of the Nations Cup. A 3:39 to start off for China. A 6:37 down below for Australia. What a hot start from China. A 6:58 for Australia and a 6:82 for China. Yiheng trying to close it out with a 4:51. China's moving on to the final.
Felix is celebrating.
And the winner is China.
And here we go, your final set. China and the United States, 1 versus 3.
I mean, Australia had a great set of times there.
And actually, before we go on to that, we're going to go to the third place match.
Felix had Australia had a great set of times there. I guess they might have been fooled a little bit. There was a little bit of a delay between when Yiheng ended his solve and when Bofang started.
Before we play first place, we are going to have a match.
That might have given him a little bit of hope.
And yes, just to reiterate, folks, we are going to do the third place match before the finals that everybody is waiting for. So you're going to get a chance to see Poland again as well as Australia. Who's going to be the one to take third place?
Oh, man.
This could go either way, Keaton. Well, the way that both of these teams have performed today, I think it could go either way.
My bet's on Poland here. I think they've got a very strong team overall. And with Timon as your anchor, I think they've got a really, really talented crew.
They sure do. And it looks like we're waiting on Australia to get set up as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth here. Michael Rosenkrantz, Keaton Ellis with you live from Seattle, Washington at the 12th rendition of World Championships here in the Emerald City. It's been such a memorable day one, and there's only 3 more days to go. I say only, but that's a lot of time to make more memories in the WCA and in the community of speed cubing. It's just been wonderful.
Yeah, we've only really scratched the surface here after 24 hours in Worlds. Most events still have yet to go. 3x3, obviously, our main event here starting on Saturday. That'll be the peak of busyness here. We've sold out over 6,000 spectators tickets in addition to 2,000 registrations. So we are quite a set of busy bees here.
And you get into the venue and you look in the back of the venue. There's bleachers in the back of the venue. That's how packed this place is. Just remarkable. Let's get you to the match. Poland and Australia. This is your third place match.
8 seconds. First solver begins.
Poland, Australia, 2 versus 4.
1.
David Epstein did not have a good looking face on that one. He seemed a little uncomfortable with whatever he had in inspection. And it's showing right here.
Both with a little lengthy solves at 8:32 for Australia, 9:18 for Tedor Olaf. Trying to rebound, and he does with a 5:18, a 6:77 down below for Australia, a 4:90 for Timon. And that is
taking third place is Poland.
That's a pretty good match. Nice pop off.
Hats off to Australia. They did a wonderful job. But Poland takes bronze at the 2025 Nations Cup.
Olaf seems very happy about that one. Timon with a very nice, nice
what
little
can I
pop
say?
off as well.
It has all come down to this finals match. Dozens and dozens of matches have led us to this one point. 2 countries remain
love how Tingman
fighting
is
for the
just
finals
building the
position.
suspense. That's
Let's
what we
hear it
live
for
in a match like
USA.
this. And here comes the United States. Max Park, Luke Greiser, Luke Garrett going to be taking on China. Yiheng Wang, Xuan Yigong, and Bofang Zhang.
We've got a clear crowd favorite here going out.
1,193
And going up against them, fighting for that first place position
from the United States.
Let's hear it for China.
And here comes China. There it is. Your final matchup is set.
This is going to be a tough battle for the United States. China, of course, a very clear favorite coming into this, #1 seed by a country mile. U.S. fairly good.
Would this be USA's first Nations Cup? Yeah. Fasten your seatbelt, folks. The final matchup is here. China, USA. China looking to repeat as Nations Cup champions.
All right, the final match is about to begin.
David trying to beat
let me know when
Goliath.
the competitors are ready.
I guess the irony here is that Goliath tends to be fairly small in this situation.
Yes.
Okay.
Utter silence in the venue. That's how intense this final
Okay,
match
competitors.
is.
Inspection begins now.
So quiet you can hear a pin drop.
8 seconds.
8 seconds gone by for the final.
First solver
time this
begins
Nations
in
Cup.
3, 2,
come the solves.
1, go.
And hold everything. We might have an issue with the timer for China. USA is going to go through their solves. A 6:21 to start for Max Park. Luke Greiser with a 5:72. Luke Garrett going to finish things off for the United States with a 7:26. But hold everything.
We're waiting for some clarification.
Getting some clarification. For China.
Okay, due to a timer difficulty, we will be redoing this finals.
There is a timer difficulty, or technicality, so yes, they will be redoing these finals.
Oh, man. I'm
So
on the edge of
both-
my seat.
Absolutely. It wouldn't be Nations Cup without a little flair for the dramatics, right?
Well, at least this time we're able to remedy the situation fairly easily. And it gives the U.S. an extra chance. Instead of getting 5, 6, 7, maybe we can get 4, 5, 6.
It's a mental battle every time you look at the Rubik's Cube. How can you calm those nerves? Put yourself
If you've just
at
joined
mind.
us,
Focus
I don't know
on
how it is that
what's
you've
in
just
front
joined
of
us,
you
but if you have, we're
and be
about to
able
play the
solve.
very finals match.
That's Max
of the
Park's
Rubik's
mantra.
Nations Cup.
Don't
30
think,
matches,
just
and it's all led
solve.
to this
That's
point.
exactly what the U.S. is going to have to do here if they want their best shot.
Yeah, you got to
We have
practice
Luke
this a lot
Garrett,
ahead
we
of
have Luke
time.
Greiser, and we
You
have
gotta
Max
put some earplugs in and just get used to the pressure.
And from Team China,
Max Park
we have
getting
Geng
some extra
Xuanyi, Zhang
practice solves
Guofan,
in,
and
and
Wang
who can blame
Yihe.
them? And now the cubes are being returned to their respective stations. So we're going to get set for take 2 of the final match of this 2025 Nations Cup. Once again, the venue goes nearly silent. It is suspenseful as ever.
Okay, for the gold. Competitors, inspection begins now.
Here comes the inspection. Your gold medal match, China and USA.
Max versus Yihong here in the
8
first
seconds.
slot. Xuanyi versus Luke in the
First
last.
solver begins in 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Go.
Okay.
4:58 for Yihong, a
3/4 of
5:32
a
for
second.
Max. A 4:88 for China. Luke Greiser with a 5:56,
Oh
a
my
5:43, a 4:76.
4-4-4 versus 5-5-5.
Twice as nice. China claims back-to-back Nations Cup titles.
Luke Greiser is talking to one of the delegates right now.
Hold everything. Greiser is talking to one of the delegates right now, getting some clarification really quickly.
I don't think my heart can take the adrenaline. We're just going to figure out a few things out
Could it have
really
been another
quickly.
timer issue? The timer display is there.
When you've got high stakes, we want to make sure everything is exactly right.
And it looks like
Sounds like Team USA might have gotten the same scramble. At least Luke Greiser might have.
Okay, there could be an issue with receiving the same scramble. We are just checking with the officials backstage right now.
Nothing official just yet. They just want to make sure everything is correct. There could be an issue with the same scramble. All the delegates and volunteers here working tirelessly to ensure that everything is accurate. We'll get word here in just a few moments.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're just checking the scrambles right now.
They are checking the scrambles. Could we potentially see a third round of this final with that same scramble, should that be the case?
I'm not certain what's going on with Luke Grice. He's coming back to his seat right now. Sounds...
Right now, USA might have gotten the same scramble.
Still waiting for the confirmation on it, the
It's the
same
Australians,
scramble.
right? Who invited them?
So it seems like the problem is not that the United States got the same scrambles that they had against China the first time, but rather that they had the same scrambles against Poland.
You're
We appreciate your patience, everyone.
Which is
Just
still
checking
the same
scrambles
set of
backstage.
scrambles that they've had before, which would give them a bit of an advantage.
Yes, it would. You're getting just a quick look at China's solves there. Still trying to figure out. May end up having to go back to a couple matches ago when it was USA versus Poland to try and take a look at the original scrambles.
What's the Rubik's Nation Cup without some drama? We are going to be redoing the finals one more time. Hopefully, third time is the charm.
So they are indeed going to redo the finals for a third time. And you heard Ting Man, will the third time be the charm?
Wow. I have confidence that the timer issues are fixed, the scramble issues are fixed, so we need another issue to come up in the case of not being able to complete it on this one.
There's one more look at the matchups. Yi Hung Wang,
All right, the cubes are getting re-scrambled. Third time definitely will be the charm. It might be past our bedtimes, but we still want to get spirits going. Let's hear it for Team USA.
Good to see the energy still high for both respective nations.
And going against them, let's hear it for Team China.
And you got to think, with them redoing this, Keaton, you got to think, could there be a little fatigue setting in for both these teams? And now it's all about who can outlast the other.
Well, it is 9:45 p.m. local time, so these guys have been going since 9 in the morning today. It has been quite a marathon, but that's the World Championship for you.
Yes,
I mean,
it
this
is.
is only day
Judges,
one.
let me know when the competitors
Nearly
are ready.
13 hours of competition.
You're expected to take breaks. You're expected to take care of yourself. You got a long road ahead of you for the 4 days.
Absolutely, and once again, the venue falls silent. The cubes are at their stations. Will the third time be the charm?
All right, for the gold. Competitors.
Once again.
Inspection starts
Here comes the inspection.
now.
It's do or die. China versus USA. One's taking home the
8
gold,
seconds.
the other silver.
First solver begins in 3, 2,
Here we go.
1, go.
Okay, well.
A 4:33 to start off for China, 6:28 for Max Park, a 5:33 for China. Greiser in the middle with a 6:70. And China's going to close it out.
And that is it. Your winners for the 2025 Rubik's Nation
of
Cup.
Controversy.
China
is back-to-back Nations Cup champions.
The first time this has ever happened, and these guys look poised and ready to continue doing this for multiple generations at this point. They are some of the most prolific solvers in the world.
What a job by the United States to get to the finals against China. They made a deep run throughout all the previous Worlds, 2017. They were defeated by Finland 2 that year. In 2019, they were, in 2023, US 3 was eliminated by US 2. The US this year is eliminated in the finals, but China, for the first time in the history of the WCA, claims back-to-back Nations Cup titles.
And while this is an unofficial event, these results aren't going into the database. This is the most prestigious unofficial event that the WCA puts on every year, every other year at the World Championship. It's also one of the most viewed online. So winning here is something that's going to spread a message about how good your country is for quite a ways.
This sends a message going forward. China is here to play. They're here to stay. And they have a lot to look forward to in these next 3 days of competition.
We're looking forward to it.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it. And we hope you all are looking forward to it. Looks like things are just about
as you go
getting
out,
wrapped up here.
Starting 10 o'clock.
Just about a middle 14-second sum for China. And that is an incredible job here for Yiheng, Xuan Yi, and Bofan here at 2025 Nations Cup. That might just about do it for us tonight for our coverage of day one of the Rubik's WCA World Championships 2025. We thank you all so much for tuning in to the live stream. And for those inside the venue, we hope you can come back tomorrow, as we hope you do for the viewers online as well. We'll be right back here tomorrow. Things start again at 9 in the morning. Be there or be square. Until then, for Keaton Ellis, for everybody else at Speed Cubing TV, CubingUSA, and the WCA, I'm Michael Rosenkrantz saying so long from Seattle. Have a great night, and we'll see everybody tomorrow.